We've been waiting for this moment, and it's finally here.
There's going to be a life-changing moment for a lot of the players here.
I think that is the key word, life-changing.
It's all going to come down to who can play the best on this Call of Duty World League Championship weekend.
Welcome to the Call of Duty Championship. It's going to be an incredible weekend.
Coolest event we've ever seen in Call of Duty history.
It is time, Benson. 1 year later, a brand new game, and we will have a new champion.
Varsity's locking this down for E-United.
Rise Nation, your 2016 Vegas champion.
Splyce are the champions. Luminosity will be your Anaheim Open champion.
OpTic Gaming with the 3-0 to seal the deal. No. The comeback alive and well.
Can he make it?
Everyone putting up MVP caliber performances.
It's coming down to the wire, just a couple seconds away.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2017 CWL Championship presented by PlayStation 4. Coverage of Day 2 group play kicks off right now from our studio suite here in the Amway Center, Florida. And what a day one it was. Excited to get Day 2 in the works. My name, of course, is Benson. I'm going to be hosting the studio throughout the day and, of course, throughout the weekend. Joining me is my fantastic expert panel. We got the wonderful Merc, of course, a Call of Duty XP champion, former professional European player Momo, and, of course, the Sneaky Beaver himself, Christopher Puckett, for the first couple of games of the day. And honestly, yesterday was so much fun. It really has set the stage for what could be a very, very exciting Day 2. But it is worth mentioning, if you are just tuning in for the first time, a little bit of how this whole thing is going to work, Joe, because, of course, we do have the best 32 teams in the world competing here this week.
Yeah, so if this is your first day tuning in, we have 32 teams who have qualified either from the Global Pro League or Last Chance qualifiers all around the world. They got in through pro points. There's 8 groups, 4 teams per group. And, of course, the top 2 make it out of that group into that 16-team double elimination bracket that we're looking forward to tomorrow.
And of course, these 32 teams, Chris, they're playing for a big, big chunk of change.
Yeah, you know, we already have a few teams at the bottom of the group, but there's still a fight. Even if you finish third in your group, you're not making it to the bracket, you're playing for $2,500 extra dollars. Everyone's guaranteed at least 10 grand, but really, we want to find out who's going to finish in that top 16, who is going to be in the running on Championship Sunday for the $600,000 first place prize.
All right, so much money right there. That #1 spot. Of course, you know what it's like to win a big $1 million tournament.
Yeah, I also know what it's like to get second. I mean, I basically won the World Championship that year with my team, but it's fine. It was a big achievement.
We'll go with that. That's the story we'll go with. We'll take a look now at our group standings after 1 day of competition. Of course, all those groups on the left-hand side, I mean, they've played twice. The groups on the right, they've only played each other once. But really, it's pretty standard stuff. Obviously, OpTic Gaming 2-0, Team Envy 2-0, United 2-0. Where it gets interesting, though, is Group D, Puckett. A little bit of a surprising result there between LG and Rise.
Yeah, Rise Nation with probably the biggest upset of the day. They have now put LG into second place in that group. And the other big upset, straight ripping in Group F over Evil Geniuses. Not only was it an upset, it was a 3-0 demolishment of Evil Geniuses. So straight ripping. They're looking primed to actually steal the #1 seed from that group.
Yeah, they completely dismantled EG, that's for sure. Big rivalry matchup, of course, for Study going up against his former squad, but he made it look easy. Now, though, this is where it gets interesting, of course, because after group play, we go to bracket play Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's where we're going to be down in the Amway Center court and right there on that big fancy main stage behind us. And here's a graphic just kind of explaining how the bracket is going to be formed. Obviously, I had a lot of tweets. I imagine you guys had a lot of tweets as well saying, how's the bracket going to work? How's the bracket going to work? Well, here it is, of course, at the top side. Pool A, first place, plays Pool B, second place, and you can go all the way down. But we actually have one confirmed team there, of course. Top of Pool B is Team Envious. They've guaranteed themselves #1 seed already after just 1 day of play. They will play the second place of Pool A, which currently it is Epsilon, but maybe things could change there. When we hypothesized a little bit after 1 day of standings, a couple of interesting games. I think the most interesting one is United LG. LG taking second place, Joe. I mean, that's a scary, scary first round matchup.
That is a very scary first round. And Glacier, he's known to have some scary first round matchups. You know, just going back to his championship run with Denial, they played OpTic Gaming in that first round. This is just something that he looks forward to, right? I mean, it can be a good thing, right? Because if you're able to beat a top team in the world round 1, you get that momentum going. everybody's feeling very good, but I mean, Luminosity, we know how dangerous they can be. They won Anaheim for a reason.
It's funny because I was actually speaking to Attach yesterday. He was watching some of the games with a couple of the MLG stuff, and he said, honestly, playing OpTic Gaming early in our AW run was one of the big reasons they actually won that tournament, because it really does kind of get you going, Momo. I mean, is that something that you look at and you think, oh, okay, LG, maybe that's where they kind of catch fire and they could win this tournament, or are you thinking Clayster could do it again?
The one thing I do take from that is that first winner bracket round 1 matchup, EU United and LG. Whoever wins that, I think could very well make that winner bracket final. You gain that first win, the one where you've got to kind of do or die, you lose, you go down to that loser bracket. If you come out victorious, you're probably going to play in, I'm not going to say an easier game next, but you know, one just as equally as hard. You've just got 100%. I think whoever wins it could very well find themselves in that winner bracket final.
You're not playing a top 4 caliber team in that second round, I think is the big difference maker. You're finding them in the first round.
Here's a look at today's schedule. We're kicking things off with Fnatic versus Evil Geniuses, Red Reserve versus Allegiance, FaceCon versus Era, and Straight Rippin' versus Tainted Minds. We're going to be doing our best to bring you all of the coverage from today through the studio. Of course, making sure we catch all the qualification moments, keeping you up to date with where teams could potentially fall in that bracket, because that really is the big storyline for today. Which matchups are we going to see tomorrow when we get down there, which, by the way, I don't know if you boys have seen, but it's looking pretty nice down there on that floor.
It's looking real good.
Every time I turn around, I'm like, oh, they added a couple big extra screens. There's like smoke. The steam's going off in the background.
It's like my hair's on fire. It's not. It's okay.
That could have been a great Ginger joke. But I noticed, Smoke, obviously you were wearing black on black today.
Yeah, half the teams, rest in peace. You're going home today. I'm sorry.
The Undertaker.
That's just what happens. It's their funeral today.
It definitely is. But you're looking very dapper, it's worth saying. But as I said, the first game of the day, EU United versus Fnatic. Of course, that's a Group F matchup. Here's the current standings from this group. Straight Rippin' is sitting at the top after that victory over Evil Geniuses at 1-0. Fnatic 1-0 as well. Now, it is worth mentioning here, if Fnatic do beat Evil Geniuses, then the tournament life is no longer in their own hands. They have to pray for three-way tie algorithms. They'll be sitting at 0-2. So this is essentially a must-win, right?
It is. It absolutely is. And the EG we saw yesterday was just not good. Straight Rippin', as Temp said, just dismantled them. You know, he was just talking so much trash. EG, they just look so shaky day to day. We'll see if they can step it up here.
Well, they're definitely going to need to do so. As we said, Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic, the first game here of day 2 of the CWL Championship.
Honestly, here we go, Momo. We're jumping into this first hardpoint. Also want to give a big shout out to what's going on Bravo, Allegiance versus Red Reserve. That is going to be a big match that we'll keep our eyes on. But as we go to Breakout, this is not a good hardpoint map for either EG or Fnatic. EG, since adding Parasite, has never won this map. Fnatic, they lost to Tainted Minds by 104 points on the same level.
Yeah, both of these guys obviously have struggled on Breakout. Speaking to Fnatic boys, of course, seen them this morning, they said, you know, Breakout, it really is a 50-50. I mean, most hard points are with us. With those words coming from Tommy, but for me, statistically, yes, this is one of their weaker maps. You see Evil Genius already kicking things off hot the first 30 seconds, and Evil Geniuses are taking every single point here. Fnatic as well, they can't just focus on breaking this. They've got to think about that cell block as well, Puckett.
Wuska not cleaning up Havoc could have been a huge mistake there, because Havoc's already on a 5-kill spree, and he is going to be working on streaks now. This next one would be massive. Unfortunately, Tommy is going to find him. So no streaks to speak of quite yet, but when we're watching this game, the real player for me to watch today is going to be Nagafin. Nagafin on day number 1 was abysmal versus Straight Rippin'. Nameless was terrible in search, but when it came to the respawns, Nagafin did not show up a .57 on the day.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to have those players, you know, stepping up, especially when it comes to champs. For me, my eyes are on Scraps and Sunny B from Fnatic. Scraps, that consistent slayer. Sunny B, though, he's got a lot of flack. Last time I saw him play this was actually in the Global Pro League itself at playoffs. Played fantastically well, dropping 30 kills. Will he replicate that performance? We'll have to wait and see. But Parasite breaking from the back now. Scraps just looking around, doing work as usual, and on a 2-kill streak himself. He's going to match that 36 with 36 of his own. We're going to be heading to the cave very soon.
Yeah, and when you kind of look at the end of 2017, at the end of IW, you look at Fnatic and who is their best player? I think without a doubt you have to name it this man. Scraps, the stronger of the two twins. Wuskin, he's had some really strong search games. He's had his moments, but Scraps has been their most consistent player on this roster. At times, he's just put Sunny B in his backpack, but when Sunny B shows up as well, that's when they finish their career high. 6th place at stage 2. Fnatic, if they can get all 4 players rolling today, I don't think that they're out of the running for a first place positioning in this group.
Absolutely not. Yesterday, if you missed it, guys, they went all the way to map 5 with Tainted Minds. Evil Genius, yeah, they got shut out by Straight Rippin', and the 2 teams will meet, obviously, Fnatic and Straight a little bit later on. But this, as the guys on the desk already said, a must-win for both. Fnatic, they want to get that 2-0 in the group. It doesn't solidify anything, but it puts them in a very sweet spot. 60-36, the current score, as Parasite and Nagafen taking over the cave. We're going to be heading to the commissary shortly. That rotation decision now may be in the hands or the minds of Tommy.
And of course, you see those yellow arrows. They're just waiting for the commissary. A little bit afraid to peek here on the graveyard, but every second they don't peek, that is a point that is going up on Evil Genius's scoreboard. Doubling up their opponents and more as Nameless is looking for the entry kills, now trying to break the setup of Fnatic. Already picked up 1, now going for Tommy. Tommy's going to fall with some help from player number 1, that's Havoc. And here comes the cavalry. Evil Genius is trying to loop around. Fortunately, though, we got a flank coming in here from Fnatic, and as I say it, Scraps is going to get caught off guard.
Yeah, Scraps made a heads-up play there, but caught off by time. And look at that, Parasite uncontested on the wall run, just walks in there, literally, as he finds the second, and Tommy will fall now. Just like that, click of a finger, and Evil Geniuses have broke the commissary, which time and time again, we've seen teams hold for 40, 50 seconds sometimes. You got number 5 lurking around at the back, though. Wuskins could make a very big, impactful play.
Wuskin is going to be a big player because he just lost all of his support in the middle of the map. Nagafen's going to find 2 off guard, so Wuskin has to make the hero play here, and he's going to pick up the first. Second challenger is there. Wuskin is going to not finish it. It's going to be Tommy holding on to the hill with the help of his teammates at the top. Excuse me, it was EG still inside the hill, but I thought Tommy was going to take the top control. Either way, we're going to rotate here in 60 seconds, and I'm looking at the leaderboard. 12-5 from Havoc. He is doing his job. Parasite, the Black Ops 2 world champion, he's been doing his job so far in this game. EG outslaying Fnatic early on.
Yeah, Havoc in this E-Rad is causing a lot of problems for Fnatic. You can see that, you know, just kind of up close and personal, they're losing these gunfights time and time again. Havoc actually working towards a streak. He's on a 5. Can he make it a 6? He slides, turns, but not good enough. Sunny B taking him down with the E-Rad himself. But after that first rotation, Evil Genius double the points of Fnatic right now.
And I have to wonder, what's going on for Fnatic here? Are they like me? They haven't had their coffee yet. They need to wake up. They're getting outgunned, and it doesn't seem like they're ready for these gunfights that Evil Geniuses are constantly finding. You saw Nagafen picking off players from the side. There was Nameless catching 2 players off guard. Finally, Sunny B is going to be challenging out loading. Havoc spots him out with the Scarab and will have to defend himself here. Good break coming in from Fnatic, but it took him 50 seconds. EG with total control. Now we'll see, can Fnatic break through and wipe EG to get control of the cell block?
And this is the hardest part, breaking this cell block, especially when you're down by around 50 points here. Evil Genius, they can play these trades very, very well. Wuskins and Sunny, though, combining for the 3, and Fnatic will be just 1 kill away from taking it. You've got Havoc right at the back. Keep your eyes on that minimap, because he's going to be this player trying to just be a nuisance in Fnatic's backside, but no, he's been spotted. E-Rad has been loaded, and he's going to be taken down by Scraps. Now Fnatic, this is the time for them to really take this last 35 seconds, get themselves back in the game.
And they will. Look at that scoreboard. This is not a far game, and now with Wuskin fully streaked out after that 7 spree, you got to be a little bit worried for EG as we go to the graveyard. Those Trinity rockets, the bombardment, they can clear you even if EG sets up full for it.
Yep. Wuskins goes from 8-11 to 15-11. He is still on the streak, and you know, going into a hard point such as Cave, this is going to be very, very helpful for them. They can break this, they can use this to their advantage. It'll be interesting to see when he pulls that out. I'm keeping my eyes on it. He is moving around. It's like he's just waiting for that perfect time. The pinch may be being set up. Number 8, Sunny B. This is a player which loves a good flank, and he's waiting for this, because with the streak coming in now, Puckett, they're all going to back down into that cave, or not. They're going to get taken down as Havoc is, and that's a clean sweep for Fnatic. This could be the start of something good here.
Distracted by the bombardment, then all the K-bars come flooding in, and Sunny B on that back end made sure that his team is not going to get flanked. I love the setup here from Fnatic. 2 strong hills back-to-back so far. EG, they're going to try and break. They got the first kill, but Scraps is there with Wuskin, the twin brothers causing problems.
Interesting. We're seeing smokes being used here, and we don't see that all the time, but for the first time, we do see Fnatic take the lead. Wuskins again, still on this streak. Number 9 right now. He's got 1 minute and 14 more than anyone on his team for the objective, and he's really putting in a shift here for Fnatic. They're thinking about that commissary too, and they're actually first on the rotation, but no, Parasite taking down Wuskins after a few shaky shots.
Wuskin at 17 and 12 after a slow start. Nice turnaround. That's been the difference maker in this game. You got Sunny B positive. This is the Fnatic we saw at stage 2. If you're EG, you're playing for your tournament life in this match, basically. They need to take it to the next level. Havoc has slowed down a little bit, but you are getting a better performance out of Nameless and Nagafen.
Wuskins, again, a nice 2-piece there with the Trinity Rocket. Parasite, he's causing a bit of pain for Fnatic, but Scraps dismantles him as they do retake the commissary here. We've still got 35 seconds, Puckett, left on this hill. For me, I've got to see Evil Genius break this. They've got to put something together. Those 2 kills from Havoc, they're going to help.
Nice job by Havoc, player number 4. Excuse me, number 1, working with Nameless, player number 4 on that mini-map. You saw the pinch. Now you see 3 players inside the hill here for Fnatic. They are going to take control of the bottom half of the mini-map. 15 points to go before we rotate once again. And Fnatic, last 3 minutes, basically, they have been in total control. I remember EG, they're up, what, 134 to 70-something for Fnatic? Since then, 16 points.
I was just saying, Evil Genius are doubling the score of Fnatic, and just like that, Fnatic lead by 55 going into that 3rd rotation. And look at the setup that they have. Wuskins here, he has been jamming. That's going to cause a few problems for him. And now Evil Genius, they need to replicate what they did on the 1st and 2nd. They need to take a lot of this rooftop here. And right now, Fnatic, they seem to have tweaked. They seem to have worked out the game plan of Evil Genius. They're going to start unlocking payloads. Sunny combining as well. He's on a 3-kill streak, making a 4 as he destroys Nameless there, taking the cover behind, and now he's working on a streak of his own.
And this is such a tough angle to challenge. You know he's set up there. He's got so much more cover than you, and you have to peek through that doorway. EG does not have a break yet, and it looks like unless they challenge once, it could be over on this hill. Sunny B doing such an incredible job with the ERAT, a 7 streak to close out game number 1. Fnatic looking like they're in total control. All they have to do is hold 1 push from EG.
You said it yourself, when Sunny B is firing, they're going to win. 21 and 13, 90 seconds on the hill. He's doing the objective. He's slaying on the likes of Wuskins' level. And, you know, the veteran, if you like, Tommy, we've hardly even spoke about, sat at 14 and 22. But right now, Fnatic, they are 7 points away from finishing this Puckett.
And here comes Sunny B. Pad these stats with the Trinities. He's going to find Nameless, and that is the game. 250 to 156 after being blown out by 104 points against Tainted Minds yesterday. Fnatic, they're looking strong here on day 2.
A solid performance there from Fnatic in map number 1. And again, to reiterate, if you are just tuning in for Evil Geniuses, this is a must-win matchup if they want to keep their fate this year at the Call of Duty World League Championship in their own hands. They cannot go 0-2. Then you're praying for a 3-way tie scenario. But from Fnatic, that is a fantastic start. Of course, we'll take a look at that group once again. Of course, currently it is led by Straight Rippin, 1-0. Fnatic, of course, are in 2nd place at 1-0. Tainted Minds and Evil Geniuses both 0-1. Now, the other game in that Group F is currently going on Station 4. Of course, you can watch that exclusively if you're a Straight Rippin or Tainted Minds fan over on the Delta stream. But here's what you missed in map number 1. It went pretty heavily in Straight Rippin's favor. I'm not going to lie. It was 250 to 161, the final score. Straight Rippin just looked fantastic. Dashi and Temp, these 2 young players, Merc, they really have got a ton of talent.
Oh, a ton of talent. That's what we saw at the LCQ. The big question for Straight Rippin coming into this event was Ricky and Study. Obviously, they stepped up big time, you know, yesterday versus Evil Geniuses, especially Ricky. I felt like he definitely found his sort of footing on this team, and they're continuing that right now. This is definitely a game, you know, I think they should take.
The craziest part was I just looked at some of the numbers there on the right side. Of course, it's a 90-point win for Straight Rippin. Only 8 kills separated the 2 teams.
Right.
So the slaying was relatively close in this one. That's just a sign that Straight Rippin is playing the rotations well.
As we said, another kind of big game going on in that group. We'll definitely keep you updated with how that one is going. Elsewhere, the other 2 games are obviously Group E games. We'll show you that group now, just so your memory is constantly refreshed throughout the day. Of course, Red Reserve at 1-0, FaithCon 1-0, Allegiance 0-1, and Era 0-1. And there was actually a little bit of quote-unquote an upset, obviously on Station 2, Merc. Allegiance versus Red Reserve, map 1, it goes in favor of ALG.
Yeah, Allegiance just had an early lead. Then Nova went on a huge streak at that, I believe, 2nd Cathedral Hill, and he was able to use that, you know, bombardment. That helped them break this broken. and they were able to close it out. Again, sort of a shaky game from Shawnee and Joe. Those are the two players who we sort of said they have to play consistent if Red Reserve wants to succeed. But this Allegiance roster, you know, this is what we talked about. They are a threat to this. Obviously, FaZe Clan beat them yesterday, but they can cause a lot of upsets in this pool.
And if Allegiance is to somehow steal this series, it definitely makes that group a little more interesting. Obviously, two teams there are 1-1. Could shape up for a very interesting conclusion to day 2. In terms of the FaZe game, I was going to show a replay, but I'm going to be honest with you boys, it was an absolute whitewash. If you are a FaZe fan and you want to watch that game exclusively, feel free to tune into the Charlie stream. But I can tell you they're in map 2 and it's 5-0 S&D in their favor. That is probably going to be one of the quicker 3-0s of the day.
Eric got a free trip here, though. Eric got a free trip.
There's some cash. There's some cash.
10K.
I mean, map 1 as well was pretty brutal, but FaZe, it looks as if they're about to be 2-0 up in that series. As I said, you can tune into the Charlie stream where you can watch that one exclusively. But back to the game that obviously you guys were covering there, EG versus Fnatic. Mark, I know you were glancing at it. Is this looking kind of bad for EG? Obviously, now
absolutely. Again, it's that problem where their first half of the game looks so strong, but they're not able to bounce back. Right. When they have to sort of break a setup, they just can't do it. One of those guys has to step up big time. Obviously, Havoc played well, but just not good enough. Evil Genius is obviously needing to win map number 2, the Search and Destroy. And speaking of that Search and Destroy, I believe it is now underway. Fnatic looking to conclude this series pretty well. We'll see if they were able to do so. Already, game underway.
They're one step closer, right? You go 2-0, you are feeling good about your chances making it into the bracket after Tainted Minds 0-1 start. And of course, EG currently sitting at winless. As we get into the Search and Destroy, the players to watch in this one, without a doubt, are going to be Wuskin and Scraps. In their 2 searches yesterday, you saw Scraps dropping 13-6 for the loss in a game number 2. Wuskin, he gets a 1v4, finishes with 13 kills of his own to secure the win against TM in a game 5.
Yeah, I mean, this map really does pay in Fnatic's favor. I spoke to the guys again before this. They were playing and, you know, sat opposite Evil Genius, and they were kind of saying, and Tommy in particular, he was like, no, it's not particularly a good map. I was like, you are wrong. I've seen you play this map time and time again. You've taken North American teams, the likes of LG, you know, and many, many more. You've really done damage with this map itself, and they don't really see it. They just see they're playing their own game. But every time I see Fnatic on Crusher, they literally, you know, I just win most of the time. I will say, since obviously, you know, Anaheim, it has been a little bit different, but overall, this whole season long, I think Fnatic really do favor on Crusher S&D.
Since Dallas, I mean, they do have a losing record at 5-6, but we've seen flashes of brilliance from Fnatic on this map, especially Tommy in some 1v1s. He always seems to clutch up when needed. Wuskin, 3-0 start, and he is going to be looking for kill number 4 here in round number 2. EG looking for a first blood, and that bomb is planted by Parasite at B. Scrapso gonna pick Nagafen first, and Nameless is gonna fall as well. EG, just like that, loses 3. Havoc in a 1v4. This round is done.
Even though Scraps picked up that second kill, I will say it was just bait and switch. It's classic. It's Call of Duty 101 when you're playing S&D. You know, you use your players, your teammates to your advantage. You know, if one's peeking out, he's distracted, use that, take it, and run away with it. EG, though, already 2-0 down. Not a great start. Just to highlight, really, EG yesterday, they got 3-0'd by Straight Rip It. You know, they're 1-0 down against Fnatic. This is not a good position if you're an EG fan.
And honestly, this is the worst map draw you could possibly ask for. You look at EG's numbers, you got Breakout. They haven't won it yet. You come into your worst Search and Destroy in game number 2. The good news is game 3, it's your best uplink, but this is a tough way to start against Fnatic, knowing that this is a must-win scenario. Nagafen is going to get the intro 2 kills, though. Wuskin trying to answer back here in round number 3. He's got bomb in hand. Scarab already playing for these Trinity Rockets, has to stay alive.
Oh, and he does so and takes another one to the grave with him there. 2v2 now. Can Wuskins and Tommy pull off a 2v4? Nagafen opened up this map here, but Wuskins and Tommy trying to close it out. You can see how far Wuskins is back. He's picked up 3 already. He's 6-0. He's trying to find that 7th. It will unlock the Trinity Rocket. If I was Tommy, I'd be getting over as quick as possible, and that is what he's doing. Wuskins, though, he has this bomb in his hand. It's the decision that he needs to go for now. Does he go for this plant? Because he's so close to that score streak.
And there is the challenger. Nagafen from the window is going to find his 3rd kill. So this is going to be a battle for the ace. Is it Wuskin or is it Nagafen? 28 seconds left on the clock, and Wuskin is set up. Nagafen's going to run right into the crosshairs. A 3-0 start in the ace from Wuskin.
I love Scraps sometimes. He's just pointing in his brother's face and just telling him he's the best sometimes. That chemistry that they have. I want to say unmatched, but you look at Prestini and Arceties, you know, that kind of twin duo ship is very hard to match. You know what your brother's thinking before he even does himself. EG, though, they're finding themselves in a very tricky position. Nagafen, you know, 3 kills to his name. What more can he do? Yes, get 4 maybe?
I mean, Nameless gets picked by Wuskin on the retreat. I felt like EG, they got a little bit too hungry after those intro kills. Early grenade going to be met by a trophy. Parasite with first blood for EG, but Sunny B has support. Nameless with a big win there is going to open things up for our blue squad.
Fnatic there, including Wuskin's bagging himself that full score streak. Scraps now left in a 1v3. He's going to find one. Now a 1v2. Nameless does have that bomb, and Scraps trying to work the angles. He found one, not the second. Nameless with a slither of health. You saw that.
One bullet away. So close for another Fnatic round, but EG get away with it by the skin of their teeth. And this comes down to your first blood. Parasite with a very strong round here. Round number 4. EG finally on the board. And you just got to wonder, when is EG going to wake up? Because across this year, I mean, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top 8 finishes? This has been a consistent team. To see them not even make it into our final 16 after starting out with just 32 squads, this would be a real shame.
Yeah, really difficult for Evil Genius. Scraps, though, is kicking things off with another traded out, and a quick 2v2. This is a very fast-paced Search and Destroy. We're in round 5 already here, and that's about to be over. I wouldn't be surprised to see the streaks kind of go towards Bravo, but no. We're going to see this a 1v2 Nagafen again. He needs to clutch up.
He was awful in the respawns yesterday, but we know what he can do in Search and Destroy. Already had a round with a 3K, looking for another pick. Wuskin working with Tommy once again. They won a 2v4 earlier. You see them on the minimap, the Arrow 1 and Arrow 2 at the top, watching each other's back, just sitting in the narrow corridors.
Yeah, they're sitting that top ledge over towards A. It's the decision of which one you want to go for. Wuskin's, of course, carrying that bomb, and they might come head-to-head here. Of course, Fnatic have the advantage at a 2v1. Nagafen's got a C2, and there you go. The trades come in. Nagafen, he spots him first, but a 2v1 always very difficult to pull off, and Tommy and Wuskins, they'll be happy with that one.
And the worst part here is you see Nagafen just took an extra step forward.
Yeah.
I think if he just sits an inch back in that doorway, he gets away with the kill. Can then challenge in a 1v1 a little bit later after regaining health. But buddy system paying off. Wuskin and Tommy, the duo so far in Search and Destroy. 8-2 from Wuskin. Tommy sitting at 4-3. And you also have Scraps looking positive. On the other side for EG, where is Havoc? The guy that was leading the way in the start of the hard point. He's disappeared in Search at 1-5. Parasite 2-5.
Really interesting choice here. Fnatic, they have full streaks yet. They go full on B. Maybe a bit of reverse psychology here, trying to catch them off guard. But no, Evil Genius, they choose A. And now look at those 4 arrows. Wolf packing together. This is going to be a bloodbath here. 60 seconds left on the clock. Will the bomb go down? Yes, it will. First blood will be drawn. That's by Tommy. Tommy's jumping straight on it. No, he's going to jump off. He knows the Parasite is still lingering around. And now a 2v3 for Fnatic.
And Sunny B just opened up things here for Wuskin. Unfortunately, Havoc is going to get the best of him. And EG, they're not going away yet. Nice round. They stuck together. They got the bomb planted pretty quickly over here. And now you see them. They're setting up on defense. How do you get back in this game? I'm keeping my eyes on Havoc.
Yeah, he was great the first half. Obviously, the hard point, this S&D's made some very clutch plays as well, keeping his team in the game. Currently sitting, I believe, at 4-5. The question is for me, Pucky, when are these streaks going to come into play? For me, it'd be Fnatic on maybe this round here, just to give them that 5-2 lead.
And is Wuskin a powerful streaks player? I know we've seen some guys have more success with these Trinity Rockets than others.
Well, he's always lighting it up in Search and Destroy. He's got them a few times before, so he should be used to it. A professional player in his rights. There's no excuse for poor streaks.
And that Centurion is going to let him know exactly where EG is set up. Scraps is going to find first blood on Havoc. Those Trinities just forcing EG to back down, buying time here for our Fnatic squad. And Tommy will find the second kill already. It's a 2-on-4 for EG.
Yeah, Fnatic just knew exactly where they were. That's what the Trinity Rocket really does. And the question is, does Wuskin use it correctly? Yes, he does. Spots it out, calls it, and his teammates are there. And the one thing I love that I've seen from Fnatic so far is like 50-60% of the kills, they're team shots. There's 2 people shooting at one player at all times. Again, Fnatic on Crusher, I know they don't admit it themselves, but they're just very good.
EG underperforming at stage 2. This may be the worst I have seen them all year, though. Blown out on day 1, and it's looking like they're going to fall 0-2. Fnatic is on game point. EG needs to rally off 4 straight rounds. Nameless your bomb carrier, and we're currently on board with the Fnatic crew as they will spot the movement. 3 players seen by Wusk and make it all 4.
Skins is trying to take one with him. He knows the challenge is coming in, and Nagafen makes that a 4v3 in their favor. Parasite and Tommy added to the list as well. A 2v3 puts Evil Geniuses in the advantage right now, but Tommy and Scraps, the 2 alive, like you said, still has camo. If they can make it a 2v2, wouldn't be surprised if they try and close this one out, but staying alive is Scraps here as he gets away with his life. Tommy coming from behind.
Tommy with the pinch. No one's watching the flank, and now he's got reactive. You have 2 payloads, a pinch set up, camo available for Scraps to set up, and he's going to use it right here, Momo.
Well, if he uses that, Tommy can use the reactive if he needs to.
Done.
I think Tommy's used the reactive as well. It's a 1v2. If for any reason Nameless can win this round, he's burned the camo and the reactive. It's not looking likely, but he's got away with his life and can go in towards A. Fnatic, they've invested everything.
I thought after Scraps was in position, I thought he had Nameless dead to rights. Nameless is going to escape, and more importantly, he's got the bomb down. So this is manageable. He's got to get a quick first pick, though, and then escape with his life.
For me, Fnatic, they need to challenge together, and right now they're on complete opposite ends of the maps. Nameless, though, I believe he's been spotted by number 3. It's Scraps, and he's going to end that one right there. The investment pays off. You could see what Tommy and Scraps were thinking. They pinched almost with 2 payloads, but somehow, I believe it was Nameless who just got away with him, or Parasite there at the very end. But Fnatic, they're going to close it out. Puck it. It's 2-0.
17-9 from the Twins. You got Tommy going 9-4 as well. Fantastic start here for Fnatic and Search and Destroy. They're up 2-0 in the best of 5 against EG.
Phenomenal, of course. That veteran leadership of Tommy is part of that exclusive club as well. We obviously talked about Shane yesterday extensively, but Tommy's there as well. Been to every single $1 million Call of Duty tournament, and you see him now just kind of leading this young squad. But on the flip side, of course, his Evil Geniuses squad, Merc, I want to get your opinion on this. You've got a 2013 world champion in Parasite. You've got a 2014 runner-up in Nameless, which you actually played with. I mean, what's going wrong for this EG squad?
I hate to be a sort of Debbie Downer. I just haven't been a fan of this roster since they first formed at the beginning of the year, right? You can go back, you watch old tournaments. Right. I have never been a fan of it. I just feel like it's too many selfish playstyles on this team, revolving so much around Search and Destroy. There's no true leader, and I feel like that's what these guys sort of, you know, when they play well, they have a true leader, and right now it just doesn't seem like it. Obviously, even in the past, Nameless and Parasite, they've always tried coming back together after sort of that Unite victory in Black Ops 2.
Yeah.
Since then, though, those two just getting together, it hasn't been the best of results. This Uplink, man, this is so important to their tournament run.
It definitely is. Again, to reiterate, Evil Geniuses need to win here to keep their tournament life in their own hands. A loss means they're praying for 3-way ties. Of course, the other game going on in this group is the Station 4 matchup, Straight Rippin' versus Tainted Mind. I mean, you can see here, Straight Rippin' in absolute full control. It looks very, very good, Momo, for them to go 2-0 in this group.
Oh, yeah, and you can see especially Dashi for me at the LCQ was, you know, he was fantastic in his S&Ds as well. Study, you know, for me, is kind of been put under the radar, if you like, with Dashi and Temp kind of coming into this roster. Study was that kind of cast off from EG, and I think there was an interview yesterday, and I kind of stood and just watched him, and just the fire, the hunger, and I said, it's really contagious. When I listen to him, I'm like, I get fired up just from listening to how excited he is.
Makes you want to play.
And I think, yes, you know, he's not a player which, you know, will drop 40s kind of in the maps, but you have someone like that on your team, it radiates through the team. The positivity on Straight Rippin' is fantastic right now.
Definitely does.
I think the big thing that I'm noticing here is that Tainted Minds really isn't a threat in this group. I thought this was going to determine, could we see a crazy tiebreaker scenario today?
Right.
Is Tainted Minds going to cause some upsets? It's looking like Straight Rippin's in total control. They've been leading in every single game, and currently I just looked down. They're up 2-0 in their game 3.
Yeah, I mean, Tainted Minds, they almost did beat Fnatic yesterday, right? It did go to a game 5. Maybe you had that upset, but Fnatic able to close it out. So, I mean, Tainted Minds, we just weren't too sure the caliber of their play, but I mean, it's a tough pool.
Definitely is. Of course, the other group games going on is going to be Group E. You can find them on, I believe, Bravo and Charlie Station. We'll take a look at the group as it stands right now. Of course, Red Reserve and FaZe Clan both at 1-0. Allegiance 0-1 as well as Era being 0-1. Allegiance, obviously, in their matchup, they started off with a win on Station 2. They're 1-0 up. Then, of course, the Search and Destroy. And Red Reserve just kind of doing what they do best.
Yeah, this is a Search and Destroy, and the big thing to me is Joe plays a lot better. He clutches a 1v2, a 1v1. So many of these rounds came down to this. Retake situations with 1v1s. Believe he tries to hop on this bomb. But again, Joe's the last guy alive, and I think he did this 3 rounds, honestly. You know, 3 1v1 situations where he won them. I feel like this Red Reserve team can go as far as Joe takes them, honestly. I feel like the other 3 are very consistent players. If Joe steps up big time, we saw it last year. This guy's a runner-up, you know? He can, you know, potentially be in a final again.
I was going to say Red Reserve. They love pushing the game 5.
Yeah.
They like going the distance. They can. They're very good at clutching on the S&D.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because to me, when I watch this Red Reserve squad, it reminds me of kind of the old school 2013, 2014. Oh, S&D wins championships. That's very much what this Red Reserve squad is like. I mean, they're very kind of like, oh, you know, we're just gonna win our searches and we'll pray we steal a respawn. Of course, the other game going on is the FaZe versus Era game. Obviously, I gave you a verbal update that FaZe was destroying Era. Of course, as it stands, it's Uplink game 3, FaZe with a 5-3 lead right now. Here's the closing moments. This is expected though, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, this Era team, we don't know too much about them, but FaZe Clan, we felt like they were definitely a favorite in this group. And they're performing pretty well. I feel like the first 2 games they just destroyed, I feel like they maybe slowed down a little bit. A 5-3 Uplink win isn't too convincing, but it's a W.
In that 5th point, it came in the last 30 seconds. So it was within 1 possession to the final minute. Zuma, though, he's looking good throughout this day so far. +7 in game 3.
Well, that will, of course, now mean FaZe with a 3-0 victory is going to push them to 2-0 in that group. We'll keep you updated with the other game in, of course, Group E. But for now, we're going to quick commercial break. When we return, Day 2 continues. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Day 2 of the 2017 CWL Championship, presented, of course, by the PlayStation 4. Our final day of group play, of course. We had yesterday, which really set the stage for today. We'll know our bracket by the end of the day as well, Merc, which is exciting, of course. You've competed at many of these big tournaments. What's it like when you finally know where you are in the bracket?
It can be scary at times, right? Because, you know, I mean, you could play well, you know, just like maybe United today, and then tomorrow they have to face the Luminosity in round 1, right? Like, that's never fun, but you have to deal with your cards, right? So it can be scary, but it's also the most fun. You know, a lot of these top teams, they sort of put themselves already into that bracket. They know they can survive these groups. And, you know, they're very excited.
Of course, we're currently following Group F, where Evil Geniuses and Fnatic are going toe-to-toe. Fnatic, though, making it look somewhat easy, I think it's fair to say. They currently have a 2-0 lead in the series. And again, to reiterate, for Evil Geniuses, this is a must-win series if they want to keep their tournament life in their own hands.
It seems like after that second rotation of hills in the first hardpoint, Fnatic has woken up. EG, they went back to bed. Search and Destroy did not go their way, but this is their best game type. When it comes to Uplink, you're glad you drew Precinct. You're 3-1, a 75% win rate on this map. When you look at the success of EG, how do they get it done again here, Momo?
I mean, EG, they really need to start working as a team. I think Merc kind of nailed it on the head when, you know, the kind of play styles within this roster, yeah, they're full very talented players, but sometimes they can butt heads, sometimes it doesn't work. For me, they all need to be on the same page, but right now, Fnatic, they're reading them like a book, and they are just working it so well. We sit still 0-0 after 60 seconds has passed here. But again, for EG, I think a big thing for them is just don't lose 2 full points in the first minute, and they've managed to do that. They've managed to kind of get into this game and just kind of work themselves into it.
First minute, 10 seconds. No one really even touching the drone yet. Everyone just posturing around the map, trying to pick up the kills. Tommy with a nice headshot there on Parasite. Gonna slow down EG's setup. And here comes Scraps inside. He's pulling out the E-Rad here, and here's your first go for Fnatic. You got player number 2, Tommy, leading the way. Scraps is gonna throw down the drone and look for the kills. It's gonna be Wuskin with the objective, and he's gonna throw it through. First point is on the board after a minute 30.
Fnatic take the lead here, and that is not what you wanted as an EG fan here. They wanted to bounce back strong, and I tell you what, 2 go down from Sunny B, and that's going to put them in a very powerful position, and that's where EG could have really kind of countered the play of Fnatic, but Sunny, he puts a stop to that straight away.
And I think Fnatic has figured out what EG is going to try and do every single time, and that is to get Parasite on the cat statue. Every single time Parasite gets 1 kill, someone from Fnatic with an E-Rad is getting up close and picking him off. You continue to do that, you are definitely going to have the lead at the end of our first half. Fnatic with total control on the mini-map. 1 at a time, EG is flooding forward and having to deal with 3 players. Even if they get 1 pick, there's 2 more people waiting for him.
1-0 for Fnatic. A good start for them as they do start to try and really end this series here. For these guys coming into this, they knew they were already 1-0 in the group. They finished this with a nice 3-0 sweep over EG. Doesn't solidify anything, but it puts them in a very favorable position to make that bracket play, Puckett.
Now, one thing we should point out here is there is one player that is shining above everyone else, and that's Nameless. He was 12-6, now 12-7, and he's getting it done with an unusual weapon in his hands. Rarely do we see Nameless running the E-Rad. He is having success with it early on. Parasite with a big double, but the drone is still in the hands of Fnatic somehow. Tommy just making everyone come back to the center of the map, buying time for his teammates to get off respawn, and then you have EG pinching in, getting caught off guard once again. There's been no momentum. There's been no real attacks from EG despite some of these intro kills. You need guys like Nagafen and Parasite to start dropping more numbers, and once again, Havoc, you know, he always has the potential to go off. He has been silent here in the first few minutes.
Absolutely, and you're talking Nameless, and it's not just the kills he's putting up, it's the interactions, and what I mean by that is his kills and his deaths combined. It just shows he's in the mix a lot more than the rest of the team combined. And you can kind of see, you know, what an impact he's making on this team. Of course, EG are 2-0 down right away here, but a minute and 20 left on this side of the Uplink before we switch things over. Nameless actually picking up 2 right on our stream. And we're going to go continue with Nameless. Still E-Rad in hand. He's found another sliding on in. He's trying to dispatch of him. Sunny B deleted. Can he find another? Yes, he can. Scraps have been put down, and that's a 4-kill streak. But the question is, where's the drone, Puckett?
Well, it's going the opposite way. No, finally, Nagafen is going to bring it up. It's actually Havoc, who gets the 1-pointer. Stopped short of the dunk. Player number 7, Parasite, trying to trap in these spawners. And is there going to be a rally for the drone? It looks like Fnatic is going to clear their base. Parasite still watching the top lane, though. If they get 1 or 2 picks, this could be a dunk. Is EG going to rally? Just 40 seconds left to score. In your first half, 3 kills are scored. The drone is moving up. This time, Havoc should put it through for 2.
Yeah, and that he will. And again, for me, yes, Parasite was holding that top lane, but it was Nameless who came in, took down 2, and just opened that game up for Evil Genius. They are back in this 3-2, 20 seconds left to go. And we're going to see this change hands with Evil Genius in the lead unless Fnatic can get something at the last second.
Nameless is straight up wheeling, 21-12, going off. You look on the other side, Tommy's got the best score for Fnatic at 16-10 on a 5 streak currently, and Tommy's going to challenge for the points. 3 seconds left. It's looking like we're going to finish our first half 2-3 EG with the lead. The question is, will they be able to hold on to it as we flip sides?
That man on the very end, Nameless. He's been taking this game by the scruff of its neck, and he's been dragging EG through it. He'll be wanting to get these guys right back into this, take this to a game 5. It would have to be a reverse sweep to take Fnatic, as they've lost map 2 and, of course, the first as well. Just looking at that scoreboard, 21 and 13 here. Yesterday we saw Formal. He dropped 43 on this map. Nameless, he's nearly on for the same if he continues.
Sunny B and Wuskin winning the intro fights in the center of the map, and Sunny B is going to win another one. A big E-Rad kill on Nameless. That's 3 down for Evil Geniuses, and Sunny B is leading the charge, melting through everybody. The SMG is going to also pick up the drone. That should not be a 2-point play. EG can't stop it. Fnatic takes your lead.
Sunny B, by the way, has opened this game straight away a 4-kill streak, but it was his 3rd kill which really kind of nailed it. It was the gentleman sat behind that green car, and he got deleted. Scraps is continuing. That's going to drop in for 5. And Evil Genius, they start the half with a 3-2 lead. And just like that, 45 seconds passed and 3 have been put in that defensive goal.
And I think that's the difference between these two teams. EG, yeah, they got back-to-back scores, but it wasn't a clean rally. Tommy instantly jumping on that objective, puts in a 2nd score for Fnatic. They have the lead. Here comes Evil Geniuses, though. Nameless putting the E-Rad down after 4 kills, missing the toss, though. And that is going to cost them big. Can they get the dunk out of it anyway? Havoc looks like he's got it. It was looking ugly for a moment, but Wuskin can't stop the score. 5-5, just like that. EG ties it up, but here comes Sunny B from Fnatic.
Yeah, that's a 1-point play you shouldn't miss. They clean up with a 2, and Fnatic actually did that on the previous score. So, you know, all tied up at that, and all tied up here 5-5 with 3 minutes and 30 left on the clock. Tommy and Wuskins make it 3 go down. Nameless is the 4th, and this will be a dunk here. They're going to put it in straight away, and this is Fnatic's chance to really start a relay. The spawn trap potential coming in. FTL is available. He's not going to find the first, and shaky shots there. EG, they stopped that momentum right away.
Yeah, I think Fnatic got a little bit excited. You had all 4 players inside EG's base. It looked like that was their home base. Instead, EG, though, getting some kills around gas. Now continuing as they push this one statue side once again. Nameless gonna find a pick. You got Parasite on a 2 spree as well. Sunny B slows down Havoc, but this is at least a 1-point play, you have to think. Nagafin gonna make the moves, and this is gonna get him even closer to his camo.
Yeah, and Tommy's kind of over-rotated. He's just overextended to that middle here, just to kind of stop anything from kind of spiraling out of control. And 2 kills, 3 kills go in favor of Sunny, and Scraps combining for Fnatic. And this is what you talked about, Puckett. Parasite on that cat. Well, he's going to find one, but that drone's out of his control now. He's going to have to cut through top. Is he going to be stopped? Yes, he will. No, the manual pass to straight away his teammate. A well set up, a well thought out play, but it's stopped by Evil Genius.
And keep your eyes on Tommy. He's got this overdrive. That's super speed here in Call of Duty. At any moment, he could pop it. Nameless with the Centurion setting up in the middle of the map, has had the E-Rad all game long, and he is using it well. 30 and 19. This one goes through after a 1-point miss earlier. He is clear to take the lead. 8-7, 2 minutes to go. This is anyone's game, and if you're just joining us, this is EG's tournament life on the line. You go down in this match, you're looking at 0-2. You're not making it to bracket play, most likely.
Yeah, Nameless, I believe, has just popped something down. It might have been the Centurion for his squad at the top of those stairs. 30 kills to his name. He is literally playing unbelievable in this uplink, really stepping it up. Wuskins and Sunny B, though, they're going to put 2 to bed as the drone goes in Sunny's hand, and now pushing forward. Tommy with the MV4. Is that the overdrive that I see coming in? FTL available for Sunny B, but the kill's going in favor of Fnatic. Can they tie it up? Yes, they can. 8-8 is the scoreline. Chris, this is where I start to look at payloads. Who is going to use them better?
Nagafin still does not have his camo. Scrap so close to his, and Tommy with that overdrive. Same thing can be said about Parasite for Evil Geniuses. Keep your eyes on the payloads as we get down to the final 60 seconds. You can see both teams looking for the stall. They need 2 down before they can make a move on the objective.
Big kill onto Tommy. Havoc gets rid of Wuskins, and Scraps there trying to make something here, trying to take some players down, and he will. He finds 2. He's going to be taken out by Parasite, and now a 1v2 here sitting around for Tommy. And Tommy, what actually he does, he picks up the drone, and he's out of there. He's running, he's passing it to his teammate. They're trying to wrap this right around, and this link-up play from Fnatic. This is going to go to Scraps, who has camo. The question is, when does he use it?
Wow.
He's got his teammates right alongside him, Puckett.
Oh, Havoc getting in the face and slapping Scraps. The camo is not going to be effective, and he burned it right there. Look at this. Evil Geniuses, this is your game to lose right now.
Oh my goodness, Sunny B with the 3-piece there stops Evil Genius. He could have changed the game. He's the one with the drone in hand. It's all up to Nameless. He might be caught there. He's going to find one. He can't finish the kill, but the drone is going to go down at the garage.
Just one defender.
Tommy's got overdrive. Is he going to go for the 1-point play? That's all he needs. He goes straight in at 9-8. Tommy's going to finish this one. That is 3-0 to Fnatic, and that is the nail in the coffin if you're an EG fan. Tommy,
someone give Sunny B the MVP award because he just went huge. EG had the game in their hands and they let it fall away. Evil Geniuses 0-2 in their group and they have to feel shattered, winless throughout group play.
Cometh the moment, cometh the man right there for Tommy. If there was any player on Fnatic you wanted the drone to fall to with the final few seconds, it was him. What composure from Tommy, and I mean, for Evil Geniuses, you can see what it means. Nameless, a player who, as I mentioned earlier on, runner-up in 2014. He's no stranger to the big stage here at the Call of Duty World Championships, but of course, for Evil Geniuses, it isn't officially over, but now they have to pray for results to go their favor in other games. It's not a place you want to be.
What, 203, 0-6. I even if he goes to like a tiebreaker, right? Like, it's going to be very difficult for them.
I just looked at the numbers. We got Straight Rippin' at 2-0, so they must have beaten Tainted Minds. You now have Fnatic sitting at 2-0. This group's done. It's impossible.
Yeah.
EG's out
first.
Well, there you go. That tells you everything you need to know. Evil Genius is an unfortunate series of events for them, but for Fnatic, I mean, congratulations. That I was saying to Joe when you guys were casting, reminded me of the old Fnatic like 3-4 months ago. Very, very composed, making sure they're playing smart Call of Duty. Of course, in terms of the group, we'll take a look at it now. For Fnatic, a fantastic performance for them. As I said, that's going to put them at 2-0, and with the result from the other station, Straight Rippin', of course, they came through and they dominated. I mean, there you see it, 2-0, 2-0 for Evil Geniuses and Tainted Minds. Your tournament's over.
Now the question is, who's stealing first place?
Yes.
Who is going to have that top seed when we come to the bracket? Straight Rippin' Fnatic, they have not played each other yet. That match is going down later today. I can't wait for that battle.
That is going to be a damn good game.
Well, and that's very important, right? Because if you lose that game, you might match up with FaZe Clan in round number 1, and that's a tough round 1 matchup, so it's a very important match.
No pressure then.
No, the ironic thing as well is Fnatic have been kind of saying, you know, all year long they've been matching up against Red Reserve, and Red Reserve always get the better of them. Red Reserve are in FaZe Clan's group as well. Like, this is going to be a real battle. But Straight Rippin', you could see kind of just, they took full advantage of Tainted Minds there.
That game wasn't close.
Everyone positive, I feel like, in all the respawns. Straight Rippin'. This is an LCQ team. I mean, you just picked up 2 18-year-olds, and it's paying dividends here for the veterans.
That Straight Rippin' game versus Fnatic later on in the day is definitely going to be one you're going to want to get your popcorn for, because it's going to be a good one. Here, a quick look at Group E, and, well, you see FaZe Clan at 2-0. Guess what? They won their game, and, again, it wasn't very close. It was a very, very simple 3-0 victory. Of course, Red Reserve versus Allegiance. That was the game, Merc, that you were watching. We'll kind of catch up with exactly where we are. I know map 3 finished in favor of Allegiance, so that's a 2-1 advantage in their favor.
9-0 at half. I mean, wow. Believe Nova, they were just absolutely destroying. You can see it on your screen, Nova, you know, double positive. That second half, Red Reserve did try to bring it back, but Shawnee, he's double negative. And we talk about it all the time. When you start slow in Uplink, then those payloads come into play. Well, yes, in every single game type. When you start slow, there's such a big lead. Those payloads come into play. It's just so hard to come back. And I mean, Allegiance winning respawns, Red Reserve really struggling.
Again, this Red Reserve squad reminds me of almost the old school Team Caliber squad from your Black Ops 2 Call of Duty Ghost times. I mean, they're just so reliant on search and destroy. It's very difficult to steal a respawn. Speaking of respawn, their map 4 is underway. This is a live look-in now with Red Reserve versus Allegiance.
And this is back-to-back slow starts for Shawnee. He just got blown out in the uplink. You saw him just barely over double digits there. 2-13, -11 to start the game. And where's Rated? -7?
How is it this close? How is it only 35 points when Joe's double negative, Rated's triple negative? Shawnee, I don't even want to work that one out. And Urban, he's 11-11. This should not be this close. Red Reserve somehow have 90 points.
Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
No, I was saying, you said Shawnee had a slow start. I mean, he's barely spawned in this game.
That's a snail pace start.
Yeah, like this is just not good.
On the flip side, I mean, Nova, if you asked me to pick out his face in a lineup, I couldn't do it. But look at the numbers he's dropping. He went huge in that uplink, 19-6 to start things off for Allegiance. ALG may be the dark horse of this tournament.
And to reiterate in terms of the group stages as well, this isn't kind of like that Fnatic EG game. It's a little different here. ALG 0-1. If they win this series, they will be 1-1, as will Red Reserve. That could really shape up this group.
Yeah, and later today, Red Reserve has to play FaZe, so they would have to beat FaZe, and then Allegiance would have to beat Era, in which I think is very possible for them. So, you know, all the fate in their hands, but we'll see if Allegiance can close this game out. A 70-point lead is very comfortable, and they do have control of this graveyard. As you saw just a few seconds ago, also some Shriek's Mayhem picking up too.
This group could get very interesting as the day progresses. And Allegiance right now, Momo, 80-point lead. They are looking good to win this series.
This is Allegiance game to throw away. They've got streaks, they've got the momentum, they're 2-1 up in the series. This is Allegiance's just to close out in the next minute, maybe 90 seconds here. Red Reserve, they need to pray for something. Shawnee needs to pick it up, Rated Joe as well. All four of them do. Urban now, he's sitting at 11-15. He's gone on a 4-death streak. It is very, very hard for them.
And you saw those 2 kills from Allegiance while, you know, Red Reserve is rotating. Look at where those 2 guys spawned out, 2 and 4. They have to hit that wall run. There's no reason they should have died that middle map. That's a huge mistake. Nova picking up 2. Just sloppy play overall from Red Reserve. If they're able to control that commissary hill, they can get that 60 seconds. They would only been down 90. Now it just seems like it's a bit too much.
Chris, I know you're good with numbers, but I mean, you look at that Red Reserve scoreboard. You got a 5-18, a 7-15, an 8-18, a 12-17. You talk about getting outslayed.
Yeah, this is real bad. This is probably the worst we've seen Red Reserve all year. I don't even know what to say. Like, Red Reserve, I think we were all really high on these guys coming into the tournament. We know what Joe can do at Champs. We know what Rated can do at Champs. Shawnee, he's supposed to be this young Scottish superstar. Where have you been today? Yesterday, they were hyping him up as he was going to be the best player on this team.
Well, and just looking at Twitter, Rated was so excited about today. He couldn't wait to get into the game. I mean, just all these guys, they said they went to bed at like 9 p.m. They couldn't wait to play. It just seems like...
Before they kind of even started Rated, he was like, this is done, we're coming out, 3-0 Allegiance. I was like, wow, you are very, very confident, which you've got to be, you know, right?
We're getting smoked.
This is not good.
Rated was willing to put $100 on the line saying they weren't going to drop a game to ALG, and now they are going to fall in just 4 games. Look out for this Allegiance squad, man. Yeah. It's a totally new team since we saw them get top 4 back at Vegas, but these youngsters, they're causing problems.
And that's scary, because to the point about Red Reserve, a lot of people kind of sat there and said, this could well be the best European team here, maybe. You could have made that argument, but when you're that reliant on Search and Destroy, it just shows you need to work on that respawn mode.
Yeah, and again, I'll reiterate, they need a lot of help now. They would have to beat FaZe, and I believe Allegiance would have to lose to Era. I just don't see that happening whatsoever, so this could be it for Red Reserve.
Shaky start to day 2. Of course, it is still possible, but to Merck's point, now you're relying on other teams picking up big results and some upsets as well. There's currently no more action going on right now. No more games are live, so we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, though, day 2 continues. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2017 CWL Championship presented by PlayStation 4. Day 2 of group play now well underway. We're live from our studio suite here at the Amway Center, Florida. Here's a look at, of course, all of the groups. The next couple of games we're going to see are going to consist of Group G and Group H down on the bottom right. But before we take a bigger look at those two groups, I want to take a look at our bracket. Joining me in the studio, I have the wonderful TP, Call of Duty World Champion. I've got the fantastic Courage and Maven. You guys are back in the studio. It's great to have you.
It's great to be here, Ben.
Thanks, Maven. You're very cheery today.
I'm ready to go, buddy.
This is great. I mean, here is a look at our bracket. I'm not sure if you guys have seen it. Obviously, we went over it in the intro of the show. Team Envious, the only team currently confirmed their placement. There are other teams that have confirmed to qualify for the bracket, but Team Envious have guaranteed the #1 spot from their group. The big question now is who else will be joining them in that winners bracket, and exactly where will they fit? There's already a potential storyline where EU United and LG may have to play in round 1. I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy.
I love this stuff. Today we're going to see a lot of those first and second place matches. Right. And, you know, from some of the games we saw yesterday, there's some close series like TK versus Splyce going down to the wire, for example. So going into today, you don't know, a lot of these games are going to be quite competitive. And to get that first slot is going to be so darn important, because if you do get that quote-unquote easier first round matchup, that can really propel you throughout the Champs tournament.
Jack, you're pretty upset.
This is the EG stat card that
no.
JP worked so painstakingly on.
Don't do it.
Does it say 0 and 6 on it?
Don't do it.
Oh. Did you just do that? Wow.
EG are out.
On the bright side, you don't have to get a Nagafen tattoo on your back.
Oh, you didn't think about that.
I forgot you tweeted that.
All right.
Always a silver lining.
Every cloud.
Thank you, guys.
Silver lining.
Thank
There
you.
you go. You're good. But as you said, EG, they're gone, of course. In terms of the games we will see, though, this is Group G. Obviously, we're going to see Splyce versus Millennium. A little bit of a European battle. That's going to be the game we primarily follow from the studio, and as well as that, Ghost versus TK. That game's going to be on the Bravo stream. So this could shape out to be pretty interesting, because TK yesterday, to their credit, looked pretty darn good at hardpoint.
There's potential right now for in the next hour we could have Group G at 4 teams at 1-1. Yes, we need to see some pretty miraculous victories. I think mainly Millennium beating Splyce, but I think all of us here can agree Splyce have not looked like the same caliber team since they won that stage 1.
Oh, I think everyone agrees with that. I mean, they've just looked pretty bad.
And I think Team Caliber, they know they let one get away. You know, I went to get catering on a nice little lunch break, and the TK guys were talking, and they know what went wrong. Like, that was painful. That was a series they should have won. They pushed it to a game 5. They were so good in hardpoint, and Marky B's having a great day.
Yeah, let me tell you, Blonde Goonjar is the best Goonjar. That's what we figured out yesterday. Marky trying to keep his hands warm there, of course, with his hand warmers. We'll take a look at the other group. Of course, that is going to be Group H. There are the other games going on. We have E6 versus Rogue, and as well as that, we have C9 versus MRN. I mean, in terms of this group, I mean, E6 versus Cloud9, that matchup really should decide first place.
Oh, yeah, 100%. You know what I was saying in that previous group? I completely disagree in this one. I think this one's very clear-cut. E6 and Cloud9, I think, are that step ahead above of Rogue and MRN. I was expecting a little bit more from Rogue, especially coming from the LCQ. They looked pretty solid overall, but I think E6 and Cloud9, they've been so consistent throughout the year. E6 probably taking that first spot.
Well, out of all the 4 games that we just kind of informed you that are going to be going on in this next batch, there is only one currently underway, and it is that Enigma 6 versus Rogue match. Of course, that is on Charlie stream. If you want to watch that exclusively with no commentary, you can tune into the Charlie stream. But for now, we're actually going to go to a live look-in with that matchup. Me and Teep were kind of talking about it before in terms of all those games on that Station 3 throughout the day. This one and potentially the last one could be the closer ones, as I
Sure.
Okay, there's some bright lights behind us.
Yeah, you know,
there we go.
It's like
they're
ET's here,
lights,
the third encounter.
I can promise you this, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, when we're down there,
Oh, man.
if you're not actually coming, I actually feel sorry for you. If you're not here,
It's going to be
venue,
figuratively and literally lit.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck!
Anyway.
I'm rubbing off on Tyler.
I love
Spent so much time together.
I love him so much.
Way out of control. We're going to go a live look-in with Station 3, though. Enigma 6 versus Rogue. I do want to check in with that game. As I said, it is currently the only matchup going on right now. Teep, you were right. This one currently pretty close. Of course, hardpoint on retail. Enigma 6 with a 5-point lead for Rogue actually jumping towards the hill. And this is going to be tied up.
And I know it's only been a couple of series so far, but looking at General's score, again, 5-9 there. He does pick up a kill to get the last, scrap time of this hardpoint, but I feel like General hasn't really been at that sort of do-it-all level, as he would say for himself.
Yeah, I think the point we're now seeing is the teams that are excelling, especially in this final moment of the year, what have we seen? Their submachine gun players have picked up the pace, right? The game is so fast right now, and the NV4 players are there to match that. I never doubt Formal if he's going to put up an even to positive KD in a game, right? There's just no doubt in my mind. The same for Slasher on Envy. I can't say that for General, from what we've seen, especially in the last couple of months, and at this point, that, if you're going to beat the top teams, won't cut it.
Well, I think the addition of addition of Royalty has obviously mixed things up a little bit with this team. But I'll tell you what, man, Royalty has been a monster. You can see him at 14-9 right now. He was one of the top KDs when you look back to Stage 2. I know yesterday he only played one series, but he sat atop all players with a 2.1, which is crazy. But he did only play MRM Black. I think Formal was second to like a 1.89. Yeah. Royalty has been very, very good for this team, but I kind of agree with you. Like that give and take between him and General, is the balance off maybe a little bit? We'll see if a strong finish this weekend can maybe change some of our minds.
Yeah, lately it's been a bit off, but Royalty, you can't doubt the man at this point. It seems like no matter the competition, especially going into Stage 2, just so many times, not only is it a lot of kills on the scoreboard, a good KD, but a lot of altercations as well. We've said it time and time again, but his high sensitivity allows him to do that just a bit better. He's been a lot more consistent, though, especially throughout the last, 2 years or so. There was times where he'd have those great games and then have a couple of bad games as well. Yeah. I feel like he's done a great job, specifically on this team, when they picked him up, of putting up those very, very solid performances.
I think the example right now that Royalty can excel over other players that really rock that K-bar is that higher sensitivity helps him not only keep his pace up with the submachine guns on his team, but can also gun down and match the likes of not only the NV4 from a decent mid-range, but the ERADs from close range. His reaction time and his ability to snap is really unlike any other.
I think it's the two-piece potential, three-piece potential. Like, everyone's very, very good at winning that initial gunfight and getting those initial shots, but what happens afterwards when you have to snap on that second, possibly third player? It's just fantastic.
Well, as much as we've been talking about Royalty, Johnny right now is fully streaked out on a 6 streak, 17-11, and Rogue's taking the lead. And he's set up nicely. I mean, he's going to have the pressure here coming into Cathedral. We'll see if he can actually hold on. Nice shots there to continue the streak.
We all know how important those streaks are going to be, especially on a map like Retaliation. Of course, in terms of some of the teams that have qualified, you can see that in our wonderful ticker down low. Shout out to production, improving the
looks great
show every single day. Awesome, they really are. But Rogue, currently, they're in the lead here, 174 to 150. You may have been right here. This could be upset alert.
I told you, Ben. I really wanted to see this one.
You're pretty smart, Teep. I'm not going to lie.
I'm okay at what I do. I've gotten better.
Teep, my craziest prediction of the entire bracket, or sorry, entire
another
group play. I took Cloud9 and Rogue in this group.
No, you didn't.
Listen, and
I do not believe that. Show me proof.
Pretty crazy.
I took Cloud9 Rogue. Go check the round table we did with Activision. I took Cloud9 Rogue.
You didn't put E6?
I swear, I didn't.
At this point, I'm pretty sure you're just making things up.
That's stupid. No one would not take E6.
No, I am a stupid individual.
How did you get that right, though?
Did Johnny get
that right?
Get it right. Yeah, get it right. Let's chat later.
You're either Einstein or you're the village idiot.
The two craziest things I said were Rise they should have a top finish, and I said this group, and I don't.
Let me find out. Clint's just super
I just want to touch on that Cathedral hold from Rogue right there. Jack, you just said it. Did Johnny even have to do anything there?
All he did was call in one Trinity rocket. That was his whole hill.
That's fantastic.
Stamina, because Stamina right there the entire time was single-handedly holding down bridge and curve. So realistically, the only gunfight Johnny even had to get in was once Stamina finally died to a second player in curve, Johnny just cleaned up the kill. Outside of that, he had one engagement, and now look at this team. They rotate, win the rotation towards Broken. They have Centurion down. They're fully streaked out. This game is done.
Clint, you're a genius.
I know.
Never say that again, please.
I know.
I'm going to have to hear about it all day.
I mean, we're not sure it's going to happen yet, but I had this feeling. Enigma 6 has not looked very good lately. Since Royalty's got on the team, he has looked very good, but the team chemistry has been off. I mean, modes they excelled in, like Uplink, aren't their specialty anymore. I don't know. I guess I haven't been as impressed by them of late. I mostly made that call just, to have a little fun. But if it happens, that'll
make
you
look like a
genius
for
me.
It definitely will. I mean, Rogue 244 to 164. I mean, Royalty picks up a couple of kills, but simply too late. You've built yourself into such a hole here, such a big deficit.
There's still a chance.
And listen, they recently added
a slim one.
They recently added an analyst in Fox. You have a new guy coming in, maybe a different voice. I don't know if that's no. I'm saying I don't know if that's a good or bad thing this late in the game to have somebody just come in right before champs.
I completely agree with that point. Things have been working for them. It's not like E6 has really fallen out of that top 8 at all. So maybe, it's kind of weird to say, but when you're getting a different look at things so late on in the year, I think, if you have a person like that to help you out during stage 2, when you have a lot of looks at it.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, again, I'm usually wrong, but we'll find out. We'll find out today.
Over. Well, Rogue come out with a fantastic performance there in map number 1. We will keep you updated with how things unfold, especially in this group as well, because just having a quick glance down to Station 4, that's the Delta stream for anyone exclusively who wants to watch either Cloud9 or Team MRN. Cloud9 are 100 points up, 134 to 31. As I said, I'll keep you updated with how those groups currently finish, but in terms of that one, that could really shake things up there, because obviously, Clint, a lot of people would have had E6 coming out of that group. I'm pretty sure us three probably would have done that.
Everyone did. I don't know. It's Clint. I find it very fun to make a couple odd picks and hope it happens, because if it doesn't happen, I'm an idiot. If it does, I'm a genius.
What's funny?
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with
Play
that.
the odds,
That's kind of smart.
Play the odds, Clint.
Between us, we had our 3 most drastic picks were me saying Straight Ripon could get top 8, which absolutely looks reasonable with our thoughts behind the bracket. We're not going to kind of theory craft on air, but we talked
that is
off
very
air.
possible.
Yes.
Very possible.
Rise Nation, he said Rise Nation would get top 8, which they're now sitting atop their group looking quite good.
Also very possible
Yes,
now.
And now Rogue,
they will. I'm
up
positive
1-0 over E6. That's a swing match right there. What if we go 3 for 3? We're smarter than these analysts. Oh, I won a COD Champs 4 years ago. Guess what? There's a new sheriff in town.
Sorry, Teep.
This would be perfect if
Tyler,
if you had the ring on a certain finger right now, and you just kind of.
How about I get to wear your ring for a
Just
year?
wait till tomorrow, man. I'll bring the ring out. They'll be very respectful tomorrow. Just wait.
If Rogue Cloud9 come out, I want to wear your ring for a year.
A year?
I don't think that's how it works.
I mean, I'll lease it to you or something. We can figure it out.
Sunday, Championship Sunday, so I can hold it up.
Ben wants to throw us to the game, and we're talking about
No, it's not that. It's just that the other 2 games currently going on, of course, are the Group G games that I believe one has just begun. Ghost take on TK. That's on the Bravo stream if you want to watch that exclusively casted. We will be covering that as well here from the studio. And Splyce versus Millennium, the game on Station 1. And I believe that is not ready to go. Awkward. You know what? I'm going to throw production a curveball. I want to go to a quick look at Station 4 whilst that one is getting underway.
It's a close one. It's
really
really
tight. I said I wasn't going to bother, but I
want to see the number.
Nail biter. I can't see the scoreboard clearly from where I am, so I wanted to go on the big screen so I can just see some of those numbers if possible. There it is, of course. It's the other game in Group H.
Gotcha. Not close.
What do you mean? Down to the wire.
How's Aches playing? 13-6, nice. All right, Priestad 19-8. This is a bloodbath.
Well, if Aches can't put up numbers in this matchup,
I mean, that's why I was checking.
It's time to hang up the sticks.
There could be an issue. Of course, we will go to that game on Station 1 as soon as it is available. That's the Splyce Millennium Battle of Europe. It has not begun. I can promise you that. You're not missing any of the action. Neither has Ghost TK.
Aches is about to get his 2nd bombardment of the year. I take it back. Never mind. I thought he was working on it.
Of the year.
Of the year, yeah.
That is actually probably accurate.
Hey, still playing pretty well, but Team MRN, welcome to the 50-point club, my friends. That's not the start for them, but I think it's the start many would have expected. Cloud9 coming out looking very, very good indeed. So in terms of the matchup from those groups, you have Cloud9 doing what we expected, 1-0 up, and then you have Rogue with a potential upset. They're currently 1-0 up against E6. Search and Destroy has not begun in that series, but again, we will keep you updated with all of those results as we get them live here from the studio. Still waiting, of course, for Splyce versus Millennium to get underway and Ghost versus TK to get underway. But in terms of the tournament as a whole, since we have a minute, it is worth mentioning. I keep saying it, but I'm so excited to get down there. Every time I look, something else is happening. Like, there's some bright lights going on down there. It's so beautiful.
Someone posted a Reddit thread of like highlights from day 1. It was like 25 incredible clips that like all got like 1,000 retweets. Like there were some insane moments yesterday.
One thing I want you to notice, if I go like here, you see that?
Yeah.
You see the ticker?
Yeah.
The ticker going around with all the... Oh, dude. I didn't realize. I looked, I was like,
so
wait a minute.
I went out with a couple of the guys, and we actually went and stood on the stage where the players are going to be and kind of looked out at the crowd.
Had your moment.
It's going to be insane. Then I went and stood in like where the caster booth is, like right in the midst of the VIP and all the players. Oh, sorry, all the fans. Oh my God, I got chills. Honestly, like no one's even in there yet. There aren't fans going nuts. I cannot wait, because for us, you know, as casters, we've actually had this year. Sometimes we're casting in the back, right, where we're not like in the sea of players, which. To be back there, kind of like Champs last year, I cannot wait. Like being amidst all the fans as they're screaming, it's unlike anything in the world.
You can really feed off the energy of the crowd as well. It's great.
Yeah, I don't need energy, but it helps.
Even for us in the studio, like if you go back to Anaheim, I remember when we kind of just sat out and we looked at the crowd, you hear the crowd going nuts, and you're like, this
You
is
feel the energy.
awesome.
Simple as that.
It really is true. For now, we're still waiting, of course, for that Splyce versus Millennium game to get underway. It has not begun. So we're going to go to a live look-in with the other game of that group. That is, of course, Ghost versus Team Caliber. It has just begun. Of course, we're on Uplink on Scorch here. And TK, to be honest with you, their hardpoint yesterday was very, very impressive, Maeve.
It was. And what I saw from TK and what I saw from Splyce in that first series, I don't think this group has been decided at all. If you look at it right now, I know Splyce and Ghost are the two teams 1-0. I legitimately think any of the 4 teams could still come out of this.
I want to see upsets today. I hate to be that guy, but I want to see some big curveballs thrown. Maybe, teams that we expect to get the #1 seed, taking that #2 seed, really spice up that bracket.
Like, I wouldn't be that shocked if it was the 2 North American teams in Ghost and Team Caliber that came out, or if it was the 2 teams from EU and Splyce Millennium that came out. Neither one would shock me.
Yeah, a very, very close group indeed today. And it's definitely going to be interesting, that is for sure. But in terms of this one, Teep, it's Ghost Gaming. They've come out with a solid start.
It seems like teams are just so darn good at holding this middle bridge hardpoint for whatever reason. It seems like at the beginning of the year, really back and forth, but
yeah,
especially going into stage 2, it's like 30, 35-point leads pretty much consistently. It's wild.
The thing that's made it so one-sided now, I think, off the break of this map is unless you get some miraculous kills from the team that's trying to push from Turbine, you're not going to get in because the nade spots from the opposite side, from coming from top hangar as well as the bottom tunnel, they're just too good. If you have 2 clusters going out, you are forced to either try to charge through and take a gunfight you're going to lose basically 10 out of 10 times, or play your life, thus giving the hardpoint control over to Ghost. That's how you have to play it. You have to be fearless. We watched Lamagod slide on in, get a 2-piece, take control, and that's why Ghost Gaming have a lead, but props to TK, they've recovered quite quickly.
And how impressive was Lamagod? I know that was one of the, I guess, great things for me about the first 2 days of Stage 2 playoffs, or sorry, Stage 2 of their week. How good he looked, and it's been kind of resurgent for him. He kind of fell off the map, wasn't really talked about at all. He's a guy that's been in pro leagues in the past, and now to see him shining again, I think it's been great. I know for new viewers, maybe not familiar with the story of Ghost this year, but a relatively new team kind of made up of the leftovers, and they looked so good for the first 2 days of our 3-day weekend to get into a playoff. Fell apart the final day. It was a pretty sad story.
Have to give a shout out to the veteran Goonjar right there. He knew he was in a gunfight that he was basically not going to win. Instead of trying to challenge and actually take it, he goes out, suicides, lets Mox kill him. He spawns closer to the hard point, thus helping TK have an extra body while Mox is still rotating. It was a smart play. You heard me react to it for a second, but then when I realized how little time there was left, he played that absolutely perfectly. TK now in the lead.
Managed to turn this game around a little bit here. Of course, still very, very close. And for TK, you have to feel like winning those hard points is going to be crucial because, maybe you kind of mentioned it earlier on, it was really just them making small mistakes in their searches, a bit of a mistake in Uplink as well. They kind of let the series yesterday get away from them.
When I heard them talking, the 4 players, like I mentioned earlier, they said it was almost 100% communication. They had a crucial 2v1 they lost on throwback, in which when the guys were talking, they realized that they didn't even say anything. There was like one back fuss, one set up in bowling, and they ended up getting beat in that scenario, which should never happen. And they realized that no one spoke. And for a casual viewer, you may not realize just how important small talk is in communication, but it might be the single most important thing in the game. They struggled yesterday with it.
Sat here with the world champ on the desk, of course. Small talk, it is crucial.
And it's a critique of mine and a lot of players where they can, when they get in those tense scenarios, when they're in a gunfight, you have to be small talking, and small talking is when you're able to talk while performing other actions at the same time, right? Yeah. You can't be in a gunfight and be quiet during that gunfight and then call it afterwards.
Like I'm a person who's horrible at it. Like, just I am very.
You gotta be able to multitask.
I can multitask in many things, but when I am playing a game, I'm not good at communicating. I'm just not, and some people struggle with it.
And it really sets the difference in these jetpack scenarios. In Infinite Warfare, for example, if you call out a second later, a whole second in this game, this guy could be on the top of a wall, could be at the next hard point. Who knows?
Yeah, definitely move pretty quick, that's for sure. As it stands though, Ghost once again back in the lead in this one, 113-65. A bit of a lead started to develop. TK, they bring themselves back. A quick look at that scoreboard. Goon 8 and 12. Happy needs to step up though at 5 and 12 as well.
It's funny when you mentioned communication. There's times though where teams just want to keep things a little bit more calm. And for the biggest example of that is that Game 5, Round 11, from all the way back in Atlanta, OpTic versus Panda. Karma said it was the first time in a long time he's felt actually nervous when playing because they had no idea where Fastballer was. Karma said, "Where do you guys think he's at?" No one on OpTic wanted to give him the wrong idea. They just let him play his game. Karma obviously wound up winning, but they make the right decision. Instead of telling Karma something that maybe plants an idea in his mind that's the wrong thing, Karma played his game. He figured it out himself. But it just shows like if they say, oh, at this point he might have rotated here, making stuff up is probably worse at that point.
like Karma play, right?
Yeah.
Karma, very, very intelligent search and destroy player, that's for sure. But
You know what else just dawned on me a little bit? I was thinking about Ghost, and well, I was thinking about what happened for Study. You know, he gets dropped, he gets through. You obviously see EG fall out. That's got to feel pretty good. But think about Vermox. Remember, Mox was on that team with Parasite. They were looking so good online. It was this very good story. He thought they were going to be such a great team. Parasite says, later, boys, ditches, goes to Evil Geniuses. The team falls apart. Another team. I mean, if he gets through and sees Parasite kind of fall out with EG, I think that's a pretty feel-good thing for Mox as well.
Definitely is, as it stands. TK, again, starting to make a little bit of a comeback on Turbine. Of course, it's the second rotation now. TK held it very, very well in the first rotation.
I do want to point out to people at home that might be wanting to improve their game themselves. If you're wondering why you see more cluster grenades on this map more than others, especially in Hardpoint, think of each hill. For example, here. You want to be able to pick this guy off the cover, the best you could do is drop a cluster right at his feet. It begins to explode. It forces him out of that position. Flechettes are much tougher to be precise with. With that cluster, you can cook it, land it at that exact location.
And with all the chokes, like Turbine, for example, Hanger, you can pop that at a doorway, and it buys you that extra second and a half, which is so darn crucial to, I don't know, reload, gain your health back. Just much more beneficial on
Absolutely. Tied game.
So let's think. So if TK were to beat Ghost here, and then we go over to the other series and Millennium beats Splyce, we actually do have two groups, the 1-1 thing is very alive right now.
Yeah. Most definitely could be.
So here's another example. Look at that cluster. He puts it right at that left corner, make sure nobody's there. Now he's got peace of mind that he can push on up. Tries to slide on in, nothing going for him for Theory. But look at how close this game is, 153 to 150. Really, the big difference for me here is, Tyler, look at how close this game is, but look at how positive Ghost Gaming is in slang. TK have had a couple breaks that have made the difference, but outside of that, they're getting destroyed when it comes to getting kills.
I think it all comes down to that Turbine. TK's hold it both times. It's got to be extremely lopsided. I'd love to see a box score after this game to see how well TK is doing, but the fact that they are getting outslayed, let's do some math real quick. It's got to be around 10-ish kills, so pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, I love how much teams have developed this map and figured out the best way to rotate from that top hanger towards this new hill at Drill. We used to see guys just try to flood through rocks and challenge those gunfights. Now the better play is to try to overwhelm from middle map and surge right on in. Use this Drill as cover, slide out, bait your teammates a little bit. TK, it's not really working out here to their advantage. Again, going back to the kills side of things in your scoreboard, but finally, a play is made by Happy. Leave it to him to FTL forward, bait himself out, and give Accuracy the chance to trade.
Yeah, I mean, getting the two-piece and the assist, that's going to, there's still 40 seconds when he makes that play. That FTL could prove crucial. Nice stuff from Happy.
What was the demoralizing hardpoint? It was LG and Envy, right? Where LG outslayed by 15 kills and lost, and they never looked the same from there.
But that was the throwback. Like that can happen there. Oh, I guess here as well. But
right now, after that little swing we just saw between Happy and Accuracy, it was a 16 kill difference in favor of Ghost.
I know. I'm just saying we don't. It's more shocking here. We don't usually see it on any of the other hardpoint maps. Throwback is certainly more common just due to the nature of it, but. That'd be pretty unreal. It's only happened a handful of times the entire year. Just to give you guys statistics at home, JP showed last night, yesterday through all the matches, I think there was one hardpoint and one uplink that the team that was outslayed won. That is how
there was 24 matches. That's including at least 2 guaranteed respawns.
I know we talk a lot about KD for players, not always the most important thing, but KD for the team as a whole, absolutely is incredibly important. The stats back it up entirely.
Shocker, the team that kills the other team more is going to win.
Call of Duty.
Yeah, first-person shooters in a nutshell right there. Back to this one, though. Very, very close game. TK actually built themselves a bit of a cushion here as well. 221 to 182 as you go to Bridge Hill. 26 seconds left here. I mean, TK, it feels like they put themselves in a great position to close this out.
And it's a really good spot to be in. Just talking about that Turbine Hill, TK have done the best job of holding it on the first couple of rotations. Accuracy is rotating on the top side of the map right here as well, so might be able to make that play. A little bit of a pinch coming down enemy lines. Spacely does win a huge gunfight, though. It's all on Accuracy's shoulders here.
He's got to stay alive. Oh, no, he's just going to try to pinch on in and try to challenge this.
Oh my gosh, he almost got the third.
I think he bought enough time, though. Yeah, look at the spawns. Look at the spawns down at the top right of the minimap.
Huge kills.
He's bought enough time. That second kill might make all the difference. Now his teammates just need to actually get one. First challenge comes in. That was the camo pop from Theory. They've got help from Goonjar again on Turbine. TK show up.
Accuracy, man.
So far they're holding. Look at where the spawns are coming in. Mox just has to wait as his teammates have to push through rocks.
He has to break it.
They got to go. What do they have to work with? You have Camo. Llama God has his as well. Camo play should be incoming. Sees the pre-fire, pops it, gets in. One underneath.
I'm surprised he didn't challenge.
Can he locate
Kill
him?
the guy first.
He challenged on the backside, almost got drop shotted.
Okay.
Teammate support there.
Nice break, nice break.
Ghost stay alive, but TK, they just need 10 seconds. I mean, you just rotate at this point, Teep.
Yeah, I think you do. You got to win these first couple of gunfights. Lacefield,
here.
though, might be able to win this rotation.
Lace go God
Needs to
mode?
buy time.
His teammates, his teammates are going for the
Huge.
long pinch. Has he done enough?
He did his job, though. He got 2 kills there. They should be able to get around the back. There is
there's
one
still
player
one
alive in
there.
Spacely. So Spacely's in that same sort of position. We saw accuracy.
Oh my God, they have a 3v1.
Mox is here.
They did it.
They just
Are
broke.
you serious?
Oh no,
TK.
This is going to happen. How many times have we seen that this year?
Always.
It always happens on Hangar. It's always insane.
They're trying to push through 3 choke points.
15
They're dead.
seconds needed for Ghost. They're trying to
Oh my God.
break. TK not able to do
That's
it.
it.
Everybody holding. What a brilliant,
no.
brilliant performance from Ghost.
Fantastic from Ghost, but for TK, they only needed 10 seconds. They're not able to get it. Is accuracy. Oh, no, did he break the hill?
They're
The
the
game's
hill.
still going on.
Okay. All right. All right.
Cameraman getting a little trigger happy over there. It's okay, though.
I don't blame him because why is there not a second guy in the hard point?
You think Lacefield's fired up?
Just a tap.
Oh my goodness. Well,
Wow.
Well, elsewhere in this tournament, of course, Enigma 6 versus Rogue is going on, and this one pretty close. It's 2 versus 1. Of course, this is map 2. Rogue did win map 1.
we just tuned in to see Panda use Kama, by the way, just to set the
Yeah, I
tone.
was trying to get there a little.
Sorry,
little
Ben.
quicker.
Okay,
I'm
I'm
sorry,
Jack.
Jack.
Energy drink. I'm amped up.
Jack needs to settle down. Jack, take 10 deep breaths and shut your mouth.
Yo, Panda, this is a 1v2 here. It could potentially be winnable. Problem is, both Proto and Royalty. I mean, look at the score: 12-6, 13-4 for Royalty. Surely they win this 2v1. Panda in a world of pain and a world of trouble. 20 seconds left. He will fall, and Enigma 6 will tie up that series 1-1. Of course, just to round up some of the games going on, Ghost versus TK. We just saw Ghost go 1-0 up in that series. E6 versus Rogue. That one now tied at 1 map apiece. Cloud9 versus MRN. C9, well, I mean, they 50-point clubbed MRN. And in terms of the search and destroy, we could probably go to a live looking at that because still the game on Station 1 has not begun. I believe there's an audio issue. Still waiting for Splyce Millennium to get underway. So I would like to jump into Station 4. If possible, that is Cloud9 versus MRN. It is the conclusion of map 2. As I said though, Cloud9, that's expected to win.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, I hope
100%,
so.
right?
Absolutely.
At this point.
Yeah.
That
They
would
should not be dropping a
a
map.
crazy, crazy upset if they weren't. See, we can try and jump straight into that game. As I said, it's the only game currently going on. Here is a live look at that matchup. As I said, 5-3. Surely Cloud9 closed this one out. As I say that though,
My guy Pat.
5-4.
Here we go, MRN. I believe in you, Subsys. This is your chance.
Pat's chilling this map.
Wait, what is this? What is the stat line?
He's 0-6.
Look at him rubbing his face. I'm going through it.
Poor guy. Hey, you're winning though, currently.
You are. That's been Pat's career, though.
Sometimes.
Well, as of late.
So
Can
would
we,
you say
can
you
we get
carried him to every championship team?
I
I would.
Most.
mean, I saved us a few times. I'll be honest about that.
Oh dear, if Pat goes 0-7.
No.
Can we get the theme tune, please?
Oh,
Can we-
James Bond,
we,
play
Can we get the James Bond theme tune for Mr. Patrick Price?
Dude, imagine.
How many 0-7s did we see yesterday when we were casting together?
3.
Got a lot.
Yeah,
There's
like
3
three
yesterday.
across, like, I mean, we probably hopped in 8 different matches, but still, it was
It's funny that
absurd.
Assault's going to win this round, too.
Of course, we joke.
You think
but
so?
Yeah,
Oh, he's got
he's got camo.
Okay.
Aches, of course, a Call of Duty World Champion with yourself there, Teep. Currently struggling against Team MRN and
Got a
SMD.
bomb plant. He's got some points on the board.
Oh, this is actually...
I don't count bomb plants. I'm going to be honest. I don't care about your points. If you're 0-7, you're 0-7.
Ben, I had to count bomb plants in my career.
Tyler's been counting bomb plants for years.
Still possible. 35 seconds left, of course. And he does have that camo. I mean, is this a situation you would consider using it, Teep?
Maybe if you get this first kill in a timely fashion, but I think he's just wasting a little bit too much time. You don't want to burn it, and you could save it for a round 11 scenario, but
He knows he's there.
He does now. That should be the first one. Gets it. Pops it.
smart.
Bye-bye.
Oh, sees it as well. Not like this. Don't choke this. That would be insane.
Nice shots.
Gets it.
Salt's a beast.
Look at the
6'4".
scoreboard! That's why H formed this team!
What? Teep, you team with Pat for a second. What's Pat saying right now? What's he trying to say?
So,
Thanks, guys.
if you know Pat at all, he's like, well, you guys are just not baiting for me right, man, or just some sort of excuse. I'm like, Pat, I can't shoot for you, my man. I don't know. I don't know what you want me to do.
The fact that 3 of them almost dropped 10 plus
funny.
and Pat was 0-7. That makes
And the
my
last
day.
round, he just gets hit in the face with a flechette.
Down and out for the
so
count.
good.
Of course, Cloud9 now lead that matchup 2-0. E6 Rogue tied at 1-1. Ghost 1-0 up against TK. Splyce Millennium still to begin, but there's currently no games going on, so we're going to get a quick commercial break. When we return, action continues from day 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 2 of the 2017 CWL Championship presented by PlayStation 4. Of course, this is the final day of group play and a few games currently going on. We'll take a look at those groups. Of course, Group H, we have Enigma 6, Cloud9, Rogue, Team MRN. C9 versus MRN. Cloud9 find themselves 2-0 up in that one. As for E6 Rogue, that series is tied at 1 apiece after Rogue stole the hard point. Enigma 6, of course, closed out the S&D. We saw the concluding moments to that one. You know, a pretty surprising result for me. I know you predicted it. We talked about it pretty extensively. Of course, the other group going on is Group G. That's where Splyce faced Millennium, which, again, still has not begun, but we will be trying to cover that one when it does start. And Ghost versus TK, that going on the Bravo stream, but we're also going to stop in on that one as well. Of course, TK, I'm going to be the guy that says it. I feel like they threw away map number 1. All they needed was 10 points. They just couldn't do it. It was still good play from Ghost. I think you have to give credit where credit is due. And speaking of credit, now they're also finding themselves 1-0 up in map 2.
I just love IW Hardpoint. I actually made a huge play at Turbine, and then Lacefield gets the 2-piece, basically wins the rotation towards the back. Just great map overall. It's really tough to say which team really threw it away in the scenario. Both teams just making huge plays.
Yep, what a shot from Theory. But yeah, I think it's a mix of a throw and a clutch. It typically is in those situations, right?
TK, if there wasn't the turbine hill on that map, would have lost like 250.
Yeah, that's also true.
Yeah, so It was pretty simply just for most of the hard points they get outplayed, but now it's a 1v2 for Mox. He's got eyes on Told. He's going to have to snap. Not going to happen. TK take the first round, and Theory sniping on this map is something that impressed us even at the last chance qualifier.
I can tell you, Theory sniping in general on this game,
it's good.
He's very, 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 very good. We've obviously had that discussion throughout the year of, oh, you know, put the sniper rifle away at times, understanding when to put the sniper rifle away, but with a player like Theory, sometimes he can kind of really make it work. He never really relies on kind of his pistol too often. He is very, very good at just hitting those snapshots. So, you know, props to him. And TK, of course, they do tie it up 1-1.
I think what I like about him is, you mentioned he doesn't really use that pistol too much. He never puts himself in a spot for his team that, A, I feel like he's baiting his team, where, you know, he's so detrimental that he's got to retake a site with now a pistol.
Right.
Or B, he's just a guy that knows, you know, I'll flutter around, play my backside. He's patient with the sniper. He's not like one of those other guys that's always trying to just move forward up on the map and take ground. Like even here, he's watching flank with a sniper. He's trying to watch over middle map. Now he'll move to his team. He's already got 2 lead blockers ahead of him where he can take this pistol out. But I like this. Again, Theory, patient, waiting, gets the first kill. He's already done his job this round.
Yep, nicely done.
He's hitting some flicks right now, too.
He is. He really is, as I said before, talented with the sniper. He's actually just spotted someone else as well. That's an easy shot. Oh, actually misses that one. Harder ones are always hit. What the? Okay.
Yeah, he hit a hit marker there. It looked like, or he got him to half health.
Oh, there you go. Theory doing Theory-like things.
Unless his teammate hit all the shots over the top. That looked to connect with.
I think he hit his backplate. I think that's what happened.
Really?
Yeah.
With his chest looking at him?
Yep. And then he definitely did his backplate, because that's the player with the backplate right there. Okay, I'm done theory crafting. Speaking of theory.
Nice little transition.
Thank you, boys. Thank you. You'd be surprised to find out I get paid to do this. But no, you can't ask for much more. What are you here working for free or just tacos?
Sam, I do this for the love of Call of Duty esports and the fans, Jack.
Yes, you do.
And the tacos.
Yeah, good. Well, again, you just love to see how he played that, falling on back to cave. Here he gets a spot for his team and at least one pushing towards his side. They know where this engagement's going to be. This is going to be a very quick round.
I wanted the collat to somehow exist here, but his teammates are handling business. Well, for a moment they were. Now, I gotta hit that shot. Your teammates do the dirty work in front. You need to finish it after Lacefield answered with that 2-piece. He's flying on him. Knows he has a great play from Lacefield. Knows he backed down for a second, has a sniper. They soar at him.
The easy shots are always the harder ones. I'm telling you. That's how it is with sniping.
There's truth to that, for sure, yeah.
I don't know what it is about him. When you overthink a snipe, that's when it gets complicated.
I remember watching Clayster on Fringe one time last year where he missed like 6 easy snipes in a row.
Underneath you. Oh. Almost. Ghost level it up 2-2. Nicely played from them. Of course, as it stands in this series, if you are just tuning in, Ghost won map number 1, 252-42. TK, I don't want to say it's a must win, but it kind of is. You 0-2, you really want to keep your tournament life in your own hands. That's the key to success. You don't want to be praying for other results. It's a scary thing to do, especially at the World Championship.
Moving forward, again, the standout thing that you really wouldn't expect is the sniper player to be the guy with camo. As Theory, he's about 60% of the way to earning that payload. The player's charging. First blood not there for him, but his teammates get it done. 3 dead already.
You got to see the massacre through the scope, that's for sure.
I will never understand pushing a site, and Tyler, you can talk more about this. What is the quarter second of a difference of having your first player shoulder peek there and just spotting and being, whoa, they're all here, let's not sprint forward and die.
I swear I've just been extremely mean, but you're just flipping a coin.
Yeah.
How is that your go-to strategy? Like you said, gain info. The best search and destroy teams, like OpTic, for example, always gaining information, shoulder peeking, finding anything first, and then hitting. They just...
I'm not saying they can't hit that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
That could be a great call.
Spot first.
Yes. Literally just have someone be like, oh, there is an entire enemy team there ready to pre-aim this and kill us. Or, it's clear, boys, let's move forward.
I saw Echo Fox do that in a round of 11 yesterday. It's like, what are you doing?
Oh, that one was terrible. That was so bad.
Theory whiffing a couple of shots, but he's got the information kind of to the point you were just making there. He calls that out to his teammates. He backs out of it. Doesn't want anything to do with it just yet. Meanwhile, actually, you can see a little bit of an attack going on towards that A site.
And everyone at home right now, what TK are doing is they're gathering information on where they could even find an enemy. They know right now their entire side of the map and B is completely clear. That gives them peace of mind to begin to go for this retake and have an expectation of where the enemies could be. They know they've got to have 2 on this wall run and multiple players in that back commissary area.
That's unfortunate. managed to find that pick. 24 seconds
They
left.
do something
Is
quick.
Goon going to try and stretch? He is. Goon's trying to stretch that. He's actually on the
behind
bomb.
him?
Yeah, he is. This is a perfect play.
I think
Sees
he's
his
got
teammates
it.
to cover. I'm sure he has it as well. Another defuse comes.
And why do TK have the confidence to do that? Because they know middle map is completely clear and there's no flank developing. Because of the information they earned, they can make a decision like that to defuse in a 4-on-4.
I feel like after that first fight, if you're Ghost and you get away with your life, you have to kind of have an instinct there that someone's probably going to hop on that
Well,
bomb.
you can't all back away to the same corner and cover the same side. Of the, what, 4 different spots you can hit from, you're all from the commissary side of the map? Like,
I know I'm the analyst on the desk, but COD's easy when you have to pre-aim a little doorway.
Especially when you have an E-Rad.
Simple as that.
So that's how you win championships.
and you laugh, but it's gonna be even more drastic next year. When you pre-aim a doorway, right now it's very good. Next year you will not win that gunfight. There's not going to be that crazy slide / hip fire.
Please don't leave the desk, Teep. I know you want another championship, but now please don't leave the desk. I'll get lonely.
Teep's hungry.
All right. Basically picks up a big double. Happy able to trade that one out. Of course, TK, Search and Destroy looking very nice right now. That's for sure.
Oh, sees one.
Very a big part of it with that sniper rifle, even if it's just the information. He was hitting some shots in the early rounds. Hasn't really had too much success in the latter parts. Now finds himself in a 2v3. Well, there's one. Armor guard falls, and he actually needs to be careful because there's a player rushing to the left. Does have a teammate in support as well, and see if he's going to be able to find that pick.
Oh, he's missed some shots that you just think he's got a hit right there.
He has.
Like since we gassed him that first round, like don't get me wrong, he hit a great shot here, but like these were shots that
I'm telling you,
were
easy.
nothing compared to the.
He's missed every easy shot and hit every hard shot.
Yeah.
Like quite literally.
Call of Duty sniping
that's
in
what
a
it's looked
nutshell.
like to me. Like the further he's flicking, the harder he has to flick, the more he's hitting.
See, they took too long on this now. They took
Theory
too
spotted
long.
them though.
Yeah, he
so
did.
He knows what's going on. He's making that call out. Oh, but I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Well, he spotted them, and then Happy just seemed to have no idea where they were coming from.
Well, crap.
Okay.
I mean, that's an easy play for Ghost with only 15 seconds left. You check that one bomb, you go, okay, they've got to be going A, and these guys don't pre-aim the shower doors.
Figured Happy would at least be ready.
Yeah, right.
Guess not.
It's not the case there. So, Ghost Gaming keep control. Still waiting on that match one to start between Millennium and Splyce. They're taking their time.
Well, I just glanced at the Cloud9 MRN uplink. It is a blowout.
Dude, it's 9-0.
There was
a
player that was 8-25 on MRM.
Oh, God.
9 for Cloud9. That's cool.
Just to give you guys a quick update.
Wow. That's an awkward round for TK.
But you got Goonjar.
He can actually get more kills here. Yeah,
sure as hell
can.
can.
His teammates are still watching.
Give me
over.
another. Keep flying at me. I got 7 in the clip, and they're all for you.
Oh,
never
Goonjar
mind.
falls. Now you have Llama in a 1 versus 1 situation. 50 seconds left on the clock. This round looks like it may actually stretch out a little longer. It looks as if it was almost going to be done.
These are my favorite 1v1s where they're like not near each other and it slowly develops. I love it. See it from Accuracy's POV. Just under 40 seconds to go.
Did he just spot him there? I think he did. It seemed like he reacted when he did that little wall run over.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if he's reading this perfectly. He might spot him sliding to bomb. Yeah, look. That couldn't be more perfect.
And as TK go 5-3 up, I actually want to pull away from this, go straight to a live looking with 3 because that game is getting intense. It's Rogue versus Enigma 6. We've been stopping in it a few times. There's 25 seconds left on the clock. Enigma 6 have just got a dunk to give them a 1-point lead. 20 seconds. They have drone control as well. To reiterate, this is a 1-1 series. Enigma 6 lost the hard point, and now you have Royalty with the drone. Just going to try and waste some time.
Yeah, he should be able to waste just enough time to end this game out. Only 7 seconds left. The drone is going to get intercepted, so there is a bit of a chance it gets reset, and that's going to do it. E6 with a huge comeback there. Rogue had the lead for the majority of that second half. They had that 9-6, I believe it was, but E6 get back-to-back scores to take that one. Very, very impressive.
That's a game that might save your weekend.
It definitely
getting
could.
a win like that.
Definitely could. Of course, Rogue winning that hard point definitely would have shocked the boys from E6, but they recompose. Now, obviously, just going back to the Team Caliber versus Ghost Gaming matchup because Ghost 1-0 up in the series, but TK look good to close out this search and destroy. The question is, can they do it? You have Goonjar and Happy now in a 2 versus 3 situation. Of course, they are on the attacking side, so they will need to get that bomb down.
Happy's got his hands full here. 3 players charging in. He's dead. 1v3 now for Goonjar. Looks like this game will continue to play on out.
Well, we'll have to see the payloads in going into the next rounds because you see Ghost has several. available. TK, we'll be able to find out. But Ghost looks to have the potential to push this to around 11. Surprise.
Oh my gosh, they wind up.
Well, TK 5-4 up. Of course, if you do want to continue following this coverage, you can watch that on the Bravo stream. Of course, it is being casted as well. We're going to pull away from that one because I believe Splyce versus Millennium is about to begin. It's been a little bit of a delay, I'm not going to lie, but it's been fun. Obviously, we've been jumping around, watching some good Call of Duty action. This, the Battle of Europe, and as I said, hardpoint underway.
All right, let's get into it. Splyce set up in the first hardpoint. Millennium looking to break. A big series for both of these squads.
And again, the spawn that Splyce wanted to have towards that rock side, they get. They've started off with a 20-second lead, as you'd expect when pushing from that lower tunnel area. The big question is, as always, can they flip for these spawns in Turbine? And it looks like right now, Mad Cat, he's got his hands full here with Marky B. He's got him one shot. I think he should challenge this, and that's exactly what he'll do. A flawless start for Splyce.
Perfect. I mean, that little bit where Marky overpeaked kind of to the left side gave the opening to Mad Cat, and he completely took advantage of it. Tagging him very, very low. Zero now in support. But the break going to come through. Now look at that number 2 in the minimap. That's going to be Jerd. Jerd actually has a chance to play spoiler and get a nice wall. They've spotted him, but look at it. He turns all the heads. Everyone now has to focus on him and come back for the kill. Can Zero and company hold behind him? They do. That's great. What an annoyance he was there. Just set up an observation deck.
And yeah, he's still just buying his team time. They're going to hold off their inside warehouse push. This is all you could ask for if you're a Splyce fan. I mean, look at already who's starting up in this game. Bance on a 4 streak. Mad Cat on a 4 streak. Zero now double positive on a 3 streak. They're outslaying by 10+ kills already, and we're just 1 hill in.
Yeah, you got to assume the respawns are going to be very tough for Millennium against this Splyce team. Granted, it's very, very early. But signs not looking good.
Oh my gosh.
Nice little flick there with the Eraz. He finishes it for the 2-piece. They'll wrap up the final 10 seconds here at Turbine. Jack, let's get the hanger.
This, for me, is going to set the tone for how this map's going to go. Do Millennium get smoked on this rotation, or do they actually hold? It looks like for now they will hold. As now there's Zero all the way in the back of the map trying to play these spawns. He snaps right on a Moose to stay alive. 89-15, and Splyce are all here. It's 3 dead on Millennium. Make it 4 now with Marky B. There it is. Another rotation won by Splyce.
Vance yet to die. You see Zero snapping like we're used to seeing him do. This is when Splyce gets terrifying. You know, yesterday they looked vulnerable. Very, very strong start here. We'll see what streaks Vance can pick up. He sees one more for the bombardment. Not able to find it, but his teammates there. They line up everybody. Moose, the lone remaining man. Zero rotating over. They should be able to clear it out.
They hold the push again because of the close spawns. 110-17. There's honestly no end in sight. You've got 3 players double to triple negative on Millennium. Moose, 1 death off being double negative as well. This is finally the Splyce that you've been wondering where it's going to be, and it's showing up now against Millennium.
It's about time.
Yeah.
And I know this isn't maybe the toughest matchup for them, but if they make this look easy, and one thing that's worth mentioning, when these guys got drawn, remember they were having the EU LAN, there were 6 teams going to it. They were frustrated when they got in the same pool because they weren't able to scrim against each other leading into this, right? You don't want to give away strats. You don't want to spend too much time playing each other. And I don't know if that held true, actually. I don't know if they didn't play each other at all, but I have to assume they weren't able to really see each other too much. But if you're in that same house, you're playing, maybe the ability to at least watch what the other's doing in some of those matchups?
I think they definitely had their fair share of watching between how these guys like to play. Right now, it's as simple as just getting kills versus not getting kills between Splyce and Millennium. Millennium, you still have 3 players double negative. Marky B trying to do what he can. He's leading and slaying at 7 kills when everyone on the other team is 10+.
Remember Marky B now running that main NV4 role for this Millennium squad. Quicker than new addition after removing Nolson from the roster. Quicker, a very strong player from Europe. Maybe the difference that this team needed.
Jesus.
Not the difference they needed in this game 1.
23 kills the difference on the first set of hills. And with that, it's a 2-minute lead already for Splyce. I can't stress it enough. Like, oh my God, Mad Cat is beaming. 15-4.
Back and forth we go. I think Mad Cat did drop before he was able to pick up any kind of streaks. That might not be true for Jerd, though, who's 175 now off the Trinity rocket. Millennium all coming off a spawn. We could say that quite a few times so far.
Every person we switch to seems like they're in the right position to get kills. Like even now, look at the pinch coming in from Mad Cat on the minimap. They're going to have 3 one-shot players here. It's going to be all yellow in the kill feed again.
They didn't have to kill them all. Marky B helped them out as the Scarab tagged everybody up. Just about to break the 200-point mark. Did they get almost a full 60 here on bridge?
Yep.
That shouldn't happen.
Oh, but they're looking for more. Jerd, FTL's passed. He's got 2 players there. 195 to 38. I mean, this is just a slaughter.
Mad Cat, I mean, I don't know that you need to pick out a standout performer, but he is more than triple positive at 17-5, nearly a minute in the hard point as well. But this was just a thrashing. I mean, not close at any point was this game.
Hey, you know what? This is just nice to Splyce. They're trying to get this area back on track time-wise, you know? Well, they realize they had a little bit of a delay. They'll say, hey, we'll finish the hard point in 4 minutes' time.
The thing that stood out, and I know we're going back months and months when Nolson was still on the team, but Millennium used to at least play everyone tough in hardpoint, right? Like they'd break the 200-point mark, lots of close games. They threw a ton of games as well. I don't know that I've seen them get beat up this badly.
Yeah. Now Millennium just trying to fight for whatever time they can here on the Turbine Hill. I think they will get the rest of it. Nice job by them. So they're bringing it back a little bit. Back down to just a 2-minute lead for Splyce. A streak there burned as well from our yellow team. Marky B going to be the furthest pushed up for Millennium. He's got his hands full here with 3 Splyce players waiting inside the new hill.
And you don't think it ends here unless you get a near perfect hold from Splyce. You're going to get several cracks at this from Millennium since you were able to get through on Turbine. They're waiting for the 4-man push. A couple hitting rocks. First player dies to Mad Cat. Several pushing in through low. Are Marky B and company able to break through for the moment. Nice job. What they hit through rocks, one died. They hit through lower. They hit to the top side. It was a little, kind of like a 3-pronged attack.
Yep.
And it gets through flawlessly. I don't want to call it a comeback yet, but if they do pick up these remaining 40 seconds, might start considering it one.
Listen, even if they lose this map, at least they've started to show up a little bit.
Very
right?
true, very true.
Already this has been night and day from the first set of rotations to this one now. You would say that they've outscored Splyce in the second rotation, I believe, like 80 to 40 so far. So definitely showing up here to at least put up a performance in game 1.
Well, 20 seconds left. They're still good, holding the front line. PD searching below to see what he's able to locate. One out front that's weak. Nice communication between the teammates. And now we talked about the streaks for Splyce. PD has a chance to pick him up. Maybe Marky B soon in that conversation. You get fully streaked out. I just talked about how usually they play hardpoint tough. That'd be crazy. What was it? And it's worse, 250 basically?
Yeah. And they still have bodies here. A team kill from Jerd. The pinch coming in from Mad Cat. It's going to be a 3-on-1 in gunfights. Mad Cat's still trying to charge forward. He's dead. Thankfully, Trinity's now coming in for Splyce. It does nothing again. A second burn streak. A second burn streak. They still have 3 men here. They're going to hold this push again.
They keep on holding. Remember, you got the Trinity rocket picked up from PD. So you still have a little bit of utility for Millennium. What streaks do you have left for Splyce? I mean, surely they've got 1 or 2 remaining. I know they burned a couple, but do they have anything left is my question. I don't think they do, actually.
They finally started watching their back. It's incredible what you do when you don't get shot in the back half the damn time in 2-piece. It's been a 12-kill swing from -27 now to just -15, and Millennium have swung this game by 90 seconds.
Let's go, Marky B. They're getting back in the swing of things. It's not over yet. Splyce just need 30 points. Millennium trying to mount one of the most incredible comebacks we have seen in the entire 2017 CWL season. PD's here. PD can't snap and finish off of Bence. But my God, can this actually happen? Bridge is where Splyce completely dominated the last time through. Looking good for them to close it out here.
Yeah, Mad Cat's playing with such confidence, just keeps pushing out these lanes. PD should be dead here momentarily with this challenge from Jerd. Maybe not. As he turns and burns on him, 241 to 162. Millennium need a flawless hold in top middle, and then they need to rotate perfectly.
It's almost like I kind of wonder if you're Millennium, is it more painful to just lose 250 to 50 and get on to the next map, or is it worse if you get this to like 250, 240 and you lose in a heartbreaking manner?
I mean, just look at how large the lead was for Splyce, is that they're still up by a minute, and Millennium have outplayed them now for 5 straight hills.
It's true. It's very true.
They've got to get this hill. They can't play around just contesting.
Okay, well, you do have the spawn at the next hardpoint for Splyce. Remember, PD does have a Trinity. Oh, he actually used the Trinity rocket, so he does have Centurion if they can get the flip. A break here, and we really have ourselves a ball game, but that is probably it. The team kill with the Scarab. Everybody spawning out in rocks. Marky B the only one here. 250, 189. Splyce take what became a nerve-wracking game 1.
Did Splyce just use a black and white printer on those jerseys they're wearing? I actually thought that something was wrong with the camera for a second. Look. It's the same jersey, just all of them are wearing straight up black and white.
Well, Splyce take map number 1. Nicely done. Millennium did have a little bit of a spell there where it looked as if maybe a comeback was possible. Of course, this a Group G matchup, and the other game going on in Group G, of course, is that Ghost versus Team Caliber matchup. As I said, that one going on over on the Bravo stream. If you do want to watch that one exclusively, you can hop over there and tune in. But in terms of Splyce, still some shaky moments, it feels like, Team.
But overall, they had such a solid start to that one. Mad Cat just popping 3-piece after 3-piece. It seemed like the ERAD pressure from Splyce just way too strong. Millennium, though, they did a good job. PD's been probably their most consistent player besides Moose throughout the year, so he did a good job of getting on a little streak there.
Well, I guess I would like to hear your opinion kind of on the question I asked. Like, would it have been better to just lose 250 to 50 and get into map 2 and just kind of brush it off, or does that little bit of a comeback and making it a game help a lot for your team?
I don't know if that's going to be personal preference or what exactly, but I prefer a game where you have, more chance to warm up your shot, just more minutes of gameplay overall.
Sure, that makes sense.
Here's the round 11 between TK and Ghost we missed earlier.
We pulled away from it, but kind of, as I said, it is on that Bravo stream, but here is what you missed.
So we've got 4 streams, baby.
That was a blind camo.
It was.
And he barely got that kill as that camo ran out. That was scary.
Very scary indeed, but it looks good for TK to take this round 11. Of course, as I said, this is the other game going on in that group. It was Ghost Gaming 1-0 up. They did win the hard point. And TK, they tie it up 6-5. So nicely done from Team Caliber. The other batch of games, of course, they're the Group H games. That consists of Cloud9 versus MRN. I can confirm Cloud9 3-0. That wasn't pretty. I'm not going to bother with a replay of that one. E6 versus Rogue, however, that is the other game going on. Rogue won the first hard point. E6 won the Search and Destroy and the Link. And we can go to a live look-in now on Station 3 because guess what, boys? This one is unbelievably close. Rogue apparently are a very, very good hardpoint team now. 186 to 181 in their favor, team. This could force a game 5. E6, this could be dangerous.
And that uplink was absolutely insane. E6 clutched up. Rogue really threw it away. So this game, it could be game point for Rogue. Right now it's game point for Enigma 6. Down to the wire in this one. Looks like E6 barely able to take the lead. They do have initial Cellbot control, but GodRx just gets a 2-piece.
Proto has a Trinity Rocket and camo. But he's going to have, 4 players pushing him here. I think he has a little bit of help now coming over the wall run, but he's got to go massive for his team. First engagement, shot's a little bit shaky. Can't win it.
No, they're playing for their tournament life right now. I want to make sure that's stressed to everybody at home. With that Cloud9 victory, Cloud9 are now 2-0. If Enigma 6 win this map right here, they're at 2-0, and we know our 2 teams from Group H. Rogue,
you're so smart, Jack.
Depends on this. Hey, I'm going to be the guy that is in the movies that asks the questions for the viewers to feel peace of mind. Basically, it's simple. E6 win this map, they're into the bracket stage.
You're like a potato.
The only question, of course, at that point is it number 1 or is it number 2 seed?
Yes.
And do you fall into the bracket? We'll find that out later on when
that's
the final
huge. We can't push that anymore.
Oh, dude, that is so
I know we
important.
haven't got to the point where we're really discussing 1 versus 2 seed a ton, but my God, some of the matchups is so much more favorable for teams depending on where you land.
Proto just burns camo for 20 seconds of scrap time. If they aren't able to hold and win this rotation, I just don't know if I'd agree with that one. They have initial control. I'm not sure if there's any streaks. I think Proto has a Trinity in the back pocket, so maybe that's why he called it there.
And to that point, that's a couple of times, the past couple of events, we've seen Proto pop camo in very, very interesting, I guess is the polite way of saying it, or just downright bad situations. But E6 look good to be able to hold this one for at least a moment. Rogue probably have time for one final push if they want to try and break it. And to Jack's point, Rogue's tournament life is now well and truly on the line. They need to break this hill if they want to make it to the bracket stages. The kills coming in their favor as well, but still Enigma 6 getting the time on the hill.
He didn't land it in the window.
Why didn't he go spiraled with it, though?
Proto's the last one here. Proto, can he do it all? 3 players swarming him, finally does drop with 10 seconds left. They have it too. They do have the spawns. It's going to be Johnny, I think, already set up in commissary. You're spawning the worst possible spawn you could have for Enigma 6.
That was a brutal spawn.
Wow. Oh my God. Ro can absolutely do this.
Here's the big thing. You have Royalty with reactive armor.
This down. Yeah.
Does he mess it up? Does he actually hit it quite well?
Is Panda got his as well? I can't tell because of the yellow.
Yes,
I think he does.
Yeah, he has camo.
I think he has camo, right?
Yeah, he's camo.
So
it's a winnable game.
Royalty's going to use this. He's going to use the payload right now on the pinch. We're not watching his perspective, but right now they're going to wind up pushing on through. Camo being popped. They're doing everything they can. Royalty and crew, they're in.
Wow.
He's done it. That's going to be it.
Nice
GG. Enigma 6 just knocked out Rogue.
Nicely played, E6 with that 3-1 win, but I can tell you this, that was a series which was much closer than arguably it should have been. E6, though, will progress through to the bracket stages, as will, of course, Cloud9. You can see the Station 4 matchup, which is coming up next. Envious versus Project Evil. Of course, that was Cloud9 versus MRN previously, which was a 3-0 victory in favor of Cloud9. But we can now go back to Station 1, where Splyce versus Millennium is underway. And it's Search and Destroy Map 2. Splyce leading the series 1-0.
Well, Jack, let's get right back into the action here. I believe it's a 2-0 lead for Splyce over Millennium. If you missed the game one, Splyce dominated for the first 5 or so minutes. Millennium tried to fight back, but fell just a little bit short. Now as they're trailing in the S&D, they're going to have to come back in a similar fashion.
Oh, he just got a ton of information for his team. Mad Cat will retreat right away. He's got one of the best shots in Europe, but guess what? When there's 4 people ready to shoot back at you, you do not want to challenge that gunfight. And because he spots all this, look at how fast this pinch can come in from Splyce. They're going to try to flank before anything, but Moose is ready for it. Yeah, and they didn't hit that together at all. I mean, there was no trade opportunity, and that's one of the strongest positions in the game when you talk about hardpoint or any game mode. Easy pickings for Moose. Now going to be a 2 versus 3 for Splyce. Man down. Going to have to fight from behind in this round. Both players by Spiral decided they want to take this through the back tank. You can see on the minimap all those purple arrows stacked up around Lab and into Graveyard. It's planted for them as well. We'll see if Splyce can break through. Splyce trying to push on in. You've got Jerd here. Now dead. Millennium win the round as they wind up clutching it on up. I mean, that's a round you should be winning, certainly. 3v2, bomb down, bomb planted for your side. You know how difficult it is to, well, break through Spiral if you have a team that is actually looking at Spiral. We've seen that be a weak spot in many a setup. Millennium, this has got to be must-win territory here for this game, too. I was on my phone for a second. I'm getting people tweeting me their ticket confirmations. They're seeing this weekend start. They're saying, I got to get down to the damn Amway Center myself. I'm saying, send me your confirmations on Twitter. I'm getting all excited. Get here. If you're in the area, if you have relatives that live here, just live on their couch this weekend. Come down to Champs. The stage behind us is going to be something to see this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Bring suntan lotion, maybe one of those spritzer bottles. That's for Maven, not for you. Yes. Oh no. Oh yeah, not for you at all. Just trust me. Deliver those to me at the casting desk. See, that's big. He whiffs the first cluster, and now because of that, he can stay alive. But Marky Beast comes in to save the day. 3v3. Mad Cat holding the edge. Nice win there. Second one comes. Keep on feeding the cat. Fourth at the back tank. 3v1 advantage for Splyce. 3v1 advantage. Moose all by himself. And yeah, look, he's just trying to hightail it away. He's been spotted. Give him the ace. And expect him to jump off the map here momentarily. There he goes. Fleeing from the cat. I think a moose would probably win that fight. Yeah, definitely. No, I don't know what cats you've had in your life, but I've seen some strong cats. I mean, cat could be a panther. Cat could be a lion, Jack. No one said it's a house cat. Okay, see? That's my fault. Actually, I apologize for assuming that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Here we go. 3-1 lead for Splyce. Offense now to Millennium. I'm just picturing a moose and a lion fighting. God. While you do that, I'll call the round. Thank you. Quicker's got the bomb. He's going to try to shoulder peek this corner. You can see with X-Ray. Player just around the side with Splyce. He doesn't get hit by that nade, so they still don't know he's here. Now that'll give it away. As here comes the pinch, Millennium should collapse on this and win this with ease. Yeah, Splyce just played that so passively. They give up middle map control, and because of it, Millennium are able to flood right through showers and get three free kills. We have seen Zero do some crazy things. He does not have a chance in this round. The Zero goes fleeing from the cat. I don't know what. The Zero runs from the positive numbers. Oh, we're done. We're done. We got to be done with that. Yeah, I'm done. Okay. Nice round. Win there for Moose and Company. A sloppy round. Well, it's not that it was sloppy. It was just that it was a setup from Splyce that's just not going to work. The reason why LG can triple stack showers is because they have Octane in middle calling when the pinch is coming in, and thus LG can have Saints, rotate and look towards that area and be ready to have gun up. They don't have that, and because of it, Millennium just waltz on in and get 3 free kills. Can we hop over to somebody at mid-map, just because, I was about to say, there are a lot of players stacked here. I thought there was going to be a gunfight right at loading. There it is. Zero tags him up, but he has to back down. Everybody drops very quickly. The 2 that pushed into showers from mid for Millennium got dropped. Marky B does have FTL. He catches him, makes the play. Can he get away with his life? They're going to try and hunt him down. Nice job looking behind you. Hopefully he got far back enough with the thrust. He did. He cleared it quite significantly. 2v1 for Splyce.
I mean, I know Marquee B has FTL. You wish he'd have maybe a stronger tool in this scenario, but certainly gives him maybe more of a chance to get a kill and get away.
I'm wondering if he gets a good timing here.
Well, he just got a very good timing on the bomb planter. He might get another very good... he didn't see him. Oh, he did. He did. He spotted him, wins the first, but right as that happens, the second hits through Spiral. Splyce take the round.
Nice job by Splyce to clean that up. Did Mad Cat get the final kill? That's what I'm wondering. Yes, he did. So Mad Cat should have that Centurion payload. Moving forward, it can use that to either help secure a lane, watch a flank, plant the bomb and use it as cover. Remember, when you do use that Centurion, it gives you basically a trophy defense system on steroids that blocks out grenades coming on in.
4-2 Splyce. Incredible game from Mad Cat. He was stellar in game 1.
Yep.
Now a 9-3 performance. We actually mentioned him being triple positive in the game 1 at one point. Now triple positive here.
And how perfect is this? Spots everything. He'll run away. The Centurion is now there as extra defense. It'll give him hit markers when they try to push on up. They know it's there, and Millennium right now sitting there going, should we rotate back? I'm wondering if they make a move back towards their spawn.
I mean, if that's the... Okay, they're just going to plan for the backside. No
That's
one's
never
looking at
gonna
Spiral. Jerd comes up, 2 kills to Splyce. Moose, though, answering back quickly, turns into a 2 versus 2. What can PD do? Just trying to spot the Splyce players.
Moose and PD holding the line. Mad Cat with the trade. 1 versus 1 camo popped it. And I love that. Absolutely love it from Splyce. It's why you have those payloads. Win that swing round. You're now up 5-2. You've got rounds to work with. No hesitation from Vance. The man's showing up big time here at Champs.
And in the kill cam you saw, he got vision over the top. He knew right where the player was, obviously, from communication from his teammate as well. Yeah, pop it. Win the round. Secure the round. Get it done with. You need one more.
And even if it goes all the way to round 11, you have a chance to earn it a second time.
Yeah.
If you have some great rounds, some big numbers. Obviously doubt that would happen, but you know what?
We've seen it. We've absolutely seen it. All right, Splyce ended here on their offensive round. For those of you maybe not familiar with this matchup, Splyce certainly the heavy favorite, considered the best team in Europe. Millennium has fallen from a T1 to a T2 to maybe even a T3 European team as they've kind of collapsed throughout the course of the year.
Some cheeky grenades there from Quicker. Splyce have taken control of Showers. They've got their flank watched. Vance now follows it up as well. It's Moose and Quicker again left in a 2 versus 4 scenario, and that should do it right here.
Unless Quicker is some sort of god.
Splyce close it on out. They're now up 2-0 as they're in full command of this series versus their European brethren in Millennium.
Well, Splyce doing a good job of getting Station 1 back on track, that's for sure. Some pretty quick games, 6-2 the victory there. Millennium definitely struggling in this series. Of course, it's a battle of European squads, and Splyce making it look relatively simple. Of course, this is a Group G matchup, and in terms of that group, we were kind of hypothesizing a little bit earlier on, you know, this could be one of those groups where you have a lot of teams at 1-1, but right now, Maven, it doesn't look to be the case.
No, I think we talked about what G and H, and that flipped on its head quickly. All the theorizing we were doing after that first Rogue win, and then talking about here with Ghost and TK, a close series, that was going back and forth. But no, it seems like Splyce and Ghost are kind of taking control right now, and I hope that Millennium would play Splyce a little bit tougher.
Right.
It doesn't appear that they're going to.
Obviously, in terms of that other matchup of the group, the Ghost versus Team Caliber matchup, we can obviously take a quick look at how map number 3 ended. When we left, obviously, TK had just won that round 11 in Search and Destroy, and we're thinking, all right, TK making a little bit of a move. And bear in mind that hard point as well. If you go back, cast your memory back, that was a map TK probably could have won. Should have, could have. It was very, very close. At what, 250 to 242. They kind of threw it away a little bit. Here is the closing moments of the Uplink. You see Ghost Gaming up 7-2, and this one, I think it ends ultimately 7-3.
It's one of those games, you know, Mox is a player that we've seen has potential to take over in a respawn. Just significantly outslay everyone else in the lobby. And I think this is what you're seeing. I know we didn't watch the entire game, but he's a 33-21, 10 more kills than anybody else.
Right.
He's got so much talent, he can take over a respawn.
You can assume he was playing pretty well. So Ghost lead that series now 2-1. Of course, Splyce versus Mill still underway. The other batches of games that we were seeing was, of course, Group H. It was E6 versus Rogue. It was Cloud9 versus MRN. I updated you earlier on Cloud9 with a very, very simple dispatch over MRN, 3-0, done and dusted. Enigma 6 as well. We watched the closing moments of that matchup. That was a 3-1 victory, although they did struggle against Rogue. Credit where credit is due for Rogue. But sadly, credit isn't going to get you to the bracket, that's for sure. You need wins, and Enigma 6 and Cloud9 have both qualified for bracket play. The only question is, who will take the #1 seed from that group? We'll see that matchup later on today, and that #1 seed is very, very important to where you fall in the bracket.
That's our final match of the night, right? Cloud9 Enigma 6?
I think it might be.
That'll be a fun one.
So
I think that'll be us casting too. I'm excited for that.
Definitely is going to be a good one. For now, though, no games currently going on, so we can throw it to a quick commercial break. When we return, Day 2 continues. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2017 CWL Championship presented by PlayStation 4. It's the final day of group play live from the Amway Center in Florida. Of course, we're in our studio suite in a few days' time, or in tomorrow, actually. Yeah. We go down there straight onto the middle of the court where it's being built behind us. And it's funny because, Jack, you mentioned it earlier on in the day. If you go take like a mini time lapse of the whole thing being built, you watch the start of yesterday to the start of today, for example. It's night and day. It really is starting to be a little fabulous. They were doing the acoustic test yesterday, and it was very, very loud.
So if people wonder maybe why we're not out there yet, if you've been watching, it is literally being crafted.
Yes.
And two, in my opinion, there are many teams here that do not deserve to play in the stadium.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Did you say 16 teams that don't deserve to play?
16 teams do not. 16 teams do. I think it actually makes it great. Like, maybe it doesn't have the feel of as much pressure in a way, but that alone, like, you want to play in the stadium as a player, and you know, knowing you're getting knocked out, you're not going to get to enjoy that fan atmosphere. I mean, it has to add something to it.
Definitely does, of course. Currently, there is 2 games going on in Group G. We have Ghost versus TK. Ghost lead that series 2-1, and I believe their hardpoint has just begun. You can watch that exclusively on the Bravo stream if you wish to hear commentary. We, however, are following the Splyce versus Millennium game, which may not be as close as that. Splyce currently lead 2-0 as Map 3 gets underway.
Does it end here, Jack?
Yes.
Yeah, I feel pretty confident in that too. We know Splyce maybe not the team they were for their best stretch of the year, but they have been consistently strong in Uplink. But let's see if Marquee B and Millennium can play spoilers to this hot 3-0 and stay alive in this group.
Yeah, they're looking for a wave of kills right here. Look at this pinch they're developing. Every lane being pushed by Millennium. Every lane being perfectly defended so far by Splyce. 3 kills in a row, nearly 4, as Marquee B's only able to take 1 with him to the grave as Splyce hold their base. Nicely done by them to not panic. They fall on back, they play their range with those NV4s, and they get the job done.
And Jerd, no hesitation, gets to a close corner, and those 2 kills are going to be the difference in his team having to kill through another wave or getting immediate points. Oh my god, what a play from Quicker from behind. Quicker actually kills the drone carrier, flanks through, kills both. That was almost a guaranteed 1-point play after Jerd picked up those kills if Quicker doesn't go massive in mid-map.
An example of a miscommunication. They need to know Quicker. We haven't spotted him. He could be anywhere. They just assume he's in his base somewhere, and that's not the case there.
Well, I mean, how many times when you get 3 down like that, the only call is forward, forward, go, 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 get drone and go. They just leave the drone carrier by himself. Like you said, they don't call out one guy, and that one is enough to hold them up. And there, that 1-point toss falls just a little bit short, Jack.
Alrighty, so you could have said not only could there have been points on that play from Splyce from the prior push before Quicker had the 2-piece from behind, that's also a potential rally right there for Splyce. So I would argue that they could have been up 3-0 right now with this map, and instead it's 0-0.
Yeah, Splyce have gift-wrapped a chance in this game 3, at least in the first half for Millennium. Not blowing it open early like we saw them do in the hard point. Still 0-0. 2 kills, though, going the way of Splyce, and that'll be mid-map control for them as they fly out. Mad Cat does get eyes on one. Unfortunately, PD able to take out his teammate before Mad Cat can trade the kill.
Still with bodies here. Still with a presence in middle. Zero relying on that MP4 hipfire, realizes, what am I doing here? Decides to just ADS and pick up the kill. Moose again, a nice 2-piece in middle map. That'll let Millennium take this back through train and reset up for a bowling push. 2.5 minutes in. So far, it's still dead even, but all things considered, you think Splyce should be up in this game?
You should, absolutely. But I love the wrap they just did because you saw Mad Cat's POV as he rotated up the top blue. They take it mid-track, they wrap around towards the bowling side of the map. The defense is not set up, and this is a dunk for Millennium. You know, we talked a lot yesterday about having the drone in hand, how that wrap can throw people out. I believe it was Proofy kind of breaking that down. I think that was a perfect example. You shift the defense, you quickly wrap back, they're not set up and ready for it.
So what we saw right there was Jerd was in a 1v4, and he played an off angle that they didn't actually expect him to be in. And instead of shooting at the first 2 people he sees, he waits for the drone carrier to land in front of him. And what he basically does is he gets the kill, suicides into the drone to try to pick it up and throw it out. But before he could get the drone released from his hands, his character was already dead. It basically team shot him with 3 of them, and he was just melted right off the map.
It's sort of unbelievable in that 3 minutes we've watched. So this is a 2-0 lead for Millennium. It doesn't feel like it should be through the first couple minutes of gameplay, but as it stands, it will be a Millennium lead. But Mad Cat has now gotten control of Lemon.
But this pinch is great from Jerd.
Yeah, they're so spread out right now. This pinch could work majestically, depending. Yeah, I thought he was going to hit Barn. Are they ready for it? There's one inside. Can't snap.
Now they're just letting him wind up. Playing from this side of the map, they're going to push right with them. Zero should have a dunk. There it goes. 2-2. Splyce now on the board.
Now this scoreline makes more sense.
Yeah.
But no, that was Vance just completely dominating. And Mad Cat, I think, ends on a 5 streak. We'll have to check to see if he picked up any streaks. I don't believe he did. Can we check him real quick? No. Okay.
Now Vance the kill. Still pressure going forward. Zero is here playing this off angle. Lemon gets Vance 1 shot as well. Should have a follow-up here from Mad Cat in a moment. 45 seconds left, drone moving forward.
I do like a couple of the gunfights we've seen from Zero today.
Intercepted.
It just looks like the confidence is back. Like that's the second time I've seen him hit like a hard swipe and snap directly onto someone. We've been talking about his struggles.
With the result of this one, 2-2 with 30 seconds left, I do just want to interrupt you both because Station 2, of course, that's the other game. Ghost versus TK is unbelievably close. I want to jump into the action. This is basically TK's tournament life. Yeah. Assuming Splyce win this, we have to jump into this action because Ghost Gaming looked close to winning this one. It's what, 240 to 220. Going on to the final hill. Mook still has camo to do, and I think Ghost will win this, and this has a big effect now on how the rest of that group plays out, because assuming Splyce do beat Millennium, then guess what? You know your 2 teams coming out of that group, Ghost and of course Splyce. So now Millennium have to win. If Millennium lose, they are out of this tournament.
There's no more 3-way tie scenario with teams with 1 win, right? You have to take this series. Oh my god, this second half should be riveting. Can Millennium pull an impossible reverse sweep here?
This is their tournament hopes. Simple as that. We just saw Ghost Gaming get the better of TK there in game 4. That puts them at 2-0 in their group. TK down to 0-2. And this is it.
And that's, I mean, the fall of TK, like we saw, I mean, from being in pro leagues and finishing at the top to slowly sort of disappearing. Then they get that 9th through 12th finish at Champs last year.
Yep.
Now not even making it out of groups.
It's rough.
It is.
And that team,
feel for the guys.
That core 3 stuck together. Because, you know, Champs didn't go the way that they wanted to last year. They said, hey, let's stick together. Let's play through it. let's really impress this time around, and they'll finish, you know, just as poor.
Well, back to the action at hand. Millennium Splyce. Still all tied up. Drone at mid-map. Mad Cat trying to control this entire bike path. He knows his teammate just died from behind. He tries to check it. I think he already hit across mid and picked up another one of his teammates. His Mad Cat soars. Gets a kill, but Moose able to trade it out. And no one really able to get set up here at mid to make a play yet, Jack.
Nope. George's trying to spot what he can with these tacticals. Now he will just continue to stay alive. Top ticket. Beautiful positioning from him. PD now dead. 3 alive at middle map. Quicker's been spotted. It's a green light now for the offensive for Splyce. They've got FTL jump as well. 2 more down dead.
Can he get it out?
Oh,
Can
but
he
a
get it
great reset from PD.
That is such a good play. He was the only one up in a position to make a play on the drone. They toss it back over, but now everybody's dropped. That's the second time. For sure, you think it's going to be points for Splyce and somebody goes clutch. Remember, it was Quicker on the flank previously. This time it's a toss out from PD with the drone. You know, it's been smart plays for Millennium that keeps them in this.
For the most part, Millennium have had 1 chance to score, and they've got 2 points. Splyce have had like 6 chances to score, and they've had 2 points.
Absolutely true, but here's another one. Can they shut it down? 1 away, look good to me. Barely sneaks on through. Lead to Splyce.
Bance stays alive for a moment. No, Moose is there to trade the kill. I thought Bance was going to get into the base and force Millennium to fall on back, give up map control. PD whirlwinds around that player. And look, Millennium, they're just trying to get this away from middle map, away from bike path where Mad Cat has been able to excel. Get it towards Barn and just change up how this map is played.
And a reminder to our audience, Millennium have to win this match, or they will be eliminated from competing this week in the double elimination bracket.
Yeah, their highest placing would be potentially top 24 if they get 3rd in this group. Top 32, obviously, if they finish dead last, which is still very much possible.
All right, well, Moose now trying to take this out to Courtyard, see if they can even up this game. He has a lead blocker. As I say that, his lead blocker dies. Moose with the deep one. It's up, away. Is the interception there? Yes, 2 players to pick that out of the sky. Zero and company. Stop it from going through.
Moose, he's on his way to that active camo. He's got 20, he's 20 and 15, so I think he should get it. He just needs to get it sooner rather than later. Simple as that when it's a 1-possession game. They've juked out this Millennium team. The pass is in, the dunk is there. Mad Cat now puts Splyce up 5-2.
In a low-scoring affair, you got to feel very good about a 3-point lead, especially when you and I talked about you've now had 2 chances for Millennium to score, and it's a 2-possession game, and there's under 2 to play. You can't feel very confident. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, you've seen Zero hitting some shots that look like when Zero is in MVP form, because I know when we were watching him in Stage 2, it just looked like the confidence was not there. If it's back, man, Splyce is a contender almost immediately.
I think he'd say it himself, the confidence was not there.
Yeah.
Oh, Jerd gets 2 one-shot with no kills to show.
Bance able to win an up-close and personal fight. Takes the 2nd down as well. 1 more in front, but gets some awkward timing there as he hits across the backside of that fence. Now, just hardly over 1 minute to play. Millennium's tournament hopes on the line these final 60 seconds. PD saves Quicker's life. Does he get his health back? He does. Pops the overdrive. This needs to be a dunk. Can he get it in? Soars on through. 4-5 game, and they're picking up kills inside. No one's back at mid-map, so not going to be able to rally this. But now at 50 seconds, you need at least 1 to push OT.
Still possible, but what I touch on with Moose, he's slowed down a little bit. When they needed him most, he's now only gotten 2 kills in the last 3 minutes. No active camo earned yet. Every kill Moose gets right now is huge for their chances. He just found 1. I think he's 1 more engagement off earning that payload, which could win them this game.
As PD tries to get into silo, he gets taken out. They pick off both players there in Courtyard, and now you're at the point where you can just sort of milk time. 3-piece from Zero behind the reactive armor. He keeps on cutting him down, makes 1 weak and finds the assist. Everyone from Millennium just trying to come off a spawn. Camo now popped from Splyce. They're running with it. I don't think you have enough time to even make a score based on where the drone's position is.
Yeah, GG.
That's
Splyce will take this 3-0. Millennium's tournament hopes are done. Comes down to the wire at the end, but it's just not enough as camo was never earned by Moose.
Well then, there you go. Splyce with the 3-0, and that confirms the closing moments of that group, of course. That means Splyce and Ghost have both guaranteed qualification from their group. The only question, who will take the #1 seed? And again, to reiterate, that #1 seed is crucial as to who you will play. It is predetermined where you fall into the bracket. We'll obviously keep you updated when teams do guarantee that spot, but in terms of that group, again, we will just show you the graphic one more time just so you can see. Ghost and Splyce both sitting 2-0. The other two remaining teams are 0-2. Pretty tragic for Millennium because they may not realize on completion of that game that they are actually out. They may not know. They're going to have to obviously wait, find out the result of the other game that was going on, and then you find out, oh, okay. Yeah,
that's the definition of being kicked and then kicked while you're down.
Most definitely is, especially considering, you know, Team Caliber looks so good. Unfortunate for them not to be advancing from bracket play, but I think coming in, if I've told you, you know, they're the two teams that come through from Group G, probably all of you would have said, yeah, I can see that. That's what you would expect. Obviously, a similar scenario in Group H, of course. Enigma 6 and Cloud9, both 2-0, 2-0. Rogue and Team MR 0-2. So, sadly, your crazy prediction isn't correct, but
they rarely ever are.
Obviously, to reiterate, any group where you have two teams at 2-0 and two teams at 0-2, you know the teams that are qualified. Yeah. It's done because 1 and 2 isn't better than 2 and 1. Math is hard, right? Math is very hard. For now, though, with no games currently going on, we can throw to a commercial break, and when we return, action continues. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2017 CWL Championship presented by PlayStation 4. Coverage of Day 2 Group Play is well and truly underway. And joining me in the studio, we've got the wonderful Mr. X. Maven, you're still here. Proofy seems
I got seated in something that had about as we were coming live. So
he was looking for tacos.
God, I look good.
He was right on time.
I know. I tried to eat in 5 minutes.
Fashionably on time.
And go to the restroom. No, I don't. These colors don't go together at all. Like this jacket should be a lot lighter. But I
look great.
Think that through.
Yeah, I think you look
I like
good.
your shirt though. Oh, thanks, bud.
Your shirt's
I think
nice.
you're looking fantastic.
Thanks,
personally.
I think you look great as well.
I wore it today.
I like your shirt the most out of everyone. I'm sorry, like you gotta look at his shirt. You can't deny it.
That's true.
What do you think about my shirt?
Anyway,
You look like a hippie.
while they discuss their shirts, I want to talk to you guys at home about the bracket. Obviously, I've been trying to keep you updated with how the bracket is starting to develop. There still hasn't been too many confirmations. We know, again, teams have qualified for bracket play, but we will not know where they fall into the bracket until we know their seeding, whether it's 1 or 2, and those games will happen later on in the day. Team Envious, the only team as of right now which confirmed first place in their group, and they have been fed, I should say, into that bracket. We'll take a look now at our groups. And in terms of the next couple of games that we are going to see, they do get a little interesting because we have a couple of Group A games going on. Epsilon versus 3s Up is one of them. And that one should be a pretty good matchup because 3s Up tournament life, again, is very much on the line. And in terms of the right-hand side there, as I mentioned earlier, we're on 2-0s, 2-0s, 0-2, 0-2. Those groups are pretty much done.
Well, even more important with the Group A matches coming up now, you may get a good look of who Envy will play.
That's true.
You know, when all these games are decided, we may have that number 1 team in Group A. We may be able to figure out who number 2 will be coming out of this. So we may be able to get our first bracket matchup on the board.
That is a good point, Matt.
It's a great point.
Very good point.
I didn't care for it.
Of course, they're a look at Group A, OpTic Gaming 2-0, Epsilon 1-1, Echo Fox 1-1, 3s Up 0-2. Now, Echo Fox, they have to play OpTic Gaming, of course, and for Epsilon and 3s Up, that matchup, I believe, is underway.
So what are the chances that, assuming Epsilon beats 3s Up, that Echo Fox takes the series versus OpTic and makes it just go into a crazy spiral?
1 second. I kind of agree, but I don't want to say none because I do see this as. We talk about trap games, like your OpTic. You go 6-0 map count yesterday. You go 2-0. You know you're getting through. You're not sure if you're first or second, but you feel pretty good. You come in today, then you have a team playing for their tournament lives. Do I think OpTic is going to win this series? Absolutely, but I would not say 0, just because we've seen upsets when a team has a lot more to play for.
Exactly, and OpTic's pretty comfortable right now. They don't even think they're going to lose, and they're playing against Echo Fox, and they're pretty comfortable.
This is the definition of like a trap game for OpTic
now,
Gaming. So.
For Echo Fox to actually come through here, it is worth mentioning that there's a look at Call of Duty World Champion, obviously back in AW, Replay is a veteran of this Echo Fox team.
He's been a crazy story this year, right?
I mean, the guy coached for pretty much 80% of the year. Then he was like, oh wait, yeah, COD champs. I won that. Oh yeah, let me pick up the controller. Let me see if I can win it again.
You talk about practice and stuff. It is safe to say that this guy has played less Infinite Warfare than any other player competing this weekend out of all 32 teams.
But they're going to beat OpTic, though, this one.
I don't know if that's necessarily true.
It's like
I got Echo Fox.
It's like Terrell Owens coming out of retirement and playing in the Super Bowl.
When he was coaching, though, he was still playing. He was still playing. So, I mean, he's been playing scrims against some teams even then.
If there's anyone that's going to know OpTic, it would be Chris, considering he did coach FaZe for the entire duration of this year. So I would assume he knows how they play.
Again, to reiterate this group, it isn't as black and white as some of the other ones where you have those 2-0s, because there are certain algorithms which could allow Echo Fox to go through. Yes, they have to be OpTic Gaming, and that is a sheer must, but they may also need a little bit of help from the Epsilon 3s Up game, and map number 1 actually just finished. We can show you the closing moments of that. If 3s Up beat Epsilon, it makes that group so interesting. Unfortunately for 3s Up, well, that wasn't the case in that point.
They haven't won a hard point since this team is formed.
That's a long time, Clint.
that would be a very long time.
But no, their struggles in the LCQ were 100% hard point. They were abysmal there. I'm not shocked to see them losing that.
Now, if Epsilon do win this series, and Echo Fox do somehow beat OpTic Gaming, which I'm not saying they will, I'm just saying if they do, you then do have a 3-way tie at 2-1, but you can't figure out who goes through on that scenario yet until the final scores come through in terms of map count. So we can't even hypothesize who would be coming through until those series kind of get a little bit further on. But if 3s Up do somehow upset Epsilon, they could play massive spoilers to the Europeans.
Or even take some maps off of them and make it kind of go into map count confusion at the end of the day.
This is a fun story, I think, because last year, I think everyone was shocked when 6 teams made it into bracket play from Europe. This year has been all about how European teams have caught up, blah, blah, blah. Imagine if it's like half that makes it out. Like, who are we looking at right now? Splyce? Maybe Epsilon?
Yeah.
Red Reserve? No,
well,
Red Reserve maybe not,
no,
Legions.
You're just looking at those 2. Fnatic.
Fnatic. So you might go from 6 teams making it to bracket play champs last year to 3 this year. I just think it's interesting because I think we all agree that European teams have been better this year.
Well, yeah,
definitely. But come champs time, it's kind of odd.
They won a major.
Right. Yeah,
they won a championship.
And Elevate still. How did Elevate's match go earlier today? Oh, they play later. So Elevate's could still get in. So it could be 4.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong too. The Australians are still in as well. Like the Australians have a chance to bring 2 teams in, right?
Elevate versus MF Black is a qualification game later
That's
today.
The one.
I think that's the only one.
In terms of some of the other games going on, we're going to be watching a bit of Group B, of course. Team Envious, Mindfreak Black, Team Elevate, and Project Evil. We will actually see. Oh, actually, Elevate versus Mindfreak Black. That's going on right now. Ha! There you go.
I thought that was like our 4th match.
That is literally going to be the next game on Bravo. But here is the other one. This is Team Envious versus Project Evil. This one has actually begun. This is on Delta stream. If you want to watch this one exclusively, if you're a Team Envy fan or a Project Evil fan, you can. But I expect this to be very similar to some of the other games that have been on Charlie and Delta. Probably a
Slasher versus the world here.
Project Evil.
I was just thinking the same thing. Slasher just cooking right now.
Project Evil fans sold their
28 and 12 with the most time.
I mean, you say they sold their jerseys.
Yeah. I asked this yesterday to Teep. What Slasher do you get this event? Do you get the same Slasher we saw last event?
Yes.
If you do, Envy's a threat. They really are.
You didn't even need to hit him to be that good. I mean, you dial his play a little bit further back. Maybe you get Apathy or John to show up. You're in a very good spot if you're Envy. And outside of OpTic Gaming, obviously, we talk about them a ton. You look at some of these other teams, like who would be the strongest ones we've seen throughout group play this far? You'd have to say probably Envy and United. I mean,
Rise.
And Rise as well, I guess, for how they beat LG. Yeah,
I mean, it wasn't even beat. It was a destruction.
That was like one of the weirder matches we've seen.
Very strange.
It's the first time after first half I knew LG was losing an Uplink.
Winner of straight Fnatic might have to be in that conversation too. If whoever goes 3-0, they both look pretty solid.
And again, to reiterate, Group B, assuming Team Envious beat Project Evil, which I think everyone in the right mind will assume, you'll have Envy at 3-0, and Mindfreak Black versus Team Elevate. That matchup is quite literally for qualification to bracket play. Nothing else matters, just the winner of that will progress through to bracket play. As I said, that game will be streamed on the Bravo station. It has not begun yet, but I believe it is also obviously going to be casted as well when it gets underway. We're going to try and keep you covering all the bases here from the studio this week until, of course, bracket play starts. But Envy, yeah, I mean...
That ragdoll was pretty funny.
There's really not much to talk about. This one really is a...
No, this map kind of reminds you of stage 2, basically. Slasher just going off and the boys just following up behind him.
Yeah, just taking care of business. Like, look at them. They look so calm.
They're all looking at Slasher
chilling, yeah.
And the big story with Team Envious, of course, is they're the only team in Call of Duty esports history which actually has a chance of defending their World Championship. No other team has won and stuck together long enough to even defend it. Team Envious, they actually have that capability. Plus, then, if you kind of believe in all the good luck and the curses that live, they finished second the event before, which traditionally the past 4 years, the team that finished second before has won the next World Championship. There's so much that goes in.
Crazy stat.
I'd have a rabbit's foot if I was like Jacob. I sit there.
I can't tell you how many times I played second with Envy, man. It definitely felt like the curse was too real, like a little beat curse.
Yeah, the Envy second.
The little beat curse.
Until a young man named Formal came in and saved Envy.
Because me and Joe were cooking.
Joe, yeah, I was going to say, Merc will probably tell you that story a little bit differently. He carried that one. But as I said, a couple of games still going on. OpTic Gaming versus Echo Fox. That's the big one. Hasn't begun yet, but it will be soon. Elevate versus Mindfreak Black for qualification from the Bravo stream. That hasn't begun yet. So we're going to jump straight back over to Station 3. Epsilon versus 3Zup. Again, the result of this is very, very important. 3Zup could potentially play spoiler here, try and force a 3-way tie as well if OpTic Gaming were to defeat Echo Fox, which many people would assume. So Group A still very much up in the air as to who will walk out of it. And 3Zup, the first map was pretty close for the most part until Epsilon really just kind of turned up the heat a little bit and finished off 250 to 187. Now, of course, Search and Destroy has just begun, and Josh finds himself a big double.
Joshua, though. Dave wanted the better of him.
I think Dave thought that was too nice. Him down. It's like, you took my kills.
Good double. Now I kill you. Oh, there's Vortex. Fix up Colchan. And Colchan has been a big threat all year in Search and Destroy.
It's a weird round. But yeah, no, Colchan, I mean, on this particular map, if you watch the NALCQ, he had some absolutely insane snipes here. And like you said, for 3Zup, S&D's your bread and butter, you got to win this or you're toast.
Yeah, I've just heard the practice has not been great for 3s Up. I've seen some of their guys in the hotel lobby, and they're waiting for other members to get up, and they're not ready to go to the venue. Then by the time they get to the venue, there's, I know, not too many people here left to scrim because everybody else has gotten here early to play.
And
so
Drama's internet went out for like, what, 3 days before in preparation for champs or something along those lines.
Yeah, so not ideal practice for 3s Up coming into this one.
I have a question, Proof. I didn't ask TP this last series, and I kind of wish I had. What's it like when you're playing in these scenarios where not only do you have to win your game, but you're also relying on another game being played at the same time? As a player, are you consciously kind of, is that in the back of your mind? Are you thinking, oh, I really need, Echo Fox to win if your Epsilon 3 is up?
The best thing you can do is just hope everything else plays out in your favor. Continue to just stick with your team, stick with your series, and just go map by time, and hopefully what's happening on the other station benefits you. If it doesn't, tough luck, but at least you gave your all at that point and still try to give yourself the best shot to play at champs.
I imagine there could be very few worse feelings in sports or esports. When you see like the NFL when it's breaking out with the playoff things, it's like, well, if the Steelers win here, then the Dolphins have to win, and blah. You see all those playoff outcomes, and I'm like, God, it must stink to be the people. You always hear the phrase, you want to control your own destiny, and when you don't control your own destiny, it has to feel horrendous.
I'll actually tell you the worst thing about it is when you already have won your matches and the team that you expect to 3-0 a team to ensure your spot in the champs bracket lose and throw your entire pool into a 3-way tie.
It's funny we talk about that here because that's what Epsilon fell victim to in Stage 1 this year. It ended up being what LG, I think, played spoilers too. I can't remember the exact scenario, but it was United LG, right?
Yeah, LG beat E United in a game 5
yes.
to knock them out.
And had that gone differently, Epsilon would have been into the top 2. And I can tell you, those guys, I talked to a couple of players, they said they wanted to throw up the entire series. They were sitting up there, they felt sick to their stomachs. I talked to E6 about a similar scenario in Stage 2. I was talking to Royalty. He's like, I was literally pacing back and forth for an hour and a half.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's very accurate. That's exactly how it is.
It's got to be just terrifying.
Don't let it get to that point.
Yeah, that's
just
true.
Win
your matches. You don't have to worry about that.
All right.
Don't lose games.
So even in your playing career, Matt, you never had a situation where you were relying on another result?
No, because once I started to get bad and there was the threat of that happening, I just stopped. So I never had to go through that pain. I just gave up before we even got there.
That's why your career was so short.
Champs. Matt actually, you played at COD Champs.
I beat Mindfreak.
You had like
What's up, APAC?
Yeah. You're talking about one of the greatest coach to ever live in Call of Duty right here.
You had what was
like the only one?
All you do is
you had a top 10 KD, right?
Yeah, top 10 KD.
2013.
This conversation always makes me
shout out to Ogre 2 with that Type 25 MMS.
I'm a customer, dude. I remember that. Watching you guys play back then. Good times.
Was it?
No. Not watching you play.
It wasn't really.
Watching the rest of that tournament definitely was, but it looks like 2017 could be set to potentially even take the best COD champs. I mean, after one day we had epic moments. We had a 1v4 clutch. We had a fair amount of 007s. I'm not sure what was going on.
We had the biggest 1v1 fail I've ever
Juju,
seen.
I'm sorry, dude, but it's
I know that
I had to close my eyes.
I think one of the big reasons that I'm really, really excited for this champs, and previously before the Call of Duty World League existed, and you had various leagues, through MLG, and they didn't exactly tie into champs like they do now. And roster mania seemed to be every other week. Like there were so many team changes. Everybody played for everybody. The storylines, yes, there were a lot, but they were so scattered. I feel like we have such distinct and incredible stories throughout this year because the continuity we've had of teams and the couple changes that did happen are even more, I guess, even bigger. This weekend's going to be incredible.
I honestly think if you look at kind of the skill of so many different teams, I think this grand final could have the potential to be the best grand final in Call of Duty history.
I think top to bottom, this is the most competitive champs has ever been. Like in the terms of like the quality of teams.
Yeah.
I mean, you look back at some of the other champs, like Clint's kind of talking about, right? There are numerous ways where you can kind of just play for like a little bit and just kind of get in.
Yep.
This was a build up the entire year. You had to get through. Good teams to make it here. And I think I saw it may have been Pac-Man. He's like, in the past, it was like the grind to get to champs. Then when you got the champs, you didn't worry, right? Because you knew you were going to play pretty well and you can get into the bracket. It's like this is a different beast, though, because I feel like there's so many good teams in groups that like now is really where it gets tough.
And just to clarify real quick, like for maybe newer viewers, Call of Duty Championship used to happen in March, so it was very early in the year. I mean, the game wasn't even in its final form when you talk about rules and weapons. Like, it changed so much past that. So it was a lot rawer. Teams didn't have, I think, strategies and game modes nailed down as much as they do now. And these past 2 years, by moving it back further in the year and the league feeding into it, I love Call of Duty esports, man. I love it.
Proof and Ray with those dual pistols,
cat.
dude.
The dual cat.
Don't forget the scanner. Don't forget the millimeter
nightmares.
scanner. We saw him through the walls before
Put the
Ray ran
AR
in
away.
with the
I got my double BRs out.
Ray would be like, you see him through the walls, and then run in with the Kimbos and just blast them away.
They're dead now. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about
Strats for days.
Hey, man.
And, you know, just to, we talked a lot about champs, and just to touch on the match here a little bit, maybe a little bit of history for this Epsilon team. You know, outside of Josh, you're looking at 3 guys that were on FOB last year. No one gave them much of a chance outside of Bryce Tacular last year. And, you know, this is a team
You
that
called
made
him
a
Bryce.
run.
I have never heard anyone call Brycey Bryce Tacular by his Twitter handle.
This is a team that shocked
That's
the
like
world.
you saying, oh, Benson and you, great to have you.
Come on, man.
Like,
I'm trying to tell the beautiful story
Sorry,
of FOB
I'm sorry,
and
I'm
Epsilon
sorry.
players. They got 3rd place, 4th place at the Call of Duty Championship last year.
Do you even know what place they got?
Fun
4th.
fact about Josh is he was actually the first
Josh got
European
second.
player to win a European event with American teams on their soil.
EGL8.
EGL8. Fun fact. So he knows how to play against American teams, and I could see him going far COD champs if they get past this, which I'm pretty sure 3's up.
So think about it. You got 3 players that got 4th last year. You got Josh, who got 2nd last year. You have a lot of recent champs pedigree on this team. It would certainly be shocking for them to lose this series to 3's up and not make a run. Even though, what's the best finish? Moch 4th?
You want another fun fact, Bruce?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I hate with another fun fact. MadCat is the only player to beat a North American team on European soil and North American soil.
That's including this year now, though, right?
Yep.
Oh, man.
There you go.
MadCat the boss, man.
MadCat and Josh used to be an old school duo back in the day. It's very weird to see them, even for me, you could probably ask Bryce the same thing. It's weird to see them not on the same team. Obviously, a lot of chemistry between those 2 players.
If you're hanging out outside the
ways.
event, you'll notice them 2 always hanging out. So
They're
you would think
great
they're
friends,
best
dude.
friends.
I think that's part of what makes Call of Duty esports so great. You know, yes, the game changes every year. Yes, we've had, you know, different operators and different ways things have fed into champs, but what stayed the same is the players. You know, for the most part, yes, there has been new blood. Yes, there's been old blood go out, but the history between them, I think, is what makes it a beautiful thing. I love it.
The best way I always explain it is Proof and Dave's relationship will be different than Jordan and Dave's. I know his gamer tag is his first name, but you get what I'm saying? Like, the gamer tags doesn't tell the story of the actual people. For example, like you saw Clay yelling at OpTic after the United OpTic match. In game, that will always be like that. Outside the game, you'll see us sitting outside just talking, chatting, and being best friends.
That particular match, I don't know
may
about
not have been the best one to pick.
No, I'm telling you, this is facts. I was hanging out with him right after it happened. And Steph was like, what up with that, man? And
I
Clay's
beg
kind of
to
like,
strongly
this
disagree on
in-game.
this point.
Yeah,
but,
it's like
but for the most
think
part,
so?
I agree. Yeah,
It's
no,
like
I think
Crim and
there's-
Aches.
I don't think they like each other.
No, in game they yell at each other.
I don't think
out of game
I
they.
think it's in
they share
between
a
both.
condo.
I think it's in between both. I think there's always going to be like
But for the most part, I do.
a rivalry. Like, if you're a rival in game, you're going to be a rival outside of the game. You can still be friends and you can still be, you know, respectful of one another. But I still think there's certain players that you can look at other certain players.
I think Formal would jump kick him out of game given the
You're
chance.
playing for 1.5
I don't think Formal likes anyone but W's.
You know, see, he reminds me of. I'm just trying to think of a mentality. Not saying he is the Jordan of COD at all, but from a mentality standpoint,
You want to say it though.
But you want to be that assassin that wants to destroy everything around him. People don't see that side of him. He absolutely has that. Yeah, I don't think he really loves anyone.
Once the game starts, it's a competition. Like you need to compete. Yeah, it's not like the thing that bugs me the most. I'm going to be honest is when like a team loses. And like everybody's like smiling about, wow, that shot was great. It's like you just lost the game for money. It's your job. Why are you smiling?
Well, as we're waiting for Echo Fox OpTic to start, thank you for the history lesson we've now given you.
We did just go down history. We went down history lane of COD esports right there.
I think it's good. I think it's good for new viewers. You know, if they don't understand what's at stakes, where players have been, I love it.
Well, as you mentioned, OpTic Gaming versus Echo Fox. Of course, that is the other matchup in this group. That is Group A. We'll keep you updated with how Epsilon 3's up finishes. Of course, Epsilon 1-0 up in the series, looking good to potentially go 2-0 up. But I believe OpTic Gaming versus Echo Fox has now begun. Again, to reiterate, this is a must-win matchup for Echo Fox. Map 1, Hardpoint Scorch.
All right, Matt, let's get into it. We're going to find out if OpTic Gaming comes to this with a fire to guarantee that first seed, or if maybe they're all smiles like we saw with the MVP players, maybe a little bit more lax, and there's an opening for Echo Fox to make a play.
I think they're going to take this more serious than what we saw Envy after they won their first game, to be honest with you.
Well,
I think
different. Envy already secured the #1 spot, obviously, yesterday. But
yeah, but I think OpTic, you need to set a tone for the weekend, right? I think So you had a great day yesterday, you have a day today where, let's say, this series gets interesting, you don't play as good, that kind of lingers into the next day, and you kind of lose all that positivity you built on day one. So I look for OpTic Gaming to come in here and just blow the doors off of Echo Fox.
Well, they're about to have a 43-second hold on the bridge hardpoint. We see it sometimes in the second rotation. Not very often do we see it in the first. 41-1 off the opening hardpoint, and they busted through Turbine like it was made out of glass.
Formal in the hill here, starting off 4-0. It's OpTic Gaming up 51-1 and counting. So Formal definitely is, I think he's looking even past the finals. He's like, how do I get the MVP at the end? I mean, I feel like he's been unreal this weekend. He's been unreal throughout the entire year, and I feel like, every season he's been great, but it's just kind of that last event of the year that really sours everybody's kind of view on his year. And I don't think he wants to go down like that this year.
And yeah, I think Matt mentioned earlier, but he ended day one. He played 2 series with a 1.89 overall KD. And I know you don't take much from pool play, but they did beat a team like Epsilon, who many consider to be a top 2 team in Europe. Impressive stuff, but everybody rolling right now for OpTic Gaming. Echo Fox still holding on to that breadstick. 1 point on the board.
They're locking it down.
Yeah. It made me think of that Italian, what is it, Olive Garden, the all-you-can-eat?
The bread,
soup, salad,
yeah.
breadsticks.
I've actually never eaten at an Olive Garden.
One of my favorite things in the world. But they just continue to control. Echo Fox, though, finally racked up some time as they've gotten into hangar. We'll see if OpTic Gaming are able to break. Something is happening on Bravo because I hear Bryce losing his mind.
Well, you see Krim trying to get in, but there's nobody there that's close for OpTic Gaming, so it's a good hold for Echo Fox here in the hangar, but they're going to lose control of the hill. You see Formal in the kill feed, picking up 2 kills. Karma's going to come in, trade it out. He's going to earn score streaks as well, as Karma on a 6 streak, going to break in a hangar for OpTic Gaming. As I know, they potentially hold on to this hill, Maven. They're going to go up by more than 100.
Yeah, and that was a nice one-on-one win from Karma, like you said. That the time he gets, or the points for the hard point, also the points for the kill, gets him fully streaked out. So that'll be one more tool to use as this game goes on. And as good as Echo Fox looked in the LCQ, you need to remember they were playing for other teams in an LCQ that had not impressed all year, had not played, really competitively in the league outside of a couple. Should you be surprised if this would be the outcome when you're playing against who many consider to be the best team in the world right now?
It's a tough match for Echo Fox. Yes. Every way you look at it, it's a tough match for Echo Fox. Their goal before this should have been get to this match without having to win it. Yes. That's where they kind of screwed themselves. It's like, you need to get to this match if you're Echo Fox. That would have been your goal the entire weekend. Get to the OpTic match and have it be a match that does not mean anything. Have your spot already be locked up.
Stuff.
They don't.
We talked about, replays. He did some coaching and managing this year and decided to compete. He has a championship ring to his name, back with the Denial squad alongside. He likes to place their JCap attach. Guy's got a winning mentality, and he wanted to bring it back. Unfortunately for you, pal, welcome back to the CWL. You have to go through OpTic Gaming to play in bracket play.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. I don't really do that too often.
I love questions.
Never really have much of a relevant answer, but
pretty true.
OpTic Gaming goes on. They end up winning this whole thing. Out of these 4 players, who has the most impressive resume?
On the team?
Yeah.
I think, oh God. I think you have to give it to Karma because he's going to be the lone man standing with 3 rings. Krim, oh God. Krim then has the most tournament wins. He already does. So I guess it's more impressive because Karma gets that 3rd ring, which is like a first. Krim already holds the crown for most wins, but then he gets his 2nd. Formal, I don't think, can really be in it just because he's still a young player. I think if you just included the case of time since they've been teammates, I mean, Formal's resume is pretty absurd, but... And Scum. That's an impossible question to answer.
It's a really difficult...
My gut says Karma. Three champs rings, that's where I think you have to go. There's a reason we hype this event up every year. It is the biggest event in the entire world. Many don't care what you do before it. I think you have to say Karma.
Yeah, I think I would kind of go towards that as well. I mean, it'd be kind of like winning 3 Super Bowl rings with 3 different teams. Like, especially in vastly different games. Like, it's pretty impressive, just from a longevity aspect, right? Like, that you're able to come to the best tournament of the year. The teams may change, the game changes, your own roster changes, and you're still able to somehow find your way to a final and win it. So I think that would be just a great debate.
Crimsix has 2 score streaks. He apparently did not want a Trinity rocket.
Replace didn't want to go push the hill with his teammates, so he decided to blow Ruiz up.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Ruiz.
This has been we talked about it a little bit in the pregame where this is a must-win for Echo Fox, and maybe OpTic comes out and they kind of take this game not as serious as some of their ones yesterday, right? You put yourself in a great spot if you're 2-0 yesterday. You are seeing no signs of that.
No.
This is a team that I know comes into the weekend so focused.
Yeah, well, we're talking about the focus of this team. I actually want to toss this over. Let's listen to the team chat.
Play the back with him. Yeah, stay alive. One in the back. Breeze is
up mid-moon.
Spawn hall, guys. Stay alive back there if you can.
Trying to.
Coming your hall. Coming your hall. Coming your hall.
I felt the map. Oh.
They left hill.
Yeah, they're 24 then. Low pinching, 1L. I'm coming.
Front door, dead.
Behind you, Damon.
Bottom, dead. Oh, another one box. Box, right side.
Got him.
Nice, 4.
Front, maybe?
Last guy's replays.
No,
He hit hill.
Yeah, he's hall.
He's at the computers.
Nice, 4. I'm blocking the back. Someone hold middle.
Mosh weak.
In the wall.
Mosh is weak hall.
Wall, method, one shot, wall. Or Ruiz, one shot.
I got your hall.
Going bottom wall right
Getting
now.
out of hill. He's scared.
Playing it slow.
Yeah, there's one hall.
Yep.
I'm one
One
shot.
shot. He's right there. Going front. Aiding it. Front right now, Ruiz.
Dead. Maybe hall or bottom?
Hall's front.
Hall.
Bottom.
I'm gonna hit out lab.
Oh, no health.
Bottom now, replay.
No health hall. He hit it. Right side hall. He's in hill now.
It's all you guys.
You get full streak, Seth. I spawned at new with you, Ian.
One's gotta be in now.
Here, Ian.
Blue. Dude, these guys are fucking
two at new.
Blue, Ruiz.
Blue. One guy's behind the drill.
Absolute no, Ruiz.
I'm just gonna streak.
I think he's in blue.
I think you very clearly hear and see a team that is looking to close this out quickly. I mentioned that this could be a trap game. It is evidently not. They just smashed the Echo Fox.
This one is not been too competitive. It's got to be a big damper for Echo Fox. You try to come in here, get this first win. You put yourself in a good spot the rest of the series. Maybe you still search. You go to an uplane. You keep it low scoring. Maybe you're able to take this and find a way through. But I definitely think after this game they're going to kind of look at each other and be like, oh no, like they're here to play today. Like what do we do?
And we're talking about a team that's been so exceptional in Search and Destroy recently in OpTic Gaming. Oh my God. I just don't know what you do. I don't know how you respond to this.
Here's the thing that's different for OpTic, than past years. Right, Advanced Warfare, maybe they don't have the best team going in, right? Maybe they just didn't have, all the talent there. They weren't all locked in. I know Formal's first champs with the roster. Maybe he's just not comfortable. You can kind of understand that loss. Last year, they were horrible in Search and Destroy. That was their, it hurt them so bad coming into this event. This year, there is not one thing you can pinpoint that is wrong with this team coming into this event. This is the one that I think you would be the most shocked if they lose it.
And I completely agree with you there, Matt. If they don't win this event, I think everyone would look at it and be like, all right, how? Like, last year, to your point, they were still expected to win. It was crazy they didn't win, but you could definitely say
you could see a road how they would lose.
Right. You could see the clear weakness this year.
Where is it?
The biggest gift to OpTic Gaming is a E-United Luminosity round 1 matchup if that happens. Because it'd be, I believe, on the opposite side of the bracket. And they wouldn't have to worry about their 2 biggest threats.
It would just be blessed. It would be blessed. And I think the scary thing is as well is in past years, you've seen the team favored to kind of come in and feel favored. This team is, I can tell you right now, OpTic is the first in the venue, the first to warm up. They are taking this like their lives are dependent on this.
There is a part of me, though,
Okay.
that would love to see, you can comment on this, that would love to see this team, though, get to the winter final. And with the pressure that they've had over the last few years, like, you could talk about it, like, because you played for OpTic, like, and especially with the way they've kind of bombed out of these champs previously, there will be more pressure on them in that match than any other. I don't know how they'll react to that.
I completely agree with you. I feel like this event already put so much pressure on their shoulders. The fact that they won the last event and you got a repeat now at COD Champs, it's already hard enough to win back-to-back events. So they put that pressure on their shoulders. It's COD Champs, you're Seth, you've been playing for years at the highest level, dominating year after year after year, and all you want is that ring to solidify your dynasty. It's just so much pressure on their shoulders, and this is the only tournament that will put pressure on them, in my opinion.
It all comes down to legacy for me, the word legacy. You have 2 players that have already pretty clearly defined their legacy in Crim6 and Karma, 2 players trying to define their legacy in Formal and Scum.
Agreed. I couldn't have said that better.
Well, of course, that was a quick
Sometimes
look
I talk well.
at the Epsilon game. Epsilon 2-0 up against 3s up. Of course, that's the other game going on in Alpha. We'll just recap Bravo real quick because, of course, elimination game going on, or a qualification game as well, I guess you could say. Elevate versus Mindfreak. We'll take a look at how Group B currently lands. MB 2-0, Mindfreak 1-1, Elevate 1-1 as well. Of course, actually, the MB Project Evil match literally does not matter. It doesn't matter at all. I can tell you the MB is 2-0 up.
They're just getting some repetition.
It matters for pride for Project Evil.
Yeah, have fun going 0-3. The big game, though, is this one. Elevate versus Mindfreak Black. And take a look at this. The Australians come into play early on day 2. We'll see if they're able to close this one out, 237 to 216. It looks good that they're able to do so.
I'll tell you what, I've casted and seen Hopi and Swiftazor. I haven't seen much of Zeppa, but I was talking to Miles about him. He's just a young guy, and apparently he's a god. Like, he's just been destroying. And it's just, we haven't had a chance to see every player out of the APAC region, but apparently he's been a real treat.
Yeah, Hopi and Swiftazor last year played with Chiefs Esports Club down in Australia. You know, that was a top 3 to 4 team throughout the year down there. So it was really kind of dominated by Orbit, which is now kind of made up with some of the guys from Tainted Minds, Mindfreak, obviously, who is still Mindfreak. And then you know, these guys, a combination of these players are on Chiefs Esports Club, and then some new blood coming in. And you see, very talented team.
Mindfreak Black just 2 maps away from qualification. Again, we'll go check back in with OpTic Gaming versus Echo Fox. And we were obviously talking about what it means for OpTic Gaming here at Champs. I honestly think if you see them win this event, you will see 4 players just emotionally break down on the main stage. There will be tears of joy if they can bring it home for the Green Wall.
I may be crying too. But Echo Fox.
No bias there whatsoever.
Echo Fox, their tournament on the line right now versus OpTic Gaming. They got smoked there in the game 1. No, I know. I'm just a guy. I cry during emotional movies. I cry during sports movies. If I see
during video game tournaments.
If I see a team crying on the main stage, I will be crying. I promise you that.
I'll watch. I won't cry.
It's all right that I have a big heart, Matt. Pay attention to the game.
Me pay attention to the game.
Yes. Round 2. Echo Fox now.
Surprised you knew it was round 2.
Yep, I'm ready to go. Locked and loaded.
You're locked in today.
I absolutely am. This is the greatest day of my life.
Champs brings out the best in you, Chris.
There's no better feeling than Champs, man. Let's see what Methods and Company can get done here. No kills on the board yet. Clean sweep in round 1 for OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, now you see they put a lot of pressure OpTic through that middle map and over towards Showers, and they're just going to play the rotate back to the site. Formal.
Well,
why? Okay, so your first teammate dies.
Please,
and why would you stand in the?
Oh,
okay, at least Echo Fox is even this up now. It's going to be a 1v1 here as Krim puts some shots in a Ruiz. Ruiz gets away. Unfortunate for him, he does have bombs, so they don't drop the bomb there. They don't have to go back and pick it up. He should be able to get it down at A, but when the first guy gets sniped, why would the second guy go to the same exact spot and jump in the same exact position? Echo Fox gives 2 kills away there early, but still fortunate enough to be this a round where they could potentially win.
Ruiz, a player rumored to maybe retire this year, now in a 1v1 against the all-time winningest player, tournament-wise, in Crim 6. Crim started out 3-0. Let's see who's able to take this.
Ruiz just playing the clock here. So Crim spotted him. Going to chase Ruiz, gets the clutch. So in a round where Formal gets 2 snipes, so it's Echo Fox able to bounce back. No 1v1 there. Crim versus Ruiz.
It's one that you think the round's over quickly, right? You see the 2 snipes, like, oh, 4v2 advantage is done, but it's traded so quickly. It goes to a 2v2 to a 1v1 almost instantly. And you see Echo Fox able to go ahead and clutch up.
Well, I feel like this is how replays can affect the game, right? We talked about how he was a coach for FaZe for most of the year, you know, still was playing the game competitively and, you know, pugs and 8s and whatnot. So he has seen these other teams play throughout the year. So maybe there's some stuff he kind of remembers from his coaching days at FaZe here against OpTic Gaming. It'll be Mosh drawing first blood for Echo Fox. So a good start here for Echo Fox in round number 3.
And I think Echo Fox did their homework. This is usually outside of Showers, inside Showers, where Scump and Karma as a twosome will just completely obliterate their opposition. As I say, they did their homework. They apparently forgot that Scump existed.
It doesn't matter. I mean,
as he flies in and gets 2 kills.
A lot of the time we talk about strategy and positioning and no, I have this weapon, they have the other weapon, I'm in a good spot. No, tacticals. At the end of the day, if the other team just shoots better, there is a very good chance they're going to win.
But like I just said, like everyone knows that's what Scump and Karma do. They go and they dominate Showers. So you just kill Karma. How does Scump just waltz in there, shoot replays in the back, and then gun 2 more? I don't see how that happens.
Everybody knew the Lakers were throwing the ball to Shaq. They didn't seem to stop that.
That's a good point.
Yeah. I mean, when you're just better at something, you just keep hammering it down, and it just forced the other team to stop it. You're basically telling Echo Fox, we are going to go here every round, win a gunfight.
And well, there's flat out, there are times where you just don't have the ability to stop it. And to your point, I think that's maybe what we're seeing.
So would you say OpTic Gaming is Shaquille O'Neal here, and Echo Fox is Jeff Foster or Dagger? One of those players?
No, I'd actually... Yes, I was going to say it was Matt Morello, but that's too far. No, it would be another NBA player. All right, well, advantage now to Echo Fox. Formal and Crim, the only two up. Formal's been sniping through the majority of this, had eyes on one for a moment. His teammate, Crim, likely to be engaged soon, just keeps going over the wall running, buying what information he can. They still have to work to defuse, pushes through. One inside the lab, one at Spiral. As his teammate drops, Formal has to make a play. He has the pistol to work with. One more bullet, maybe turns it into a 1v1, but as he drops, there's a second round for Echo Fox.
And you see how Echo Fox will win these rounds. Positioning, getting the man advantage, forcing OpTic into tough situations. I do not believe they will win this search and destroy by playing aggressive and trying to force those gunfights. They need to play the rounds just like they did. They forced Formal into a tough spot, has two players on either side, just a pistol in his hand, not able to pick anything up. Echo Fox gets their second round on the board, and let's see if OpTic changes things up, Clint. We talked about how dominant they were getting in over towards Showers over by the A bomb site. See if Echo Fox can stop it.
Well, this time they hit it through mid-map. They have complete mid-map control. I mean, there's no presence from Echo Fox whatsoever, whether it's from a sniper, an NV4 sitting in the top window. This is a free plant and setup from OpTic. It's going to be a 4-on-4 retake for Echo Fox. Can Echo Fox get another opening pick? Formal in a tough spot, close range than before. He did see one push on through, and he's tagged in the back. Maybe a little bit overzealous there from Formal outside of loading.
Scump, though, trying to locate the players here towards the middle of the map. I believe he spots one up top, so he doesn't need to challenge this right away. As now that he's seen that the player is gone, knows that he's probably gone into Showers or through that mid-map, does not want to go back and challenge it, but look at Replays being so sneaky. Method's just trying to hold these players here in position. Can Replays get the defuse? No, he cannot. It'll be Scump coming in, cleaning him up, securing the round for OG.
I think, I'm just curious, if they don't get that, he was checking regardless of the kill. I mean, he was going at an internal clock. He was ready to make a peek. I think even if that player outside for Echo Fox survives a little bit longer in loading, I think Scump's still picking up that kill.
Yeah, he just couldn't get across because Methods is sitting there with the NV4, so as soon as he's out of the equation, the first thing is to check bomb. And you think he may have been able to slide in past Methods and get the bomb anyway.
I feel like regardless, he's making that play. We saw him do a similar thing on Throwback at Stage 2 playoffs. Just slide it. It's tough to kill people as they're sliding across, right? Formal, I think, just took a peek over the top. This is what we saw Colchan doing. He actually, okay, so he's doing that with an NV4. I guess he picked one in Cave. I assumed he had a sniper going up over, and a flank coming in perfectly. Karma with two, Karma with the third inside a Cave. Nice play, 4-2 OpTic.
And you can't let them get rolling. Like, once they get rolling, they're hard to stop. Like, there's not much you can do about it. I mean, they have the teamwork. They've been playing together so long. They have the gun skill. They have the strats. The in-game decision-making is there.
Well,
it's just, you can't just give them advantages because they're just going to pummel you.
What stood out to me maybe a little bit more in the past couple of months for OpTic is I think you have four guys with egos, and not even in a bad sense, just because they're so good and they're so accomplished. And at times when things would go wrong, I don't think they're very good at figuring out what was going wrong, and they're bigger amongst each other, maybe play the blame game a little bit. Just hearing some conversations heading into Stage 2. I don't know, it just seemed more like people were owning up to things and they were actually fixing problems with their playstyles. Got to think that's huge going into the biggest event of the year.
Yeah, Ruiz takes Formal out at the start. I think it's easy to get on the same page when, I don't want to say hit rock bottom, but when everybody's not even kind of talking about them in the best team in the game discussion, which was just a few months ago, that is something that all four guys can definitely rally around. So you see Crim here now left in a 1v4. He will fall. It'll be Echo Fox getting another round, but that is something where if you're on all different pages where you think it's one guy's problem, they think it's your problem, the easiest way to fix that is to just rally behind kind of one idea or one theory, so to speak. And if the idea is that, hey, people think we're washed, they don't think we're good anymore, that's something that everybody can get fired up about, that everybody can agree, like, hey, let's change that sentiment in the community. I think that's what you're seeing OpTic Gaming do.
Well, see if they can keep it up. through one final weekend here for the CWL 2017 season. Echo Fox, though, does not want to go away in this game, too. It is must-win territory as a series and must-win, I believe, I think we can agree, for this map. Still trailing by a round. 4-man hit towards B. Do they have showers covered is the question. That's where we see players get through so frequently. But Methods in this sneaky spot, they never spot him. He has a free kill. Oh, almost not free, but he does get it and gets away with his life. Great positioning for Methods there. Because, you think you're OpTic Gaming, you're about to hit up through a spiral together. Methods wants nothing to do with it. And look, they're trying to, but they have to keep worrying about their back. Well, now they're able to take him out. Okay, but not before he killed Scum.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is how Echo Fox is going to win these rounds. You get the man advantage, you get bombed down, and then you just trade them out. Look at that. Ruiz, he takes a few shots at Formal, gets his positioning, backs up, doesn't let anything crazy happen. This is how Echo Fox will win these rounds as Formal picks up one, just trying to back up here. Not enough time to get to bomb as Echo Fox will tie this game up here.
Oh no, he's just looking to kill everything right now. I think the only thing he's thinking is I can get 2 more kills. But it will lose the round. Echo Fox tied up at 4-4. This search and destroy going the distance. And I'm curious, we've been talking about, and I know it's just one game, but we're talking about how different the discussion around OpTic's S&D gameplay is at this point in the year versus last year. They were so weak, now so strong. Will that hold up Champs weekend, or maybe some of those old demons start to resurface?
We will see what OpTic Gaming does here on offense, as looks like Bomb heading towards mid-map, but this is kind of their standard push, right? One on this wall run, you get the mid-map control, and you try and push in and get Bomb down. As you see, Karma picks up one. Crim on the outside here is preventing anyone from pushing on through, and even if they do have the Centurion. Maybe you put it down as Crim. It looks like, yep, gonna place the Centurion down inside of the bomb site. Gonna make it very hard for Echo Fox to get in.
Well, Karma pinned like a rat. He could do nothing. Smoke is out. I think Methods just went vertical all along. Great plays from Methods. Everybody dropped. Let's get the defuse. Round 5 to Echo Fox, and they're 1 round away from tying up this series.
So we will see. Echo Fox, they're just 1 round away here from taking map number 2. And that potentially could change everything in this series, Clint, because obviously wouldn't favor Echo Fox really in a lot of these game modes, but Search and Destroy has been so strong for OpTic. You're able to win this. Maybe you come out, steal the uplink, and then you kind of force that game 5 and be a very scary series for OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, with Echo Fox, their best game mode being Search and Destroy. I know we keep talking about it with OpTic, but that's the strong mode for both of these squads. Echo Fox looking to close it out, and you have a camo to play behind. Scarab available as well on replays. COD Champs winner. First gunfight goes his way, but Scump there to trade it out. 3v3. 60 seconds on the clock. The collapse now coming in from OpTic Gaming. Camo pop though. Karma not able to find a kill. 200 off the Trinity rocket too. His Methods. Everybody dropping. It's now all on Scump. 1 versus 3. 45 seconds to make a play.
Spots 2. Has to back up. It's not a great way for him to play this year, as you see 2 Scarabs flying at him.
That's fun.
And I mean, just look at the positioning for Echo Fox. A little bit further back, they have NV4s, K-bars in their hands. Scump with the ERAD needs to pick players off at range, and that'll be it. It'll be Echo Fox taking map number 2, 6-4, tying the series up with OpTic Gaming.
Nicely played from Echo Fox, of course, Search and Destroy, one of the strongest game types for that squad. I think when you look at this series, despite how good OpTic Gaming Search has been, it was one of those game modes where you think, well, they're probably not going to win a hard point. Let's be honest. I think Echo Fox's only chance here of winning this is you steal the link and you take the 2 Search and Destroys. And, well, first job done. I guess now you just got to beat him in the uplink, which, again, it's not going to be easy. Not suggesting it is by any means, but that has to be the game plan because I don't think Echo Fox are going to come close in a hard point.
Every upset you'll ever see will start with the Search and Destroy, in my opinion. I don't really see teams that are dominant in respawns going against OpTic Gaming thinking, yo, let's win this respawn. No, you're thinking about let's sneak a respawn and win both searches.
We had a lot more, I think, reverse sweeps last year because we had uplink than into CTF. It was a little bit different. I just feel like we haven't had nearly as much this year when you have 2 hard points. So I thought upsets actually last year kind of started with the uplink a lot of times, but
the reverse sweep
absolutely with two hard points, and we just had so many reverse sweeps last year.
Right. Of course, here look at Group A. OpTic Gaming 2-0, Epsilon 2-1, 3's up 0-3. So no award for guessing that that game finished. And yes, it was a 3-0. We'll show you the conclusion to that in just a little bit. But OpTic Gaming versus Echo Fox, this is huge for Echo Fox. Echo Fox need this win if they're going to have any chance, any potential chance, that is, of going through here. Of course, the closing moments to that uplink. Epsilon completely dominating, to be honest, and it was a very simple 3-0. At no point really did they look too challenged by 3s up. But, you know, 3s up, at least they got to come to Florida, I guess.
At least they made it to Kachen.
They were here. They were here. And not a lot of teams can say that. Well, 31 other teams.
Now you get to, yeah, right, we got Disneyland.
Did they at least get to take a map from anyone?
Disney World, right? Universal.
I think they took a search and story.
All right, good. They didn't drop a complete donut.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
So
good.
That's good. Don't do what EG did.
Proves analysis. That's good. I like you,
Yeah,
Proof.
EG still has one more series.
Hopefully they can get a map.
Fingers crossed, 3G. Of course, the other game going on, Group B. This one, pretty standard stuff. You can see Project Evil 0-3, Team Envious 3-0. Again, no award there for guessing who won that one. Team Envious with a very, very simple 3-0. They took the Search and Story 6-3, the Uplink 6-2, and the Hardpoint 250 to 130. MyFreak Black versus Team Elevate, however. This is lit, all right? The game one Hardpoint was very, very close. MyFreak took it. Game 2,
whoa.
Guys, watch this. I want you to appreciate this, right? The play that's about to happen right here. 1v3. You ready for this, Sets? He's like, 1-2, don't mind if I do. There's my camo. 1v3, easy. There was 25 seconds left with bomb down before he clutches that 1v3. And when you get a play like that, guess what? You take the map as well. It finishes 6-2 in MyFreak Black's favor. Elevate are very, very close to going home.
Well, I mean, I don't think anyone expected them really to make it into the bracket to begin with.
Did you expect MyFreak Black?
No, I did not. No, I did not. I expected Project Evil, but I mean, how very Elevate-like to now be knocked out by someone who no one believed was going to get there.
Like you were saying earlier, the reverse sweep, man, it's going to start with this uplink, if anything, for the Elevate guys. They need to get that uplink, get that momentum completely on their side, stop that MF Black train that's going right now, and try to get some map wins.
Oh, that game, of course, you can watch exclusively on the Bravo stream. I believe Uplink has just begun, so feel free to tune in and watch that one if you want to see potential MyFreak Black squad knock out Elevate.
Let's go replays.
For now, though,
Let's go replays.
For OpTic Gaming versus Echo Fox Game 3 to get underway, we're going to a quick commercial break. We'll see you on the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2017 CWL Championship presented by PlayStation 4. It is day 2 of group play, and we are live from our studio suite here in the Amway Center, Florida. We go down onto that main court behind us, and it's fully being built, and it looks better every single time I turn around, I swear. Of course, we'll be broadcasting from down there, slap bang in the middle of this whole thing for the next 3 days. Of course, we're only up in the studio suite for the end of today. I
can't wait to be
to
down
like
there.
it.
I can't wait to be down
I miss
there.
having you guys on the desk. I never get to work with
so
you guys.
Right, this is bittersweet.
I've bumped elbows or
I
knees
didn't
with you
realize
guys
that.
more times than
I know.
I need to ever again.
That is true. You guys are pretty close and snug. Could be worse. There could be 5 of us on the desk. But anyway,
We never
moving
tried
forward.
that.
No, never. OpTic Gaming versus Echo Fox, of course. That
Throw
is the
6
game
on it.
we are following. Yeah, dude, you could fit another 2 people, one on either side. Echo
on who it
Fox,
is.
they take the S&D. That is 1-1. We can take a look at Group A once again, just to reiterate. Right here, Echo Fox need to win this matchup. Epsilon, of course, they just beat 3's Up. 3's Up at 0-3. I mean, they're obviously done and dusted. If Echo Fox can beat OpTic Gaming, there will be a 3-way tie at 2-1. We're trying to get confirmation from our league ops on exactly the scenario that needs to happen in terms of a complete 3-way tiebreaker, which has happened in Call of Duty Champs in the past. Obviously, I think
Those league
you
op
were
guys
involved.
should be
You were
sitting right
involved
next
with
to
that.
us.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Back in
That's the
2013.
moment I was referring to. That I thought I had a spot secure. The #1 team
Yeah.
in our seed was playing the team that came out of Open. It was at an Open event. They were playing the team that came out of Open and got 3-0'd. And I remember talking to I was talking to JCap about it. I said, dude, I literally told you all you had to do is win this. He told me he was going to win the series, ends up choking it, and then
actually,
I don't make it into
I
the
have
bracket
bad
play.
news.
Uh-oh.
Apparently,
I think I know what
based
you're
off
saying.
map count,
Yep.
there is no chance Echo Fox can qualify.
Okay.
So unlucky there for Echo
But Echo
Fox.
Fox needs to win here, though.
Then
Looking at his
Nobody,
face, I think he knows.
nobody go tell them.
Yeah, I was gonna say don't let them know that. But
Chris already knows. Look at that fist bump.
then I assume
He's like,
OpTic Gaming haven't already beaten Epsilon.
Oh,
If
yeah.
both teams are tied at 2-1, OpTic Gaming has solidified now the #1 seed.
By process of elimination, Ben, I would assume you're correct.
Thank you very much.
Wait, 3's Up's not the #1?
I appreciate that.
Nope,
So-
nope.
This is
3's down.
that's bittersweet for Echo Fox. They could still obviously force a 3-way tie, but as you said, official confirmation from our League Ops team here says there is no possible chance for Echo Fox to qualify. If that's wrong, don't blame me. Blame League Ops. That's literally what I was
That's
just
tough,
told.
man.
That's heartbreaking.
Replays, at least you made it, man. At least you made it.
That's true. I mean, Replay's a world champion. He has won a world championship in the past, so he obviously knows what it's like to have heartbreak here at the world
has the
championship
bling
and
bling.
bring success. He does. He has that ring, but I believe the next map about to get underway, map 3, it's Uplink. Echo Fox trying to cause upsets.
Well, for the news we just heard, Matt, we will now be spending the next 30 minutes highlighting OpTic Gaming.
I assumed that was what you were going to do anyway.
No, me.
It was,
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I'm Echo Fox's #1 fan.
Surprised you didn't tell us about what just happened at Formal after he died there.
I heard he went and got a glass of water and a stick of gum.
Well, we'll see. If OpTic Gaming can take the uplink here. You know, they've been fantastic in respawns. They dropped the Search and Destroy. Is that the first map they've dropped so far? Did it?
Yeah, they 6-0'd yesterday.
Yeah.
So it certainly is. Well, let's see what they can do now with the drone. Pushed forward his replays, trying to maybe get a 1-point toss away, up, and good. So Echo Fox will strike. Maybe, I mean, I guess there's nothing to take from it. I was like, I guess it'd feel kind of cool to beat OpTic, and then they go on and win it or something, but no, it still sucks when you're knocked out. I don't think there's anything good you could possibly take from a victory.
You know, maybe you kind of spoiler for the rest of the weekend, right? I mean, you win here. I know OpTic Gaming probably doesn't expect to lose at all through groups. That kind of, puts them in a funk or a mood going into the bracket, and something happens there, and then Echo Fox can maybe take credit for starting it all. But I think if you're OpTic Gaming, you just got to close the series down, go back, rest, get ready for the bracket play tomorrow, because it's going to be crazy for them. The fans are going to show up in a big way. It's not going to be an easy ride all the way to the final.
They may have some maybe more favorable matchups than they could have early on. I mean, I don't know whether obviously it depends on how things break down, but their first real tough test could end up being FaZe Clan, like a winner semi, right? I gotta look through it, but
which that's not necessarily a good thing either, because we've seen them, kind of have an easy group or have an easy bracket, and then by the time they face that real competition, they're not really, tried and trusted at that point. They're just kind of, because you can, I mean, look, these the other teams are fantastic. Some of the best teams in the world that come, but OpTic Gaming is one of the best teams of all time, and I think when you're this talented, you can get away with some things and still beat teams pretty bad. And maybe you develop some bad habits and you're able to just do some plays that you're not going to be able to get away with against your Uniteds and your FaZe Clans. And you get used to playing this style of play throughout 2-3 days, then you just kind of get thrown into a match against one of those top dogs. You may find yourself in trouble.
Yeah, it's like as much as we talk about the success of this team once they win that winner's bracket round 1, and I know the stat has shifted dramatically, but you used to talk about it a few months back. If they win that winner's round 1, they win the finals almost always. Like, it was absurd. It was like 90% of the time, or even more than that. I know that may have shifted over the past couple tournaments, but still, it was pretty stunning how much they went off. But for some reason, I have this feeling that if they're going to win it, it's going to be through a loser's run. Not from round 1, but I don't think it's going to be just a clean dance all the way through round 1, round 2, round 3, finals, bam.
I think it's a clean dance or
nothing.
Or it kind of gets ugly. Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't, with the loser bracket runs we've seen them have at Champs before, and just kind of it ultimately being their demise, like getting knocked into losers early, I don't know if they'll be able, if they lose a game, the pressure and the amount of, fan scrutiny, player scrutiny that'll come out of that, like, will just be a whirlwind for them to deal with.
That's true. Pressure so high for them. But right now, just looking to close out this series. Crim6, I believe, just got tossed away. Yes, he knocks in his second 1-point toss. As Formal drops, the base cleared out for Echo Fox. 60 seconds left here in the first half. Problem for them, they're coming off a spawn and giving up this much map position. You already have Scump in your top window. Nice play, though, by Mosh, and maybe some fortunate timing to take him out. Method's also working to clear bike path, but for him, Formal is set up there and takes out 2. Formal leading all Slayers right now at 14-8. I know we've said that quite a few times this weekend.
So we'll see Crim pick up replays as he's up in the top window, as the drone isn't even really in play right now. I mean, both teams just trying to push through and slay out. Nobody's really even made a play for the objective here, as Scump able to get 1. Formal now lines up 1 inside a barn, as OpTic Gaming trying to put some more points on the board here towards the end.
It's interesting talking about, what Formal does for this team, because there are definitely people that will say, oh, he's statting, oh, he stands behind his teammates, and blah, blah, blah. It's funny because that is literally what he's supposed to do. And Scump, I was talking to him last night, he's like, as long as he keeps flying like that, let us fly in front, sit back and clean up everything, we're going to win. Because there were times where they took criticism, or well, Formal specifically, where Scump, Karma, Crim would get pissed because he played a little bit over aggressive in a spot where he should have literally just sat back. And one of the best when he just needs to line up players with that NB4 as they're fighting his teammates. Yeah, I think about the uplink yesterday. It seemed to many like I heard the comment like, oh, it looked like he was invisible. No one was shooting back at him. That's because they were shooting at his teammates.
His
and
job,
he sits there and mops everybody.
He should not worry about anything but killing.
Yeah.
The responsibilities of the objective, of the rotational kills, whatnot, should fall on everybody else.
And being patient and passive, though. Like I feel like you can be a little too over-aggressive with the NV4, and that can cost you, especially at hardpoint in this game. But it seems things are clicking for OpTic Gaming. It is a dunk in the opening 25 seconds here of the second half. And if you're just joining us, we are tied at 1 apiece. Echo Fox, a strong search and destroy team, was able to take that against OpTic in what many considered to be their best mode. Unfortunately for Echo Fox, it was deemed by League Ops heading into this map that due to the Epsilon win, Echo Fox have been eliminated. So right now just playing for pride, passion, and the love of the game.
Well, and these guys most likely don't know that. They don't know the score of the Epsilon series, or maybe they do. Maybe they saw Epsilon in the player room.
I saw replays with his phone in his hand. I mean, I'm pretty sure Twitter would let you know, but maybe you could be right.
But regardless, I still think you want to come in here, you want to put up a good fight against OpTic Gaming, you want to potentially beat them, and Crim trying to use Overdrive, Rui's going to cut him down before he can make a play. He's trying to get it in, so there'll still be a 1-point game in favor of OpTic Gaming here. It'll be Echo Fox with drone control, trying to move this up the map.
Method's already pushed out bike path. Scump shoulder peeking him. That is not fun to deal with. Karma kills himself with a grenade. But as he dies, 3 drop. That would have that's what hell of a play when you're the only player alive for Echo Fox. You're trailing by 1. The rest of your team drops. I mean, that's, you got to think a bit of a miscommunication from OpTic Gaming, and knowing there's 1 remaining. Well, they have to know he's got drone in his hand. Like I don't know how you let that happen. Too much focus maybe towards one side of the map. And Echo Fox able to tie it up there with 1 man alive. 3 down yet again, though. This could be points. Now you have Scump by himself with everybody coming off the spawn. He's going to try and do the same. It's away, but it is picked off. Interception there from Ruiz. And that'll keep it tied up with under 3 to play.
And it does not look like you're going to have camo or anything, but look at this. They're actually trying to run the drone out of the base, and Crib gets inside of Echo Fox's base, kills Ruiz, and dunks it home. You cannot let that happen if you're Echo Fox. You gotta just reset the drone or start moving it further up the map. You can't kind of sit with it in your own base and not have anyone there for support.
I don't know if they just didn't realize that Scump was kind of a lone man there, and due to the stagger of it, the other 3 were just a little bit behind and going to be collapsing. That was odd, right?
That was really weird.
Get it off the map, or maybe rotate it out quickly. You can't just play with it. I mean, that ends up leading to 4 straight points for OpTic Gaming.
It's the game.
Those are the kind of mistakes that cannot happen at this level.
It's the game.
Yeah.
I mean, when you allow OpTic Gaming to capitalize on your mistakes like that, I mean, now look at what it's done. It's given OpTic Gaming so much map control. It's resulted in another point. Now you got Scump in your base, killing you with the ERAD.
Here we go again, though. It's Echo Fox just splitting through. Like, all their scores are when 4 players are alive from OpTic.
Well, and they're just focusing on slaying. I mean, Ruiz just walks to the mid-map, grabs his drone, and then just runs it on through.
To be fair, and I should have brought this up before we entered the map, but this is by a wide margin OpTic Gaming's worst uplink. They are so strong at Frost and Precinct. Kind of 50-50 when it comes to throwback. And now as it's 6-8 with 90 seconds left, you've given up 3 points now to OpTic Gaming that you've given up 4 points to OpTic Gaming you shouldn't have. OpTic Gaming in return is giving you 3 they shouldn't have. 4th, right there, upload goes in, 8-7. We got ourselves a ball game, and what do you have payload-wise? Methods, just a kill away, it looks like. Nothing going to be coming up for OpTic Gaming in the remaining moments here.
Well,
can OpTic hold on?
Let's jump on with Methods. I feel like he is the big player here.
Well, he
gets eliminated with the rest of his team.
This is where the game should end. 50 seconds left. They're spawning blue. Karma and Krim are both here. This should be a dunk and a dagger.
Just when you think the other team has a chance, OpTic Gaming goes on a few sprees here as you see Krim on a 3 streak, Formal on a 1 streak, make it a 2, and I believe you had Karma on a streak as well. And look, now they put it in with 30 seconds left with OpTic Gaming getting some control of mid-map. We'll see. Ruiz trying to make it back. Formal's here with the NV4. Yeah, Karma looking over him. They don't need to touch the drone at all. This should be OpTic Gaming's map to take.
Yep, so got Formal on the top window. Now Scump's come off spawn and he's back to mid-map. This one is over. You're not going to be able to get 2 scores in the next 12 seconds, so Game 3 will go to OpTic Gaming. They'll take a 2-1 advantage in this series. Echo Fox, though, again, playing for pride, they play them very, very strong.
Well, OpTic Gaming, 2-1 up now after a convincing uplink win. Echo Fox, of course, cannot qualify for bracket play. We got news of that before that uplink, and I actually quickly ran over and asked exactly why that is. It just comes down to map count. OpTic Gaming's map count would be 4 and 3. Echo Fox's would be 3 and 4, and Epton's will be 3 and 3 in terms of head-to-head. So they simply do not have enough maps. If they did 3-0 OpTic Gaming, they would have potentially forced that kind of 3-way tie where everything is even. But
well, it's easier to figure out.
So asking for the impossible.
The double round robin now map count we were doing back in the stages. That's much more simple. I like that.
Yeah, I try to make it simple for you guys. Of course, for OpTic Gaming, 2-0 at the top, Epsilon 2-1, Echo Fox 1-1, and 3's up 0-3, and I'm around about 99.9% sure OpTic Gaming have secured #1 seed from Group A, Epsilon taking 2nd due to head-to-head. Of course, there is still action going on elsewhere in Group B. There is still a game, the qualification game, a highly...
I don't know that I call it action right now.
Well, there was Game 3 Uplink. Which is
Game 3 happened,
which was action. Game 3, yeah, that happened. Here's a look at Group B. Team Envies, of course, they've guaranteed #1 seed. Mindfreak Black 1-1, Team Elevate 1-1, Project Evil 0-3. But we'll take a look at exactly what happened in that Game 3. It did, I believe, go in favor of Elevate. So you obviously had that little discussion earlier on about Uplink being that swing game. Oh, Elevate trying to make the reverse sweep happen.
And they do this in a big way, 11-2. I'm sorry, I may not seem enthused right now, but you'll see why shortly.
I got to catch a little bit of this game. The only thing that was really stuck out to me was Watson's 7 kill streak. Man.
Yeah,
it's absolutely ridiculous.
But
Watson 35 and 20.
Yeah, Watson with a big game there for Elevate.
well, that's going to be needed for Elevate. They're going to have any chance of success. To be honest, they need to try and make that reverse sweep happen. And I mean, you have to start one map at a time, I guess. Hardpoint is going to be a little tough. But in terms of OpTic Gaming versus Echo Fox as it stands, it's a little unfortunate, Clint, for Echo Fox. It's a weird situation. Did you think the players know?
I think so, yeah. It was one mannerism that I caught where Replays was looking at his phone and then he just kind of like dropped his hand down, where I was like, oh, he just learned. Yeah, I could be completely wrong, but just the way he sort of acted, his body language, I thought that was it.
I had a question. I don't know if you guys talked about it, but when was the last time OpTic has lost a series in
series?
In pool play.
Third
in pool play.
7 matches.
It's been like I think it's 34 series in a row that they've won,
isn't it?
No, they lost their Enigma 6 in Vegas.
So that's it. I think since Vegas.
But was that pool play or was that actual
pool? They're undefeated since Vegas.
Yeah, they're undefeated since Vegas in pool play.
That is
silly.
Well,
that is unreal. As a player, that's unreal.
As we wait, of course, for our action to continue, Elevate versus Mindfreak. Game 4, I believe, has not begun yet. Neither has Game 4 of OpTic Gaming versus Echo Fox. So we're going to do a quick commercial break. When we return, more games.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopping right into the Game 4 hardpoint between OpTic Gaming and Echo Fox. OpTic looking to close out this series.
Game 1, they were dominant in hardpoint. 100-point club, Echo Fox. See if they can do it again here. Close their group out. Undefeated, moving into the brackets this weekend.
Oh, Karma with a nice start, 4-0. I think he had a grenade kill and a couple of melees to kick things off. Pushing forward with his teammate Formal. Formal playing bait in front. Can't find the kill. Karma goes up top over both, and just enough in the clip. 6-0 start. 100 off bombardment. Give me full streaks. No, Replays. Doesn't want any of it. But a nice opening from OpTic Gaming as they start out with a 25-5 lead.
But still, getting those kills at the beginning of this game is going to give Karma. Actually, does he get streaks? He can go on. I believe he gets the Trinity and the Scarab, so you're going to have those go into Cathedral. So you do get the streaks there for OpTic Gaming right off this first hill. That's huge.
Well, Mosh now pressured by multiple players inside a curb, lower street. Take a look at it. Karma already in and soaking up time. Shortly will be leading his team in kills. He has 8. The rest of the squad has 3, and he has the most time in the hard point. Amazing.
They have control of the lower street now. Just need to control those Cathedral spawns, and this could be another one where you see OpTic Gaming run away with it, Clint. And, you see Karma. It's going to take out Mosh inside of the hard point. Doesn't need to push in right away. His teammates playing for those spawns. You see OpTic Gaming spawning all the way on that far left of your minimap. That's exactly where they want to be. They have no problem giving up some time here to Echo Fox.
Yep. There's a lot of situations I feel like in Infinite Warfare Hardpoint, where you're fine just giving up some time and knowing that you'll be rewarded with a lot more time as long as you make plays. It only punishes you when you get broken on the first push. And this could be an example of, OpTic Gaming, they give up those 20 seconds, Replays gets 2 kills pushing through market. And as they start to collapse, the final man standing that might be able to give them spawns is Methods. He wins the one-on-one. Where's the spawn command? It's now a sprint. The first person from OpTic will be Karma. Formal pushing across bridge as well. The players on Echo Fox sprinting through market, but one actually flanks around. That's going to be Imruiz. He gets him behind. Everyone hitting over bridge, and he gets an easy 2-piece. That was spectacular from him. And that is exactly what I was talking about. It's fine when you give up time, but when you get broken immediately, that's where it can punish you. And Echo Fox just did that to OpTic in spectacular fashion.
And now we'll see the streaks come out. So it's going to be Karma getting replays with the Trinity Rocket. As it looks like Krim is going to come back inside of the hill. Now OpTic will get a break.
And there's a prime example of what you mentioned earlier, why getting streaks early in the game is amazing.
Yes.
Because you just made a mistake if you're OpTic, right? You let Echo Fox break through. They get the hard point after you gave up time in lower street. What bails you out? A Trinity Rocket from Karma that allows you to bust right back through. Can't give up streaks early in hardpoint, man.
Karma playing quite well here on retail hardpoint. Do you feel like he's the one guy? Well, actually, I don't think so. I don't think that's an argument you can make.
Were you going to say X Factor?
No, I was going to say under the most pressure to perform on this team, but I feel like it's actually Scump and Formal. I feel like it's those two.
I actually think it's Scump by even a wider margin, just because I think he's been competing a lot longer than Formal, and I don't think Formal had a realistic chance in the TK at his first champs. I mean, last year was his first maybe real crack at it, whereas Scump's kind of had.
Scump had I mean, would you ever, outside of the years where he's played with Formal and Krim, going into champs, would you ever consider his roster like one of the best or favorites in it?
Yeah, and I misspoke because they did have the 2 cracks together, obviously. So, yeah, I guess, I don't know. For me, I guess I just feel like there's more on Scump, but I guess they're in very similar situations, right?
I think like a loss and a bad performance from Scump would be considerably worse than a loss and a bad performance from Karma.
Oh, yeah, I meant like, Formal and Scump. I think the conversation pressure-wise it's 100% on Scump and Formal.
Yeah.
I don't think Karma and Crim6 are going to feel too much pressure.
They've done it already.
They've got a multitude of rings in their pockets.
They've done it already. Now they're just kind of trying to assist these guys as they try and get to their first COD Champs final. So we'll see Karma here trying to lock down top plat as OG in control of this game here. No, I feel like if Echo Fox were to be able to take that first hard point or even the uplink, you kind of like Echo Fox in a game 5 potentially, but Karma is playing quite well here.
He had a
20-7 here to kick this game off.
What, 6 streak to open it up, 7 streak now. We got a Trinity Rocket in the opening minute and a half. Now fully streaked out again. And that just speaks to it. So we've been talking a lot about Formal and the slaying ability of Formal and the fact he had the #1 KD through day 1 and just how spectacular he's been. Now the guy's 5-10. And Karma's like, okay, I got you. I'm 20-9. Like, anyone on this team at any time can explode. I mean, that's been the story for them for 3 years.
And I think, Karma and Krim kind of go underappreciated on this team. Like, I feel like if either of those guys were a free agent, they would be able to go wherever they wanted tomorrow.
Yep.
And they would probably be the best or second best player on whichever team they chose to go to.
Yep. I think I 100% agree with you.
I feel like that kind of gets forgotten sometimes, like how good they are.
It does. But right now, 132.84, 40 seconds remaining on bridge. Karma a kill away from camo and wants to invest the Scarab here. He'll call this in over the top. I think I thought the nade was going to hit him in the face as it flew in, but he does live to see another day. Now as Crim6 picks up a couple of kills, they're just coming into Karma, and you can see with the NV4, he has been making this look easy. Most time, most kills, least deaths. Great gameplay from Karma.
So it'll be Echo Fox. They'll have to play for the last few seconds here on bridge. They do have one player in Hotel, and they have one player in the lower street, so you're going to see Ruiz here. Set up looking into market. Maybe you take some time here. You have some things to be able to break in a Cathedral. It's going to be very tough, though.
I'm going to be honest. There's like a little part of me that wonders if Karma and Krim swap controllers with Formal and Scump and just want to see if we'd be able to notice. It's just...
That's mean.
Well, no, I'm just saying. It's statistically an anomaly. It's usually those two guys leading the way, and right now, it's the Karma and Krim show.
We just talked for a while about how good they were, whatever, and then you just totally ruined that entire...
No, I just feel like they do that just to be able to be like, you idiots didn't notice. And I'd be like, oh, well, darn it. So now I'm covering all my bases. But OpTic Still up 60 points.
But
Karma and Krim have been amazing through this.
I do think for like the, I don't want to say like the casual fan, but even like the hardcore competitive fan, like you've almost, like it's been such a long time where Karma and Krim were like the focal point of a team that you kind of almost have like written them off as just kind of you know, other guys there to help them out. Like, I mean, these guys are fantastic individual players.
I know. Karma was tweeting about the other day. He's like, you know, I hate when you know, even the commentators talk about, I'm a big playmaker. Like, you know, he's like, he does so much, and he is capable of driving games like this where he's 26-13. And I think he has a point. You know, sometimes it's not recognized, but he frequently reminds us, and it's a good time to do it here.
I mean,
Champs Week.
And here's a guy through Black Ops 2, one of the best slayers in the game. The beginning of Ghost, he was one of the best slayers in the game. You know, Advanced Warfare, I think that's where kind of he was underrated in a sense that like he didn't have a great team around him, but he was very good individually. Like one of the best CTF players in that game. And I think now it's kind of all gone on the back burner trying to get wins here.
But Scuff 8-21, like I don't know, someone's messing with us.
There's that many kills on the map. I mean, when you have Karma at 26-14 and Krim at 20-15, I mean, you don't need the other guys to really go off.
I get it. I'm just pointing out. I mean, if someone could pull all the stats from the entire year and find me the number of games that Karma was double positive and Scump was triple negative, that would be a very short list if there's any other games.
You may only find this game.
Yeah. But it doesn't matter. I mean, they're doing what it takes to win. 217 to 140. Inside of Broken, though, is Echo Fox, and if they can get a perfect hold here, they're right back in the game, trailing by 30 or so, and have a chance. They can't allow OpTic to break, and you can see OpTic spawning out so far in Cathedral, just trying to funnel across bridge. Replays holding them back for a second until Formal gets the kill. But this is what you love to see. When you have your guy kind of set up in the back of the hardpoint, he hasn't had to shoot his gun for 20 seconds. That's when you know your team's doing something right.
Well, Echo Fox, I mean, if there was one hardpoint game they would have been able to take, you figure it would have been this. One where you're not getting a great game out of Formal and Scump. Karma, though, takes out 2, gets right inside of the hardpoint. 29-17 for Karma. 1:15 and counting in the hill. He has been so good here on this map. So, you know, really making up for Scump and Formal having really poor games.
Scump will drop. 3 kills go to Echo Fox. Inside a hotel hall, while you see it's all yellow arrows and then just Crim6 out here. But as long as he can continue to control, those 2 kills are so massive. So now you're basically your player inside's a free kill. Yeah, there's nothing he can do. All of his cover just got dropped by Krim. Fantastic plays from Krim, and Karma finishes them inside. And there were, what, 3 yellow arrows there, just Krim on plat, and he just dances around them to find 2. Leave the guy in the hardpoint so vulnerable, and Karma picks the rest up. Karma and Krim now combined for 56 kills, or 56 and 38.
It's a great sign for OpTic when you can withstand a very slow game from Scump with a fantastic performance from Karma and Crim6, and that'll be the game. OpTic Gaming takes it 251-82. They will take the series 3-1 as well.
More importantly, OpTic Gaming take the group. Convincing performance from them. They take the #1 seed from Group A. Epsilon, of course, will be joining them in the 2nd seed from that group, which means we're finally now the part of the day where teams start filling in our bracket and we get to start getting excited about some of the juicy games we're going to see tomorrow. But there's still so many games still to be played out today. But again, congratulations to OpTic Gaming. We'll take a look now at how that result affects all of the groups and more importantly, of course, just Group A. OpTic Gaming 3-0, as I said, the #1 seed now coming up. Epsilon, the #2 seed. Commiserations to Echo Fox at 1 and 2, and 3's up, of course, 0 and 3.
Exactly how I expected that bracket to
Yeah, that'll be the first group that completely ends as well, right? So, you know, you'll know the 2 teams that make it out of that group into the bracket. It'll be OpTic Gaming and Epsilon sitting out up top.
Yeah, of course, Group B, Team Envious, they qualified yesterday, one of the only teams to do so. And here is a look at our bracket.
All right.
Team Envy versus Epsilon at the bottom side of our bracket. That the first confirmed winners bracket round 1 matchup. OpTic Gaming, of course, they're on the other side of the bracket. Up top, they play 2nd place of Pool B. And I can tell you there's a bit of commotion in Pool B, and we'll try and get exact confirmation of what that result is. Elevate versus Mindfreak Black. I know the League Ops guys are working really hard behind the scenes to figure everything out there, but I mean, if you go off the current score in the series, it was 2-1 Mindfreak Black. You can assume that that's going to be Mindfreak Black that fill into that spot. So I guess talking about the first two series, I mean, Epsilon Envy, how do you guys see that one playing out?
I want to say Envy. They just placed second at the last event. Epsilon didn't look too hot. You know, I know they didn't play well against OpTic Gaming in the finals, but I just don't see Envy losing to Epsilon, especially watching Epsilon this weekend and at stage 2.
Envy should win the series. Is Epsilon capable? Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've seen how good they are, how good they can be, and we know what run they made at Champs last year. But if you're a betting man, you gotta take Envy.
It is a series week 4 of the Global Pro League, right? I know Epsilon. I believe they were. It was Epsilon,
Stage
Cloud
2
9?
or Stage 1?
Stage 2.
Stage 2 is Epsilon, Cloud9, Envy, and OpTic. The last week.
Oh yeah.
So they played each other twice already. They know them pretty well. So I do think Envy wins it, but maybe Epsilon. You know, they have a extensive history against Envy. Maybe they're able to pull something out.
Could be a potentially big upset. Well, there's currently no games live here, so unfortunately we're gonna have to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, though, action continues from day 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the Call of Duty World League Championship presented by PlayStation 4. I'm Chris Puckett, filling in for Benson here at the desk, and I'm joined, of course, by some of the smartest guys in the business. We got Momo, former European pro. We got the good old world champion TP, and of course, Courage.
You're talking about me?
My former intern, now international superstar.
I really made it, guys.
You did.
This is an honor. I mean, I used to watch TP all the time. I think I saw Momo a couple times.
Oh, he didn't make it late in the bracket.
Yeah,
he was there at the start of every
They
tournament.
always do this.
Listen, every single time. They need a new joke, really.
All right, fine.
He has an awesome brother, and we're going to see some great games here today. Guys, we're coming down to the wire here for a lot of these teams. Now, a lot of squads are hoping for upsets, and in our next round of matches, we're going to be focusing on Group C. Of course, that's United, Mindfreak, and Fuse. That was a big battle last night. Mindfreak gets the best of them, and Fuse now has to pull off the upset over United to keep their dreams of going to the bracket alive. But when we look at this big screen, what are the other storylines you guys are looking out at?
For me, I mean, to kind of state the obvious, obviously Rise Nation taking potentially that first seed in Group D. That's going to be absolutely huge. Later on, of course, we've got that battle between, I'm trying to find it, Straight Rippin' and Fnatic for the first seed as well. It just really is determining those first and second seeds, and that's your matchup for your winner bracket round one. This is where you're going to get some, crazy hard games, some maybe brackets where you go, ooh, I got a nice one this time. But it's starting to fill out, as you can see.
And speaking of the bracket here, let's take it to you, Jack. Of course, we know Envy, first team locked in. They did that with their wins on Saturday night. Epsilon will be joining them at the bottom half of the bracket, and OpTic Gaming is sitting at the top. What are some of the big matches that other people are talking about? I know a lot of people are guessing where's FaZe going to end up in this bracket. Where are we going to see Luminosity fall? What are you looking forward to?
From speaking to Dashy, he said that their matchup versus Fnatic later could be big in regards to where exactly they land, whether it's potentially up against FaZe, if they get, I believe, second seed, and then if they get first seed, it would be up against either ALG or Red Reserve, whoever gets second there. So that's pretty big, in my opinion. He said he's not afraid to face any team that they get, but if I had to pick one, I feel like I'd want to face ALG over FaZe.
For sure. For sure.
Yeah.
ALG, they've kind of been a dark horse so far. Didn't have a great first day, but coming in, causing an upset in our first round matchup. Straight ripping though, Fnatic, I think that may be the highlight of my day. We'll have to see how this one plays out. Infused and United, that is going to be a match we'll be seeing on Station 1 in just a little bit, but we do have one game that is currently underway, and this, of course, is going to be our Anaheim champions. It's Luminosity. They got shocked yesterday by Rise Nation, and here's a look at how they fared against Shane's Vitality team. Guys, another really close hard point. What is going on with LG?
Really close, and the fact that Whalers is 9-20 as well, it really just highlights that. For me, the one thing it highlights is LG. I know they're winning, but they're struggling in a sense that this should be just dominance. If I match these two up, I'm thinking 250 to 100. I'm thinking, Searches maybe 6-2. But, Vitality, they're pushing them here. And honestly, I don't really know what the problem is, because you can see everyone on LG, they're all positive. They're just not slaying us what we maybe saw in Stage 2.
And we are going to jump in live here. This is game number 2. It's all tied up 1-1, but I do want to point out, in that first game, it was within 33 points, and Whalers had just 9 kills. If he goes over double digits, you got Vitality going toe-to-toe with LG in a respawn.
I'm just not really sure if LG is just on some sort of cruise control right now throughout the groups, or really what's going on, but this should be a match for them, that this should be a kind of a walkthrough for them. But regardless, you have to give some props to Vitality. Shane somehow makes it to all these champs tournaments and makes some noise, so props to him.
It needs to be stressed, too, that this is not a 2-0 LG team in this group. They're 1-1 right now. They're 1-1 right now. So they're not coasting on through. This isn't a match where they're sitting here going, all right, we've already qualified, let's just play and mess around. No, they have to fight for their tournament life still to wind up making it into day 3.
And as you guys may have saw at the bottom of your screen, Lethal Gaming has just taken game number 2 from Mindfreak. So that Infused United group getting even more interesting. If Mindfreak somehow ends up 1-2 in their pool, wow, we could have a whole different story on our hands. That, of course, is going down on Charlie if you want to check it out, but we will continue on with Luminosity Vitality here. Vitality, they looked like they could cause problems earlier in the tournament, currently at 0-2. If you get a win here against LG somehow, they're in the running. They could possibly be involved in a 3-way tie with the heads-up advantage over LG.
I never know what to think at these points of the day, because there's so much coordination going on, league ops getting involved, rulings being decided, things going. Man, I just want to see the bracket. Just show me a full bracket.
Same. I just want to know the
My heart is
matchups.
being. I have so many heartstrings being pulled. I don't know what to believe. Does Shane even have a chance to make it in, or they just try to beat LG just to beat them?
I just think as well for the players, it's kind of confusing for us and we want to see it, but for a player's point of view, the stress that you're kind of going up against, these have done a lot of prep on each team, who they're playing, and you got to have that confidence of, we can beat anyone at any time, but who doesn't like a nice easy bracket? Shane, once again,
I think that right there kind of sums up what the hell's going on with
you
LG.
have 3
Shane,
players looking forward for LG.
Shane just walked down middle map with a 4-stack of LG near sidewalk, and nobody was turned to watch it? Okay, this is a free round now for Vitality.
So, Teep, talk me through, because you've been at Stage 1. You were watching them at Anaheim. LG goes to back-to-back championship matches, winning one of them. How do you fall this far? What is going wrong?
Well, I think the glimpses of weakness that we saw early in Infinite Warfare for these guys when this roster formed, when they did end up grabbing Saints, is the search and destroy was inconsistent. And that's when they really had issues. We always knew that this team had the talent to be, a top contender or a grand finalist over and over again. But for whatever reason, it seems like at random times there's a certain game type, specifically search and destroy, that slips for them. They obviously have the slaying power to keep up in all the respawns, but it seems like I don't know if it's communication in search and destroy, if the strategies are just not being agreed upon with all 4 players, but it's situations like that where how does a player just slip in, especially on a map like Throwback? It's like these weird inconsistencies for such a solid team overall that just shouldn't be happening at this level.
Momo, for Vitality, we saw, of course, it was Weeman and Brain dropping the big numbers in the first hard point. Here in game number 2, we have Weeman currently sitting at 5-2. He's got his payload available. But what can you tell us about this European team? Are they a threat to LG in this matchup?
I don't think they're someone who can particularly go really, really far in the tournament, but they're that kind of team that can always maybe sneak a map off someone like Luminosity, maybe an S&D. When you talk respawns, again, I kind of said it on the first map, I expect 250 to 100s. From a team like Luminosity, the caliber that they are, I don't see a team like Vitality kind of pushing that. But I would say that for, 60-70% of the competition here, for these guys. But Vitality, they're a last chance qualifying team from Europe. Wow, that was close.
Slack just got there. You see Shane.
Reaction.
Hands and head, or head and hands, rather. That's a tough way to finish the round.
Wow. Did he FTL to there?
I'm pretty sure he just did.
That's so smart. Look at Slack. I don't even realize if he knows how close that truly was. LG snaked that round right there. But, Team, I was just thinking of this, too, is thinking back to Call of Duty maybe in the earlier days of competitive. This team of 4, while they are so talented, it worries me that, they're so good at slaying, but imagine if they had to play at maybe a slower pace, had to make more decisions, had to think a little bit more about, positioning over anything, playing for anchors. I feel like this team would struggle so much, and maybe how some of the older Call of Duties would have played as a unit of 4.
It's kind of a good point. Who's going to be that guy that really calms them down? And there's times, and I've said it a lot throughout this year, yes, the outslaying team, the team KD, is going to be extremely important, but what happens when you don't? Who's making those heads-up play? What happens when one of your players is having a bad game? Yeah. It's inevitable at this point, especially at the top level. All these players are going to have those really solid games and sometimes have those poor games. So I feel like when it comes to those situations where the slaying is even, I don't know if they really have the mindset to make those heads-up plays and make the right play. Sometimes,
when they don't have everything going in their way in regards to slaying and map positioning,
right?
It's like
you can say the same thing about OpTic at times too.
Oh, absolutely.
They make hardpoint challenges where you're like, bro, what are you doing there? Like you just got to make the better play when you're not out slaying by 30.
Yeah. Like I just plan on being able to kill 3 of them.
Yeah.
And take over the hill.
Right.
For some reason, it didn't work out.
When we remember back to AW, that's what we talked about when that FaZe team was able to challenge them. It was like finally there was a team that would beat or outslay OpTic overall, and because of that, OpTic's entire game plan of let's just 4-man flood the hardpoint was null and void, and because of that, they struggled against FaZe in a lot of their matchups.
Mm-hmm.
Slacked on your screen. Luminosity currently in a 3-on-3. Down goes Shane. And LG trying to come back in this game number 2. They did take the hard point. It wasn't pretty. Weak performance from Whalers, holding down Vitality. This is a big search.
Nice job by Slack.
Yeah, Whalers winning a 1 versus 3 there. Very, very difficult. But again, you look at the score now, and Vitality still in the lead in this search and destroy. And I don't know. Teep kind of said at the very start, it is LG in cruise control, and yeah, we all expect them to be in the bracket itself, and I'm sure they will be. But it's just like where is that luminosity that we saw, you know, at Anaheim at stage 2, and they're super fired up. I don't know if they're almost kind of maybe still dwelling a little bit on that loss from Rise.
Teep, is there a different feeling when you're playing in group stages than when you're in the bracket?
Yes, 1,000%. A lot of the time, well, it's kind of different now, though, because I feel like in earlier champs, a lot of the matches were a walk in the park, to say the least. So the intensity level is not quite the same. Maybe these players are used to that similar sort of style, but now with the qualification procedures we have, especially this year, those 3rd and 4th seeds in the groups, you know, they're quite good teams, right? You can't just walk through. You can't just show up and not really, you know, you have to warm up. You have to be on that right sort of mindset. So I don't know if it's like individual players not, you know, being in the moment, if that makes sense, having that intensity. But for whatever reason, they need to find that intensity because they need to make it to bracket first.
This game's starting to swing, though. Slacked is now 12 and 4. Ooh. The kills that Vitality were getting earlier on, no longer going their way.
All right, fellas. Well, we will leave this game at 4-4. We'll keep you updated, but we have E United and Infuse starting right now. Let's jump into the hard point. And Jack, I'm going to let you and TP take this one away. Bring us some commentary.
Let's get into it. E United versus Infused. Teep, I was just walking up here with Infused. They were honestly hanging out, feeling pretty good, excited for this matchup, but I think it's safe to say E United, the heavy favorites here, Infused playing for their tournament life still.
Yeah, it's a very interesting scenario in this group. Mindfreak struggling a bit versus Lethal Gaming, so depending on how that matchup goes, Infused might be able to force some sort of tie scenario if they can end up getting a win, but let's be real. It's E United. Clay is here with a vengeance. This team has been championship caliber throughout the whole year.
Yep.
Clayster, who's been playing better than ever the past month throughout stage 2, lighting up the scoreboard, obviously having a hell of a lead here. And again, going to this bridge hardpoint, teams are just so much better compared to a few months ago at it.
Yep, and most certainly ours. Now you can see Infused trying to fight back in for whatever time they can get. More power to them. Go ahead. Try to fight for that. But again, look at those spawns. With only 5 seconds left on bridge, they're still spawning a top hanger. E United will end this first hardpoint at a score of 39-7. They're fully set up, and already look at the streak from Silly. He's 2 kills off of Trinity Rocket.
Just beautiful rotation and just clinical hardpoint gameplay from E United there. You saw them back up with multiple players into this lab sort of area, and now 2 players just sitting pretty. They have a couple of gunfights in front of them at the back alley. Archides is able to trade out, and Silly making a great play there. Tries to get away. He is eliminated finally, so some good hardpoint time. The scrap, most of this should be going in Infuse's favor. Pretty
clean little break right there for Infuse. You can't ask for much more from the team as they were fully spawning on out and still were able to push on through within 15 seconds. Thankfully for United fans, your team's already soaring back in. Versini, who's been really lights out as of late, gets 3 right there with 2 different weapons.
Through a doorway.
Alex gets taught a lesson right there. As Nolson starting this game 0-5, E United break back in, they'll get the scrap time, and already they're setting up for the new hill.
And that just, I guess that's just a separation of a good team from a lesser team. How does Versini go through a bottom doorway, one of the smallest chokes in the game in general of any of the maps, and just get a 3-piece right there? Just not very coordinated plays. Silly now at the back, trying to stay alive and get those spawns, but he was actually alone. But that's a situation where Infuse should have tied that game up without even thinking about it, and now they're down 40.
I think that the thing that you can begin to tell with the United TP, and correct me if I'm wrong, is Clayster's just brought the correct mindset of what they need to do to win to this team, right? Whether it's pushing for those back rocks, calling out what the most important area is on the map that they need to take control of. Because you can just tell from how Pristini's playing, it seems like now with his submachine gun, the reason he's finding so much more success is because he's always in the right physical position to be successful.
And I feel like sometimes players underestimate how important that vocal leadership is, and it needs to be from multiple players. And I think Clay brings that out more from the Twins, for example. I think they're talking a lot more. You can see them just break that spawn once again, and it's just these huge chunks of scrap time that Infuse should not be giving up whatsoever. United, I'm not a huge fan or an advocate of them fighting scraps over and over again, but hell, if you're getting 25 seconds of it every single time, it gives you that nice little comfy lead, that cushion going into the next hard point. It's just beautiful play, really.
Absolutely. And you're seeing it right here as Silly's going to stay alive, wait for some sort of pinch to develop. Unfortunately, our city's now dead. They've got a 3v2, and he gets the call out. He's weak. And this is something that I love to bring up too, TP, is from watching these guys from when they were formed in Scrims Day 1, trust was immediately there for this team, especially with the trio that had already played together. But Clayster knew if they were going to be successful, he had to be able to rely on this team.
Oh, 100%. And I feel like Silly has really elevated his gameplay to the next level in the last couple events. He's had a very, very consistent year. Sort of the understudy on this team, if you want to, give that title to someone. And I feel like these guys just they do everything just methodically correct. It's a lot of fun to watch. There is those times where you have 1 or 2 players slacking behind against the likes of maybe LG or OpTic, you know, the heavy juggernaut slaying teams. But when it comes to making mistakes, yeah, they get outgunned sometimes, but the mental mistakes, you don't see much of them at all. They're always playing their life. They're always backing up, trying to buy that extra second or 2 for each other, especially in these, you know, hard point scenarios where they're down in numbers. Really just great at grouping up.
Well, right now, after the first rotation, we've been talking a lot about United. They're up by about 45 seconds. Nolson getting involved. He started this game 0-5, now 7-10 overall. Slowly but surely starting to pick up some kills. You can see Alex and crew trying to keep bodies in this hard point, but it's down to a one-on-one here. He's got to stay alive as his teammates come back off spawn, but that grenade from Pristini lands right in his face.
Yeah, this game's just slowly getting chipped out of Infused's favor, to be honest. Every single hard point, it seems like United gets a decent 10, 20, 30-point chunk of scrap every single time. Yep. You'll see after this next wave of gunfights, they're going to back up to this lab side again as they focus on this rotation over towards that turbine side. They are losing some of these gunfights, so the spawn out might actually be going down. Plays the last one alive. So that's actually a good push, a sort of saving grace for Infused here on the rotation. They should have the large majority, but we said that on the last rotation too. They had that turbine, you know, controlled for the, you know, good 20, 30 seconds, and they instantly got broke from the bottom.
Well, here comes Silly with his FTL jump. You expect him to really be the bait here for United on the retake. Here it goes, and he's gunned immediately. Before he can even charge on in, Nolson cuts him down. That'll put United at a tough disadvantage in numbers. Can our cities win the trade? Yes, why are you leaving cover? Why is Alex leaving cover? Thankfully, the close spawn was there, but
it shouldn't even be that close.
Yeah, he's got a spot where only his head can be seen, and he decides to give that up to try to challenge a gunfight versus our cities of all people.
Finally, seems like a hold coming in. Nolson with a huge 2-piece with this ERAD pushing up towards this observation deck right now. Zerg's pushed up very, very far towards the middle of the map, which I absolutely love to see. Taking gunfights, you're still going to retain those spawns. United just going to focus on this rotation as Infuse is going to basically tie this game, maybe take the lead by just a second or so, and see how they focus on this rotation. These gunfights at the back are going to be everything here towards this hangar.
Wow. It tells you a lot about how confident Infused were at holding the rest of this time when they were that far pushed up already while getting the rest of the scrap time. It's 142 to 142. We've been giving a ton of props to United, but Infused are hanging with them right now. They know how important this series is for their tournament hopes. Even while being outslayed, the objective is king for this squad. As Nile, already 90 seconds in the hard point, it's another push on through. A chance to hold this now as United look to try to stay alive.
Love how United played that, though. They just grouped up towards that back door, make sure those spawns are locked down first, then, you know, go to clean control. Clean up the last couple of players at bottom hangar here and at the top side towards the hill. So Pristini just hanging out, doing some monkey action on top of this door, just waiting for some gunfights to go down so he can just clean up, but doesn't look like he's going to have to do too much. Last player alive there actually does pick up that kill, but cleaned up regardless. United with a full hold on hangar. Very impressive and very easy looking, really.
Yeah, Silly hasn't slowed down so far this game. He's still 16-9. That hill at the start of it was 142 to 142. Now about 190 to 145 as United take nearly a full 60. And oh gosh,
nice
Silly. The FTL jump 2-piece. I told you he wasn't quieting down. And because of that 2-piece, he's now forced a spawns out towards hangar for Infused. They've got full peace of mind on this hard point. United, they quieted down for a bit in the middle, but now they look to be retaking control.
Nice rotation out of the hill from Pristini. Doesn't land any shots in that gunfight, though. Some trades just going down back and forth. Pretty much a normal drill hill going down right now. Infused trying to do their best to win some of those gunfights, but the cluster from Silly takes that player on the opposite side of the drill. Now they're sitting pretty. Some pressure going on from Pristini, one of the best players at aggressing, does get the 2-piece with the ERAD. Not a lot of players can do that, Jack.
No, and I think this is another example, too, of the thing that separates the good teams from the great teams is the grenades on a map like Scorch Hardpoint. You saw the fantastic cluster from Silly. Not having to expose yourself and push past that drill makes all the difference on a hard point like this, to be able to get that time together, play your teammates with the ARs watching over, utilizing those clusters to your advantage. At this point, I'm surprised teams still even run flechettes. I am. On a map like this.
I think I agree with you. It just buys you so much time, locks a player down. It can do immense amounts of damage if they don't get out of the range of that cluster grenade. Huge fan of them on Scorch in general. Infused doing a great job of keeping this game pretty competitive, to be honest, for how much they are being outslayed. Zerg having a pretty quality game overall. Lots of interactions for his team, +1 at this point. Doing a lot of work with this K-bar in the middle of this hill right now. Only about a 30-point game, or I guess 40 points now at this point. United did a good job on the first rotation, and Fuse got the better of Turbine the second time around, so we'll see how this one plays out.
Yeah, right now you got Silly back in the hard point, and he's pre-aiming the perfect door. Good luck getting on through there. Thankfully, the grenade will have to make him fall on back. United cannot win off this hill, and Fuse know that, but they have to prepare for these new spawns. Silly now 22 and 13. You see the tacticals coming into play. It does not matter. Clusters again this time for Pristini, wiping the player out from cover. United are in control. They've got active camo as well. This game should be done right here.
And that's the 2 versus 4 in the middle of the hill. Luckily, a flechette from Zerg takes out Pristini, so they get the first blood in this push scenario. Clayster trying to cause some issues, and a nice Scarab coming out from that back alley. Now they can just flood towards the hill. There is a close spawn up towards that top drill side, so there's a chance, but no time enough. United close it out 250 to 181. Pretty comfortable, and Fuse doing a good job.
You saw the final push with camo. It wasn't enough. GG, 1-0 series lead now for the side of United.
I think everyone kind of expected that one, but props to Infused. At times it was within 10 points, 15 points. They were staying competitive throughout that first hard point. We got a lot of games going on right now, guys. 4 matches all happening simultaneously, and of course, this is a matchup from Group C. United was the clear favorite. When you looked at the other teams in the pool, we really had no idea how it was going to shake out. Here's a look at the group in general. Of course, Mind Freak from Australia, they came in with the second highest seed. Then you had Infused coming over from the LCQ from Europe, and Lethal Gaming locking in their spot just a week ago back in the North American LCQ. Here's a look back, though, at the battle between Mind Freak and Lethal Gaming. Remember, Lethal Gaming are 0-2 in match count coming in, but they're leading this series 2-0 after a very close first half. It was all Mind Freak in the second half, Phil.
Yeah, Mind Freak started to turn up. I mean, we've seen Mind Freak, through stage 1, stage 2 now, have those kind of really strong games, those one where they can put a lot of numbers on the board. And Shox was having another one of those games here, 32 and 21, Dens 35 and 17.
Jesus.
That feels for me the old Dens. Since he joined this squad, I've not seen him kind of light up and just destroy a team. Now he seems to be doing it.
That should be normal for these two players and how really talented they are, in my opinion. Going back to stage 1, for example, Shox was one of the MVPs for the groups there, and then sort of had a drop off when this roster change went down. Den's widely regarded as the best Australian player. Haven't really had that great performance either, so it's cool to see it finally here. They are fighting for their lives here in the groups here at Champs, but where has this been for so long now?
I think the difference is they're not playing a CWL team that we saw in the Global Pro League, right? Not top 16 team. You get a whole different Dens. He is shining right now in this series. But let's take you over to Group D. Of course, that was Group C matches. We will keep up with the action there. Over in Group D, this is where the first big upset happened. Rise Nation over LG last night. Now they're sitting at 2-0. They're playing their last match against Supremacy. For a moment in their retaliation hardpoint, Rise, they were up 200 to just 25 from Supremacy. So Supremacy got over 100. They got over 125, but at the end, it was Rise walking away with that first game win. But over on Station 4, we left it at 4-4. Here's a look at the final round. Vitality were able to close it out. Momo, walk me through this one, how'd they get it done?
Yeah, just to kind of close this one out, we cut away at 4-4, and Slack was really heating up. I thought this is where maybe Luminosity end it. However, Slack was the only one kind of just only heating up here. 14 kills to his name, the rest just lacking a little bit behind, and we can see in the penultimate round here, Whaler's just kind of biding his time, the bomb being down at A, and just kind of picking Luminosity apart. There was very little they could do, but again, just didn't seem like the Luminosity that we love and know. They're 1-on-1, they went into the Uplink.
Vitality, their hopes aren't gone yet, but they need to win these next 2 games. We'll see if they can get it done. Let's take it back, though, to Station number 1. We got E-United loading up in the Search and Destroy. TP, Jack, take it away once again as we get ready for our first round.
Here we go. Joining in a little bit into round number 1 already, Alex continuing his rough performance so far in this series, getting first flooded to kick things off. E-United with a quick bomb plant inside A, as now they'll look to defend this site.
Completely taking advantage of this map control here. Zerg now caught out towards this middle of the map, taking shots in, almost takes out Silly in that right little hallway there. He has him pinned, but might not be able to get an angle just at the last second. So much damage being taken. Prashini gets out, though. Helps out his teammate, make sure he gets that trade. Nolson tries to get that second gunfight there into Showers, but NV4, not the weapon you want.
It looked like that whole time they were like, all right, Pristini, you gonna kill him middle map? We're holding our 2 lanes here inside Showers. You gonna kill him? You gonna kill him? Pristini, I think, was a little bit scared to challenge. Didn't want to get caught in an awkward gunfight. But there, finally, Silly shuts the door. E-United take round number 1. And again, what I like about this team is we've talked about other squads, right? Yeah, they're 2-0. That maybe are they playing with the full intensity today? I can promise you something. E-United, they're playing like they are in a loser's bracket match about to be eliminated from this tournament. They're not at all. They're already, I believe, basically on the way through as long as they take the series.
Most definitely. I love how they play Breakout overall, too. I feel like teams are just quite good at one bomb site. I feel like E United is different in that regard, where they can go to either one and have very consistent results at both. It's very impressive to watch them on defense. Pristini does catch a free player there, and I'm not sure if it was just timing or what. Zerg just didn't see any of those players.
So what wound up happening was Zerg was peeking his top window and would periodically check towards Cave. The second Pristini was about to show himself in Cave, the player that was across the map with the sniper, I believe it was Clayster, peeked on out, drew his attention away, thus forcing him out of position, giving Pristini a great timing to flank right through those windows. Brilliant setup from E United there as they take the round.
Yeah, caught that player, which was, I think, Zerg on that middle truck there. A little bit angry if I'm Zerg in that sort of scenario, not expecting any sort of player to be passed towards that cave side. Pristini getting a free kill. And United just makes the game look so darn easy at times. It's very impressive. Yes, not playing I guess a top competition team in Infused in this one, but still making it look easy like you said before.
Yeah, you might not be seeing the loud Clayster right now, but I can promise you it will show up once the bracket starts. As right now they're just in cruise control, trying some things out, making sure their base strategies are there. Zerg does spot them all. They have to fall on back. Does Pristini pick up the kill? No! One bullet now with Zerg as he gets out with his life.
I like how United really tried to take that player out as fast as possible. But another retake scenario has not been going well for Infused, at least in the early couple of rounds in this one. Might be able to catch one of these players. Pristini gets out just in the nick of time there as multiple players are flooding up towards that spiral side. E United give it up. And they're sort of flooding towards this bomb site right here. They are on it right now. I think that call out is going to be made. Nile is taken out. What a weird round going on right now.
Yeah, Alex gets two. Silly's now there. They're still spotting the bomb. He knows both are close. He's giving up his position.
Oh, wow.
Clayster exposes himself quite far right there when he didn't necessarily need to. It looked like some panic came in, especially TP, since they had already seen them attempt to defuse this bomb once.
And that's something we've seen E United mess up a bit before, where they do give that bomb site side, and I think I like the play a lot there from Infused, just to hop the bomb, make multiple players, because you know that frantic call out comes out, guys on bomb, guys on bomb.
Yep.
So you peek with multiple people at one time. That opens up gunfights for the rest of the players on Infused towards that med bay. A great play from them and a nice retake. I didn't expect it to happen.
You know, the toughest part of those retakes is getting through the spiral stairs.
Right.
And once you do that, your odds of winning that round are definitely more favorable, or at least reasonable, as Nolson gets first blood here. Finally, Infused will take command of the map and look to plant this bomb very early on in the round.
Nice first blood again. We'll see if United can try and get a retake, but they're on top of this already. The flank coming in from E United. Clayster gets picked off very, very fast. And a little 2v2 scenario here at the cave. The trade going down. Silly now stuck in the 1 versus 3. Multiple players just hopping around like rabbits there at this point. Can't get shots on any of them. Can he pick up a kill? Nope. The bait and switch too strong. Infused answer back with 2 rounds of their own.
Got to give them props. No hesitation. They get that first blood. They immediately know what their goal is. Get a quick plant. Alex has our flank. They trust him to get the kill. And Nile cleans up the final one there in your kill cam. Crazy to look at the right side of my screen. So many matches going on.
Jack, we got to break out of this one. I know it's a close search and destroy, but look how close this battle is between Lethal Gaming and Mindfreak. Remember, Mindfreak, you win here, you're basically through to the bracket. Lethal Gaming, they thought they were out. They were 0-2 coming into this match. Now they're on match point. We're within 20 points. And guys, you want to continue to keep casting this one, because catch me up, Jack. What are we seeing here from this Lethal Gaming squad? How are they keeping it so close?
Well, right now they're keeping even in the slang with the people that they just got outslayed by in 30, and Uplink Dens quieted down. You see Shocks now even as well, and Buzzo, well, he's never been good at retaliation. Hard point if I'm just being blunt with you. Lethal now take the lead 195 to 192, and they're still fully set up for the next 30 seconds.
Mindfreak not setting up well for this break at all. They are just flooding towards this bus side and expect Juju to pick up a couple of free easy kills at this point. Very close to the camo as well. Multiple players flying in, but wow, Buzzo picks up the trade and the team kill, I think. So numbers 4 in Lethal Gaming still at this point. And that was a weird scenario. I'm surprised that team kill went down from Buzzo.
You know, it's good to see Juju recovering from the infamous play yesterday. Everyone saw that one, kind of went trending on Twitter. He's still got a chance to qualify for bracket, if I'm not mistaken, but it comes with winning a series here and hoping for some things to go in their favor. Human Jesus and crew rotating now towards this top hotel hallway, down by, or potentially going to go down here if Mindfreak continue to hold on. They're nowhere near this hard point, so the Aussie boys will take the lead. What can they do to break? All they have is Juju's payload.
Yeah, I think you have to try and save that for later on. He does pick up a 2-piece, gets traded up by Shox. Shox gonna be the last one alive, so he is taken out by Clink there. So some solid scrap time, 27 seconds here left in this hard point, and they have the camo in the back pocket, so this is looking really good for Lethal to close this out in a 3-1 scenario. I don't think there's streaks on the side of Mindfreak. Doesn't look like players have been streaking at all. So very comfortable locking down Plat there. Nice shots from Juju. They're completely locking this down. Split spots scenario though, they need to be careful.
Yeah, we will wind up seeing one more hard point. Again, if you're just tuning into the stream, we will be going back to E United and Infuse directly after this. Wanted to show this outcome as, again, very impactful on how the bracket plays. We haven't missed much in that search and destroy at all. Still nearly only halfway done with that game, but back to this map at hand. Wow! A snap there from Shox. 236 to 226. Mindfreak still down by 10, but they've got bodies near the hard point.
Yeah, I just want to see how Juju decides to use this camo. I think you have to use it at this point to try and get a first blood. They need to regroup here. Just take a second, wait for your teammates to spawn up. I like it. And as soon as you get that chance, maybe go on a flank here or just hit the hill with the camo as well. Decides to pop it. What does he do with it? Spots a couple of players. Huge gunfight onto Shox. Can he turn? No, gets traded out, so not the best camo use ever. Hate picks up 2, though. They get the clean wipe. That should be able to end this game here. 240 points for them. 10 seconds left.
Shox has camo, though. Shox can use this here just to get to the hard point, but they need to win the gunfights. He will make it in time.
Okay.
247 to 239. He's playing his life. First blood now for Lethal. No trade there. This should be enough. Lethal Gaming take it 250 to 239.
Wow, Lethal Gaming, just when we counted them out, they upset Mindfreak here, and now this makes Pool C all kinds of chaotic. E United, they're looking clean at 2-0, but you got Infuse still alive in that United match at 1-1. Mindfreak and Lethal Gaming at 1-2. So even if E United beats Infused here, we have a 3-way tie, and we'll have to have the League Ops team tell us, wow, how is this one going to sort out? Pretty incredible stuff here, Jack.
All I know is this. We're talking so much about Infused and E United. Let's get back to the game. Infused currently up 4-3 now in the search and destroy. Talk about an important map. They need to not only take this, but then sneak a respawn off. I don't know if that's going to wind up happening. I don't know if I even believe it, but hey, it might wind up playing up like that. It's champs, baby.
Infused controls their fate right here. I mean, if you beat E United in this series, you are going into the bracket. The game is loaded up once again. Go ahead, Teep.
All right. Back into the search and destroy now. We'll see how things lie, what sort of payloads might be at the ready for either side. Silly having a hell of a game. Infused do have this lead, though. The sniper from Nolson was very, very effective early on in this one. And it seems like it is backing down that United side, but I guess not. Silly just takes the challenge.
You say Silly's having a great game. If he's shooting like that, it doesn't surprise me. Now 11-4, baits himself perfectly, as now he's in a 1-versus-1 reactive armor though for Alec.
He got a pop.
Alex, he's going to use it right away. Silly trying to run for his life. He spots the reactive. He should know it's there. Reactive now burned. One-on-one. Silly's ready. Silly reads him like a book. And that's why this man continues to improve in Call of Duty Infinite Warfare.
Such good composure overall. Completely outplays Alex in this sort of scenario. Gets the call out as soon as that player goes into the top window. And you have to use reactive there. I'm not questioning that, but it's too early. That middle map area, there's so many places for Silly to run back to. The top window there, which you saw him do, the cell block, all the way to the back truck. Man, unfortunate there for Alex.
I think the big thing is it's called reactive armor for a reason. You don't have to pop that pre. You can start getting shot at, pop that as you react to it, and then have the extra armor to defend yourself. Look at this from E United. They want to swarm these players. Tacticals have come in for Steenie with first blood. Zerg there for the trade. Now multiple players pushing through the spiral area. Infused have bodies here. This is not going to be an easy round for E United.
2 versus 2 right now. Zerg did a great job of not getting taken out. And he's go for that, but I guess it doesn't matter. Clay goes on the insta flank, catches both players with their pants around their ankles a bit there. And so a nice couple of rounds in a row. Silly clutching up, Clay on the flank, and now United have a 5-4 lead.
Yeah, doesn't get much easier than that for those kills for Clayster. Doesn't take a point of damage. E United were down 4-3, now up 5-4. Again, we talk about how important these maps are. E United at 2-0 in this group. Infused at 1-1, and little do they know is that Lethal just took down Mindfreak. We could have 3 teams at 1-2 if they can come back in this series.
Well, I think this game's going to be over quite soon. Silly has the payload. I believe he has FTL. Pershini has
He's got another
the
first blood on
all-powerful
Nolson.
camo, and Silly's just challenging everything at the middle of the map. Getting caught out. I'm not sure if it's just team shots or if he's just hitting head. He's absolutely melting across the map. Pershini pops the camo, picks up 1. Does get traded out, so not the best camo again.
But look at the minimap. It's our cities this time. Try to play the Clayster spot, going for a pinch. Unfortunately, he's going to get there a little bit late.
Silly completely finds out where the last 2 players of Infused are. Going to set up a sort of pinch scenario here. Does have the FTL, possibly Streaks. I doubt Silly's even going to need him. So Zerg going to get caught out. Tries to FTL towards that back door. Not going to work out for him. Now Alex stuck in another clutch scenario. Didn't pay off for him in the couple rounds earlier.
And Silly 14 and 4 Streaks now to use. They're going to stay active on the map, it appears. Maybe even call on the streak. Yeah, they've spotted him. They know he's inside showers. That's all the information they need. They can now act off that yet again. I mean, I will say, if somehow Alex clutches this and the Trinity's now been used, this could be the saving grace for Infused, but time ticking down. His hand has been forced. Can't get him. Both. Nope,
Ooh.
Doesn't spot him. E United take the map 6-4.
And there you have it. Silly leading E United to a 2-0 lead. As this is the final match in Pool C. We do have a lot going on, though, around the room. And E United, they're looking like they are primed to lock things up for that first seed in the group. We're still going to have League Ops tell us what's happening with that second seed now if Infused loses game number 3. But over on Pool D, we got to talk about what's happening here. Luminosity, they looked up, they looked down. They looked up again in the uplink, Momo.
Yeah, they certainly did. To recap, the Search and Destroy, obviously Luminosity did lose to Vitality. It stood at 1-on-1. We went into the uplink, and this is where Luminosity showed us what they were really made of. You know, yesterday they lost to Rise, but they came out hot here in the uplink. I think, you know, it started, 10, 15, it was just getting out of control. And Luminosity, really, this is what we kind of saw. And if you look to the top right there, Luminosity not crazy outslaying here, but every single one of them positive, every single one of them putting points on the board towards the end as well, and really just showing us why they are one of the greatest teams here on Uplink itself.
And we saw Whalers having a much better game than his hardpoint. He had a pretty solid Search and Destroy, but the numbers still all in favor of Luminosity.
Wow.
Now, we saw this one finish. I believe it was 15-1, but Momo, if we take a peek at the screen now, it was 70 points unanswered for Vitality at the start of their hard point. Now it's within a 3-point game. LG is right back in it. So LG looking to kind of establish some dominance in that series. Rise Nation supremacy, they are currently in a round 11. You hear Brycey screaming in the background over on Bravo. That match is still going on. We'll keep you updated with everything that is happening as groups come to a close. But when we return, we're jumping right back into game number 3. It is E United taking on Infused in Uplink.
Welcome back to the 2017 Call of Duty World League Championship. $1.5 million on the line, and of course you see a lot of players wearing headphones today. If you want to wear an awesome pair of headphones at home, we got good news. Our friends at Astro Gaming, they have put out some affordable newbies. Jack, break down the new stuff. What do you got in your hands?
You see what I'm holding right here? This is the brand new 810 headset. The first one just got released last week. This one was $70. Just got released, I think, today. It's all the branding. It's all Call of Duty.
What are you doing?
AstroGaming.com. Go get yourself a pair.
That's not the first time he's done that.
Absolutely fantastic.
All right. Of course, we also have the A40TR custom kit. It's the mod kit. You can add everything new to your old headset. Rebrand it, make it fresh.
Just don't pick that one up.
Just no one.
You no longer want this headset.
No one should touch that pair of very
specific one.
So let's calm down for a second.
I'm good.
I won lots of tournaments with Astro products. They're fantastic.
United, this is a threat to go the distance this week in TP.
Most definitely. One of the favorites. Had a very, very solid showing at the Stage 2 playoffs as well. That's the most fresh thing in our mind. So definitely brought an improvement for these guys. Seems like Arstees and Prashini have been playing at a better level than ever. Clay topping the KD leaderboards in a lot of scenarios in Stage 2. Sky's the limit for these guys right now.
A 1.21 respawn, KD.
Not bad.
Not so bad. And he's got a chance to pad some of those stats as we go into game number 3. Here's a look, though, at Group C. Of course, we all thought coming into day 2, oh, it's E-United. Mindfreak won the big one over Infused. It should be E-United, Mindfreak definitely going through it. Well, Lethal Gaming just threw a wrench into everybody's plans. The 3-1 upset over Mindfreak means that if Infused loses right here to E-United, we have a 3-way tie, and our League Ops team is going to have to tell us how that one will be sorted out, because only 2 of these 4 are moving into the bracket. The game is loading up. We're ready to get into it, and we got a sniper route. It's in the hands of Clayster. Mr. Courage, take it away.
This is what Clay loves about playing with this team, man. Clayster, first blood with the sniper. You're not ready for that in a game mode like Uplink. As already E-United look to take middle map control, thankfully for the side of Infused. They've gotten a couple kills to answer back.
Clay's still just holding down this top green side, trying to hit some quick scopes onto the enemy side. Top player does not want to challenge him. He is traded out, though, so just don't snipe. If you're trying to learn how to play Uplink in specific, yeah, Clay hit a nice shot there, but what are you going to do afterwards? The answer is nothing. They get countered on right away, and Infuse gets a point on the board.
So, at the end of the day, TP not a fan of your sniper play. But
it's a nice shot, but...
It was. But at the end of the day, not the ideal weapon you want to have. There's a reason why you only see it off the break of very large maps, especially like Hardpoint on Retaliation. But back to focusing on Infuse. This is their big focus here. They have a chance to get themselves, if they take the series, 2-1 overall series count, which would then give them that second place spot in the group. But then if they lose it, who knows how this will all play out. Some shaky shots there from Silly for the moment. He's buying time, though, for his teammate in Clayster to run this drone forward. There's the dunk. E-United now in the lead.
Great play there. Silly picking up multiple kills with that E-Rad towards the middle of the map. Picks up the third as well, going towards that bus side. Trying to just play his life here for just a second so his teammates can spawn up and flood up towards that middle of the map once again. Drone Control going to be back into Infused's favor. Trying to do their best to stay alive in this one. And, the cards are in their hands now. They can somehow pull off a reverse sweep. They can sort of have a chance to make it to the bracket play.
Yep.
But they need a miracle at this point.
They most certainly do. We were kind of talking during the break, and we said, I think I openly said I've never been more confident in anything in my life than for E-United to take this uplink and win the Series 3-0. I think I openly said that. That's just how good they've looked in Respawn game modes, how I think they're just the higher caliber team, just simple as that. I don't think there'd be many people who disagree with me, outside of maybe the owners of Infused. As now Silly, cut down by the quick E-Rad pressure of Nile, who at times this year has looked great, TP, but I think this perfectly sums up his play. You're either getting a great Nile or a pretty bad Nile, and that's been the downfall for the teams he's been on throughout IW.
Yeah, I could say that about a lot of players, to be honest. The consistency has, it's hard to find sometimes, especially towards the top level. If you're not, completely confident in your team, things just aren't going well, you're not getting great practice. When you get to tournament environments like this, it can be hard to be able to perform time and time again against a bunch of different types of players, play styles, things like that. But regardless, no excuses. The best teams are going to win here.
Well, right now, look at the kill feed. It is all red. You've got 3 players positive. Nolson in the worst KD-wise at just even. Now he jumps into the green as Infused start to just wiping E United off the map so far. Up only 3-2, but still already impressing me in the first 2 minutes, TP.
What Infuse have done such a great job of is what Niall's doing right now. Controlling this top green area, and when you have an ERAD player there, you're going to pick up multiple weapons. You have that line of sight towards the drone. You create basically a lane. You force the other team to stay at this hay area, just basically sit in the back of the base. Just so many things are being done for you automatically just controlling that area.
Well, 4-2 now. E United have not been able to breathe for the larger part of this map. Infuse still putting on the pressure. Even here, yes, Nolson will die, but the fact that he takes one with him to the grave, an AR player in our cities, helps relieve some of those long-range sight lines, lets Niall with that ERAD get back in a position. You see he does die there. Clayster spots him. But either way, 4-2 Infused. They're still holding on to this lead. They're now all 4 up, and they're pushing back towards middle map.
Silly, last one alive to the middle map just for now. Trying to get the second gunfight win. A nice 2-piece from him as he swaps over. Gets the third as well with that NV4. Now, possibly a 1-point attempt could be coming in from the E United side as they wave up this pressure towards bowling. First gunfight going to be lost from Bristini there. Clayster staying alive towards Bus, just sort of hanging out, waiting for the rest of his team to get up towards the middle of the map. 3 versus 3 scenarios. The spawners are going to be spawning back up. Drone, unfortunately, gets reset, so they have to take a step backward. Focus on that one first before they go for a score.
TP, I'm hearing some very juicy things
what happened, Jack?
Said about these tiebreakers and how this is all going to play out. I know we're going to get a full explanation later, but from what I'm understanding, if E United take this, we have a three-way tie in this group.
Wait, in maps too? Is that what you're saying?
I believe so, which would then put them to a round-robin S&D tiebreaker.
I think the last time that happened was Ghost Champs.
I mean,
with Joe's team.
That's like I wish we could put them all on one stage and face them at each other and like just go around in circles and play.
That's awesome.
That sounds nice and juicy. We told you this is what it's all about at Champs. United will put up 1 point there.
I know our jobs are to not be biased. Scratch that. I'm biased. I want to see that. I need to see that, actually.
I know our jobs are not to be biased, but well, damn it, I'm biased right now.
Just for this moment.
Just for this one series.
Come on, United. No, I'm kidding.
As there you see the final moment. Silly did throw that one on in, so it's a 1-point lead for Infuse. They've held off for 5 minutes so far. We'll see if they can continue to do so here. But when we talk about that tiebreaker, it's simply gone away if Infuse win this series. They are down 2-0. They are facing E United. You don't think that's going to happen, but hey, you never know.
All right. So, getting into the second half of Uplink, Infused have a bit of a lead here. 1-point lead. They did a great job controlling the top side of the maps on either side, those top windows. But Silly having another solid game here. Archides, I didn't even notice how bad he was doing in this one. -10 at this point, 3 kills and a half. Whew. Jack, that's looking like you in Respawn right now.
Thank you there, TP. You had to throw that one there, didn't you, bud? Okay, well, I see how it is for this. From now on, I will not address you by your first name.
Okay, I'm sorry.
As now, we'll go ahead and see where Archides can go with this drone. You might as well give him the drone because he can't shoot straight right now, right? I like that thought process here. As he will not drop the drone at this point. Simple as that. Archides now dead. Drone now recovered by Infused. You can see Clayster just trying to stay alive and play spoiler here, and it looks like he'll do just that as he's cut down Alex.
Great job as him and Silly pick up a couple of kills there. Drone is put down in a weird sort of spot right now. Trades going down, back and forth. No team can get really absolute control of this barn side of the map. It's so darn hard to push on this top side. Some shaky shots from Silly does end up taking that kill, but once the drone resets, now you have to rotate all the way back to the other side of the map. Archides with a nice shot there, picks up his 4th kill of the map, which is weird to say, going into the late of the second half.
I think this is one of the worst maps I've seen Archides have in Infinite Warfare.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say.
Because when we talk about player consistency, normally he's actually one of the more consistent players. He's never someone at a 1.2 or a 0.8. He's right at about a 1. That you can expect from him to put up enough numbers to help his team win. There goes a long 1-point throw, intercepted by Infuse. They keep the lead in their favor. 3 minutes left. This is absolutely possible.
This is just kind of strange to see from E United. It's like a lot of desperation attempts with the drone, not really clearing out that lane first. As we see Zerg now trying to find this player that was his top sort of side, but he's been long gone at this point. Going to try and lock down this drone so it can't progress. Shots getting taken though. Drone is moving pretty quick. Clay takes him out, but still just back and forth. The top side of the map, we see it time and time again. Clayster with a nice beatdown. A 1-point attempt should be going in soon here from Silly. Has the FTL pass coming into Bristini.
No.
He gets taken out though. The FTL in.
No!
Oh,
Clayster's still there. He's trying to slide across. Gets the drone. Not going to happen. Infused hold again. as they keep the 1-point lead. FTL used a botched pass, came in as Proceeding was already dead. You said
poor.
desperation. That looks so desperate from United.
Absolutely desperate. Just hit the one. It'd be a tie game. At this point, they had plenty of time to do it and could have had guns up to win some of those gunfights. Just uncharacteristic mistakes from United. This one, I'm not sure if the communication's off or they're just not really focused up in this one. But at this point, that's just easy 1 points. That's what should be happening.
I'm now receiving word that if Infuse just win this uplink, they will finish second in this group. So this is absolutely huge right now for Infuse. They need to hold on for 2 more minutes. That solves all their issues. Forget winning the whole damn series. Win the uplink, and they're already in a great spot to do so. They've got to hold their base, and that just shows how intense this truly could be. Nile holding off this middle lane. Pristini now there as the lead blocker. They have still yet to go for the one. Now they'll settle for it. There it is. E-United have tied the game with 90 seconds left.
Most importantly, Clay's still alive in the base. He loses the gunfight, though. So that gunfight one from Alex is absolutely huge, so they can regain a bit towards their side of the base. But United seems to have a lot of pressure right now. Silly gets absolutely destroyed there towards top green. Persini's trying to be a pest. He's taken out. Huge wave of kills. Some payloads being earned on the side from Infused as well. They have the overdrive at the ready. I'm not sure what else they have. It is the FTL.
United fighting from their base. Silly trying to stay alive. Zerg looking to get cheeky with the FTL. Not going to happen. 3 make it, 4 dead. 1 minute left. No camo on either side. This is for the hopes of Infused. Remember, if they take this map, Infused gets second in the group. Now E-United, who've been fighting for the back foot the whole time, looking to take their first lead. The drone now in the hands of E-United. This should be a dunk. Arseny's going in. E-United now take the lead with just 45 seconds left.
Infused, not like this. Oh, they've had the lead for 90% of the game, and then all of a sudden E-United lights up, takes it on that barn side of the map, and get back-to-back points. Now have the lead. Some slays are going down back and forth, and all United needs to do is play some keep away at this point. They're holding the drone. They're just going to throw it down in this top green and lock down both of the window and the doorway. It's going to be so tough for Infused to get back in here. They win the gunfights, and I think that's going to be it. Clayster picks up the double. Only 20 seconds left. Still have drone control. That's going to be it, Jack.
Wow. In the end of it all, E-United will wind up securing the map victory, which, again, I do believe means we have ourselves a 3-way tiebreaker in this Group C. This is what it's all about. E-United sit atop. Who will be joining them in that second place spot?
Woo, and I know a lot of Australians out there, they just let out a massive sigh of relief. Their team, Mindfreak, is still in the running. They still have a chance of going to playoffs, but a round-robin S&D battle. Crazy way to finish this, and the craziest part is I was actually on Twitter talking with Mindfreak's owner, Naked, last night, and he said, we've been in 2 of the last 3 COD champs, 3-way ties. This would be 3 of 4. Of all the COD champs, they've been to 3 3-way ties.
Wow, that's right.
Insane stuff, and that's getting me excited. If you guys are in Orlando, you better start getting pumped up because 16 teams will be playing for $1.5 million. The $600,000 still up for grabs for first place. We should update you with where we're at in the other groups, though. Going over to Group D, of course, we were watching Luminosity going up against Vitality. That one is done. It's dusted. LG, they will be advancing to the bracket. Supremacy, they are playing against Rise Nation, and Rise, they should have that one locked up. Here's a look, though, at how Luminosity closed out the series. Momo, are they back on top? Are they back to where we expected them to be?
I don't know. Yeah, they're winning, but for me, should be more convincing. I don't want to discredit Vitality, a European squad. You know, they fought their way here through last chance qualifiers. For me, though, a team like Luminosity, they should be handling this a lot easier. But you know, like Teep says, you know, you've got a different feeling in group play to kind of bracket play. Are they going to change things as going into bracket? I think so. I think they'll probably start to heat up. But LG, you know, they win. And that's the important thing for those guys.
2-1 finish should be good, but of course Rise is not completely finished quite yet. Here's a look at how things have played out, though, on Station 2. Let's take a look. Rise and Supremacy. Of course, Supremacy, one of the French squads in this tournament. A lot of fans have been on Twitter cheering them on. This one, Search and Destroy, goes to around 11. Should we be concerned about Rise Nation's game, guys?
I don't know. How many times have we seen these guys, these players in particular, go to round 11s and just are able to sort of clutch up? So I want to say, yes, that shouldn't be happening, especially versus a squad like Supremacy, in my opinion. But it's kind of natural for them at this point.
You see Aqua here. He was left in the one-on-one, but look at the timing he gets. Couldn't ask for anything better. He'll win that round 11 for Rise Nation. And then again, now into the uplink. Cool, calm, and collected. Rise in control.
Rise looking strong throughout the uplink, and I believe that should be the 3-0. Yeah.
Yep.
So we updated that bracket. There we go. Thank you, production, letting us know it will be Rise, it will be Luminosity moving forward. Keep your eyes on these two squads throughout the weekend. Rise, these are COD Champs players. Can always go deep. Never count out Vicento and Aqua. We will see how the rest of the weekend plays out. For now, we're going to a short break. When we come back, we're going to be looking at our next set of matches. 2 more rounds to go. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the $1.5 million tournament. Here is a look at the final set of matches. Of course, we have 2 more rounds to go, but we are coming to the end here. And fellas, this bracket is shaping up quite interestingly. We had some upsets on day 1. Rise Nation, a notable one. Straight ripping over EG. I think that was a big one as well. But I think we've only ever had 2 round-robin search and destroys to decide who goes into a playoff bracket in the history of COD Champs. The last one was in Ghost, I believe, and Mindfreak was involved in that one. They're in it again, and the winner between Mindfreak, Lethal Gaming, and Infused will earn their spot against Rise Nation. Crazy stuff from Lethal Gaming to even put us in this situation, Matt.
That'll be nuts. I want to watch that. I know we're about to just do FaZe versus Red Reserve, but I want to see who comes out of that group. They would go into which spot? They would actually play
against Rise.
Against Rise. So you end up on that top side of the bracket. You go up against OpTic Gaming's on that side as well. Mindfreak Black, they secure their spot. It's going to be a close game to see who gets that final position.
Yeah, you did see Mindfreak Black officially in there. Elevate is gone from the tournament, basically do not have a chance of making it into the playoffs. This is a live look, though. We're going right into Group E. And Proofy, Allegiance, this was a squad, not the start they wanted on day 1, but they have a chance here of also making it into the bracket play. What do you know about these guys on ALG?
The fun fact about them, I knew very little coming into this tournament about them, but I was able to hang out with Sinful, who was actually on the ALG roster that placed second at the very first tournament with Royalty, by the way, who was on that team.
Okay.
And I'm like, man, who do I look out for on this team? Who's the man to watch? And it's funny, he said Nova, and as you're looking at the stat sheet, my man's Nova is doing absolute mayhem on this team.
Yo, Proof gets all the intel.
I do, man. It's just a beautiful thing being friends with all the players. You know, whenever I want to ask them a question, it doesn't feel like it's a burden to ask them, and they're not really annoyed by me asking the question because I'm a friendly face. And when they get all these interviews and all that going on throughout the tournament, they kind of hate answering questions.
So
but for me, it's just basic talk.
So you're saying if Phil did it, Phil wouldn't get that info?
No, he wouldn't get that info.
Oh, Phil, that's
no one else would get that info but me, you know what I'm saying? The nice guy, Mr. Proof. The friendly
Can't say no
face.
to Proof. You can't.
Proof's like, here, take this gin and tonic. Let's have a talk.
Honestly, Nova, though, in these last 2 matches, he has been insane. I remember to start the day for ALG, they had to cause some upsets. And Nova, he dropped over 30 kills in the uplink. He continued to impress in the hardpoint. Who is this guy? Where did he come from? How is he double positive?
He's making himself known right now. I know he's been teaming with Sin prior to the ALG, like I said, the second place at Vegas. He's been teaming with Sin for years on years and playing 2v2 tournaments with them. I've only played a few wagers with him, and to be honest, man, he's impressing me. I might have to see what's good for World War II, baby.
I'm about to drop some knowledge. I'm 98% sure Mayhem played with Arcides and Pristini last year at Champs on Apotheon. So he was here last year. They did not make it out of groups. Yep, fell a little bit short. Trying to come back this year. Allegiance, I feel like, was underrated. I mean, this team does not have some of your notable guys, right? Like, Reset, they have Colchan, Mochilla, like, those are names you've known before. Like, these are kind of guys that have gone under the radar, but still a very good team.
And believe who's at 19 and 12. He was one of the stars of the LCQ. He wasn't super consistent, but he was also one of the loudest voices in the room. And when he was getting loud, you check his stats and you're like, wait, you went positive 10, positive 15? What are you doing? Mayhem there. He's got the dark hair, the beard. At the far end, you got Nova and Believe. And pretty impressive stuff here going up against Era. I mean, they got the free trip. They came out to Orlando here this weekend, but they have had a tough time in Group E, losing to both FaZe and Red Reserve so far.
So I've been trying to figure out who's going to be that team that no one expected to make that run, like at COD Champs for AW, TR. I don't think anyone really expected them to make it to the finals, but there they were placing second at that COD Champs. I'm trying to figure out what team is that team here that no one seems to know anything about that's just going to rise to that occasion.
You got something, Matt? What do you got?
Yeah, I was going to say Team MRN, but I feel like that would be a mean joke.
Why do you look at me? Why do you look at me when you say this, Matt?
He's like, you're European, right?
Yeah, because your team. I'm like,
no. I actually feel like it's not really like a super dark horse pick, but I feel like Enigma 6. Like for me, like Enigma 6 could be that TR type of team where they could go on a run, they could beat some top 4 contenders and find themselves playing on Sunday. Would not be shocked if it's Enigma 6.
For me, I hate to say it, but Maven picked Rise before this whole thing kind of started, and it's easy to pick them now as they're top in their group, but Rise, they've kind of turned up at the right time here.
Speaking of 2 players from TR.
They're first, and I was gonna say it's the same players, and you saw I'm just trying to think who it was. Nagafen from EG, obviously tough time, and he said to them, go on and win it for me. You know, to his old teammate of TR, just said, you know what, go and do it for me. And
oh, wow.
It's difficult, but I think Rise, they could be a dark horse.
Oh, Rise didn't look great against Supremacy, I'll be honest with you guys. But hey, Friday, whole new day. You had your big match yesterday against Luminosity. We'll see what's happening. Here's a look at Group E overall. Of course, we are waiting for the start of FaZe Clan versus Red Reserve. Red by no means is out of this, Momo. I know Brycey is over there getting fired up. He's cheering on Rated with Elevate gone. This is his last hope.
Bryce came over, he's like, they need a 3-1. They will get a 3. He's telling us everything that, you know, we let obviously our League Ops do. But yeah, Red Reserve still in with a chance. They come out, they go hot against FaZe, and they can qualify still. Of course, there is a lot of things that need to go into that, but ALG, Rare, it's a very tough group. We had looked through the whole group, you know, through A to H, and this was one where we were going, this is going to be a very, very tough one. Of course, Era was a little bit of an outsider, shall we say.
An LCQ team.
They were I like how you said they were an outsider. that's a new way to describe a team that hasn't won a game.
Okay, they weren't very good.
Well, they got a tough draw, right? I mean, you have a great team in FaZe Clan. You know, Allegiance, they've showed up this weekend. Red Reserve, we've talked about them being maybe one of the top 3 teams in Europe. But FaZe Clan coming up next. I feel like I know they're going to put on a show here, trying to end this group.
There's a look at the AW champ, Mr. Tatch, sending all of those TR boys home empty-handed, no trophy, just a few $100,000 instead. But Attach, he's looking for a second ring, and a lot of people forget that. What is it about this young guy? Why don't you expect Dylan Attach to be on the top of every leaderboard?
Man, I just remember watching Dylan in AW where he really got my attention as a breakout player. You know, the fast pace, the dashing really benefited his playstyle. And now that I'm watching this new FaZe squad, you have Gunless now. All the pressure's off of you. Play 2 tournaments with this new roster. You shouldn't be worried about how we're going to perform, what people think about us. Just play your game at this point and do what you do best, FaZe.
And so far, Matt, do you think the trade where they drop Clayster, they bring on Gunless, has it worked out the way that FaZe planned on it coming into the last 2 tournaments of the year?
I mean, I still think that trade is kind of up in the air for both. Well, I think it's actually more up in the air for FaZe than it is E-United. I mean, we've seen how strong E-United is with Clay. I mean, you get a great AR on your team. You have Pristini, who's already playing very fast and aggressive, and he's talented. I feel like, though, Gunless, I think you need to let him play his game. Like, Gunless needs to be able to do what he wants on this FaZe Clan roster for them to really reach their potential.
Agreed.
Gunless, the breakout star of 2017. He and his team FaZe Clan are ready to go. Momo, take it away. We got FaZe going up against Red Reserve.
Red Reserve still in with a shot, but the FaZe Clan up in front of them. They are going to be shutting them down. We talked about Attach, you know, ex-teammates, replays of Echo Fox now. You've got JCap over at Envy. You know, they're all split up, but Attach, he's looking for that second ring, and one step closer, we'll be taking down Red Reserve.
Red getting off to a decent start here as their tournament lives really are on the line here, Phil. Like, they need a win desperately against FaZe Clan. And I feel like you're always tough when you're in these situations where, you know, you're a very talented team, you come in, you slip up early, and then you're forced to beat your toughest opponent. You never want to be in this position. You see FaZe get into the hard point here. Red Reserve controls the spawns for the next one. So they don't exactly need to push for this extra time. They just kind of want to buy themselves a little bit of time here so that FaZe doesn't build a big lead. And you see FaZe will get up by about 5-6 seconds here, but Red Reserve going to make that up quick and more.
Well, there's a couple of people you want to keep your eyes out on. However, for me, Shawnee, he's been lights out all year round. However, the last series he played, the Uplink, he was, what, quad negative. You know, he went into a hard point. He started 0-12 on this very map. Breakout, of course. So for me, he needs to change that around. He's 4-4 at the moment. A much better start here, and control of the cell blocks is Red Reserve, but breaking from the back. Attach takes down one. That's going to be raided. He's going to find another there, backing him up in that hill. And we're going to see FaZe retake this, depending on the next couple of kills here. And Shawnee picking up a nice double there does make it a little bit harder for FaZe.
Yeah, and that was a huge break there from Red Reserve towards the end, but finally Gunless comes in, trades some kills out, and it'll go over towards FaZe Clan. Red Reserve, they control the hill at the beginning. They'll lose the second half of it, and they're going to rotate over towards Graveyard. But I guess when you look at it, I mean, sure, if you're Red Reserve, would you love to hold it the entire time? Yes. At the worst, I mean, you split sometime here, you get yourselves back into the game.
Joe has snuck right through the middle there and actually going to come up behind. Enable taking him down, but Attach taking Shawnee down at the cave. Joe picking up his second, and now Red Reserve should have control of this, and they will do. They're going to punish Gunless there. That's going to be raided, putting him to bed. And Red Reserve, they're going to not only take the lead here, but they're going to put FaZe Clan on the back foot. There's one player flanking through the middle, none other than Zuma. It's going to take down Urban. Now Red Reserve, they need to hold tight.
You see raided inside of the hard point. He's going to fall, and you remember how confident he was in this Red Reserve lineup that he leaves an Elevate team who was already qualified for this event.
Yep.
You know, halfway through the year, Red Reserve was not qualified. He leaves a qualified team to join Red Reserve. Just shows you the caliber of players that he thought that he was joining up, a team that gave him a better chance to advance, you know, into that bracket stage. So they're playing pretty good right now here against FaZe. FaZe, though, will take the lead here in just a second. They'll have some players here rotating towards the middle of the map with that Commissary Hill coming up next.
Red Reserve, of course, still in with a chance. That team Elevate, they are out, and that's to Mindfreak Black of all teams. Rated is taken down by Gunless there by the Commissary, and just with that, a click of a finger, and we see FaZe just take over the Commissary so easy, or effortless, should I say. Attach will be watching the flank here. And no one of Red Reserve really putting any pressure on here. They're trying to go through the middle map, but this should be closed out here. You've got Gunless as well, locking that down. Scarab in hand is going to be pushing that one out, but Zuma on your screen, taking down Joe, still being a nuisance towards Red Reserve.
Yeah, and FaZe had left that Scarab over by the wall run, so if somebody would have came over, would have gotten a lot of damage. They try to jump in towards that hard point. Zuma with one, turns around, two more players behind him, not able to take out either. It'll be a break from Red Reserve here with about 17 seconds on the hill, so they should take the rest of this time. It's going to be very difficult for FaZe spawning over by the wall run to get all the way across. And at the beginning of this game, you see Gunless playing quite well, same with Attach, but Gunless is the guy I want to talk about, Phil. You know, a lot of commotion to get him on this FaZe roster. He did not play at Anaheim, one of our biggest events of the year. You've seen some up and down performances with him on FaZe Clan. I think the key, though, is take the NV4 out of his hands. I love when he's got an ERAD, love when he's got a K-bar. I was with a few players the other night now with Attach, and they were just kind of joking, like, hey, tell Gunless to run the NV4. Like, have him run the NV4, and Attach is like, no, we want him to commit to using that K-bar. He is so devastating at a fast pace with these weapons, the K-bar and the ERAD. I think you see him commit to that. This could be a guy that could, you know, carry a team to lead the way to a grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, K-Bar is a very versatile weapon for a versatile player, and that's what Gunless is. He can do the short range, the long range. He can control it. He can kind of set the tempo almost of the game, and like you said, drag a team through that. But right now, there's no dragging involved. You can see Gunless 14-7, but Attach is right there with him. One thing I will say is Gunless joining this roster, I've seen just so much more of Attach kind of in this squad. When Clay was in this team, Attach, I felt he almost, you know, was just a bit slow. He was kind of just playing at a slower pace, but right now he's kind of got that duo almost that he goes around with, and it's clearly working. 141-84, FaZe Clan do lead. Trying to pin Red Reserve back on this cell block, picking up a couple of kills. Shawnee answering back here, but FaZe going for this pinch now and entering with intent there. And you're going to see FaZe take over.
Those are 6 shots from Gunless, able to kill that first player in by cell block, comes in, takes out one more. It's going to allow Zuma to fly in, start the trading in favor of FaZe. Now they have control of cell block. Red Reserve will have to keep committing to this hill. Cannot really go up the last 20 or so seconds here, Phil, though that's what it's going to look like, as they're going to let FaZe get up to about 173, sorry. So that's going to be a pretty substantial lead here going into Grave.
Yeah, and this Grave really determines Red Reserve's future in this map number 1, and just like that, Zuma Attach, they take down 2, and with people pushing through the middle, you can see that fast spawn that a couple of the Red Reserve players will get. This is really going to go in favor of FaZe, and that's just a perfect play there from the flank. It was the perfect timing, the shots were on point, and that kill feed is all yellow, all FaZe. As they break 180, they're going to double the points of Red Reserve, and you know what? Red Reserve, they don't have streaks to break this. They don't have any payloads. Rated sitting at 9 and 13. On the other hand, though, streaks and payloads, that's what FaZe Clan is rocking.
Gunless takes out one with the Scarab. He has a Trinity Rocket and active camo to work with as well. Does not need either. So you see Red Reserve. I mean, they're really just stuck to flooding in towards the hard point. Easy kills here to pick up if you're Gunless. Just aim up in the sky. They're going to come right over you, and you have a great peeker's advantage over the top of the dozer. Red Reserve, they will rotate early over to Commissary, but It's way too late, Momo. I mean, how many times have they rotated early these hills? They've lost them at the beginning, and then FaZe has taken most of the time here. I feel like it's 3-4 in a row.
I mean, when you've got a task on your hand to take the the next 150 points off a team which is only 25-ish away from winning, and the fact that they've got the likes of Camo, Trinity Rockets, Bombardment, Scarabs, they've got everything in their arsenal to finish this game right here. Shawnee and Urban, they're doing their best over at the commissary, but Enable and Attach get the better of them and put those down. However, at this current time, Red Reserve, they're going to break that 100-point mark, and they're going to try and culminate something together for their squad. I'm just waiting for that kind of one play where that payload is used. You've still got Gunless with the Camo, 21-9, 4-kill streak. He's got 2 minutes and 40 seconds nearly on the hill. He is doing everything, and this is an MVP-like performance.
Yeah, he tries to come around that backside of the hard point, but he gets taken out. So Red Reserve gets a fantastic hold here on commissary, but it might just be a little bit too late. You see the members of FaZe setting up for that center hard point. You have some more score streaks to use. You have payload abilities. You're in a very good spot if you're FaZe Clan here. You see Gunless set up inside of the new hard point. They just need to look over him, make sure they take the remainder of this time to close out game number 1.
And again, Gunless, not only objective, but he's picking up those kills as well. Is going to be taken down for his 10th time during the game. The least of any player in this lobby right now, but rated on the hard point. Urban picking up a couple, backed up by that pistol, famously used for. But again, they're 100 behind right now. 100 to that 250 mark, should I say, actually. But FaZe Clan, they're only 20 points away from clearing this one out. Red Reserve putting everything into this. Zoomer and Enable shutting 2 down. This is going to open the doors here for FaZe. FTL used there, but shut down by Enable. With 3 put to bed, we're going to see FaZe Clan so close to closing this one out, Matt.
And Gunless just having a monster game. 22-10 with the AR in his hands. Reminds me a lot like Proof sitting back in the hills, just picking players off at range. So it'll be 250-164 in favor of FaZe Clan in map number 1.
Old man Ian, Enable, getting a big win for the squad. It's got to feel good having guys like Gunless and Attach on your team just dropping bombs. On the other side, I feel for every European squad in the bracket today or in the groups today because they're having to play breakout hardpoint, and I can't remember the last time we saw an EU team win it. Mo, can you remember one? Have you seen one today?
They got better at it, Splyce in particular, but it's always been that kind of bogey map, if you like. Fnatic, I think, picked up a win on it. I think that's all I can remember, but I've seen so much Call of Duty, not only the past day, week, month, year, it's all blurred into one right now.
Our brains are starting to melt a little bit here, Groupie. Let's walk people through Group E, though. Here's a look at where we stand so far. If you're just joining us, welcome. Glad you are watching at work or wherever you're at right now. FaZe Clan, they are 2-0, looking to go a perfect 3-0. Allegiance, they caused problems for Red Reserve earlier today, and Shawnee was not in Shawnee form in that matchup. They're going to need the man because, again, he's dropping negative numbers against another American team, Proof.
Good luck with that, man. You're going up against the FaZe squad. It's going to be hard to go positive against a Gunless, against an Attach, a Zuma. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, they're all going to go negative.
Everyone's going to go negative.
I mean, it's a rough game, right? I mean, when you have a guy like Gunless and Enable's playing well, Attach also, you can't even just kind of pin it all on Shawnee. I mean, everybody needs to show up for Red Reserve in a big way. So I think the respawns are going to be a struggle against this FaZe Clan team. And, it's not good for Red, where that FaZe is actually a pretty good S&D team as well.
There's still a chance that we could see a 3-way tie here. Red Reserve needs to pull out a big win. Right now, they got to win the next 3 here.
I would love for 2 round robins to happen.
Did you play in a round robin, or was it?
I played in one, but it wasn't for champs. I have played in a round robin. Those are exhilarating, man. You think game 5s are stressful? Try playing a round robin to qualify for COD champs bracket.
I just got great and terrible news. Great for all of you guys at home. Terrible for everyone working in this room. We will have that round robin on Alpha to close out the night. We are staying late. God. We're not leaving the venue until 9 p.m. It's going to be a great, fantastically long day. Let's keep you updated with what's going on, though, in Group F as well. If you want to check in on the Bravo stream, there's a big battle for first place. Straight Rippin caused the upset over EG. Study gets his revenge on day 1. Then, of course, you see EG fall again to Fnatic. Just like the group stages, Fnatic gets the best of them. Sunny B is showing up big here at COD Champs. And now we have the battle to see who is going to steal the #1 seed in Group F. And that has a big implication on the bracket here, fellas. Matt, who do you give the edge to? Are you going with Donnie Temp there working with Dashy, or do you think it's going to be the Europeans and Fnatic?
I got Temp and Dashy. I think it's going to be straight ripping that pulls that series out. I think, you know, in their first champs, I think you're going to see them show up in a big way. The slaying power from those two guys is unreal.
Well, both of those teams are already in. We're going to find out, can Red Reserve mount the comeback? They're down 1-0, and Momo, I'll let you take this one away.
Red Reserve, they need 3 back-to-back. They need to go for this tiebreaker. They need every single European to get behind them right now. I know the rest of the players are behind them watching, giving them all the support they can, but the FaZe clan, they have a lot of fans too, to say the least, and kicking things off straight away, you've got the first blood coming in from Zuma.
And this is a game mode where I feel like Zuma can become such an issue for the opposing team. You just see how aggressive he is there, forcing the issue. He doesn't even pick that kill up on Rated, but just the fact that he goes and challenges him, lets Attach come through, clean that kill up with ease, but it's going to be Joe getting one in the middle of the map, and then that's the issue there, Phil. You can't have a kill go down, not trade it out when you're FaZe clan with the advantage. You swing the game back in a manageable situation for Red Reserve.
And we've seen all year long, you know, FaZe kind of their S&D's been here and there, but when they added Gunless, it really started to improve from my eyes. Red Reserve, again, a strong S&D team, but when you need 3 on the bounce here, 2 respawns as well, it's going to be difficult. 20 seconds on that clock. In a 2v2, you've got Gunless with that bomb.
Did FaZe spot them?
I think there's one on the chase, yeah. Attach is taking him down. That's a long-range E-Rad shot as well.
Yeah, with the way Attach pushed all the way through towards this, you know, back rock area, you would not push that aggressively if you didn't know it was clear. So you got to imagine that FaZe saw Red Reserve run away. Attach just flies around the corner, picks up a kill, then backs all the way up. That'll be round number 1 going towards FaZe clan.
Starting as they mean to go on here. FaZe are wanting not only 3-0 in the group, I'm sure they'd love a nice 3-0 here. They can go back, they can chill out, and they can look forward to that bracket play. Of course, it's really interesting just to see kind of where all these teams are falling now in this bracket. FaZe and Red Reserve. Of course, Red Reserve battling just for a spot to qualify for that bracket. Have to see if they can do this. Likeliness of that, very slim right now, but we're going to put another 90 seconds on the clock, another round here. FaZe clan, they've opted for A. We've got Red Reserve heading to B. The bomb will go down. We're going to have a 4v4 retake.
So now, as you see, the bomb goes down. It'll be FaZe clan going on a flank, and look at Zuma just putting so much pressure on this one player. But where is the trade coming in for FaZe? See, there still needs to be a guy following up on the slide right away. Like, it can't be a few seconds late. They may have been able to get both players there if they go quick, but it'll be a kill traded out. Enable able to get one. It'll come down to a 1v1 situation here. It'll be Gunless going up against Joe. 19 seconds left. Gunless is going to have to locate Joe, then make it back to the bomb. And Joe playing the clock perfectly here. He comes around the corner. All right, Joe's going to slide on through, pick the kill up. For a second there, I thought he was going to walk right into the crosshair of Gunless. And then Gunless is playing the position, standing right on top of bomb. So all he has to do is just go for the defuse right after he picks up the kill.
Times it correctly, and Joe will pick up the round for Red Reserve. Now tied at 1-1. And Crusher S&D as well. A map which Europe, you know, has kind of found its feet on and, you know, been able to kind of go toe-to-toe with some of the North Americans, unlike, obviously, Breakout Hardpoint, what we've just seen here. But we're only 2 rounds in, plenty more to go, and it's all tied up. FaZe 1, Red Reserve 1. Attach, though, he started hot 4-1. Can't say the same for Urban, sitting at 0-2. But FaZe clan creeping their way up to A. Red Reserve, a bit of a strange setup here.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit further back. They're going to give up the site and then go in and try and challenge these players on FaZe. And you see Joe knows that the bomb is down. Going to slide on in. Oh, this is such a good play from Joe. We saw Red Reserve do this so many times during their week. Jumps right on it, has a guy there to body block, and they will get the defuse. So right there, as soon as they get in towards the site, they force FaZe all the way back, and then Joe just jumps right on the bomb.
Yeah.
You know, he has I believe it's Shawnee body blocking for him there. They send players down the hallway. It's a good retake there from Red Reserve.
We've seen them jump on the bomb before. I remember, obviously, before their groups, they came over to Columbus, obviously playing in the playoffs. Or their group, should I say, to qualify for that playoffs. And we saw them jumping on bombs way earlier than any other team. Every map, Throwback, Crusher, and many more. And Joe was actually that player to do it as well. After he did, he slid into Teep's DMs. He said, you know what, it actually works that. Thanks for the tip.
You know, our analyst desk just providing so much insight for these teams that they're just using it for their own advantage.
Teep should charge him.
Yeah, I believe that would actually qualify as a coaching position, where I'm pretty sure team should get something for that. Half of their champs winnings.
Well, we'll see if they even make the
Proof's like,
bracket
sign
right
me up
now.
for half of OpTic's champs winnings. He's like, I'm good on that.
I'm sure he is right now. Because Red Reserve, it might not be that all much if you don't make it into that bracket play. Gunless and Co, though, are trying to end Red Reserve's dreams right now. They're 2-1 down, though, in the Search and Destroy, and Red Reserve find themselves in a 3v4. Joe on your screen, 75 away, of course, from that Scarab. Trying to make something work. Is going to find one, but Gunless gets the better of him. A 2v4 for Red Reserve. Makes it a 1v3 as Urban now left in a very difficult position. He's going to find one, but the trade comes in, and FaZe Clan tie things up.
I think Gunless may be one of the best players with like a K-bar in hand, like up close. Like, we talk about Octane all the time, where with the NV4, he's able to win these up close gunfights against the ERAD players and K-bar players. I feel like Gunless is kind of like the K-bar equivalent. Like, he's able to win long-range fights against NV4s and close-range fights easily against ERAD players. So really a pleasure to watch.
Most certainly is. The versatility of a player like Gunless, even like Octane, or all these kind of NV4 players, when you have these slow or fast players, they seem to make that gun work. And I'll say it firsthand, I try a close-range NV4. It doesn't work out for me.
Doesn't surprise me. So you see the bomb will go down. So FaZe has complete control now. So this is the power position, right? You get attached on this rock. He's able to pick up a kill. Doesn't happen. Rated just flies in, picks up 3. Joe's going to clean up the last. I would have loved to have seen Rated screen there as he comes flying around the corner, murders 3 players. Red Reserve wins their 3rd round. And before this round, Phil, I was going to ask, obviously, you know these guys on Red a little bit better than I do. What are they like under pressure? Like, playing under this type of microscope here in such an important match. What have you seen from them in the past in big games?
I mean, you can straight away look at Rated and Joe. They were COD XP finalists. They, for me, can handle the pressure very, very well. Urban, I think he's had that experience now for a long time under the likes of Infused, playing with Trey and Marky B. He's gained that now. But the question was always about Shawnee, coming to, his first champs, really kind of showing up. He's kind of one of those breakout players for Europe, and it was all eyes on him, and he's been great the majority of the time. But when he had those 2 off maps, people looked at each other and thought, this is not Shawnee. This guy's just been tearing up the European players. We're saying in the pre-LAN, he's been absolutely dominating, one of the best players there. So maybe the pressure getting to him a little bit.
Champ's a completely different beast. So we see Urban now, the only one alive. Look at this, going high off the wall run. Gets right behind one, not able to take out Attach though. It's fancy movement there from Urban. See, Zuma's like pointing up in the sky. He's like, he was all the way up there. He's like, I can't do anything about that.
Above you.
It's above you. Just look up, mate.
What are you looking at? It's above you. That was a good impression. I like that, Matt.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I was happy with myself with that.
See the Marshall twins in the background going at straight rip, and of course that is going on I believe our Bravo. But right now we've got FaZe and Red Reserve going head to head here. Red Reserve, we've said it time and time again. For you guys just joining us, this could be their very last series here. If they don't make it out with a win over FaZe in a certain map set, they could be going home.
It is a must-win map for Red Reserve. So now it'll be FaZe Clan on offense, and it just seems like their strat. Let Zuma just kind of like poke around, try and find a hole in the defense, try and push on forward. Scott into this position. See Joe backing out. It'll be kills traded from both sides, and Rated peeks around the corner here. He's going to have to back all the way up. Does not want to get pushed by 2 players, and you see he sees the first one fly at him, not able to take out the second.
Oh my. FTL, I believe, used there, I think, in the turn. I'd love to see that in replay. Almost too quick for me to follow, but the ERAD on point there for Red Reserve, taking down FaZe Clans 2, and we're going to see that. Yeah, but tagged up. He just jumped at the wrong time. You could see how weak Gunless was from Rated. Joe cleans that one up, though, and I believe that FTL was used. Let's have a look back, if possible, at that. I believe we've got our instant replay on point, and here you go. FTL was available. Rated backing up here, Matt, like you said. And for me, the big thing here was not only he took down one, he injured that second player, I believe. Oh, no, the injury came from Joe.
Yes, the injury came from Joe. So he fires the bullet straight through, and then the FTL comes in. He turns around, kills the player behind him, has one directly in front, gets him weak. So now to be Red Reserve on offense. Very close here to taking map number 2, keeping their chances alive.
Not only just winning that round, but they also burned FaZe Clan's FTL. They've still got that in their back pocket. But Attach here has something of surprise. This is a Scarab here. He's going to stun one. Slide around. Will pick that kill up. And there you go. It's Gunless picking one. Joe going high again. Will Zuma see him above him? No, not going to happen. He spotted him last time in Red Reserve. They're now in a 2v1, a favorable position with 18 seconds left on the clock. And Nable giving chase here, but he's got an MV4. He's 1 and 5. It's not looking good. 1 and 6 will be the final kill to death ratio for him. But again, what we see there is Urban just doing what he's been doing for, I'd say, the past 2, maybe 3 years now. Just going high. He just loves the in-game mechanics, you know, using these wall runs to his advantage. Dropping down, like Spider-Man.
Yeah. Urban, you know, one of the players in Europe who, you know, he's been kind of famed for his movement in the advanced movement Call of Duty. Says, now to be Red Reserve, just 1 round away here from Phil. From their mission is not done yet, but you know, this map is crucial to them even having a chance.
You've got to go 1 map at a time, and this one is looking likely for Red Reserve. A 2v1 again. It is Ian and Nable in this 1v2. He's currently 1 and 6. Rated has the payload. Not sure exactly what that is. It might be the Centurion. Okay, that's not going to change anything. Look at the minimap, though, because 2 players from Red Reserve all the way back there in the enemy base. The bomb is down towards A. Nable obviously looking to retrieve that and maybe make a move.
Yeah, the guys on red are just grouping up here. Very smart. They don't want to split up. You don't want to get two-pieced. They know Enable needs to work for a plant here. Now, the only saving grace for Enable is that he has a ton of time, you know, at the beginning portion of this to kind of roam around, not able to pick up one, and that'll be all. They'll be Red Reserve taking this one 6-3, keeping their chances of making it out of the group alive.
Red Reserve looking strong. It was 3-3 for a moment there, and they just ran away with it, and they needed that win after a struggle in the hard point. Their hopes of moving on into the arena still alive. Proofy, though, we had some results, some expected, some unexpected, though, from the same group. And tell me a little bit about what you have been watching over the last 10 minutes.
So I've been able to peep in the Era of Eternity versus ALG game. First game goes ALG, if you were able to witness that at the beginning of this broadcast. But game 2, ALG looking like they were going to 3-0 Eternity, no pressure. They went up 5-0. They get 2 little meaningless rounds, close it out 6-2. But the uplink is what I want to talk about of this series. I know you're seeing the search and destroy happen right now.
We'll get to that.
Wasn't much of a chance for Era Eternity this entire time. All mayhem, all believe, just dominating. But in this, I want to talk about this uplink so bad. I'm gonna start breaking it down now.
Don't spoil it for me.
There's not much that you're gonna see here in this search and destroy.
All right, don't worry, Proof. I was just told by the producer we got Proof covered. It's coming for you. We got clips on top of clips.
Just wait. You thought JCap's 1 miss was bad at Stage 2 playoffs?
Oh, no.
It wasn't one of those.
Wait until you see this uplink game. I'm talking about a guy was invisible with a wide open opportunity. I'm not going to say which team it was, but man, it is going to blow your mind away. But yeah, in this search and destroy, ALG just handled business. They were never pressured in this entire map. It was just all ALG.
And I look at these numbers again, Spoof. Pretty solid stuff here. Everyone dropping positives.
Yes.
Here it is, Proof. They got it for you.
So I want to point out a number of things. First of all, ALG was getting outslayed this entire game and are only down by 1. So if I can give Arrow some advice, start focusing on making plays with the ball. Take the ball one way and have your teammates push the other cut. If they end up dying, then just throw the ball off the map. If they end up getting the kills, wrap the ball back. Simple things like that. But they could have won the game right here, or at least tied it up. He has camo.
No.
He's going for the 1, baby. Never mind.
He was about 20 feet away.
To get the 3, to at least get the OT going, and he
Can we
misses
bring that
it.
back? Can we bring that back?
Matt's like, can we instant replay the instant replays?
Replay the instant replay? Because
we got Juju, we got this.
How much time is left when he's on that wall?
The only thing I can think was he had his camo and he saw the player kind of jumping up and he was trying to put it over that so no interception could happen. But still, you got to get it.
Hold up. But let's play the clip again. Let's play the clip again. So 11 seconds left.
He sees this guy.
All right, Phil, there's 8 seconds left here.
Yeah, but I think he's trying to get it.
Drone. Just go in.
Your camo's gone. You're out of camo when he launches it.
Yeah, I think he just...
He just overthrew it.
You
a
could have
little too
bounced off
high.
the left wall, got on in.
You would have gone with a bank shot there, Matt. That would have been your play.
No, not the bank shot. I would have just dunked that in.
So that's why that search and destroy, I kind of just lost it when I saw that uplink. I could not believe it.
So the good news, if
Yeah,
you're an
I'm
ALG
good.
fan, they're still up 2-1 over Arrow, right? The bad news is you didn't get your 3-0. Arrow still has a chance of doing a lethal gaming, coming back and making this pool crazy.
Playing with those boys' emotions on Eternity, man. They're playing with their emotions right now, giving them ones like that. It's crazy.
Pretty interesting stuff all day long, but we're not done here, of course. That was all from the same group of what we were watching there on Station 1. Let's take it over to Group F, though. This is Fnatic and Straight Rippin', and it couldn't be much closer coming into the final 2 minutes. Fnatic with a nice comeback. At this point, we join in. 19 points separate the two squads, Proof.
One thing I do want to say about the Straight Rippin' squad is they are benefiting the most in playing in those stations right now. I got to talk to Jay, I got to talk to Temp, and their game plan is get hype, let the other team hear how hyped they are, and pretty much just distraught their gameplay, distraught their mentality, and have them focusing on their callouts instead of playing their own game.
And I think you look at this team that, Dashy and Temper are going to bring it game after game. It's like if you get a study like we just saw, right? I believe plus 30 kills, doing some of the objective work. If Study shows up for them, that is such a game changer for Straight Rippin'.
Exactly.
That who knows where they end up in the bracket and how far they can go.
Momo, before the break, I have to ask you about Fnatic's mindset. Is this a team that can handle trash talk from some of the loudest mouths from North America?
I think they can give it as good as they get.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the thing. I mean, especially those twins on the other side. Straight Rippin' won't understand what they're saying, but they'll start getting up and shouting. That's a point. The one thing I will say about Fnatic is they're very often down 1-0. They go into the S&D, they kind of claw things back. Of course, it's never nice kind of going 1-0 down, but they've been there before. I've got faith in the boys from Fnatic. Hopefully they can bring it back, or at least make it a more lengthy series.
Straight Rippin' and Fnatic, that's going down on Bravo. And remember, both teams are already locked in to the bracket tomorrow. The question is who gets the higher seed. When we come back from the break, though, Red Reserve still playing for their bracket life. We'll see how this match concludes against the FaZe Clan.
Going to game number 3, you've got FaZe and Red Reserve, Enable versus Urban. Those are the stats coming into this. You can see, of course, Urban, that objective play of 38, kind of outweighs Enable, but I don't think that's going to be bothering him. That KD of 1.6, of course, will be trying to outslay Red Reserve. That is your G Fuel key player matchup going into game number 3. Red Reserve, their life is on the line. Do not go anywhere.
And we are back. There's a live look at the newest captain of the FaZe Clan. He's been a vocal leader, so they say, for quite a while. Now he officially has the role and the title, and he is surrounded by some nasty slayers. Zuma, we've seen what he could do since AW days, and of course, attached AW champion, no slouch himself. Gunless, though, if you looked at the highest sought-after free agent, he was the man. But Matt, tell me about this guy, because he is a multi-game FPS champion.
Yeah, Enable's been great since the moment I've seen him, on numerous titles, and you see he's kind of transformed as a Call of Duty player over the years. At the beginning, definitely not on the highest rated teams. He kind of worked his way up, found himself on FaZe Clan, and now I think he's taken a big step. Clay off the team, he is definitely taking the reins as the leader of this squad. I think it definitely comes with a lot of responsibility, though. I think he needs to lead this team to successful finishes, just like Clayster did previously.
Now, Momo, I wanted to ask you a little bit about Enable's role on the team, because we saw some of the numbers. Of course,
Dave Marsh, aka Urban, he was able to pad his stats against Arrow when Red Reserve dropped 22 points in their uplink, but Enable only 1 point in uplink so far. What is his role on the team? What should we expect as we go to Precinct?
Enable has kind of taken that slower role, you know, much of like Clayton. Now, it's dependent obviously on the map. When you're going to get Frost, sometimes you've got to do a bit of objective, but I don't believe they've played that just yet. We're going to be going into Precinct though, however. Enable, you got to watch out for those high slaying abilities. He can really put a lot of teams in the ground here. We'll keep an eye on Enable, aka Ian, throughout the game and series itself. All tied up though, 1-1 Red versus FaZe Clan, Uplink on Precinct.
Oh, and this looks like a potential scoring opportunity for FaZe at the beginning here. Zuma picked up 2, Attach with 1. Zuma gets cut down there, and the drone falls into the hands of Attach, and they're not able to get points. But still, the slaying from FaZe at the beginning allows them to get early. Drone control just not able to turn into points. But I think this is one where you saw Red Reserve win the other day, Phil. It's not going to be as easy against FaZe.
No, not at all. I mean, whenever I see FaZe and Uplink on Precinct, I always think of that magical moment between Gunless and Zuma on the back alley. I'm sure we may not see that again. But Red and FaZe Clan, they're going to be going toe-to-toe. 60 seconds have passed, though, and so far, just a couple of kills either side. One thing, if you're a Red fan, Shawnee, he's stepping it up. He's putting kills on the board, but that drone is not really even moved here.
No, outside of that first initial possession by FaZe, you've seen neither team being able to get towards that drone, and this time you see Enable with 1, Gunless with another. See if they can get the drone here, but Enable has a feeling that there's players working from behind on the side of Red Reserve. It's an easy kill there for Enable, as now FaZe Clan looking for a score.
Okay, we're talking of FaZe Clan. Let's have a listen to their communications and see how they're getting through this after that miss.
He's going. It looks like they're bringing it left. Ball's cut. I'm sending RC cross. I'll go away. Trying high way. I'm trying high.
What's on ball? Rated. He's on ball. Rated on ball. Rated on ball. On the cat, one hit. He's out. He's back out. He's in L.
I'm looking RL. I'm ignoring. He's in L still. One shot cat, one back alley. Cat back alley behind you. Orange, you want orange. Orange, I got orange dead. Go. I'm looking back alley. I'll hit white. They're back alley, guys. I got him. Let's go in. Yeah, let's go. Anyway,
I got you.
On the point. I got the point. Yeah, one other point. He's dead. Let's go. Looking back eye dead.
He's on me. I'll
go to one hole. Yeah, watch back eye.
Alright, I got it. Back eye, high dead.
Yeah, I know, I'm coming.
No one, weak chill.
There's two. Nice, I got ready.
Let's go.
Keep looking at this. I am. I
gotta do that shit. Let's go. Yo, Block Cats, one of you guys
high above me. 2 of them. One's in. Fuck, my bad, Pierce. Oh, you're good. You're fine. Alright,
he's already in ball, chill. He's already in ball, guys.
Bring it on cat. They're gonna bring it on cat.
Okay.
I RC'd him. He spun our point.
I spun our AC, guys.
He's our low point, guys. Low point. Nothing low point.
Got one. Balls.
Oh no, he's our low point still. He's that ball's low right. I got pinched. No, there's 2 front, guys. They passed it. There's 2 front.
I'm going white.
Play ball. Three there. There's 2 on a point.
I'm going up cat, guys.
I'll pick up your back.
Orange is open. Bring it up. Run out.
One's flanking. One's at our side. Go. He's at our cube. Just go.
I'm about to die. He got me from top glass.
Alright, everybody calm down.
Yeah, relax.
Yeah, okay, 2 going right. 2 going right. I'm gonna train y'all spawn. He's at our QB, hitting the wall, guys, hitting the high wall.
I got traded, y'all spawn.
I can't
They're gonna pass it. Play ball.
Play new, guys.
Yeah, we're fine. Play ball.
I'm on. I'll watch your wood.
You can see the tension building there as Red Reserve obviously clawing their way back into it. FaZe Clan take a 4-0 lead, but Red Reserve 6 on the bounce here. And of course now they'll have to regain. Gunless 4 and 10. You heard the communication coming from him, the excitement. And almost the disappointment there, but 6-4 for Red Reserve. They're definitely in this, and you said this before, Matt. We've seen Red Reserve turn up on this map.
Yeah, and right there you saw FaZe going in for a potential 2-point play, and they get shut down. They don't get any points on it. Urban will take out Enable, who's going back on the defensive end, playing under his own base, and Joe gets a nice pass up there towards the end of Rated. He puts it in for 2, where it looked like Joe was going to get blocked as he was trying to get himself in for a 2-point play. Passes it on forward. Turns into points as Red Reserve has played well here in the first half. FaZe will get a 1-point play. Urban, though, with these full streaks, Momo, can be a big difference maker inside number 2.
Full streaks for Urban. Shawnee 15 and 9. A great game out of him as we see things slow down on the FaZe side. But with 30 seconds left, FaZe trying to get something back on the board. It's 8-5 at this current time. Urban, we saw him going high and above Zuma. during the S&D. He's living up to his standard stuff here, as he does take down another. That's going to be attached, but the drone in the hands here of Zuma. 10 seconds left. He's just trying to pick something out of nothing almost, and as we do see him go into that top window, he's going to be tagged up. Drone is going to fall, and with a couple of seconds, that's not going anywhere. As the game will go into halftime at 8-5. Wolfskins, focus on your own game. Turn around.
Wolfskins turning around. He's like, oh man, what's going on in this game?
How you doing, boys?
You're in your own game. So I don't know the score of Fnatic for straight. We know what happened in map 1.
We'll break that down, of course, a little later, maybe.
But Pocket's going to tell us as soon as we get done with this game, so we're good.
Yeah, we're good. We can just sit here and get all the information in our ears. You guys at home will get it shortly after. However, you can check those guys out on Bravo. 8-5 to Red Reserve. We talked about it before the series. They need to close this one out 3-1. They're still on track. They're in the lead here. And Urban and Joe, they're going to kick things off with a kill each.
It would be wild if they're able to pull this off here against FaZe. I mean, you see, it's going to be Joe pushing on forward. He's able to get one. They're not able to get control of the drone, though, right away. Here comes one of the streaks from Urban, so you're going to see the bombardment come in. Maybe they try and follow this up down the street, and you see kind of the smoke from the bombardment actually blocks Attach's view, so he can't actually see where these players are going down that street. 2 kills in favor of Red Reserve. They're trying to push this forward. It'll be just Gunless.
Ooh!
And Zuma now coming off the spawn alive for FaZe Clan. Will not matter. It'll be a 2-point play. But did Urban use his Trinity there as well? Well, he used a Trinity in the last half.
Yeah.
Now he used a bombardment. So you do give up the points, but now there's no streaks on the side of Red Reserve.
Yeah, that Trinity, that bombardment, of course, now still in the hands of Raided. Somehow, when he's sat at 7-11, believe it or not. The question is here, obviously, Zuma, that 2-piece that he picked up, we saw, I think, an FTL used by Urban to actually get that drone in. FaZe trying to pick up a point or two. The Inception is failed there, and the score is now 10-6. A 2-possession game, as we do see FaZe put something on the board for the first time in a couple of minutes, actually, here.
Now it'll be FaZe trying to work their way back towards the mid-map. A kill from Raiden, 1 from Joe. Now it's going to be 3 dead. Now this is where FaZe Clan can put a lot of points on the board here, Phil. They need to just take these players out, but here's where the streaks come into play. The bombardment comes down. It's going to buy Red Reserve some time to get set up here on D.
Yeah, that was really, I want to say lucky almost in the sense that Raided was the first one killed, so he was the first alive to use that bombardment instantly. Otherwise, that would have been a clear-cut run. And look at this, the counter-attack coming in from Shawnee through the middle. You've got Joe with that overdrive. He's not utilizing it just yet, maybe waiting for the drone to be passed to him, but he's looking for one off the spawn. Bad timing as we see Gunless go high and take down Joe himself, and with 2.5 minutes still left on the clock. If you're a FaZe fan, you are not out of this just yet. Plenty of time.
Now Zuma backs up, just trying to get a touch of the drone. So it looked like FaZe wanted to push from that position. They committed 3 players down there. You see number 6 on the minimap, Gunless. He was working his way down towards the bottom side as well. They all get taken out. Now Shawnee and Red Reserve on offense. Yet again, a beatdown comes in, but Shawnee's going to fall. So you see Joe, no position to make a play here on the drone, as now FaZe will go on offense. And I've really been shocked that FaZe on the offensive end has gotten really, lackluster pushes here in the second half, Phil.
Yeah, Zuma's been really pushed up. He's in a fantastic position, but Raided with a headshot onto him is going to give the number advantage to Red Reserve at this given time. No payloads available. Gunless going for the high. 1-point play will follow that one over, and it's good. We're going to get number 7 in for FaZe, and now still a 2-possession game, but they're edging their way closer and closer as time is ticking. 2 minutes left on the clock. Flechette grenade entering that drone area, as we do see Shawnee and Zuma pick up kills either side. Shawnee still trying to lock it down. He's had a great series so far, matching Urban's 23 and 17, and now one better at 24.
Just looking over the drone with the NV4. Shawnee just locking down the positions that Red Reserve needs to take game number 3. Gunless picks up 2. Here could come the assault from FaZe Clan, but it's going to be Raided and Urban yet again on the defensive side of things. Picking up just the kills necessary to just stop the push, slow it down a little bit, but here's some more kills from FaZe. Now the overdrive comes through here from Attach. This should be a 2-point play, but the body block comes in, then he jumps right back up. It'll be FaZe now 1 point away from tying this game up, a minute to go.
Oh, and Joe's tried to counter this with a self-overdrive straight into the face of Gunless. Not 1, but 2. Attach says no as well. Urban picks up 1. This is a huge kill, and we're going to see Attach get the better of him. Verban was managed to get that. Maybe he could have got something out of it, but 1 point play here. They need to wrap around. They need to act quick. Which way do they go here?
I think they're going to let that drone reset. So they're going to slay around mid-map, let the drone reset. But actually, when they pick up the 2 kills here, now you're going to see them start to take advantage of this and push, because look at the position Enable's gotten into. These should be easy kills to pick up with the NV4.
And attach using the score streaks as well. The Trinity comes down. Zuma again with the double, and now Urban is last alive. Zuma's going to go for the 2-point play, and with 20 seconds left, they have the lead. They could have just ended Red Reserve's dreams in one single dunk.
Red Reserve gets the drone though, Phil. 15
3
seconds
down.
left. That is 3 down. Rated just needs to knock down a 1-point play to tie it up, but he's going to go for 2, and he will put it in as Red Reserve goes up 1 here. 2 seconds to go, not enough time. A huge play from Rated. He is freaking out right now. I mean, I would as well. That is such a game-changing play. As that saves their tournament lives right there.
It really does. I can't contain myself. I think Reese honestly doesn't have a clue what's going on. I don't blame him. It was 10 to 9, 11 to 10, 12, and we're going to game number 4. We've got a replay, and I need it just as much as you.
This is incredible stuff right here, Matt. And I was hoping we had Phil's coming in here. He got all excited when this turned around. So break it down for me, Matt. How does Red Reserve walk away with the victory here in the last 30 seconds?
So you see the streaks come down, and FaZe is able to put this 2-point play in, and just look at where Red spawns. They spawn on that top side. They're able to get in. They just turn around, kill the 2 players in their own base, and then Rated here comes through that mid-map, puts it in for 2. It's a crazy end to a game there between Red and FaZe Clan. Keeps Red alive.
Are you sweating over there, Phil?
I don't know what to say. I thought it was over when FaZe got the dunk. I was like, okay, Red Reserve, you're going home. This is not looking good. But just like that, Joe with the overdrive.
Seconds.
And then just the reaction of Rated, honestly, it just cracked me up. I know how much he wants this. I know how hungry he is for this. But to kind of overcome that against a team like FaZe, I've got to cast another game now.
I want to see a replay of his reaction.
I hope the camera was looking at me as I was jumping up and down.
So we have a 3-way tie now between Lethal Gaming, Mindfreak, and Fuse. All those teams have 1 and 2, right? Match records?
Yep. Yeah.
We could see 3 teams with 2 and 1 match records. Era, of course, would be winless, ALG, Red Reserve, and FaZe, all fighting for just 2 spots. This is the craziest group so far. Of course, over on Bravo, we've been hearing Brycey, we've been hearing Miles yelling. Everyone is getting fired up between Fnatic and Straight Rippin'. That one, I believe, is tied up 1-1. They're going into their uplink, but we're getting the games going here. Red Reserve is hot right now. They want to get into this next hard point as quick as they can. Here's a look overall, though, at Group F. If you missed any of the action, Evil Geniuses 0-2, the biggest shocker, I think, out of all the top 16 teams. No one expected them to be below Tainted Minds, and that's exactly where they find themselves currently in their best-of-5 series, Matt.
Yeah, and I believe they're playing Tainted Minds right now. Just taking a look, that looks to be in game number 4 of that series. Now, EG up at the beginning of that hard point. We'll give you guys updates on that series. See if EG can get at least 1 win on the board. It'd be really upsetting for those guys to see them go home without even a map win.
And I'm watching that series. Like, I get it, you're out of the tournament, man, but I don't want to see you throwing tomahawks and stuff like that in a group match, man. This is still COD Champs. You don't want to be that team that played worst in your pool at COD Champs, man. Still play for pride, guys. Don't pull out tomahawks. Play for pride.
Here's the reaction from FaZe Clan. Of course, we saw the relief from Rated getting fired up afterwards, but FaZe just kind of blown away. They thought they had it. That 1-point play, final 30 seconds. You think it's good?
He's like, did we win?
Whoa.
What's happening?
I had to double check the score.
No, you know what happens? You ever get that when you stand up way too fast and like you start to like get a little like dizzy and stuff?
He was like, Joe, where you going? Sit back down. We've got another map.
We are live right now. Momo, Mr. X, take it away. This is game number 4. Red Reserve desperately trying to break into the bracket.
Okay, well, I'm taking a deep breath here, Matt. We need it. We're going into another hard point here. And Red Reserve, we said they need a 3-0 or a 3-1 victory. FaZe Clan, they start strong, 10-0. Enable, though, he started 4-0.
Yeah, getting off to a good start here in game number 4. And although Red Reserve, they win the last 2 maps, it will all be for nothing if they don't win this one. This single map decides Red Reserve's fate. Now, they win this, they could potentially force a 3-way tie. and then we'll see, you know, how it all plays out. But they need to win this map to give themselves a chance to make it to the bracket. Their first hard point against FaZe, it was ugly. But now I feel like, Phil, Red Reserve has all the momentum.
Yeah, they have all the momentum, all the fire. I do look at that scoreboard and see Shawnee on 0 and 4. We talked about composure. We talked about the champ being a different beast. I hope he kind of can keep composed after that sterling win there. 35 and 6 though, and counting here. Enable and Co. They are locking this barn down. They got the majority of that train, of course. Let's see if they can continue their dominance here going into this barn.
We'll see. Urban flies in, takes out one. Red Reserve gets control of barn, but just for a few seconds here as you see FaZe Clan break on in. The spawn's coming far away from Red Reserve. There's 2 players over here for Red. They're both deleted by Zuma. Zuma can't pick up Shawnee, but it is members of FaZe Clan in control of this barn hill, locking this down, building a very nice lead.
59 to 10 here as we have the last 10 seconds on barn, and we could see actually that change hands. No, it's going to go in FaZe's hands. We're going to see it rotate down to this bike path. Shawnee 2 and 7 has picked it up for 2 and 2 since the 0 and 5 start. However, Zuma there just taking Urban down with that E-Rad so quickly here. And I'm looking at the player maybe, and I think this is just map dependent. You know, who's that one who's going to go on that street, get that Trinity rocket, a bombardment, because we know how crucial it is when it comes to the likes of baseball field. At the moment, though, it's definitely FaZe Clan working towards that.
And I feel like, Red, you need a big game out of either Rated or Urban here. I mean, even Joe. Like, those are your 3 veteran guys. Like, you need one of them to step up in your biggest moment. You can't rely on Shawnee, right? I mean, you know, he's a newer player, you know, 2 COD champs. A lot of pressure on the line for him. In this match, you need one of those veterans to step up, play well. See Urban getting off to a 10 and 8 start. For me, it's really Joe. Joe needs to turn it around now. He was, 2 and 7. Now he's up to 4 and 7. We'll see if Red Reserve can get control of baseball. If they do, Phil, they can definitely come right back into this game in the second half.
This could be a turning point. You know, FaZe take the baseball field right now, and they can run away with it. And with a 4-kill streak like that from the squad, they very well could do. Red, though, they get back into it and make this a tie game going into that second rotation. Everything is up in the air right now. But Gunless and Attacks, they're going to put 2 players away, and Attacks is going to find a second here. Red Reserve definitely on the back foot, pushing from this blue area, but Zuma, he's locking it down. He's 50 away from this Scarab, looking to get that Trinity rocket. Could it be him, the one that starts going for those streaks that I talked about? It looks like he's playing for him.
He picks up 3 big kills on rotation there, and that's going to give all of baseball to FaZe Clan. And in a must-win map for Red Reserve, they have not showed up. It is 110-37. FaZe Clan right now. Zuma still patrolling around, so he gets out of the hill before Phil, because then he kind of juggles it, right? You remember back at Black Ops 2, you jump out of the hill, let somebody get control of it, you pick up the kill, then you get out, and you get the points again. So you get that extra boost towards more score streaks. Saw Zuma trying to do it there, finally falls. The first half of the game looks a lot like the first map of this series. It is FaZe Clan at 131-37.
FaZe Clan a huge lead going into the second rotation. And in all honesty, they've dominated every single hill here from 43 points, Red Reserve. Bear in mind, obviously, Throwback itself, those 4 hills, Train, Barn, down to the bike path and that baseball field, they're averaging, what, 10 points per hill? It's simply not good enough. They need to change things around. Urban, 13 and 13. It is just a flashback almost of map number 1 here, Matt.
Yeah, it's tough. It's going to be very tough in the second half of this game to come back as well, because now obviously FaZe going to get their payloads faster. I mean, look at Gunless. He's already close to that camo. And then, I mean, you don't have any streaks on the side of Red Reserve, so you have nothing over at baseball. I mean, if you were starting to make the comeback, it needs to happen here on Barn. You need to turn Barn into a great hold on bike path, and somehow win the rotation over to baseball to give yourself a chance to come back in this game.
Urban makes a huge kill right at the back of Barn just to kind of win that rotation for his team. So the start of maybe something good here for Red Reserve, but a couple of waiver kills they've got to fend off. Rated and Gunless trading things out, but again, FaZe, that number advantage, 3 push in. Urban trying to make something here, but he's running into a 1v3. Finds 2, not the third. Attach will shut him down here, but it gives Red Reserve just that second or 2 to get a little bit closer. Rated around the back, Shawnee from the front, and we're going to see Red Reserve control still the Barn for a few more seconds here.
And I guess, your best chance here, Phil, is you take the rest of this time. You're up to, about, let's say 147 to you're looking about like 90, right? I mean, then you go over to bike path and you try and split some time there. Maybe you can, if you can get to bike path down by 30 to 40 seconds, you feel okay. But I mean, now you just gave up the last 15 or so here to FaZe Clan. So regardless, you're still in a tough spot. The only shining, sliver of light here for Red Reserve is that the overall game clock is not as low as it usually is on Throwback. Usually there's a lot of congestion and just open hill space, which will force the overall game clock to go down. Right now, it's still 2 minutes and 50 seconds left overall on the game clock. So still a ton of time here for Red Reserve to make a comeback.
Yeah, it really is. From map 1, for me, it was Gunless and Attacks who were kind of going crazy and really kind of spun that game out of control. Game 4, though, it is Gunless again, but Zuma, he's going toe-to-toe with him. Enable's actually right there with him on 20 and 14 as well. You look across the board, across Red Reserve, and I think they are starting to pick it up. Shawnee and Joe, that slow start could really punish them. We've got a multi-kill coming in there, a 2-kill streak for Attach. He is having a lot of fun out there, and he's about to break 175.
So Red Reserve does have control of baseball at the moment in time, but actually, ooh, this is bad, Phil. This is real bad, as you see. It's going to be Rated. The only one alive here on baseball does a fantastic job actually picking up that 1 kill because the rest of his teammates spawn all the way on the other side of the map. So Rated does a nice job here buying enough time. Sees Gunless go off the wall run. They're able to deal with the camo. So this is not looking bad for Red Reserve, but you see Zuma though, he's able to pick up 2, Attach with 1.
How quick was that?
Cleaning the slate there. Yeah, it's way too fast of a break there for FaZe Clan. They're about to hit 200. Red Reserve still at 96. It's not looking good in this must-win map.
No, it really isn't. Zuma has had his troubles all year round, whether it's been his hand problem. Now is the time to turn up, and 24 and 13 definitely making a statement there and actually destroying Joe at top blue. Gunless right alongside him, 26 and 14 as well. FaZe Clan, they're looking to not only win this, but they're going to make a bit of an embarrassment out of Red if they continue with this dominance. 3 kills in that kill feed again, all lit up in yellow for that FaZe Clan. Urban with the magic too, but it's not enough as this man, Tommy, aka Zuma, 27 and 14, having an absolutely incredible game. Reactive armor in the back pocket as well. I feel like this one, Matt, is almost over.
So now we will go towards the center of the map. Red Reserve would need an epic comeback here to take the series and give themselves a chance to make it out of the group. So see Rated here, pops his camo in the middle of the map. He just knows he needs to stay alive. I mean, they need all the time they can get as FaZe Clan. So close to closing this map out, forcing a game 5 here in this series as you see they're going to jump on the hill here. Smoke's coming out for one of these sides. I believe it would be Red Reserve just trying to get back towards mid. So Urban, Shawnee pick up a kill. They need to focus on getting through this middle map though, Phil. And it's so hard because they need the time in the hard point as well.
Yeah, I kind of just try and think, where is this comeback going to come from? And, you know, if Red Reserve, they start stringing those kills together, an instant break needs to happen on Barn. You know, they need to push forward. They need to break it straight away. They're 13 points away from taking it. Make it 12 going into Barn. And I'm sure the box score, if we were to look at it, would be all FaZe on this Barn. They've dominated for the rotation after rotation. It's just the Slain side itself. Joe trying to make some nice plays, and he does do inside this Barn. But again, I can't help but look at that scoreboard, 239. Oh. They are working towards it. What do FaZe do here? Just taking their time. You see Enable just waiting for that right moment.
Oh, as soon as his teammates come through the front. Okay, so he didn't really want to challenge him, but Rated spots him. Urban spots them, and then everybody else falls here for Red Reserve. So that'll be a break here for FaZe Clan. 25 seconds left on this hill. Red Reserve spawning so far away. It'll be FaZe in game number 4, 250-151 over Red Reserve.
Impressive stuff coming in here from FaZe Clan. They stay alive. So far, we're avoiding a 3-way tie at 3 teams at 2 and 1, of course, in Group E. But still, we want to remind you of what's happening at Group F. Of course, this is the battle between Straight Rippin' and Fnatic. Before we go to them live with their hardpoint, let's take a look back at the Uplink and Proofy. Fnatic, they were off to a slow start in that hardpoint, but they win their search. Walk me through the rest of this series as we take a look at some of the highlights.
You know, outside of the game, what I think happened was the way Study lost that search. I'm not sure if you were able to catch it, but it looked like it was a bit of a choke where he had the guy lined up and the guy just jumps right over his head. Yeah, this guy's going to jump right over Study's head, kill him. And when you lose a round like that, when you lose a search like that, it's hard to get into the uplink it's hard to get your mind ready for that next game mode. See what I mean? Yeah. After that happens,
it's Ricky.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think that's the play that kind of slowed straight ripping down. I'm pretty sure their communication and their hype factor probably died down just a little bit when you lose a search like that as a player. It's hard to bounce back that next game mode.
And here's Big Daddy Temp, the 18-year-old on your screen.
Exactly. And as you see, Chris, man, Fnatic was able to take that momentum from the way they won that search right into the uplink on straight ripping and continue doing damage.
I'm looking at the numbers here, and it looks like straight outslays Fnatic in the uplink overall. I mean, you have a good game out of Scraps once again, but Sonny B, he's way negative. So Fnatic, they're just getting it done with teamwork as always here, Momo.
And that's the thing with Fnatic, and that's kind of what I tried to highlight. And, you know, I didn't think it would kind of go this way, but Fnatic, they're not afraid of going, you know, down 1-0 and then having to fight back. Winning that S&D in that fashion, though, really did help them.
And here's a look live. This is the hard point. Fnatic is on match point. Straight ripping. They were down 25. They're mounting the comeback now, and they have control of the hard point. This is our first attempt of really watching Temp and Study so far today live. Matt, what are you looking for out of Temp and Dashy when it comes to the respawn game modes?
You look for these guys to put up tons of numbers in the sliding department, and that's really what they rely on them for. When one of them has a slow game, it's going to be very difficult for them to win because, you know, Study has not put up crazy numbers throughout the year. Neither has Ricky. Just makes it very difficult. And I actually got some kind of information here.
Kind of information?
Yeah,
what kind of information do you have?
Intel.
We talked about the three-way tie with the three teams at 1 and 2, Infuse, Mindfreak, Lethal Gaming. If Juju actually kills Pristini during there, they qualify.
I saw that tweet as well. I didn't want to say anything.
Oh, man. Flashbacks.
No, you got to say it.
Flashbacks.
Oh.
If you guys,
now it's just like a moment of silence.
If you missed Juju's blunder,
A moment of silence for Juju.
he's going to
come back tonight.
Round 11 ace.
And he's going to help them qualify. I don't know how good he's going to do. He's going to contribute, though.
He's going to get into another 1v1 in the
I got
round
Lethal
robin.
Gaming. Who they got to beat? Mindfreak and Infused? I got Lethal.
Man,
What do you got, Phil? Doesn't matter.
Because I'm right.
It doesn't matter.
Matt's pulling out the Rocks quotes for today.
Listen.
I'm going with EU, boys. Infused.
Yeah, that shocks me.
Does that surprise
that shocks me a lot.
Oh, you went with the North American team, Matt.
Well, fine, I'll take Mindfreak. I'll take Mindfreak.
Just anyone but EU.
Of course, Group F, this one is already done. We know that Tainted Minds and EG will not be advancing to the bracket. If you want to see who is going to take the #1 seed, go over to Bravo. Check out the finish here between Fnatic and Straight. More than 50-point comeback since we joined with them, but now we have our game number 5 loading up. It is FaZe Clan. It is Red Reserve. Momo, take it away.
Red Reserve, they've done what they like to do best, which is push it to a game 5. I know they wanted to end this in a 3-1 fashion. However, FaZe Clan, they've got still a job to do, and this is close out the series, close out the group with a 3-0 victory. I believe there are other games. It was a 3-1 over Allegiance and Era. Everyone kind of 3-0'd them, so we're going to skip past that one. But Red Reserve, they're going to try and stop FaZe in the tracks and put them on 2-1.
It has not been the easiest road through groups for FaZe Clan, though. I know this is a series where maybe they're able to close it out here in a game 5, but it's Search and Destroy, being a game mode that they do not feel confident in right now. You don't know. I mean, maybe Red Reserve can steal this game 5. And Red Reserve would then finish a respectable 2-1 in the groups.
0-0 in this game itself, and Red Reserve playing for pride here, almost playing for maybe third itself, because FaZe Clan with a confirmed first seed after that map victory. You can see almost their heads down. I think they know it as well.
Rated looks so bummed, and Johnny's asking him, like, well, what are you so upset about? He's like, do you not realize what just happened?
We are now out of the tournament, Red Reserve, and I mean, even to play this game is kind of heartbreaking as a bit of a Red Reserve fan, and knowing these guys, I feel for him. Well, now Shawnee turns up.
Well, I think they're actually an extremely talented team. I mean, we've talked a lot about them potentially being the third best team in Europe.
A lot of people as well have them kind of coming into this as maybe the highest place in European team. I mean, for me, myself, looking through it, I had them right behind Splyce. I actually tipped them above maybe Epsilon due to recent performances. But even a victory right here against FaZe in Game 5 is not going to change the outcome. ALG have confirmed that second seed.
And it's got to be tough for Red, right? I mean, the hard points, you actually would feel better about the loss if the hard points were close.
Yeah.
Like if the hard points were close, then you would feel much better about it. But you just see how crushed Rated there is playing that game number 5.
And Momo, I'm sorry, I'm not going to let you watch that anymore. We got to jump into a match that does have meaning. This is going to be Fnatic straight ripping. When we left straight, they were up. Fnatic only had 110 points. Straight was at 144. Since then, Fnatic doubles their score. Straight only gets 10 points. And we're about to see the conclusion. Is Fnatic going to take the #1 seed in Group F?
Battle for that #1 spot, baby. The battle. I'm loving it right now. And look at Tommy. For you guys that don't know history of Call of Duty, Tommy has been doing this in the Europe scene for years, man. He's one of the old school players. Like we talked about Shane, we talked about the Swan Man, Mad Cat, Josh, all these players. He is another one of those players that has been holding it down for years. So this isn't new to him.
You didn't mention Phil.
Which Phil? That Phil? Yeah. Right next to us?
Hey, he's been holding it down.
More like Rel.
Ooh. Rel's a good guy, you know. I'm not going to put Rel down.
You killed me with kindness.
I do like the way, just kind of touch on, we went from EU heartbreak of Red Reserve to maybe some kind of light of, you know, gives...
You're loving it, aren't you,
I actually like that you're seeing Fnatic play well at this event because they are a team who stuck with this roster throughout the year, right? Yep. When everybody else is making changes, they committed to this young lineup. They're like, look, we're going to make this work. Tommy's just trying to kind of teach them how to play. I don't want to say teach because that's like a word that kind of you would assume they don't know what they're doing.
It just shows how much respect he has for his teammates.
Right. You know, when a lot of people were talking, hey, no Sunny B for Moose, make it happen. Let's bring somebody else into the lineup. He sticks with this roster, and they have the potential to take a #1 seed here out of Grooves. That'd be a huge win here for Fnatic.
It really would. You know, Fnatic itself, you know, they've gone through a lot, and people said, you know, they maybe got a bit of a lucky group, but itself, this could end very much now, and Fnatic could steal that #1 spot.
I don't know if it's over, boys. Straight just had a huge play out of Ricky. All you need is 7 points if you're Fnatic.
This is going down to the wire. Oh, he'll switch into the bridge.
You don't have any payloads here if you're...
I mean, FaZe isn't playing, so you can't just expect the comeback.
I think
all right, there we go.
There we go. That's confirmed. Fnatic, they're going to be over the moon with that. They came in seed 1 of obviously that pool, and they'll finish seed 1. There you go, Europe. Have something back.
I'm happy, man. We got Fnatic moving through. Splyce, they are going through as well. The rest of Europe, Phil. I mean,
let's not talk about it.
Now, it's not necessarily a bad thing that they play second in their pool because you don't know who they're. Do we know who they're playing yet once they enter into the bracket? Because it could have benefited them.
Well, before we get to that bracket, which I'll give you, Proofy, we're going to take a look at the big picture here. Matt, of course, starting at the top left here. OpTic Gaming, they were the favorite coming into Group A. Everyone thought that Epsilon should be that 2nd seed. Echo Fox, I thought, was the biggest threat here, but both of the top 2, they're going through.
Yeah, that group was pretty easily decided. Group A, you see OpTic Gaming at the top of the bracket. They sit up to play Mindfreak Black, and they're round #1. You see E United Luminosity. That is a huge game. Envious versus Epsilon as well locked in. We'll see if there's any other games locked in. So actually, Fnatic gets first. So Fnatic should go up against Allegiance in round #1. So that'll be Fnatic versus Allegiance. The winner of that would play the winner of E United LG. And then you look at Straight. They will finish in round #2. Which, unfortunately for them, they go up against FaZe Clan.
So that win was huge.
Yes,
you know, for these guys, I mean, I think we'd all agree we'd rather play ALG than FaZe. But one thing I will say, and this is throughout the whole year, ALG have got a very, very good record against European teams. They've beaten Fnatic before, they've beaten Epsilon before, they've beaten a lot of European teams. Let's put it that way, and I don't think they'll want to stop right here. Red Reserve.
We got to remind everybody, of course, as well, we still have one more round of matches. We're going to see the conclusion to Group G. We know Splyce and Ghost Gaming are both going through the bracket. Who's getting first? We're not sure there. And then Group H, Enigma 6 and Cloud9, they are going into the bracket. Who's going first out? That will be decided as well. For now, though, congratulations. We know FaZe Clan is through. ALG is going through as well. And there's a round robin to determine at the end of tonight's show who is going to be the 2nd team to join E United from Group C. So many more games, Matt.
Who do you guys got on that? I made my prediction. I took Lethal and Mind Freak, which is impossible, but I took both of those guys.
You have 2 of the 3?
I got 2 of the 3.
I just don't want to see Juju's tournament ending in a complete tragedy like that, so I'm going to go with Lethal. I just don't want to see a tragedy.
Redemption for Juju. Momo?
I'm going to go with Mind Freak.
All right, well, if you're picking the Australians, I'll go with the Europeans. Someone needs to cheer for Infuse. We'll see how that one plays out. Momo, I'm going to shut up and let you close out this game that really doesn't matter. Why not cast it if we got it? It's FaZe Red Reserve, a Game 5 FaZe. They're looking for a perfect finish to their pool.
Well, Urban, you're on for an ace, and you're going to get it, but it's a little bit bittersweet.
This is really... It's tough to watch because, we talked about how good Red Reserve has been throughout the year. I know a lot of adversity for these guys. Shawnee's dealt with a lot all year. Same with Rated. And to end this way is just extremely difficult. I mean, you see it on the face of Rated there. And especially if you beat FaZe Clan here. Because then you're just really, talking about some of those other series where you lose some maps that you probably shouldn't have lost and just the small mistakes. It's really tough.
Yeah, it really is, and I think is you can see mainly from Rated, obviously his kind of hunger going into this tournament. He said, how they're gonna come in, they're gonna storm it, they're gonna smash through brackets, and you know what? Yeah, sometimes delusional confidence, it is good to have kind of that confidence, but being knocked out of a tournament a lot earlier than anticipated, it is heartbreaking. And as much as you guys like to make fun of, I've been there. I've been through the heartbreak of it, and I do feel for these guys, whoever it would be, whether Red Reserve, whether it was ALG.
I think Red Reserve would love to have that ALG match back. I know they could go back and do that one again. But like you said, Allegiance, a great, kind of resume against European teams.
Very strong.
So you see FaZe Clan win around here, and I think for FaZe Clan, look, you win this series, you're number 1 in the group regardless, but still, you want to close out undefeated. It's don't want to lose the series here to Red. You want to focus on, working on your search and destroy as the tournament goes on. Yeah, Red Reserve, I think they go home. I think this is a team that, Phil, you look at, maybe it won't be the same roster, but I think a lot of this roster kind of should stick together. I think they could be one of the better teams in Europe next year.
They really could, and I think Rated is going to be having, nightmares tonight. And same as Joe, they were in the grand final of COD XP this time last year. They were playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and now, to you guys at home, yes, it is a lot of money, but they're going to go out with, a top 32 position. They're not going to make that bracket. They're going to be going away with what is, I believe, 10,000. Rated, he went home with a lot more, as well as Joe. Shawnee, of course, his first COD champs. Very, very difficult.
So Nilly Red Reserve 1 round away from winning this series in a win that would be the least happiest win, probably, of their careers. I
don't even know how they're managing this. Rated has his head in his hands, and like I said before, it's actually, Red will take away 12,500. And to put this into perspective, FaZe will be gunning for $600,000. Just kind of the sheer difference of that. This is what these guys play for. This is what these guys live for here. Urban left in a 1v3. They're just dragging this game out. This is.
And you got to think it's tough for Joe and Rated to watch, Splyce move on. Bant's still in the tournament. I know Josh still in the tournament on Epsilon. That is a team that went to the final last year, and then even the beginning of the year, Rated and Joe playing with Zero. Zero's still in as well, and it's got to be extremely tough on these guys. That probably so many thoughts going through their head of just different plays throughout this tournament, and then I know maybe what if we would have ended up staying together, or could I have ended up on Splyce going forward? How could this have all played out?
There was definitely different options. One thing I do want to do, and we've kind of dwelled on the disappointment of Red Reserve. Let's talk about FaZe and what kind of they go forward with. They've got straight ripping. It's already decided now tomorrow. How far can FaZe go? Is this a squad that we can see in the grand final? Is this a squad which it takes down straight ripping?
They have the potential. They just need to win their S&Ds. I feel like that's where this FaZe Clan team is at. Do I think they're stronger with Gunless? I don't know. I don't think you can clearly say this team is better with Gunless than they were with Clay. I think Gunless is a fantastic player.
Yeah.
It's not a knock on Gunless. I just feel like when your issue is pacing and, whatnot, it's a very difficult thing to fix when you only remove one guy from the roster. So you see Red Reserve win the game there, but it will be FaZe Clan moving on with the #1 seed from Group E. I do feel like, though, Phil, if FaZe can get together and fix this search and destroy problem, they are definitely one of the two, they're definitely in the top 3-4 teams in the world. They can definitely contend for the #1 spot.
Congratulations to FaZe. Of course, all they knew is they needed 2 games. And they get those 2 games, they take it to a Game 5, and did they give it their all in that final search and destroy? Probably not. You have to assume some of the other teams are watching the games and will be watching the VODs tonight. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Straight can do in this tournament. Of course, they fell to Fnatic, another threat, but still so many more games to come. Fellas, this is my last time at the desk, but before I go, I want to ask you guys, our upcoming matches, Splyce Goes Gaming, and of course, Enigma 6, Cloud9. Who is the favorites here? Who takes the #1 seed from G&H?
Give me Enigma 6 and H.
Agreed.
Cloud9 coming second. And I'll take Splyce and G. I'll still believe in Splyce and G.
Splyce and Enigma 6, Momo?
I'm with this guy. And it's my last time at the desk, so.
I feel like that's the only way you have to go with
Yeah, it's mine too.
I'm glad I'm getting out of this room, but don't worry. We, of course, have not only 2 more matches in our next round, we still have that round robin. Who is going to be joining E United? We will determine that tonight live on stream. Thank you for joining us so far. 1 more round to go. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2017 CWL Championship presented by PlayStation 4. Benson back in our studio suite, joined by the wonderful Merc, of course, Call of Duty XP champion. And it wouldn't be the end of the day unless I had my two favorite buds here.
What's up,
Courage
Papa?
and Maven.
What do you mean your favorite?
I mean, you're always going to take the cake, Joe, but, you know.
They leave the
guys.
ones with the energy to close out the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Matt's
Matt's
pretty
going to be
interesting-
asleep in about 30 seconds.
That's true. We had a pretty interesting close to day one. Hopefully, day two doesn't disappoint. So much stuff obviously going on. Still a couple of teams still to be decided.
Yes.
And of course, we have a playoff as well. And
Sure do.
that got me excited because we were talking about it. Obviously, 2013 we had one. 2014 we had one.
I was in 2014.
Yeah, you were. And it was a highly stressful situation. Of course, here is a look at our groups as they stand. OpTic Gaming, they will progress in first seed from A. Obviously, Team Envy, E United, Rise Nation all go through on the left side. It's the right side where there's still some stuff that needs to be decided, but it's only seeding from Group G and Group H. Of course, Splyce and Ghost fight for first place. Enigma 6 versus Cloud9 fight for first place. What's interesting as well is the winner of Group G matchup will play the loser of Group H. So,
Whoa. I also like the way you say H.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
No problem. Here, of course, look at our bracket as it starts to fill in.
Okay.
The top side, OpTic Gaming versus Mindfreak.
If they get knocked out in the first round this time,
you could potentially have what?
There's a real problem.
E6 for Cloud9 at the top.
Yeah.
Could Pat play spoiler to OpTic Gaming once again? That could be a good little storyline from the top side of that bracket. Then you have FaZe straight ripping. That honestly, I think that's a great game.
Yeah, absolutely is. I mean, FaZe, we obviously just saw them. You know, not their best performance. You know, straight ripping.
Right.
They also lose to Fnatic, so we'll see what happens with that one.
Then, of course, you have Rise Nation playing the winner of our round robin, which will be following this next set of games. We're bringing you all that coverage. And, of course, Lethal, Mindfreak, Infused. I mean, Clint, Jack, who do you see coming out on top of that one?
we've got North America, Europe, and the APAC region all represented. North America. Juju.
Wow.
Round 11.
What-
One versus one. He's going to miss the first 15 shots, hit the next 4. Ball
Bang.
game. Great stuff.
What if he's got back shield? You'll need one more. He needs 5.
He's dead now.
United LG, of course, on the bottom side of the bracket. What a round one matchup that is going to be. I don't know why you sounded Italian when you said, okay, Jack is having a seizure. Fnatic versus Allegiance. That's going to be a pretty interesting game. Honestly, Allegiance could definitely cause a ruckus. And, of course, Pool G, first place, second of H. I mean, Splyce or Ghost versus E6 Cloud9 could be there. And then Envy versus Epsilon at the bottom. I think Envy Epsilon's a good game as well.
That's definitely a spicy one. I mean, we haven't seen the best of Epsilon just yet, but we know they're a team where if they get hot, man, they can be very dangerous. I still feel like we haven't seen sort of that Anaheim Epsilon where they were able to get that third place finish, so we'll see if that starts tomorrow.
Well, we should, of course, talk a
So
little
wait,
bit.
if Cloud9 wins this and Cloud9 takes first, then that means winners too could be OpTic, Patrick Price again?
That was
absolutely
what I said when I
Oh, I
saw the
missed that.
bracket.
It's okay, buddy.
You're good.
I'm really excited for that.
Seems like they do need to take first place, though.
I listen
bear that in
50%
mind.
of the time.
And for thanks, Clint. For Cloud9 to obviously end up there, they have to go through E6 first, right? E6 Cloud9, that's going to be the first game on Station 1. And while that's going on, Splyce versus Ghost is going to be on Station 2. That's going to be on the Bravo stream, independently casted there, but we will be jumping into the action from the studio, too. I want to talk about those two games, because they're the big ones, right? Let's be honest. Yes, Millennium is playing Team Caliber on Station 3, and MRN playing Rogue, but those first two games, it's the deciding number 1, number 2 seed. We'll start with Splyce Ghost. I want to get your thoughts on this one. Splyce, obviously, Jack, hasn't been the same European powerhouse Do you see them taking that #1 seed?
We saw a glimmer of hope from them earlier today where they had that start of the hard point on Scorch where, I mean, they weren't just winning, they were absolutely dominating their opponents. It was like 200-30, and a lot of it came down to the slaying. They were outslaying by almost 30 kills in it. Splyce need to do that if they're going to beat Ghost. For me, I really don't know how to call this one. I think this is a series where you can basically just flip a coin, and I wouldn't be surprised how it came out. I would say I favor Splyce, but I would not be shocked at all if Ghost can take it.
These are two teams that have looked very good and utterly average all in the same weekend at times. So, yeah, I think I'm with Jack. Splyce should take it, but it's impossible to count out Ghost in that series.
Yeah, the thing with me when we saw Splyce obviously perform well, it was against Millennium, who they're very comfortable playing against, right? Like, as soon as you see another European team, Splyce seem to just handle them well. It's the North Americans who give them trouble and have been the past couple of weeks. So, yeah, I would not be surprised if Ghost Gaming sort of pulls through. The search and destroys are going to be the keys to me because I feel like that's where Splyce has been better and better, and Ghost, that's sort of their forte.
Well, obviously, you see there the Splyce boys getting ready, and directly behind them is Cloud9. Cloud9 going up against Enigma 6 in that matchup, and E6 has been a team who's been hot and cold. We haven't really seen General perform General-like throughout day 1 and day 2, but there's still plenty of time for them to catch fire. Of course, they have already qualified for bracket play, but for that #1 seed, they got to beat Cloud9. Is that possible for E6 right now, Jack?
100%. There's no doubt in my mind that they could take down Cloud9. For me, it's really going to come down to the players, you know, around Aches. What type of Aches do we see? There was jokes earlier with him dropping the 0 and 7 in Search and Destroy and still winning. He accredited to them not even trying, but okay. Aches, not even trying is probably not what you want to have on CWL Champs weekend, but Enigma 6, totally possible for them to take the series, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the really important battle here just comes between Proto and Priesta. They're sort of the new up-and-comers. They're the main E-Rads on both these teams. They're going to put a lot of pressure on the map, so that's a battle you definitely want to watch.
Well, whilst we wait for Enigma 6 Cloud9 to start, that of course is going to be the game that we follow more exclusively from Station 1. I believe over on Station 2, Splyce versus Ghost is about to begin. As I said, that is also being broadcasted on the Bravo station, but we may as well jump into it, have a little bit of a live look and get obviously your thoughts on the series. I'm excited for that one. I really am. Again, to reiterate, this decides the first seed from Group G. It has just begun. It looks as if we're going to kick things off on board with Ghost as we head over to a hard point on Breakout.
Well, this is not the first map you'd like to see if you're Splyce, as their woes have been up and down all year on this particular map. But wow, first 3 kills, Ghost Gaming.
Yeah, and what's interesting for me is Mox doesn't have that MV4, you know? He's typically
isn't it where he dropped like the record? Or I can't remember how many was it.
Maybe it's just a break-off strategy.
It was like 38 kills or something he had with the MV4.
It was a lot.
Vance, are you good? Are you good there, fam? He was missing shots to the guy sitting still. Mox there with the trade. It looks like Ghost will keep control of the hard point right now in Lacefield. Can we talk about Lacefield a little bit? Because when this guy's on point, he's one of the scarier players in the map.
He is the scariest player on the map. There's no doubt in my mind.
What is this right here from Llama?
He's just doing what he wants.
I guess he is. That's how confident he is right now on holding the rest of this hill, apparently. As now, Spacely, he's going to be in charge of holding these back spawns. And Llama's still locking down. Oh, my goodness. This is what I'm talking about with Ghost, man. If Splyce played to their truest ability, I think they would win. But when Ghost are all doing well, they're going to smoke whoever they face.
This is a perfect start, obviously, for Ghost. As you can tell, they're up 50 points already. They're going to be working on, well, none of them are actually working on trees. That would have helped a lot. You know, you can sort of snowball hardcore on this map. So, but all of Ghost picking up kills, bans are trying to push this middle, but it's going to be very difficult to do.
Splyce still don't have points.
Yeah, no, they don't.
Yeah.
6-3-0.
Okay.
There we go. I think they got it.
No. Breadsticks.
1 point before Mox decides to, well, not kill the rest of them. He caught a nade, and I think 1 bullet there. We'll see if Bance and company could hold for a little bit, maybe bring this a little bit back to even. The nice thing, if you take a look at the minimap, that number 6, which is 0, he's already set up nicely for the next hard point. We're going to watch the push that comes in from Ghost Gaming here into Graveyard, but they're going to run into 0. And that, yeah, I mean, that's easy pickings. Spacely actually gets some nice shots into him, but that's not a gunfight you should win.
That's a gunfight 0 should be winning every single time, basically, right?
Yeah, and that just came from the sort of split decision from Ghost. You had 2 players hit that old hill with about 20 seconds left. The last 2 decided, yo, this where Splyce, when they spawn Spiral, they just were already there, so they set up. So a good decision making from 0, and this is exactly what you want to see when he's already on a 4 streak.
There you go. Starts off 1-5, now 5-5 in the hill as well. Just trying to help reduce that early lead that Ghost Gaming was able to build. And Splyce, they are coming back into this one. If they can hold the rest of Grafer, it's definitely going to be helpful. Zero still trying to find some more kills there, but not going to happen.
So smart with those smoke grenades, cutting that sight line off from that power position behind the dozer. No opportunity for Zero to put down fire with the NV4. He was on a 4 streak. That basically eliminates any advantage he had behind that cover, and because of that, Ghost Gaming are able to break on through.
Yeah, and I was talking to Marky B, I believe it was, and he was saying that Ghost likes to use, I believe we saw it. Remember, we looked into a Frost uplink?
Yeah.
And Ghost was using smokes on that, so that I find that very interesting, that lace field. He likes to pull out smokes in a lot of situations, and that's something we haven't seen all year long.
Obviously, we know very well about Spacey's little notebook of strategies and strats. Wasn't too successful outside of group play so far, but hey, you know, they've qualified for the bracket play here at Call of Duty World Championship, so we may get to see exactly what they have hidden up their sleeves over the next couple of days. But the fight proceeding still commences here. This game, of course, for the #1 seed from Group G. Zero looking to find himself a triple. Gonna get it as well.
That's the Zero that you missed from stage 1, right there.
It really is.
That close range NV4, he's so darn good at it. One of the best players in the world with it. Obviously, you talk about guys like Octane and Formal, but Zero, he will get in the face of his opponents with it.
Oh, he's not afraid at all. That is for sure. As now we take a look at over at Bance's perspective, 6 and 9. Back over to Zero, he's picking up the scrap time. Really nothing too interesting going on here. He's pretty close to streaks though, just 300 points away. Spacely double thinking potentially about challenging that. Of course, Dylan is going to be over there, and he will find that kill. And Splyce, after, let's be honest, an abysmal start to that first rotation, have done damn well to bring it back to just 10 points.
Well, and I think some of that's on Ghost. Well, not really on Ghost, but with a team like Splyce, we know how explosive they can be when they're on point. We've seen them start slow and just suddenly come alive and take over games. I thought for a second that the Ghost was going to bury them early in the game, get a 120+ lead. Splyce will be fighting off their back foot the entire time, but within a, minute and a half, they're already right back into things.
I think one of the key reasons that you didn't see that happen is they weren't able to get streaks. Obviously, you kind of made that point, right? They had, 61-0, I think was the score at one point. You're like, oh, they should be working on... Actually, no one's working on streaks, and that's really how you can propel games into your control.
If you're watching early, we talked about that in OpTic versus Echo Fox. You know, Karma got streaks early. They got a big lead on Bridge and Retaliation. They then get broken on Cathedral, but you get bailed out because you got that early Trinity Rocket. Right. You break right back in, you build the lead up to 100. They can basically, I feel like streaks, when you're talking about them in any game, but specifically in Hardpoint, it's like for every mistake, one streak can fix it. Yeah. It's like they make up for mistakes that your team makes.
Complete get out of jail free card.
Splyce right there, though. 10 seconds left on the hill. All of Ghost pushed through, and 3 of them just die. You cannot die at that point. They shouldn't have been that far up.
Was it not at the last event? It was cell block specifically. Splyce really struggled with that. I'm pretty sure it was. I can't remember exactly who the matchup was, but I remember we looked at the box card afterwards, and everyone on the desk was like, wow, that was pretty bad.
Llama God's run out of ammo on 2 weapons so far in this streak. He had his E-Rad run out, picked up a K-bar, then shot through, I believe, 2 clips of that one as well to run out of ammo there. And he's only on a 5 streak, but he's been alive for so long around this hard point. The amount of assists this man has gotten
25
is
points.
Absolutely insane.
All he needs. And he will be getting himself some streaks as well. And that could be the big difference here for Ghost, really just trying to pull away in this hard point. Of course, 152-87 the score.
I think the best thing you do here is go all the way towards the back, call on that Scarab and play it on a pinch and see if he can't either distract or get a quick assist with it. But now with those kills, now it's going to be all the green light. When his teammates do that sort of work, okay. Now you follow that up. It makes sense. They've forgotten about him back here. He's picked up a 4th weapon now.
You can just jump in the hill and get the points.
He's had 2 E-Rads, a K-bar. Oh, no. Oh, he got one. Ooh-wee.
So what streaks did he actually end up picking up there? Did he get
all
everything?
of them? Yep.
Scarab, Trinity Rocket, Bombardment.
The hill points gave him the first one, and then, of course, that kill right at the very end gives him this Bombardment.
And again, from Splyce, they rotate, but as soon as that hill pops, 2 of them die. Like, that can't happen. Luckily, they get a clutch 2v4 around
They're pushing through smoke because the Bombardment's coming in. They have no chance right there to live. Ghost Gaming break on through yet again.
I like that.
I love it.
Very nice. Very cheeky indeed. 162-99 the score, and Splyce definitely struggling a little bit here in this one, Maeve.
Yeah, they certainly have been. I mean, just from kind of the opening break, they've been trying to fight from behind. They basically got it back to even, and Ghost opens up the wound yet again. With a couple seconds left, let's take a look at the minimap. You see number 2, Lacefield on the wall run. He spawns his teammate directly there with him at Commissary. So they're set up to deal with the flood. Jerd, though, trying to push through and control these helipad spawns. Now some streaks actually coming in. Is anything going to connect is the question. Nothing nothing picked up at all.
Absolutely nothing. I'm curious, Marco, I want to get your opinion on this. What exactly is going wrong for Splyce here? I mean, 192 to 99.
Again, a few things I saw, like you cannot die off rotation. I felt like that really hurt them. Obviously, when that happens, you allow a team like Ghost Gaming to set up, and then guess what? Lamayad, he's going on a streak, and he gets streaks. So I just feel like that's the big issue right now. They're dying at the wrong times. You heard myself and Teep talk about that all year long, and you cannot do that. As soon as that next hill pops, you have to stay alive, and unfortunately so, you know they're down by 100 points.
Do you believe in miracles, Jack?
Well, on Breakout, always. I know you just asked Jack, but I took over Jack because we're roommates, gym partners, and sort of lovers.
Life partners
and,
as well.
And sort of lovers, but you have a girlfriend.
Yeah, well, that's why I said sort of. No. And we've just seen so many times, 100-plus points, these crazy comebacks come through. Typically, you know, they're done to Splyce. Not really from Splyce, but maybe this can be one for the record book.
They still definitely have an opportunity to do so, but they're going to need to get a little bit of momentum, probably some streaks in there as well. And it all starts on this central rooftop, the third rotation coming in. 30 seconds left before it does rotate. Score 208 to 135. But Merc, if you're a betting man, you have to put your money on Ghost here, surely.
Yeah, but Ghost, no, right? Splyce have control of spawns for the next hill. They should just try and get as much of this time as possible. There's 20 seconds left. If they can make it a 230 to 135 game, even if Splyce get all of that nice time, it'll be, you know, very difficult with Splyce. This is the reason why they're contesting. They still have to get spawns, and they know. So this will be a huge gunfight here for Splyce. You know, this next set of fights.
I actually thought that was, I mean, I know they had to contest, but I thought when Splyce were 3 down for a moment, Ghost Gaming was going to push through and they were going to flip the spawns. But thankfully for Splyce, they still hold on to it. Now they have a chance to get a perfect hold. If they do that, they're right back in the game. I'm calling it now. Splyce is going to take this game.
All right.
Okay.
Whoa. Yeah. Whoa. There are times that I see the future. And this is going to be a 250 to 238 victory for Splyce.
What are you, Three-Eyed Raven?
Yes.
This is what we're going to see right here. Now what?
Yeah, good luck, have fun.
Well, the smokes are
out. The smokes, man. Like, look at how they just rendered Zero useless.
Oh, and Llama got 2 kills,
look at that.
3 kills.
That is beautiful.
Oh, good prediction.
And they're running 2 E-Rads with it as well, right? So as soon as they close that gap, they're winning those gunfights. Llama and Lacefield just sort of take over because, again, it's K-bars, NV4s.
Right.
That's where the E-Rad thrives, is inside the cell block. And again, I feel like cell block has just been so one-sided this game.
And that's what's so tough here. Like, you had to sort of try and take a crack at it. You also had to rotate if you're Splyce, and you just get caught in between. So you give up all the time there at cell block, and you only have, what, kind of 2 members set up. Camo comes in. That's taken away almost immediately. Game should be over in a matter of seconds. Yep, just like I said, Ghost victory.
That is what you said, huh?
Yeah, that was exactly what you said, Clint. Ghost starting off strong, 1-0 lead against Splyce. Again, to reiterate, that is for the #1 seed coming in from the Group G. Meanwhile, we said, obviously, E6 versus C9 for the #1 seed from Group H. That's about to get underway. In actual fact, I believe, correction, that is now underway. Of course, it is going to be the same map, and we haven't missed much, only 15 seconds or so, but it is Cloud9 with the early lead.
There we go. Nice start for Patty P. 4-1 on a 3 streak, 225 off that Trinity rocket. He knows there's a player in back hanger as his teammate just died. We'll see if maybe he can pick that up, work towards these streaks, and back to the conversation at the beginning of the last game. Early streaks can certainly help snowball.
No, most certainly. And Ace knows this. That's why he's playing so passively, waiting to see when he has the help of his teammates here. I'd like to see him wait for them to begin to push on through, bait them on out. It's what he's great at throughout his entire career, using his teammates to find success for himself. As now, should be another cleanup. Hasn't happened quite yet. There it is. Trinity rocket now earned, and the player's one shot.
Yeah, he needed to get 1 bullet off there. Just unfortunately, he was also weak. But you get the Trinity rockets. And, you know, maybe you had to play a little bit of passive, gave a few seconds to Enigma 6, but you still have a lead. Assault's still in the power position, as he's actually going to have to watch 2 sides. There's pressure going to be coming from Cave as well. He's already got out to the right. I don't know if he's ready for this yet. You can see he is. Gets around the corner. Doesn't take the gunfight. That's actually Cade that's going to be able to snap on him and pick up the kill.
Yeah, Cade does a great job of picking up the kill right there, passionately getting it done. As he will go ahead and continue to stay alive. They have 3 players currently in the hard point. Yeah, I want to see them push out just a little bit towards these different sides, give them some breathing room so that, you know, everything doesn't collapse right on top of that hill. A great break from Enigma 6.
You know, we talked about how good Royalty's been and how we want to see if General statistically can kind of pick it up and maybe match those numbers. Right now on a 4 streak, 6-3. And a nice position here. 2 kills. Makes it look so easy. And after we saw Aches get streaks, Enigma 6 since then has taken over the lead. Now a chance to also get some power behind General.
I want to see if he just runs towards this new hardpoint and plays for the first 100 seconds. Yeah, with those 3 kills from Cade right there, General should just sit in this hill and he's going to earn full streaks. Watch that bottom right. When you capture a hardpoint for the first time, either take control of it off the break or take control from the enemy team, you get a free 100 points. There it is. He'll earn the bombardment and get away with his life too to dodge Trinity Rocket.
Well, now General going to invest this quickly. Tags 2, finishes 2. Nice play there, and his teammates are quickly in. I like that. Obviously, with 50 seconds left, you know you can get a lot of time out of the streak. Go ahead and put it in. So you, I believe, still have, what, the 1 breaks and 1 streak remaining for General. Lead now up to 40 points for Enigma 6.
That was a big engagement win from Proto. He actually cut off the pinch from Aches, which let his entire team, the remaining 3 players, turn around and watch their flank from that back helipad. Because of that, Enigma 6 will stay in control of the hardpoint. They're now about to be up by over a minute, as Cloud9 have just had no answer since that cell block kill.
All right, well, still on with General as he continues to roll. 1 more to challenge. Wins at 2 streak for him, a couple in a row for Royalty, and Cade in the mix as well at 11 and 7. 3 pair of players killing.
He was weak.
Yeah, he better have been. Otherwise, that's a super ND4. Okay, no, actually, is it doing double damage?
Oh my gosh, he killed Priesta there. 120 to 51. I mean, this game is blown wide open, and you still have a streak ready to go for General when things look grim. Proto now at 8 and 7. He'll get traded on out, so staying even in this map is the submachine gun player for Enigma 6. Love the pressure that these guys are putting on with grenades towards the hill. You can see they just can't comfortably sit inside of it for more than a couple seconds. Oof.
Loses the 1 down low, but still a teammate racking up time is Priesta. As usual, Priesta holds forward across the map. Nice hold here. But as you take a look, who's that number 1? Can we hop all the way over? Look at Exotic right now. So you've got 1 inside a cell block, another player at the top of the map, that number 6, which is Proto, kind of holding both angles here for the back spawns. Proto, you saw just get a kill on the minimap. So a lot of pressure going to be coming to Exotic. If his teammates can hit the front, he's got a nice chance for a pinch, and I don't think they're at all aware of his position.
They've got to know something's up, especially with how Cade just spawned out. At some point, you've got to realize, why aren't we getting these back spawns? I think now General's going to go seek out exactly why, and now he's found it. Exotic's back here. He'll call that out. Royalty, thankfully, there to clean it up right away.
But maybe at least able to distract. Okay, well, I was going to say distract a little bit. A couple teammates now going to be flooding in, but K gets 1, Royalty gets the other, and Enigma 6 still very much in control. A 60-point advantage could blow up here with these final 35 seconds on cell block. He's still up bombardment on General. He's got FTL available as well. I think he just saw 1 hop in. The Scarab's going to tag both and actually finish 1 double Scarab. So both Scarabs find kills there as they're pushing top window to try and get a power position and retake cell block. Are they somehow still going to fight through here? Surely Enigma 6 is going to hold on. Okay.
They will. They're not going to win the foot race, though, but let's see if General uses the bombardment right away. I think he will. Yep, he's going to. And he's got Cade and Proto ready to flood on through as well. Here comes the bombardment. Should see Proto as well as Cade. No.
Well, you did see Proto on the kill feed.
He ran up too early. He mistimed the bombardment and ran right into one of the rockets.
Wow. Well, that's unfortunate because that's basically wasted, but now he's trying to make a play behind the flashy payload in the FTL. Nothing comes from it, but look at Royalty. 150 off a Trinity rocket on a 5 streak. But he's going to kind of have to, what do you do here? You're by yourself. Well, actually, you have 1 player in support, but playing on the streaks, you have to wait, right? With a lead like this, play for the streaks more than trying to fly in.
Yeah, Royalty's just dancing around middle map. He's looking for the rotation. You can see he's trying to spot if anyone's begun to move back towards helipad. E6 are playing the long game right now. They're setting up for cell block. They want to go for this bit of scrap time, but before they even get that chance for it, they want the spawns, and you'll see they're getting them right now.
Yeah, I think you're playing for the long game in multiple ways. Yes, for the spawns, yes, for the next hard point, but also for these streaks for Royalty. Now you get a chance to maybe pick up some easy trade kills. There's the first, 50 now off the Trinity rocket, and you're controlling the spawns. So you have, what, 1 player on the bottom side of the minimap for Cloud9 that's trying to decide whether to hit through mid-map. The rest are going to be coming then out of the former hard point. Royalty, actually, why don't they give the original points to him?
That's what I was wondering, but the time had come and gone, so I didn't want to bring it up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just thinking, like,
you know, like
let him get in.
I saw it, but you were going with your point, so I didn't want to bust in and mention that, but that was a little bit strange. Maybe they were more focused on him staying alive and fighting for those back spawns, but you can see he should have a free kill here with this angle.
I hope. Imagine if you fall 25 off and all you had to do was literally let him stand in there.
It's happened to me before.
It's happened to the best of us.
And by that I mean, I don't play respawns that much.
No, it's so hard against pro players. Okay, here comes the engagement. There's so much pressure on him to win this. I know they still have a big advantage, but they can kind of seal the deal. There you go. Fully streaked out. Royalty makes the play. The streak is 7-8. Royalty going off right now for Enigma 6, and you got to think this may close the door because, again, you can make up for several mistakes. You let Cloud9 break through once, guess what? Hell raining from the sky. A lot of utility now for Enigma 6.
He might go the entire hardpoint without dying 10 times. 18-8.
I mean, we've seen that on, I guess, just a map like Breakout, maybe
Retaliation,
maybe on Retail, but this can play a little bit slower, a little bit low in the slaying department, but it's definitely not frequent.
No. As now Cade, oh, they're going for melees. He couldn't get his reload off in time. There you go. He'll pay the ultimate price. Royalty calling in streaks. They want to end this game here. They don't not even want to go to cell block, and I really can't blame them.
Try to finish this game. But as you look at the minimap, it's peppered with those blue arrows, at least on the central rooftop. It's just general trying to control this outer wall run. So anyone pushing through, and Aches wins a big one because that's going to allow them to hit this from multiple angles. Granted, both players are a back hanger, but that's going to give a free ride for Aches to get into the hard point. Now it actually might be huge, as Royalty just won 2 massive ones. Aches, though, still in the hard point, so he's the only one they haven't dealt with. So that makes that one-on-one with General even more important. But Royalty keeps holding the back. Aches is going to get pressure inside. He finally will drop. It's Cade that's able to win it, and Cade lets him know that he won it.
Yeah, no, he most certainly did. He left some few extra shots there, wanted to make him really feel the pressure. 242 to 145, one final push for Cloud9. They do challenge close, and they will break on in, so nice job by them to at least continue to play out this map.
Oh, they're coming back. No, I'm kidding. I'm not calling it again.
See, like, here's the thing. Enigma 6, everyone just played well. There's really no other way to put it. Everyone played well. 2 minutes of the hard point from Cade, 1 minute and 40 from Royalty. Proto's right there, 21-18, winning his close range engagements. And when Royalty's K-bar shot is like that on 8-8 sensitivity, this man snaps more than any other competitive Call of Duty. Wow. Look at the smile on Proto's face.
Royalty, look at that.
That was disgusting.
Like, this is what, it's confounded us a little bit, right? Like, you get Royalty, which is very obviously an upgrade, but they haven't looked significantly better since. Is it going to happen now?
Bro, if this is happening to me in a pub, I'm opening my PS4 profile, going to Royalty, and reporting him for cheating in some way. Look at this reaction. Look at this. Boop. And snap. What?
All right, Royalty. We see.
When I play, I have to look at my hands to do that. I have to watch my thumbs do that.
E6, of course, now 1-0 up in their series. We know Ghost also 1-0 up in their series. But I do want to take this time just quickly to look at the bracket once again to reiterate the importance of these matches for the #1 seed. Of course, at the top side, first place from Pool H, which right now could be Enigma 6, will go up against second place from Pool G, which looking like it could be Splyce at the top side. That's OpTic Gaming side. Meanwhile, of course, at the bottom side, Pool G, first place, that looking like it could be Ghost, taking on second from H, that could be Cloud9. I'm going to be honest with you, I think the bottom side of the bracket is a nicer place to be. I don't know about how
the bottom side?
I think so, because you know, United, LG, one of those two is knocking each other out. You have Fnatic and Allegiance up there, then NB Epsilon. I think the bottom side is a much better place.
I mean, I guess it depends on how much or how well you...
Just say it. You know, I disagree.
Yeah,
you disagree.
Oh, yeah. You disagree with that?
I 100% disagree.
You think having FaZe in a separate pod, OpTic Gaming in a separate pod, and Rise Nation
I
in
don't
a
want to
separate
be
pod?
anywhere near LG and United. They're 2 of the top 3 teams.
But you don't have to play them until winter semi.
And NB. Those 3 teams alone. Those are 3 of the top 4 teams. No, I do not want to be down there at all.
Yeah.
I mean,
Fair enough.
Only team I'm scared of up top right now, really scared of, is OpTic Gaming.
Hearing Joe
Yeah, so why would you want to be on that side of the bracket? You would play OpTic Gaming second. That's my point. You would have to play OpTic Gaming second if you're either of these two teams.
Oh, I know, but like just overall, the bottom is way easier. If you mean just for that particular spot, yeah,
that's what I just said.
Okay, I guess I do agree with Benson. I do agree with Benson. I think overall the bottom is absolutely harder, but I guess top, you don't have to play OpTic first.
Listen, can we all just appreciate
it? Just depends on how well FaZe is playing and Rise is playing.
That's true. Y'all seen FaZe play this weekend?
Hey. All right, well, Rise, have you seen them play? They look pretty darn good,
Ben,
Jack.
I forgot what our argument.
Joey D, we get hyped for the main stage, baby.
I seen it.
Oh, I have, dude. I went down there earlier and I almost cried.
I did cry.
I got chills. I'll be honest. Just looking around.
You know, I don't get amazed much, but I was like, wow.
Thinking about standing in a sea of fans with my best buddies.
We really
you
do
should
all love each other.
You should go crowd surfing, Clint.
There's no way that there is a group of on-air talent across any esport title that is as close as we all are.
I agree with that.
That's probably true.
That's almost definitely true. But anyway, Splyce versus Ghost. Splyce find themselves 5-1 up here in map number 2. And again, to reiterate, this is for #1 seed of Group G, and Splyce will take it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we could have a series on our hands. That is going to be tied up at 1-1. Of course, Splyce have already won a major tournament this year, looking to try and win this one.
And when they did, it was their Search and Destroy that bailed them out. So looking good for Splyce.
Their S&D was incredible for a period this year. Get back to that form, you can make a run.
Definitely can. Of course, the main game that we were covering, E6 versus Cloud9, and English 6 find themselves at 1-0 up in that one. But I believe the Search and Destroy has just started. We'll see if Cloud9 can try and mount a comeback.
Cade with the hip fire around the corner. Gets your first blood. I think tags up a couple as well. Still playing with his life as Cloud9 try to push out the back. Unfortunately for them, General may get eyes on this depending on the angle. He should spot it in just a moment. Are they going to be ready for this? Well, they were very ready for him.
General's gunned down. 3v2 now for Cloud9. I mean, you look at this and you think, old E6, you're putting this at a must-win map for Cloud9 because of how good old E6 looked at Uplink. As of late, they've looked much more vulnerable, so you could definitely make a case for, Cloud9. It would be nice for them to take this map, but reverse sweep absolutely possible against E6.
Ah, he spotted one. He spotted one. Can he get an angle on this and stop the bomb plan? He's over the back. He's not able to see it. The plant position, a crux there is Royalty. Can't get the angle. 2 versus 3 now. 35 seconds for Royalty and K to work on the defuse. He's hopping it.
Yeah, he took way too long.
They distract him. Now they're going to go check it. He's done. I don't know how he even got off that and got away with his life for a moment.
So what their goal was right there was, Cade knew they were all the way in the back of the map, right? He knew all 3 pushed out that side. So his vision was that he was going to go towards that top bridge window and peek the cross towards that bottom A bomb. So as they started to cross, he could either tell his teammate, get off of it, I need your gun up, or go for that defuse and you've got enough time. Unfortunately, as he got in that position, already the first player had crossed, thus making that kill onto Royalty so damn easy.
Great use of the word thus.
Thank you.
Round 2. Here we go. We'll see what Enigma 6 can do on offense. We're going to watch Assault's POV, though, as he's going to be the NB4 dealing with the aggression towards this outer bomb site. He gets vision, backs out, quick flank coming through. Number 7 on the minimap's ready for it. It's Royalty. Can he get his snap on? We just saw it at the end of the hard point. He's going to have so much pressure here. Gets behind the wall, not able to win it. First blood goes the way of Proto, but it's answered quickly by Priest up back and forth.
Exotic's off the map.
I was about to say 2v2, but Exotic went for a dip.
And now Assault's deader than dead. They're both around him on site. Nice job Enigma 6 to recover. As they make that round look easy, Royalty in charge of watching the flank, gets the spot and stays alive just long enough for his teammates to come and give him some help.
Rounded and kill cam there from Proto. Again, if you're just joining us, Enigma 6 able to take, I'd say, the game 1 in pretty commanding fashion. Cloud9 was always in it, but never really able to take control. Now, what can Exotic and Cloud9 do on the offensive end of things?
I like that they're just staying on a 4-hit towards sites. I'm wondering if they try to push through rocks here, or if they're completely worried about the flank. Oh, he's very exposed. General's got to get out of there quick. There you go. Now they've been spotted on the flank. They know this is coming. How do they reply? I like this. There you go. That's what I thought was going to happen. They're going to push through to rock. Now it's going to be up to General again to spot this cross.
Can General get in position, maybe get 1 kill and get away? No, he's going to run with his life. That's smart. They're collapsing on them as Proto will get the first blood. General, I thought he was going to win that, but maybe caught mantling an Exotic.
There's no reason for him to be sprinting around there.
Yeah, I mean, they're pushing through.
Yep.
Wait for them to come to you.
They're going to wrap the map again? Okay. I think Royalty might think they might be on bomb. Yeah, he has no idea that they pushed up the bomb. He's going to go and check. And once he spots this, watch these red arrows.
Yeah, these wraps are
Look at this. Look at these red arrows. They wrapped it good. I've never seen this.
More wraps than a Chipotle burrito.
Let's move on from that, as now Proto and crew look to retake the B site. Challenge is there. No ERAD this time for Proto, and he pays the price. Royalty in the 1-on-3.
Oh, almost gets him around the edge. This is very winnable. Okay,
as both players, Exotic and Priesta.
You've got to be kidding.
Oh my God.
You've got to be kidding.
Nope, they're going to check in time.
2, 1.
The balls on Royalty. Look at Exotic's face. Look at Exotic's face. I love it. He realizes, okay.
Unbelievable. And, you know, he tried it earlier, and it was a little bit delayed. This time he does it with no hesitation. Gets it done. My
But
God.
also think of who Royalty is as a player. He's a freak that flies at you, bounces off walls, tries to use his high sensitivity to world star you, but their pace just hops on the bomb and says, you know what? I'll change things up this time.
Risa hitting the outer wall run. Wins a nice one-on-one. His teammate wins one on the outside, but fastly, or quickly, Assault. As I make up words. Assault in a 1 versus 2. Oh, gets Royalty one shot, but can't finish it. I can't believe Royalty challenged there. Relies
Did
on
you
his
forget
teammate
how I
to
just
help him out.
explained who Royalty was?
Exactly.
You can't believe it? That's exactly why
my last sentence.
That's exactly why they thought he was going to fly at him and didn't check bomb, because it's Royalty. Dude just had 1 health and was like, you know what, I'll still kill you. Because now Enigma 6 take a 2-round count lead off the back of a couple clutch plays. If you're Cloud9, I think it's time to change things up, and it looks like now it's going to be a bomb to A call. Exotic gets nailed by that tackle grenade.
Aches with your first blood. Aches with your second blood. Exotic in quickly in general. Sorry, pal, we're 18 seconds into the round, and you are the lone man standing for Enigma 6. Oh, I somehow got under there. He was spotted, though, by Aches. Aches looking for his 3rd kill in the round. That was a quick one.
Most certainly was. I believe the players hit from you and caught him off guard right outside that U area, thus letting them overwhelm the site. Look at the assist, though. 3 players involved in the kill. Nice job by them to get the number advantage and use it to their advantage to close out the round.
Cloud9 trying to tie up this series at 1 apiece, but still trailing in this one. You got 5 kills for Exotic on Cloud9, 5 for Proto on the other end of things. Proto, one of our superstars from Stage 1 in the S&D department. Kind of a letdown in Stage 2, but they're going to need that Proto we saw earlier in the year, I think, to have a chance at making a deep run at champs this year. Quick plan. Look at Royalty's position. Spotted you, buddy.
That's such a cheeky spot. Look at the sensitivity, dude.
I know we talk at him a lot, but like he literally does things that other players cannot.
Yeah, like this. Oh, I thought they had a 2-piece.
I know, we're all good at that.
Aches traded. Cade in a 1-on-1. They haven't spotted each other. Oh, Cade, look at this. It's.
Oh no, he saw him put some shots out.
He can run away.
But yep, it's Assault.
Does Assault call his bluff? Look. Does Assault call the bluff? Nope, doesn't appear so yet. Cade tries to get away.
That was so lucky for Assault. He saw him on the edge, but he holds the close corner K-bar on NV4. I thought that he got that glimmer of maybe able to take that gunfight.
Yep. But unfortunately there, his only way of winning this realistically, all things considered, is like a shot beatdown. You see the Shadow leading that charge.
Yeah,
Cade was ready for it. And that's a quick cleanup kill. Cade talking to the team as well. Enigma 6 still up 2 rounds. If you're just tuning in, this match is for the first seed in Group H. The first seed out of this, whoever wins this series, will be placed on OpTic Gaming's top side of the bracket. Meaning if they won their round 1 matchup and OpTic won their round 1 matchup, they would match up in the second winner's round. Priest and crew trading out the first kills. It's a 3-on-3 with Cloud9 in control of the bomb.
It looks like Cloud9 is going to push on through. We saw a similar environment a couple rounds back. You see Cade wrapping all the way back. He is going to be the point man at the top sky bridge here to likely spot them. Cade will have the first gunfight. Cade wins it. It should be traded out very quickly. Yep, Aches there and up to the task. 2 versus 2 now. Aches with FTL available. It'll be him and Assault against Proto and Royalty. And this is just another rap fest.
Ooh.
Aches is shooting nice right now.
I don't think I've ever heard that said on broadcast before.
That's because it never has been.
Well, Aches, because of those nice shots, has taken control of the B site. The bomb will go down. And Royalty is in no man's land in regards to taking this back.
Royalty already clutched a 1v2 with a cheeky ninja defuse. Can this time maybe he do it with his gun? He spotted one. I don't think he spotted both. One close corner, gets away, still has time to work with. Trying to reevaluate. Never spotted the one in the close corner. Never had vision of him. Easy win there for Cloud9.
Cloud9 staying in this one. Not out of it yet. They do not want to go down 2-0 versus E6. I like the setup from Assault right there. Making sure you have the cross towards his teammate on crate. His teammate on crate can just be the eyes and jump up and down, use it as cover. Unless you hit 4 perfect shots, you're not beaming that guy behind the crate as he kind of flutters up and down to check towards that site.
Round 8 underway. Cloud9, like you said, just sticking around, doing enough to stay in this one. It was close during game 1, but never kind of overcame that lead from Enigma 6. Similar story here. Early plant 4E6, Scarab available for Cade.
Look at what's about to happen here. Do they retake from middle? Oh, they will. Oh, gosh, Cade has no idea what's about to happen to him.
Well, if he would have got that first kill, he would have been able to get away. The nade at least buys him some time. Goes vertical.
He still did get away.
I don't know how in the hell Cade is still alive. You got to punish him there if you're Cloud9.
And look, he's still putting in damage. He's trying to challenge towards this U side. Cade gets another kill now in the round. Royalty is there. And at the end of it all, Cade will clean up the final one. Look at Royalty. He knows how big of a play that was from Cade.
Yeah, I mean, as he peaks, we see it from his POV. Yes, he got fortunate timing that I think everyone was kind of focusing down mid-map. No one was looking at him right away, but once he missed a couple shots, not finished that first kill, I thought he would be dead nearly instantly.
Yeah.
Ends up surviving the whole round, like you said, and closing it out. Phenomenal stuff from Cade. I mean, he's got some memorable moments here. Remember, what was that 3-piece he had in round 11 back in stage 2?
I actually can't believe that just happened.
Yeah. Nice movement, man.
Yeah. Well, now 5-3 Enigma 6 keeping this same kind of 2-round count lead. Proto with first blood as well. He will get traded out. Aches. Misses basically every bullet. Just like that, it's Royalty, General, and Cade up against Aches, Assault, and Priesta.
Well, Priesta doing what he can, makes him one shot, but Assault in, I mean, just not in the vicinity to trade anything out. So now he has an NV4 going up against 2 players.
I don't think a kill will give him camo, right?
No, I think he needs a little bit more. And he's just spotted. He's gone 6-3 Enigma 6.
E6 now with a 2-0 lead in the fight for that #1 seed from Group H. And of course, still other games going on here at day 2, the final few games of group play. Of course, it is worth mentioning as well, though, when all the action is done, we still have playoff games to go as well. Obviously, we had a bit of a tie-break scenario, so we have 3 teams still fighting for their lives. We're going to get to that when these games do conclude. But as I said, still going on right now is Splyce versus Ghost. That's on Station 2. It's being casted by the Bravo casters. But while we wait for map number 3 to get underway, we may as well go to a little live looking, because I heard Brycey getting very, very loud.
Yeah.
He's a loud person, though. So
basically, every time that happens, I immediately revert my eyes towards our secondary monitor here to see what's happening. But to catch you all up, we are inside 2. Ghost with that dunk. Well, now taking an 8-3 lead. They have used camo, but that's what it's for. The 3-possession game, and so far the standout on the scoreboard, what a surprise, it's Mox leading his team again.
Yeah, 24-14, a great performance from him. And if you are just tuning in, of course, it is tied 1-1 in the series, Splyce and Ghost.
So we've had a couple matchup recently with a couple of 2-0 teams. I think there are many people that may have taken straight ripping behind the hype over Fnatic. Fnatic takes that one, and now I think most people would take Splyce. Ghost might take this as well.
Did you just see what just happened?
Mox, yeah, that was
They
nasty.
pass it forward, Mox hits a bullet, and then the beat down onto the player who was getting the drone pass to stop the dunk from coming in.
Yeah, that was a sick play. Not only is he 25 and 16, he also has 3 points. And again, you see those smoke grenades coming into play.
Yeah,
it's just something we talked about with Lacefield.
I was speaking to Chance, and I was like, what do you think about those smoke grenades? He's like, I love it, dude. I love it. Apparently, a couple people getting the criticism saying, oh, it's a cheap tactic. Hell no, dude. That's a smart
cheap.
play.
Cheap tactic?
Who said cheap?
Apparently, it's what people on Twitter have been
called
saying.
being diverse, being unique.
I think.
It's called being smart.
Yeah.
I like it.
I love it. I want some more of it.
I promise you. Be ready to see a lot of smokes.
No, you're definitely probably going to see him. You good, Jack?
Oh, I'm great.
Wonderful.
I'm great. Look at this right now. Mad Cat dead again.
And this is the game type where Splyce has been very solid all year long. I mean, along with their Search and Destroy. So if they lose this is scary because their hard point recently, sheesh. Not been great.
And the shots right there from Zero. Yeesh. Get an NV4 in that man's hand.
Well, 8-3. Final 60 seconds now. Ghost with such a big lead, it'd be very surprising to see him throw it away, but Vance does have camo. We'll see, can Splyce start the comeback? Camo is going to be used. Grenades go out, and he is running out of camo. And
look at the response to that camo. A bullet, a grenade, and a jammer right away. That was beautiful.
That's like a well-oiled machine. They were throwing it like the perfect distances and like
they're like
everything.
they were like taunting him. Do it.
Yep.
I dare you. Pop the camo.
And look, this is how you know the game is done. Ghost will bring the drone into the back alley, run it back and forth. That will be a 2-1 series lead now for the North American squad.
I was nuts. I felt like I was watching like Wonder Woman, the famous scene where she's running trench to trench, there's bullets coming anywhere, grenades flying by her, and somehow, well, she survived.
I was gonna
Zero
say.
did not.
I didn't see it.
You haven't seen Wonder Woman yet?
No!
Fantastic film. You should have.
Spoiler alert, dude.
Spoiler alert.
Dude.
I just said something from
This
the
is a
trailer.
safe zone.
It was in the trailer.
Oh,
It was the trailer.
shows how
great.
much I care.
It was a great movie, Jack.
I gotta go see it. Thanks for the invite, Joe.
You should go see it. I've not seen it, but we should go see it together, Jack.
All right, I'm down.
Well, you don't sound too enthusiastic about that. Never mind.
I can't be because you know what? There's so much Call of Duty to be played, Ben.
That's true. There is a
It's only day 2, baby. 3 left.
lot
3 left.
of Call of Duty still to go. Of course, bracket play starts tomorrow, and we'll go through the weekend as it stands. Ghost 2-1 up against Splyce, and we have Enigma 6 2 up against Cloud9. For now, we're going to do a quick commercial break. When we return, the day starts to come to a close.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another exhilarating G Fuel key player matchup. For the side of Enigma 6, we have the All-Star General. For Cloud9, it is Assault. And look at the matchup right now. It appears to be incredibly lopsided when you look at total points and carries. Assault doing some of the dirty work with the objective. General just looking for kills. But even in that capacity, when you take a look at the KD, Assault still having the edge. For this key player matchup, can Assault outplay General throughout these full 10 minutes? We'll find out. Let's get to the action.
A fantastic conclusion to that G Fuel key player matchup.
We're getting to the action. You gotta pause.
We're live.
Build the tension.
Yes, you do. Of course, there a look at General. He's struggled a little bit over the first few days, but it seems he's finally finding his rhythm.
Whoa.
That's
Isn't
not his real name.
Now Jordan General?
Guys, come on. It's Jordan
Production!
General.
If there's one time you're going to let me down with a real name on one of these lower thirds, this is the time that you do not do it.
Actually, it cracks me up that it says real name. Like, no, he just wanted his name to be Jordan Holloway. No. That is his... if I'm not mistaken,
Jordan?
he legally changed his name.
No, he did.
Maybe... I've been told that, so I hope it's true. I've been told that about 50 times.
Our director's having none of this. He's like, moving to game 1. He doesn't want any of our stuff.
Anyway, as it stands, Enigma 6 2-0 up against Cloud9. Ghost 2-1 up against Splyce. Of course, that's on the Bravo station. For now, though, Uplink has begun.
Okay, Enigma 6 looking for the hot 3-0 of Cloud9 and first place in the group. And again, you know, we talked about how stellar this Enigma 6 team was in this particular game mode. They've been working out some kinks with the inclusion of Royalty. Excited to see how they play it here.
This should be at least a 1. There it is. Enigma 6 up 1-0 as Protoss cleared the 1 lane. You had Royalty pushing out the other lane. Unorthodox type play off the break, but it's working right now against Cloud9.
Assault, 1 shot, but able to win the gunfight. Now trying to back up the players of Enigma 6. That is not an easy gunfight with an NV4 when 10 feet in the air trying to hit fire battle. Right. Rarely ever going to win those.
So for everybody at home, the reason why Enigma 6 have been so potent in Uplink this year, as well as why they've been questioned, is confused for a lot of people of how they've gotten slightly worse with Royalty on this team. They play at a faster pace than almost anyone. You will see them focus on keeping the drone in their possession more than anything in the map. Even if they have only 1 player, like right here, Proto would just grab the drone, move it towards his base, and give them the ability to move that objective to whatever lane they want. Instead of fighting for possession of it, they have possession of it, and then they can develop the map the way that they want. Cloud9, on the other hand, they like to play at more of a methodical pace, stuff that, you know, Aches is more used to playing down to, as well as, you know, clearing a certain lane, slaying out for the 2 waves. Enigma 6 are scrappy, Cloud9 are not.
And I think if we've learned anything, I don't know if there's exactly a right way to play Uplink. We've seen a lot of different styles. We've seen a lot of different styles work for a lot of different teams.
Look at this right here. I'm sorry to cut you off, but like, look what just happened. General, while that does get intercepted, he moved the drone to lobby. They had a player push through gas, another player push towards station. You're used to teams pushing towards station near this area where Assault is. Once that player dies, they send everyone there thinking it's going that way. Instead, they wrap it towards ATM and have a chance for a 1.
Well, maybe to make it relatable to people, maybe new viewers, you know, it's probably most similar to a game like basketball. And the fact that different teams play at different paces, different styles. You have offense-heavy teams like the Golden State Warriors, or defensive-heavy teams. I think that's why you see different styles succeed, because, I mean, that's just the nature of the game mode.
Yeah, simple as that. But now, Priesta, someone who likes to play at a faster pace, is 9-7 right now. They're going to need him to keep this up throughout the entire map. But hits by a tactical, and we've seen these tacticals come into play so many times in these last 2 series, whether it's the one between Splyce and Ghost, or now this one here between Enigma 6 and Cloud9. You got to throw on that tac mask, folks. Get Blast Shield brought on out. Give yourself some protection from those throwables.
Well, now the General's gotten a 2-piece mid-street. Royalty's got to grab that drone. Yep, he grabs it immediately, but Exotic ends up with a huge kill. Exotic gets 2 real big ones there to slow everything down. Gives time for Aches to get back in the mix, and they completely shut down mid-street. If Aches doesn't kill Royalty before he hits that cross so quickly, that might go very differently.
I think more if General lands on top of that bus and can actually put shots down onto Exotic instead of falling behind cover, you have a different scenario there. Nice beat down from Priesta. He might be able to get a cheeky 1-point play here.
Yeah, I mean, Cade's not catching him before that toss gets away.
Intercepted.
Nice pick, though. Enigma 6 will hold on to a nice lead here behind a couple of nice defensive plays.
And the interceptions also fall perfectly in place with that scrappy style we talk about with Enigma 6. It's like fighting tooth and nail for every point you can get. Assault, though, being here should make this an easy 1. Nice job, Assault, with the NV4 watching over his teammate with the drone.
Priesta still applying pressure, and by pressure, I mean a 3-piece in the heart of Enigma 6. Will it be enough, though, to turn this into more points? Proto, nice reset there as he slides forward and makes the play before Aches is able to connect on the headshot. But for Cloud9, you did a good job getting right back in the lobby. Exotic got the first kill before Royalty was able to get in. Now, can he flank and stop this action? Is there a 3-man hit coming forward? He has to try and get here before this toss gets away. Not able to do it. Still kills both and clears his base, but another 1-point score for Cloud9.
2-1, the score at the half. If Priesta slows down a little bit inside 2, I think that's Enigma 6's key to success. 4 seconds, I don't think they have enough time to go for a pass play, do they? Oh, look at this. Oh, he jumped out of the window a little bit too early. That's what happened. He wound up preemptively jumping out. He didn't wait for the drone to get in his hands. They were so tight on time. And because of that, it will end 2-1 at the half in favor of Cloud9, mainly due in part to the incredible performance of Priesta.
I like the idea. They almost pull it off. You kind of saw it there on that final kill cam. Drone hits the wall, doesn't make it to him. He can't get out the window and attempt to tie things up. Second half now. Enigma 6 2-0 advantage in the series, but trailing heading into our second half. But this is a lead that can evaporate quickly unless Priest and Assault want to grow on this with a nice opening 2-piece, 1-point toss away. Opening score in the opening 15 seconds for Cloud9.
Cloud9 still up by 2. Proto now with the drone. Try to stay alive. General got the multi-kill, but you see, here on this map, the frustrating thing is if you don't have players pushed up, they will spawn on another interception, the 3rd or 4th one this map alone. They will spawn right underneath that portal, right in that back apartments area, where they can supplement. That's the second wave of kills we talk about. There, Enigma 6 getting a little bit too overzealous, I believe, with that drone. You got to play for at least one more kill. Clear the portal with that end before you had General alive. Instead, they're 3 dead yet again, and Cloud9 going for a dunk.
You've got 2 E-Reds right now on the map. Exotic and Priesta are just flying at Enigma 6. It's like they can't deal with it. It's mostly a K-bar in B4 setup. The aggression from Cloud9, you know, we talked about how they played a little bit more methodical, but at least from Exotic and Priesta right now, they are soaring at Enigma 6. And for me, it has been a big part of the difference. I mean, look at Priesta, 21 and 17. Exotic was a big part of pushing forward and getting that 2-piece to open things up. We'll see if it can continue here, but you don't usually maybe see this many E-Rads kind of on the map for one team.
Nope, and these are the worries that come in.
Just look at the kill feed.
Yep, these are the worries we talk about with this Enigma 6 team now in Uplink. In the past, I would have said they were going to win this. No doubt in my mind, Cloud9 won't be able to take it. But as of late, there's just something off with this E6 squad. I think it's going to be their downfall this weekend, Maven.
It certainly could be if they can't figure it well. And when you're hitting shots like that with the E-Rad, it also helps because you'll win that against a K-bar if you're that accurate.
Remember in Cloud9's week in Stage 2, we talked to Priesta outside the MLG arena in Columbus, Ohio, and he basically was his own biggest critic. He was like, I played like absolute trash. And he said that obviously can't happen again.
Nice play.
Rally opportunity here. No, I don't like that challenge. I don't like that challenge.
Can we real quick go to Proto? Yeah, I don't think, so you have 2 E-Rads on Cloud9. I don't think there's a single one on Enigma 6. I'm pretty sure you have 3 K-bars and then General with an MV4. I just think that's interesting. You have 2 E-Rads flying at you and you haven't pulled out a single one to maybe deal with that?
Yeah, and look, they're just able to put on the pressure. I think General made a big mistake challenging from inside lobby there instead of holding the angle. They didn't have another player there to grab the drone. You do that if you have a player surging in after you to grab the drone to go for pass plays. There, when he's by himself, he's either got to A, focus on the objective, or B, stay alive long enough to get a teammate in there to go for the drone.
Absolutely. What drone? Back to Cloud9, even though they are in a 3v4 for the moment. Wrapping him behind is Royalty, connects on 2, 3rd inside a lobby, and he'll be up to the test. So 3 in a row, and 24 and 19 is Royalty, but they're trailing in the game, and it seems they don't want to adapt and play the Cloud9 style right now. They want to continue to force what they're trying to do down the throats of Cloud9. But they've got 2 minutes to make up a 5-point deficit, Jack.
And how they're playing with the drone right now, you think they were the ones in the lead, right? They bring it back towards their base. They throw it down to try to slay out. They're buying their time. They're playing at a little bit slower pace.
Which is kind of the opposite of how I thought this was going to go, to be honest. But
Cloud9 are just playing at a faster pace than E6 and Uplink, and I never thought I would say that.
Yeah. That's what 2 E-Reds does against 0.
Yep. FTL play? Nope. Just throwing it on in. I think that's going to be the dagger here. I don't see how Enigma 6 come back.
No,
they would literally need a flawless next minute and 30 seconds.
We've seen 4 to 6 points go through in 60 seconds on a map like Throwback or even here with complete control, but it's rare when it happens, that's for sure.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, there's some points like that right there for General. General should be getting an easy 2-piece right there underneath that portal. Doesn't connect there. General, a fantastic player, do not get me wrong, but go watch clips of Octane or Zero or Formal in that position. They're not only cleaning them up, that's a dunk when they've got a lane developed like that. You just can't have that stuff slip away from you, especially when you're going up against a strong team like Cloud9.
Well, I'm sure it's been a frustrating game for someone like General. I know he's 24 and 23, but I don't think he's been able. Remember we watched the Formal game the other day when he dropped 43, and he was just lighting people up constantly. He was rarely shot at in that game.
Yeah.
I can tell you that has not been the case for General. Just with the 2 E-Rads flying at him.
Intercepted again.
I don't think he's been able to get comfortable at all or like get into power positions because they've just been soaring across the map.
GG. Cloud9 take it. 9-4 the score. They might add insult to injury with a final camo play. And yeah, it looks like exactly that's going to happen. Assault 24 and 24, dead even as well. GG.
Well, with that game coming to a close, I want to jump immediately over to Station 2. Splyce versus Ghost. Ghost with a 2-1 lead. Splyce trying to force a Game 5. Of course, this for the #1 seed from Group G. Splyce with a very, very fragile lead, Merc.
Yeah, I was just telling you, you're like, you think this game is going to end right here? And I was like, no,
Nope.
we're going to be able to go to the end. It always ends at that third baseball hill, and that's where it looks like it's going to end. You have 30 seconds left on this bike path. Again, when we looked over, I mean, you saw smokes used a lot. Lacefield continuing that strategy. That is just something in the Ghost playbook that we will continue to see this weekend. We'll see how teams adapt to it.
Yes, we will. As it stands, our Stage 1 champions now just 25 seconds away from success in this map. 6 seconds left on the hill, though, and it is rotating.
This is
and you look at that
everything
mini-map, it is a huge, huge fight for that next hill. So many gunfights going on. Llama's going to kill Bance, and I think Mox, is he going to be able to find a couple players to his left-hand side? He has support, though. Llama shuts down Mad Cat. Ghost is still in this.
They won the trade battle. What was that, like 6 arrows in a 10-foot circle? They were fighting for control as they rotated out. Ghost still in it, though. 2 players in the back. Can they hold this perfectly? Jordan Company trying to get through, but Llama guy wants none of it, Ben.
I believe Zero. Yeah. Does he still have his?
He has reactive.
He has reactive.
Yep.
This game is basically in his hands, and he's gonna fall.
He's gonna have to use it in the next push. He has to, and you'll see he'll spawn out silo. And again, there's those smokes. They create that wall, forcing Splyce to run through. This relies on Zero's play right here.
Game in his hands. Ghosts just need 10 more seconds, and they will take the #1 seed. Zero, he pops reactive. Can he get towards the hill? The fight's coming through. Zero gets shredded. Llama God picks up a big double. And that, looking at the minimap, could be GG. One final push coming in. Madcap falls, and Ghost Gaming will take your #1 seed from Group G.
So what did we learn over the uplink we just watched and maybe the final conclusion of that throwback? The E-Rad is damn good.
Yeah, Lacefield and Llama, that E-Rad combo, they use it a lot. It's dangerous. It's dangerous.
I made a comment. I was kind of joking around with people, but I always say how it's common knowledge, but the subs get more powerful towards the end of the game.
Yes.
There's more and more sub players. I made a comment like, if you could just look at the KDs of the E-Red players on some of these teams, like whoever's the best is winning champs. I was joking. I can't remember who I was talking to, but I sort of meant it. Like whatever E-Red is just crushing and asserting their dominance on the map,
yep,
they're going to be winning games.
Almost like it happened last year with Envy having the 2 best submachine gun players at the end of the game of Black Ops 3 when they won champs.
That's very true.
No one had any doubt that Appley and John were the duo at that point.
But, I mean, I think it started to hit home. The players have been learning how dominant the E-Red is. I think for viewers, more and more, you're just like, holy hell.
Well, here is a look at what that means for our bracket. Splyce, you know, losing puts you at the top side. You're going to have OpTic Gaming to go if you manage to beat first place of Pool H. And, of course, that game's still going on. E6 2-1 up against Cloud9, of course. I mean, our bracket is basically almost complete. Of course, let's not forget Rise Nation versus the victor of our round robin. That's still to come. Lethal, Mind Freak, and Infused. Just think, if Juju had won that 1v1, he wouldn't be in a round robin. Name would be right there. But sadly, the round robin must be completed. Now, though, moving forward, map #4 has begun. E6, 2-1 lead.
On board with Assault now as he's set up on the mid-train platform, watching his teammates drop all around him. Cade plops down right in front of him. Assault does get 2 before ultimately falling, but what do you think here, Jack? You think we're going to get to a Game 5, or is this where Enigma 6 takes it?
I think the series is done here. I think this has ended in 4. I will say, for everybody at home, again, stay tuned for bracket updates and everything. Keep watching the social medias, @COD World League, @MLG, to know exactly where your favorite team lies. We've seen a majority of them. We still have the round robin to go through, but right now, we know 15 of our 16 qualified teams. We'll find out one more after this series with the S&D round robin tiebreaker.
Well, this, you know how we talk about how a lot of times this will go to time, this particular map?
Yep.
Through the first 60 seconds, there were 17 points scored. You can see how much has already run off a 5-minute clock. That is a very good example of why that can happen at times.
And a lot of it comes down to the fact that no one got the perfect setup, the ideal setup for that hill. You want someone that top bus side, that top train side, someone rotating around mid, trying to help out whoever needs a call. Someone in that top food you see right there, and then obviously a player in the hard point while you force the spawns out by baseball. Much easier said than done, and it shows right there on that first hill.
Well, barn control will be enjoyed for the moment by Enigma 6, but all 4 players now hitting for Cloud9. First to drop is Exotic, but it's traded back with 2 out of Cloud9. Make it 3. Was that enough? It was. Aches gets the final pick on a headshot to Cade, and that's a clean kind of 3-on-4 break. Actually, it's the first one to drop was a member of Cloud9. But as the close spawn comes in there towards Lemon, Enigma 6 is absolutely going to continue to flood.
Ooh, nice shot there at the end from Priesta. His E-Rad's looking better and better. As now Cloud9 have brought it back within 5. See Aches and crew trying to win these gunfights on rotation. We talk about key gunfights. These are them, and look at the kill feed. It's all Enigma 6.
And some people didn't agree with me. They were like, well, I guess completely disappointed by Priesta at stage 2, and I get that because he wasn't good Friday, Saturday, at least from what we were hearing. But for me, Sunday, I absolutely saw what people were talking about. I mean, when he was on and got rolling, it was incredibly impressive to me what he was able to do.
Yep.
Well, it's just you know, young guy, champs. We'll see if he can keep it going. I know he started slow in this one, and part of the reason Cloud9 trailing early.
Look at Proto looking for this kill, but they're not watching Assault on the back bus. And because of that, he'll get cut down instantly. Aches on the rotation already. Cloud9, again, they give up the first 30, but they play the long game on this hard point. They're now set up for the new, as I say that, Aches dead, Priesta dead, Assault probably dead here soon.
Yeah, it's about to be kind of a 3-on-1, maybe 4-on-1 for Assault, but he actually is still alive. Can he buy his teammates a little bit of time to come help him? I don't know how he's still alive. There we go. He gets pushed out of bowling. That's going to be Royalty. And now you're able to set up, maybe get a little bit of control here, but as Royalty starts to fly forward, there's 2 Cloud9 members that are going to meet him. They're holding on. It's been very scrappy hold, but Enigma 6 still holding him for the moment.
They haven't been able to like relax for a second, right? You're watching this, it's like, okay, we got to flood back in, push this out, die. Everyone keep doing the same thing over and over.
Isn't it funny? It's like there's only 2 ways. There's like 2 ways this hard point goes for me. It's either somebody sets up and holds like a solid 45, or it's just close spawn, back and forth, just swap, flood. It's has not slowed down yet with 15 seconds left.
Right now, Enigma 6 outslaying by 11 kills, make it 12 there with the help of Cade. He's on a 4 streak. Royalty and General on streaks of their own. Proto now positive 2. E6 just simply outslaying Cloud9. They've now doubled their score, a combined 13 streak between all of Enigma 6.
I'm actually like kind of surprised to see that with how it felt, at least how frantic it felt. But during all that, Cade goes on a 7 streak.
Yeah.
Royalties picked up 5. You get some streaks behind it. I'll tell you what, we'll make that hard point next. The next time you get to baseball not as crazy, streaks will do that for you.
And you pointed out, just on this first hill alone, that game clock the first time around dropped down 50 seconds. Now, the second time, since that first hill, we've done a full rotation of hard points, and it's only dropped down another 45 seconds to a minute.
Well, I thought that was a prime example for anyone that doesn't really understand why it goes to time sometimes here, and that was perfect. You know, if you've got no one in the hard point or it's being contested, that's going to tick away. And to your point, I think you said it was the fact that no one really got comfortable, no one got that perfect setup.
Yep.
But all right, 110, 266 is your score. Enigma 6 looking to close out this best of 5. And take first in Group H, or as Benson would say, Group H.
H. Group H. Did my voice just crack?
Might have.
That's what I get for making fun of Benson. Sorry, Ben. There's 1. There's 2. Royalty just playing these off angles. They're just not ready for it.
I love it. Just using the wall run, the movement system in the game to get whatever advantage you're able to. I remember last time Enigma 6 was set up pretty nicely here. Cloud9 busted on through. Now it's Cloud9's turn to hold, but a 2-piece from Proto. General, Cade come in. Proto executed by his teammate for his efforts, but they still get the break.
Waiting for the kills on rotation. You can get here first. Proto sprints into one gunfight that he cannot win. Now a 1-minute lead for Enigma 6, their biggest of the game. So you get 2 players, 1 shot. You saw that?
That was like lower than 1 shot. Yeah, I could barely even see the red bars. Unreal. Just so close to finishing them. All right, well, let's rotate now out to bike path. What is that spawn? Look at number 4, just popped up behind everybody. He popped all the way back baseball. I thought all red arrows at the time were on the left side of the minimap. I know with bike pack though, it is very easy to flip these. Just interesting that it happened so early.
Yeah.
It didn't really lead to anything for Enigma 6. They're able to shut it down. Several kills go to E6 as they continue to increase this lead.
Jesus, man. Proto's had quite the good series so far.
Well, imagine if Proto like plays like the Proto that has talking about him as being breakout player of the year, alongside the gun skill of Royalty in general, and Cade, a guy that we know is willing to throw his body to the wind for the W.
Positive
Scary
25, Clinton. Positive 25 is E6.
That's a large number, Jack.
It is. There's no other way to put it, I guess.
Okay, well, here we go. Let's get to baseball next time. Now, how many of the streaks were actually expended? I think it was just the Trinity, so Cade still has a bombardment to work with. I'm guessing that might be called in here.
Yep. Oh, when they're all flooding this, they're going to push right in right after it. That's why.
Now, number 7 is going to be the interesting one. I was about to say, Aches is the one in the spot to make. Oh, never mind. I thought he was going to like get off, get back in, and maybe surprise people in that close corner. It ended up being a little bit more clumsy than I expected.
Don't worry, his hard carries are still here.
Yep, they're still holding on. Look at that, Priesta, Assault. I guess we can call them all the young guns. Yeah, right. Outside of Eggs. 20 seconds or so left. Can they hold it here? I don't think that... I don't know if the 2 minutes on the play clock is going to come into play. I suppose it could, depending on maybe how that next central hard point goes. But
absolutely.
We'll keep an eye on it.
Cloud9 trying to keep this a game. They've got to break through the 60-second difference. It's simple for me. You need more from Priesta and Assault in this map. That duo, when they perform well, Cloud9 are at the top of their game, and right now they're having not only a rough map from Priesta, obviously at -9, but Assault, 17-21, second least amount of objective time. You just got really nothing from them right now.
Well, we saw Priesta, I mean, how dominant he was with the ERAD earlier, but now it's like every time I look it down, instead of seeing the Cloud9 members picking up, it's Royalty just dominating. He's 29-15. He's been rocking a little bit of the ERAD, a bit of the K-bar, but he's shredding, man. And this is why you picked him up. Double positive, just absolutely destroying.
He's a playmaker. He most certainly is. I just spilled an entire glass of water on the desk here.
It's all over me.
It's all over me.
Hopefully my mic continues working, as I believe it's all over the cables as well. But guys, we're still here. We're just so excited that Jack got a little bit frantic.
I leaned on the desk for a moment and I spilled an entire mug of water.
It's all right. We're good. We're good. Okay. Okay. So remember how I mentioned the play clock?
Yes.
Look at it now. 60 seconds. It's absolutely, I think, going to come into play. Unless Enigma 6 closes this out. If Cloud9 starts to come back in this, I don't see how this isn't a game that goes to time. All right. Assault now. Very, very close to camo. Has one right beneath him. Shots a little bit wild. Royalty again with that ERAD. 34-15 on a 5 streak. Can we please go to Royalty's POV? Thank you. 125 off Trinity rockets. Okay. Thank you. That look at what he's doing with that. That's exactly, it's like what you saw Priesta doing in the uplink. He's just beaming.
Yep.
From short to long range with it. I can't believe Assault just killed him. I thought he was actually going to find another kill. I think comes up a little bit short of the streaks. Cloud9 in control of Barn. Can they pull a crazy comeback? I mean, I think the comeback is even less likely because of the play clock, though, right? I mean, it's like when you... I don't know if there's like there's not enough time in the game, I don't think, for them to win this.
There is. No, I mean, there simply is. They just need to have a perfect game.
Yeah, well, I mean, Enigma 6, they don't even need to worry about being in the hard point at this point. They could play around, contest. We'll see where we're looking once we come out of bike path.
Well,
Thank
down
you,
the
Benson,
bike path
for
now.
getting all these paper towels for us.
Big boy Ben is saving us from the water spill. It's now Royalty. Oh, that can't happen. Aches, that cannot happen. You got to get that kill. Now it's a panic use of camo. Barely any time left. 235 to 144.
And this whole time, you know, he's trying to fight 3 different players. Time just continues to tick. And finally, the contest is going to come in, as I believe it's Aches is able to get into the hard point as they're spawning at Lime. But every second it's contested is another second off that play clock. But shouldn't even matter. Royalty, 2-piece with kinetic armor. Unbelievable stuff there as they take it.
Enigma 6 with the 3-1 victory over Cloud9 will secure the #1 seed from Group H. Congratulations to them. Of course, we know Ghost, they managed to get the #1 seed from Group G as well. And there, of course, the players all fist bumps and high fives. But both of the teams going into this game, of course, they did know that they had already qualified for bracket play. And speaking of the bracket, let's quickly take a look at exactly what that means, because every single spot is now filled apart from one, our round robin, which we will be covering very, very soon.
How exciting.
6 versus Splyce at the top side. Ghost Gaming, Cloud9 at the bottom side, and there's some tough games there.
So how does this round robin work?
So we'll get to that, Clint. I know you're excited.
Patience! I don't know any rules. I wanted someone to teach me as you teach the viewers.
I would have taught you, but it's fine.
You know what? We will. I must say, the desk is looking rather clean on that side.
Well, it's funny. I took my jacket off for a match because I was getting really warm.
Yeah.
And I cooled down because most of the lower half of my body is covered in water.
Okay.
As Jack just...
I am currently...
My bad.
Jack gets excited.
My bad. Sorry that I'm into my job, folks. Sue me.
So,
I wish I could sue you.
As we said, every single game now complete apart from our round robin playoff. And luckily for us, you know, some of us that may not know how it works, we actually have someone on the desk, Merc, who competed in this exact or similar-ish scenario back in 2014. Obviously, at that time, it was a round robin for first and second place. But Merc, he's been in this position before. He knows what it's like. So first of all, if you could explain to some of the people that may not understand what is about to happen, how does this work?
So basically, we had a three-way tie. All these teams were at 1 and 2.
Yes.
What then happens is we look at the map count between the 3 teams, right?
Yep.
Just those 3 teams. Well, they tied. Everybody tied. We
All
then
even.
look at the overall map count between the 3 teams. Typically, that is like,
It's
okay,
different.
you know, maybe one person won a map versus United. Well, Lethal almost did. And, well, they were haunted. But yeah, that tied. So we have no more tiebreakers, so we go to a round robin search and destroy. Best of 1.
So every single team will play, every single team. So the 3 teams involved in the tiebreaker will play 1 map of search and destroy.
1
map of search and destroy, and it's the team that wins 2 maps first will clinch that spot. Now, from a player's perspective, what is going through your mind in this situation?
Well, it's nerve-wracking, right? Because if you lose, your destiny is kind of in someone else's hands. You know, because if it goes 1-1, if everybody, well, we're doing it again. We're going to the next map.
Could be here all night, boys.
Could be a long one. So yeah, you're just looking at a team to win 2-0, whether it's Infuse, Lethal, or Mind Freak.
Now, in the order I've just been informed is it's Infuse versus Lethal first.
Yes.
Then we're going to see Mind Freak versus Lethal. Now, for Mind Freak specifically, they're not playing first. Is that a benefit? Is that a con? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I believe the first set is on the same map, so you'll see how a team performs, right? Then if it's a 1-1 through all the teams, we'll go on to the next map. So I believe that League Ops, I believe Alex, he did randomize the maps. I think the first one was Retail. I could be wrong, but I believe the first map was Retail S&D. So if everybody goes 1-1, we'll just use that as an example. We'll go to the next map.
Ben, are you taking notes? I know I wrote these rules, but I've forgotten at this point.
Listen, if you're a viewer at home and you're confused, don't worry.
Just win
Sit
2.
here, watch Call of Duty, tell your friends because it's about to get intense.
This is about to be great.
North America, Europe, APAC.
That's the key.
All
we have
represented.
All 3 regions represented in this round robin. Again, if you are just tuning in, Lethal, Mind Freak, Infuse, all tied for second place in the group. We now have a 3-way round robin, best of 1 search and destroys. Every team plays each team. First team basically to win 2 maps.
Not basically.
In 1 set.
2 win maps.
In 1 set, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll take that spot. Obviously, if everyone ties at 1-1, as Merc said, we play a whole different map, and you have to win twice again. If you all tie 1-1, basically, we may need to get like some form of takeout food ready because we could be here for a very, very long time.
Tacos.
You want tacos?
We had them for lunch.
We had tacos for lunch.
We had tacos 3 hours ago.
More tacos.
I'm down with that. I'm not gonna lie.
I want a pizza. If we're putting in orders, you get tacos. I want a pizza. What do you want, Ben?
I want tacos.
What do you want, Jack?
He wants crepes. What are they called?
Crepe.
They have that in France. Isn't that from France?
La crepe. It's a pancake. Why you look so disgusted by that?
I want chicken parmesan.
Italian duo, baby.
Anyway, as we said, the 3-way tiebreaker is coming up very, very soon. We have to obviously make sure the players are all informed of the rules, which I'm sure they are at this point. Then they have to kind of get comfortable, make sure they're set up, warmed up, and ready to go. But when we return, Infuse versus Lethal, Mind Freak versus Lethal, and if it goes the distance, Mind Freak versus Infuse in best of 1 search and destroys to clinch the final spot in the 2017 CWL Championship bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2017 CWL Championship presented by the PlayStation 4. We are coming to the end of day 2 and the end of a bracket play. We have one spot left that needs to be filled in our bracket. And boy, oh boy, is it going to be good. We have our 3-way round robin tiebreaker to decide that final spot. But before we get to that, you may notice some boxes on our desk. Of course, we have I believe these are brand new, right, Merc? The brand new scuffs.
MLG 2.0, baby.
All right, go on. I know you want to.
Open one too?
No.
Oh.
You might break it. Oh. Jack, you can open it though.
Yeah.
I trust you, Jack. This is fresh off the factory line. Why have you got to rattle it?
Look at how beautiful this box looks.
It does look good.
Ooh, Joe, what's in there?
Hold on.
I hope it's a scuff controller.
Papers.
Lots of papers.
And then the new one. That new design. 2.0 MLG 2.0, baby. Stop. It looks real good.
Well,
wow. It looks real good.
I'm actually glad I didn't hold it because my hands are gross.
Oh, wait, the same one.
Well, yeah.
We're the duo, dude.
I thought I thought I was gonna be Impact.
No. Feeling
So there are pro.
This feels good. If I
Impact.
If I was a pro player still, I'd be using this one.
You would?
I like this one.
You know what, Joe? I don't think I'm allowed to make this decision, but you can go ahead and take that one.
My bag?
This looks
your bag,
fantastic.
Joe.
Thanks, Ben.
But you have to get me a gold next year. What?
Do you think this will win me tournaments?
Yes, Jack, it will. I've heard it does stuff like that.
This thing actually is beautiful.
It really is. I think I'm going to just hang on to this one and walk away with it.
Yep. I think you should too.
Those are awesome.
There's
cool.
a box. Anyway, scuff controllers, of course, they're the brand new MLG ones. They do look beautiful. Jack, you can put it back in the box now. Okay. I know. There you go. Yes. They're back in the box. I'm making sure you put yours back in the box. That's true.
It's in a box somewhere, dude.
Dude, look. By the way,
I love
can we talk about the background?
So neat. And
Can we please talk about the background?
The bots?
From day 1 to where it is now.
It's ready.
How sick this looks.
It's beautiful. It's ready.
That is.
Oh, baby.
Oh my God.
I was down there.
It's ready.
We were testing the mics.
Yeah, we were testing the audio.
I was
let me tell you.
ready to go.
But guess
can't
what?
wait.
We're not quite ready.
We're not quite ready,
We have
Jack.
a 3-way tiebreaker to play.
And
Yes,
we
we
could
do.
be here all day.
That
I'm
is
fine with that.
honestly. Is there a contingency plan if teams keep tying?
We keep going, baby.
We came up with a plan. We had like a straight up
Oh, we do.
fight, like a real fight.
like gladiators.
Yes.
I'm
I
down.
somehow don't think that's a good idea.
Not going to get through legal problems.
No, probably going to be issues. Of course, the 3 teams involved in our 3-way tie are Lethal, Mindfreak, and Infused. There, a quick look at our bracket, and you can see Rise Nation awaits the victor of this round robin matchup. And in terms of the round robin, Jack, I want to get your opinions. Is there any team specifically that stands out to you here that should take it?
No, my gosh, I can't pick one. I really can't pick one.
Yeah, it's really hard.
I don't know how to pick it because you know what? I've seen moments for these teams where I thought they should win Search and Destroys this weekend, and others where, you know, it looks grim and then they wind up coming back and taking it.
Yeah.
All things considered, Mind Freak, if you don't win this, I think that's one of the lowest points for the APAC region so far this season.
I mean,
absolutely. Yeah.
Well.
Maven made the point earlier on, just real quick. We have a North American team, an APAC team, and a European team. All 3 regions are
This is
covered.
a fight for the world, baby.
This is
Also, I think big here is the fact that Mindfreak Black is already in the bracket play, and Mindfreak
That's a good point.
may not get into bracket play. So the quote-unquote B team may be like, "What's up, guys?
Yeah, how you doing?
You want to swap our names around? Would you like to be Mindfreak Black now?"
Yo, give me your jerseys. I want your jerseys. We're the real Mind Freak. Oh, there, of course, a look at how the group unfolded. United, of course, sitting pretty at the top, 3-0. Infused 1 and 2. Mind Freak 1 and 2. Lethal Gaming 1 and 2. And to reiterate once again, if you are just tuning in, we will have 3 best of 1 search and destroys. All you have to do is win 2 maps, and you're through.
Yeah, and if people are confused, again, Infused, Mindfreak, Lethal, they all tied 1 and 2. So we looked at their map count between each other. Tied. Same percentages. We then go to the overall map count with United back into the fray. Tied. They must have all gotten 3-0'd. I believe they did.
That's actually the big thing. United went 9-0. That's the reason this exists, right?
Yeah.
So
that's the only reason it exists.
Now we're here.
And I hate to be the guy, but I'm sure you know I'm gonna say it. The 1v1 with Juju. He gets that kill.
They're in.
They are in bracket play.
I love this moment I mean, obviously it's hard. It is not a single moment that defines whether you got in or not, but it is hard not to look at that as one of the bigger chokes. But at the same time, I love the chance at redemption here. Like, everyone looking at this, if Juju makes plays.
Huge chance to redeem yourself. I don't think anyone's ever going to forget it, but you definitely can redeem yourself. That is for sure. The first match that we are going to see is going to be Infused versus Lethal. Following that matchup, we will see Mindfreak versus Lethal. So this is a big, big game. You have to start this round robin strong. Obviously, Merc, you've been in this position before. How important is that first win?
Very important, especially if you're Lethal, because you'll go up 1-0 in a very good spot knowing, hey, if we win this, we just have to win the next one. We're in, baby.
And look who we start off with. None other than Juju. He pushed through and find a kill. No, he might drop bomb in a very precarious position.
He had bomb.
Yeah, I don't know what the play call was here. If he didn't see, I thought he saw that player in the back kind of go vertical for a moment in Cathedral. The call was to push. Can Human Jesus now make a play? He's going to be by himself looking for the ace in a 1v2. The answer is no. First round Infused.
I mean, that is actually one of the worst bomb drop locations I've seen so far this weekend. There was no chance for his team. I don't even think they expected this from the side of Infused, because look at where it is. It is in their spawn, basically. Yeah. That early in the round.
Not a good spot at all. Of course, you leave Human Jesus in a 1v4. He makes it a 1v2 very, very quickly. But sadly, not going to be enough. Infused start off strong. First round.
What do you think the call was there?
Just push through?
Yeah. Just odd. It's like they didn't. I thought they saw someone, but apparently not.
And for me, if you're this Infused lineup, like Nolson gets dropped, Nile gets dropped last second, these guys are sort of just the leftovers, and Hate gets a double cluster bomb nade, which we haven't seen. Or maybe he blew up a car. He must have blown up a car.
You would hope so.
I would assume.
What? This is a weird first couple of rounds. But as I was saying, if you're Infused, man, like, you definitely want to get to the bracket, you know? These were the guys, the leftovers during that EU roster mania last second before that LCQ, so it'd be great for them.
And to your point, you know, these first couple of rounds, you have to imagine this is high stakes here, guys. You win 2 search and destroy maps and you're in bracket play. I'm sure that there's probably going to be a little bit of nerves. Plus, you're going straight into a search and destroy, right? You don't have that 10-minute warm-up to you know, really shoot your gun straight in a hard point. You're just going straight into the deep end.
Absolutely. And you're used to sort of other teams being in that room. Right. Now you're the only two in there.
That's what I was going to bring up next. Is these guys have been used to hearing and feeling the energy of that room. Now the pressure's on even more. It's just quiet.
I will say there was a lot of teams that have stayed here to watch this, though. I know the Fnatic boys are out there trying to show some European support.
Mindfreak, I saw.
Mindfreak, they're out there as well.
Yeah, but they're tiptoeing around. You don't hear them.
That's true.
That's true. There's actually no sound of footsteps in Australia.
Yeah.
They don't have that sound.
Cool. They all run dead silence?
Yep. Wow. It's a hemisphere thing.
Cool.
Let's see if Clink can make a play on bridge. You guys are crazy.
Yeah, Clint.
I'm supposed to be the crazy one.
I've already seen an improvement. They didn't run the bomb into Cathedral this time. They decided to plant.
And in this strategy right here, it's going to come down to number 3, Human Jesus. Ooh. You can kind of tell he's setting up for the flank. All of Infused sort of back Church, and again, it's on this guy, Hayton, Human Jesus. He's got to make the play. And he could just do that.
There's one. Now you've got yourself a 2v2.
Couldn't get away.
Hate 1v2. Nelson and Zerg still alive. They're going to fly at him. He falls, and Infused go 2-1 up.
I don't like that play if you're a Human Jesus. You're in that tight corridor. You have an ERAD. Challenge the next guy. At least make it a 1v1 for your teammate.
Is that a confidence thing, do you think?
Yeah, he just ran away. Absolutely, it's a confidence thing. He slid away, frightened.
Scared.
So what? I'm trying to think back to last year. So last year, I know we had 6 European teams get into bracket play. Right now we have 3. Could have a 4th if Infused do it. Who got in from APAC last year?
None.
Was it none made it through?
I don't believe so. No.
So it could go up to 2. Interesting. I was trying to think back. I couldn't remember. I didn't maybe.
I'm almost positive they all lost in groups.
Okay.
I will believe you on that one. Infused now 2-1 up.
I believe anything Joey D says.
Yeah, Nelson is 4-1. Juju, well, he was looking for redemption. So far, it's not going well. 0-3. Lethal 2-1 down as well. And we're looking at Nelson's perspective. He has the hot hand so far for Infused. Can he keep it going now?
That's 3 in Bike Shop? Oh, 2. Well, 3 in that area. We typically don't see this, but Lethal, they're playing very confident. Someone snuck by.
They've got to wait.
That's Clink, and Hate gets first blood as well. So this is a huge play, and Zerg could get picked off here.
Yeah, Zerg's just got to run. Once he sees that player with the cover where only his head can be seen, he's got to book it on out of there. And yeah, it's going to be a full team rotation call now from Infused, and I like this. This is the right play. Human Jesus, though, watching this cross, sees at least one here. Oh, now gets away his position, but it's a free kill.
Immediately
can't get away with it. Good trigger discipline from him, though, on the first to wait and get the easy kill. 2 players left for Infused now. We'll see if Nile and Zerg are able to clutch it. Nile does have bomb at least, and any kills he can find in this disadvantage work out since he's the camo player.
You can just tell like how nervous both these teams
Oh,
are.
you can
This is such a
rounds.
different search and destroy than we've seen ever. Like they're just taking, obviously besides the first 2 rounds that were super fast, but these next couple have been so slow.
So unbelievably so. Snail's pace, and I can tell you, the pressure is definitely even seeping through into the production area. Everyone kind of just glued eyes to screens as trades come through. Infuse now 3-1 advantage. Looking very, very good. And for Lethal, I feel like they just have to get a little bit of confidence back. This is an
that was a
unconfident
4v2, right? And it quickly turned into a 2v3, but Lethal, they had that early advantage, so you cannot throw rounds like that away.
Especially at that pace, too.
I forgot about it because it was really so. It was such a long, drawn-out round. But, yeah, Lethal, you cannot throw that, you know, sort of man lead away.
No.
Yes, you just realized that.
Oh, jeez.
Stop it.
Sorry.
Don't even bring it up.
Okay. All right. Well, Juju has bomb. We'll see if he's going to be able to try and get a plant. Already has that 1 to his name, so keep an eye on that stat line, of course. See if he can try and get the second of the game. Infused, of course, they are 3-1 up. There is the bomb being planted. Advantage, Lethal Gaming.
Zerg now pushing towards this flank. Don't think he was spotted, or else they would have. Yeah, he was definitely not spotted. Free kill on the Human Jesus. There's a second nearby. I like the angle he's holding. This is Clink playing by laying down. Yeah, Zerg not ready for that at all. 3 versus 3.
Nicely done.
Again, it's Nile there for the quick trade.
He answers back, and they have advantage.
He saw both.
They both in bike here. They got the collapses in. Can they somehow win these gunfights? Both picked up by Nile.
That's huge, too, because he's going to need the defuse, and he's 25 points away from Shrieks.
Oh, no.
And he's the camo player.
Kill off camo, yeah. I mean, I was saying last round how it's be okay if he just got a couple kills, even if they lost the round. This one, he completely dominates.
And the thing to me is, right, this Infuse roster, besides Alex, all 3 of these other guys, you know, even Zerg, they've been in, you know, competitions. They've been on top teams, you know, where those nerfs come in. Lethal Gaming, not so much.
So let's think about Nile. Nile was on, what, Red Reserve?
Nolson on Millennium.
He gets dropped. Nolson gets dropped.
Yeah.
Now both those teams might not get into bracket play, and you get in. It's another one of those feel-good stories.
Man.
Feeling good, baby.
Feels real good, let me tell you. But as it stands, Infused, they do have that advantage. It's 4-1. Lethal Gaming need to get something going, and
I like that.
Juju has to get something going.
See what the first thing they did was they sent Nile up with a trophy, because if that trophy blocks 1 grenade, he earns that Trinity rocket, and then they can basically go for a free plant. Unfortunately, no nades are thrown.
That should tell them something, though, right? That there's not much presence over on that typically bridge site, because usually someone throws that
now
grenade.
look at the timing. He's going to re-pick up the trophy and plop it down again, I believe.
Juju still looking for that first kill.
Yeah, he did. He moved it forward a few feet.
Throw a nade, please!
Yeah, he's like
please throw it!
He's begging.
That's great.
So close to the streaks. So close to the camo. Will he be able to get it?
Here comes the nade. Unfortunately, the trophy system not there. Clink, he's got players surging up at him. The bomb will go down from Nile, and that will earn him the first streak. Does he use it for basically a free round win? He can. Yeah, I love this right here. There is no cover for these players in arches.
Top of the stairs, the top of the stair, the archway.
Okay, there you go.
But they all know they're on the staircase, so.
It forces them in.
Juju could have been a 1v3. Not gonna happen. But Infused, they are making this look simple.
I remember reading some tweets saying Nile was the problem. Nile was this. Well, Nile's on his way to playing in bracket play. I know it's not there yet, obviously. We still have a lot of search to play, but
one big thing to take note of.
Has to feel so good.
The boys of Infused now have a bombardment to use as well, and active camo. They can now, or no camo yet, sorry. But they can stack this lower street site and retake top bridge with bombardment easily.
And you're just seeing them make the right plays, right? Yep. Like Nile calling down that Trinity rocket. We've seen some times where these players just forget what they're doing, right? And not make the right play call, and you can see all of Infused knowing that. Lethal there inside right now.
Well, they got him trapped in. Their only exit really is back towards lower street to try and get the plant at the B site. Searching for anything, but you can see the passive defense he had from Infused in the back. Scarab will be destroyed. Nile wants to at least check the bombardment.
He called it in. Okay,
I don't
like that
I did
play.
not think he was calling it. Oh, well, I don't hate it now. The perfect timing. He was playing the bomb.
And camo
earned.
So bomb. Oh, no, he wasn't. I thought he got the guy planting. So he is on the site.
Yeah.
Juju just saw 2 people cross as well here. Puts himself, puts himself in a great position to just shred through. He finds one. Now you got yourself a 2 versus 3. Now's just used something as well, and he will kill Hate. So Juju, 1v3. You want redemption. This is your time.
You have no time.
That is the problem.
And this entire round, they were able to sort of
gonna
escape.
get lucky timing?
Oh, maybe.
Come on. Do it for me.
Oh, no. But basically what I was saying is that entire time, he was up in that bedroom just waiting. I feel like they could have got that bomb down and at least made that situation a little bit easier on themselves.
It's almost as if they were just very afraid of the streak, right? That's how it looked, but then ironically enough, the streak comes through. And
I incorrectly assumed it was the bomb planter. I just imagined they were trying to get it down. I figured that's who the bombardment was going to pick up.
So we're now guaranteed a third search.
Yes.
Because now it's MF versus Lethal next, and neither obviously Lethal just lost.
This is where it gets interesting, right? Because if Mindfreak beat Lethal, then there's no way we go to a second set.
Yes.
Right. It's just that last search and destroy
We'll
is
decide it.
for the spot. Lethal are in a lucky position. I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. Lethal have just played a map. Mindfreak have just watched a map. Mindfreak obviously haven't shot their gun. Is the knowledge of seeing, because it's the same map, is the knowledge the advantage here, or is playing the map the advantage?
I don't think, probably playing the map, because I don't think you learned a lot if you're a Mind Freak, because Lethal, I just think they simply got outplayed.
Yep.
They looked very nervous. I'm really confident if I'm Mind Freak, because you just tell, you felt the nerves from this team.
It's retell again?
Yes. It's the exact same map. Again, to reiterate.
I would say playing it then too, yeah.
Yeah. I would say, I would agree, personally, yeah. But to reiterate, Mindfreak versus Lethal. Lethal is 0-1 now in Search and Destroys. If Lethal lose this next Search and Destroy, then they're done for. They're not qualified for bracket play. Then we just have a simple Search and Destroy between Infused and Mindfreak. If, however, Mindfreak lose, then there is still that scenario for a 3-way tie, but it isn't guaranteed. Of course, that last game still could decide it.
Does anyone know the difference? Because that SMD is going to be for how much money? I'm curious, like the difference between getting knocked out and getting in. I don't know off the top of my head, but that'd be a cool thing to know. I always love that. One search and destroy for $25,000.
While we're waiting, we have a couple minutes while the other team sets up. I'm sure production can get the prize pool graphic for
It's
us,
probably not
so
that
take a look.
crazy, but it's got to be a decent chunk of change, right? Because I know the difference between third and fourth was $2,500 personally.
So
again, the winning team.
10,000 to 12,000 is the jump between the bottom and top. I mean, there is a look at our pricing graphic. So 25th and 32nd is 10,000. 17th and 24th, which is third place in your pool.
So another 2,500.
So yeah, 2,500 for guaranteed bracket play.
$2,500 SMD.
So not too drastic, but still, it's more money. It's more money. I was just curious.
But I think that the key is it isn't just the guaranteed. It opens your potential to go
obviously.
on a huge run and tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars at potential tap. But again, to reiterate, as it stands, Infused have the advantage in our 3-way tiebreaker. We're going to do a quick commercial break. When we return, Mindfreak versus Lethal. Lethal's tournament life on the line. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2017 CWL Championship presented by PlayStation 4. Coverage of Day 2 group play is coming to an end from our studio suite here in the Amway Center, Florida. We are currently involved in our three-way tie. Woo! It's pretty crazy stuff, of course. With 3 teams left, 1 spot left in our bracket. Of course, I believe this all happened in Pool C, I believe it was. United, of course, in there with Lethal, Mindfreak, and Infused. United made slight work of their competition, but everyone else was left at 1 and 2.
And it'll take a tiny bit more time to go map to map than usual, because this is almost like series to series in the sense that you're swapping teams in. So we'll get to as quickly as we can. Sorry for the extended break, but, you know, the guys need to get set up, get comfortable.
I mean, this is for bracket play. Like, we got to give the players a little bit of time to at least shoot their guns.
Don't.
Joe, if you were a player and I said that to you, you would have you would
right.
have kicked me in the nether region. But anyway, there a look at our group. Of course, we know our 3 teams, Lethal, Mindfreak, and Infused. And the big question, of course, on many people's minds is, well, where are they going to end up when they finally get through? Well, Rise Nation is waiting for them in the wonderful championship bracket. We know all of our teams now, all of our matches, apart from that one final one. Of course, the top side, OpTic Gaming versus Mindfreak Black. Pretty unfortunate draw for Mindfreak Black. Enigma 6 versus Splyce. FaZe Clan versus Straight Rippin'. Rise Nation versus the winner of our round robin. United versus Luminosity. Fnatic versus Legions. Ghost Gaming versus Cloud9. And at the bottom there, Team Envious versus Epsilon.
And I'll tell you what, I mean, I don't think any of us, well, I certainly didn't. I did not think Rise Nation was going to sort of take that first seed. I thought they would get through.
Get out of here. You didn't even have a #1 seed. You said they were going to go on a run, which I respect.
I had Rise top 8 as good as top 3. That is documented.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, but did you have them first in the pool?
No.
I don't think I ever selected that, actually. Did we ever do positioning in pools? I don't think we ever selected that for any of the things we did.
I'll allow your prediction to
Thank you.
stand.
Appreciate that.
Of course, as we said, Lethal, Mindfreak, Infused involved in a 3-way tie. We've already had our first match. Infused 6-1 Lethal, which puts the pressure on Lethal now as they go up against Mindfreak in what is a must-win for them. But it seems we had our bracket. I was going to ask you for predictions there on many of those games. Of course,
it's a memory game.
It's a what?
Oh, it's a memory
We're back.
game.
I know the first one. OpTic Gaming, Mindfreak Black.
OpTic Gaming.
I know the bottom.
Who's going to win that?
OpTic Gaming, 3-0. On to the next one.
That was quick. You're not giving the Australians any love?
Next
their
one,
S&D has been good.
Next one was what?
Cool.
Splyce E6? Splyce E6?
Well, if we want to bring it up and actually go through and just chat predictions,
I would love
why
to,
not?
That's what we were doing, but as you can tell by the screen going black, there's probably some sort of program issue there.
All right, I'll go fix it.
Yeah, that's the worst nightmare.
So far, you two, you're doing things.
Whoa, I just fixed it.
Thanks, Clint. Appreciate it.
E6
Enigma 6 Splyce. All right. This is an interesting one because
E6.
I'm going to say E6 as well, actually. I'm surprised. Okay, I thought someone was going to say Splyce. No?
I think I am. I just think based off respawn, Splyce has not looked great at all since really stage 2.
Uncle Jack?
E6.
Wow.
I think they're the
E6,
favorite,
I think
right?
E6 winning 4.
All 4 of us go E6. All right, moving on.
And that'll be interesting, right? Because we'll have OpTic E6, and E6 is...
They knocked them out of Anaheim,
They beat them in Anaheim. Yeah. 2 hard points in a game 5.
And they almost beat them in stage 1 as well.
That's a scary winners round 2, man.
It's not easy, that's for sure. I mean, Splyce versus OpTic Gaming. I mean, we're riding out Mindfreak Black, but I mean...
Yes, we are.
Okay, I didn't want to say it. But FaZe Clan versus Straight Rippin', of course, underneath
this one.
I'm going FaZe handily.
You're going FaZe?
I am
Jack?
as well.
I had Straight Rippin' in my top 8. I'm sticking with him, baby.
I'm with Jack on this one.
Let's go, man.
I think Straight Rippin' beat FaZe. I think FaZe right now look completely disgruntled. I don't think they look as if they have fantastic team chemistry. And I think if there was a time they lose, this is my key. If there was a time they lose, it would be winners round 1.
I think FaZe look very beatable in Search and Destroy, and I'm absolutely certain that the boys of Straight Rippin' are capable of sneaking a respawn off. I think that if Straight Rippin' win, it's going to be in 5 games.
And Timp hasn't seen a main stage in 2 years.
And think how excited he's going to be. That is my concern. Dashy's never seen a main stage, let alone that beast behind us.
Didn't Straight just lose to Fnatic?
Yes.
And you would you take FaZe over Fnatic?
At this point?
Yeah, I mean, I would.
I wouldn't.
I think it'd be a good series, but I still take FaZe.
I would as well.
Well, let's go.
FaZe.
I think Rise beats whoever's coming out of this. I don't think.
Yes. Agreed. I think everyone would probably agree with that one.
Not to knock what's happening right now, but I think Rise beats any of these teams.
Underneath that, though, this is the big one. Whew. This is the biggest winners round 1.
I think this is
United.
This is a bracket buster, right?
Gee, this is like, I mean, it happens, you know? How do you see this one going? Joe, start with you.
So the biggest thing is we've seen Luminosity obviously be the best team in the world. And Stage 2 playoffs, when they played OpTic Gaming, they just got ran over, right? Luminosity has to slay well in order to be in games. I feel like United's the opposite. They're always there. And you saw sort of the United guys. They feel like their hardpoint's one of the best, if not the best in the world. And right now they haven't dropped a map.
Of course, they were in this group where we're involved with our tiebreaker. That is the reason we have a tiebreaker, because they're flawless right now.
I understand they haven't lost a map.
You have to take that with a pinch of salt.
I don't think this group was very difficult for them.
Agreed.
I think Luminosity take it.
I think United game 5.
I think United in 3.
I feel like everything tells me I should say United, but I just LG.
You got the feeling LG is going to click?
That's
that
what
S&D
scares
win
me.
rate? Come on, that's
and
playoffs,
playoffs,
not good enough.
it wasn't very good either.
That's not good enough.
I remember, I think in our call, I said, you know, if they win more than 60% of their S&D, they win this entire thing.
Well, they're doing half that.
Don't forget too, in their series versus Vitality, they were only winning the hard points by like 30 seconds in both. They dropped an S&D.
And you want to talk about what happened when they played good competition in Rise?
Yeah,
the
smoked.
uplink was almost, what, 25?
Trust me, I get it.
I don't know what
still
that
going
was.
LG.
Neither do I, but it was good. Looked good. You're going LG? I'm a United.
I think
Jack?
I'm crazy, and I always am. But
Well,
LG.
it's not crazy.
United, well,
we know the potential of Luminosity, but United has just seemed, in every single game type, they just seem to be a better team.
If this was 2 weeks ago, I pick LG without even hesitation.
That's true.
So that's why, like, I think they've had a bad couple days, but they'll be all right.
Bad couple of weeks.
I would imagine
Of gameplay, it's actually been like 3 days total, right?
I tell you what, I bet you if I went down to the player room right now, I bet you we'd probably see a Luminosity phase scrim going on. I just feel like those teams are probably like, neither of us are playing well, let's scrim. We're on the opposite side of the bracket.
I mean, that'd be smart, right?
Someone listen to me, go confirm. I want to seem real smart.
Joe actually just got confirmation that is actually going on right now in the player room.
You got confirmation?
That's confirmation.
No, from who?
That's happening. The producer in my ear just said that that's happening.
Wow. Ethan, thank you, Ethan.
Ben's lying.
Moving on. Fnatic versus Allegiance.
I'm
going to be honest, I think the Europeans take that one.
Yeah, I feel good about Fnatic. I honestly,
Jack?
I spoke to Tommy. I spoke to Tommy, and he said, "Please tell me you guys didn't do a listen-in during our series." I was like, "Why? What's wrong?" And he said that right now, if Fnatic start to go down to teams that they think of mentally as lesser teams, they go on tilt very fast. He said, "Maddie, so Scraps will start to tilt, then Wuskins will begin to argue with him." And at one point, Tommy, in that last series they played, when it was like 3-3 and S&D, literally had to yell at his team, tell everyone to shut up, reset, and then they steamrolled from there. ALG, in my opinion, if I'm Fnatic, probably not a better team than what I expect of myself. That makes me worry about their tilt factor.
Remember, I can't remember what series it was after. It was during Stage 2. Fnatic had a nice win over a team that they weren't favored against. They lost to another team, and there were some very choice words from Scraps. But on Twitter, he's like, you know, we beat the good teams and we lose to the bleep, 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 bleep. So, yes, to that point, he gets very angry.
There's a couple more bleeps in the tweet.
Very quickly. Yeah, I mean, we've seen that happen like multiple times. So
I mean, they expect such high standard from themselves. You go back a couple of months, they were, you know, one of the better European teams. I think had a little bit of a lull. Let's be honest, they did. They started to struggle a little bit, but it seems like now they found winning ways.
They're just surviving, it seems. Right. They've been in some tough pools, right, in Stage 2, and they just survive. Obviously, they beat Enigma 6 in Stage 2. That's how they got to that position they're in now. So we'll see. Allegiance is another young team, and as you guys said, if you're worried about Dashy on the main stage, well, you have all 4 players who aren't used to being on the main stage. They're going onto that beast back there. Can you see all the lights?
There's a lot of lights.
What was it like when you played on like a main stage? For example, like COD XP.
So long. I was just zoned in, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a machine, though. I expect nothing
I was
less.
winning.
That's why you were COD XP champ, baby.
Somehow our night, you know, we were casting the final match together. Turned into us casting a match to us casting a match, doing a thrown together bracket show, and also covering this crazy S&D series to find out who's my last team in.
Yeah.
I wouldn't rather do it with any other gentleman than you three.
Thank you very much, Clint. Of course, we still have 2 games I do want to touch on. One is actually interesting. Ghost versus Cloud9. Of course, that's the second to last one. How do you see that one going, Joe?
To be honest, Cloud9 didn't really impress me in that last matchup. I would go towards Ghosts. I think Lacefield's going to be pumped to play against Cloud9. You're going to hear a lot of yelling from that guy. So I'm going to go towards Ghosts. I like their tactics. I'm leaning towards their way.
I just see the map loading up, Ben. I have no idea what you asked, but I just know we're starting the second
Ghost or
map.
Ghost or Cloud9?
Real quick.
Ghost.
Ghost? Real quick.
Patrick freaking
Cloud9.
price.
Epsilon Envious, the last one. We started it, I want to finish it.
Envy.
Envy. Yeah, I'm Envy as well. Anyway, back to the
enjoyed
reason
the
we are still
bracket
here. We have our three-way tiebreaker.
A slow start and a quick finish.
And it's going to be funny. In the pregame tomorrow, I'll probably change half my picks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I actually don't remember who I
remember them. So you're all good. Anyway, as I said, the three-way tiebreaker. The winner of this three-way tiebreaker has their spot in the championship winners bracket where Rise Nation awaits. We have Lethal, Mindfreak, Infused. We've seen Infused 6-1 Lethal, which means now for it's actually not Lethal playing. So that was wrong. So it's Mindfreak versus Infused.
So I'm guessing if Infused win this, it would be over.
Let's get confirmation because
It'd be done.
If Infused win, they have won twice.
Yep.
They have their spot in bracket play.
That makes sense.
Well, that mixes things up.
Yeah. Mindfreak need to win this map to
the
stay alive.
pressure's on.
So Lethal, I mean, they're sat watching, probably biting their nails, praying to God that Mindfreak win this so they have a chance of redemption
the
themselves.
Australian gods.
They most definitely are. But as we said, Infused 6-1 Lethal with somewhat ease. Now, as we said, pressure on Mindfreak to come out and get themselves a win of their own, and that's a good start for Dens.
He has put so many shots. Can someone finish these kills for him?
Nolson did for him.
Thank you, Nolson.
And Zerg.
Thank you, sir.
Nice shots, baby. Oh my, they might clutch this.
And the last guy's in bike. They're expecting to say, see him. Shox is tagged up. They've got to push the agenda. They get it done.
Nolson, baby.
Nolson with 3 kills and a team kill.
So
Helps
4 kills.
Infused take the round.
Let's go Europe.
Unbelievable. Like I thought Dens, like after he shot everything, what, 1 kill, made 2 one-shot, and they somehow still end up winning.
Then they team
even
kill?
after the team kill. I mean that kill Nolson got, what, I guess his second.
And
was
this
the big
is,
difference.
This is a Mindfreak team. They've been in these tiebreaker situations before. I believe twice. Yep. So they know what this is like. And in terms of veterans, all 4 of these guys have been playing forever. So
no excuses.
Don't expect rounds like that from them.
Yeah, I mean, in this scenario, I mean,
but
I know sloppy rounds can never happen, but right now,
what I will say,
really can't.
What I will say is you have just had Infused playing. Bear that in mind. Mindfreak, you know, obviously I know they had just had time to warm up, but still, you know, you're being thrown into the deep end here. Infused 1-0 up.
We say that there's times in games where it's like a swing moment, right? Something that you remember when the game ends. That first round right there already is one of those scenarios. They not only get first blood, they get a free bomb plant, they know exactly where the enemies are pushing from, and there's a team kill from Infused, and they still throw away the round.
And I love that play from Nolson because he was getting flanked by 2 guys, and you know he's still 300 away from Shrieks, but Dens just is shooting real well right now.
Does he have to kill everyone?
Dens wants to be in the bracket.
Well, 2 rounds, 2 first bloods for Dens. All 3 of his team's kills. Now, I'll tell you what, if you lose this round, I become legitimately concerned.
Well, Dens is dead, so it's not looking good.
How did he just get away?
The trophy saved him. Nolson with 1. More players pushing. He spots a second.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, no. Oh!
He was on a shriek as well. That was almost...
If he hit a shot beat down there for the final kill, I would have changed my first name to Nolson.
That would have, yeah, that first round then into a 2v4. Like,
you know, Nolson Dunlap doesn't sound too bad.
I don't have an A in my last name, Joe.
Huh?
My name's would be Nolson Dunlop, not Dunlap.
Dunlap.
Okay.
We
I
changed.
thought your name was Jack Dunlap.
Dunlap.
Dude!
Here we go. All tied up at 1-1. Mindfreak narrowly taking that round. Nolson almost again with heroics. You've got, what, 3 kills for Dens. 5 of the 7 kills for Nolson on the side of Infused.
It's definitely a shaky start for Mindfreak, that's for sure. But
Dens going hunting. Maybe he'll get his 3rd first blood.
Potentially.
Yep. 3rd first blood. Every single round it's been Dens. And just like round number 1, he gets a first blood and Infused somehow takes control. Now Shox has to try and clutch up. He's already tagged, getting away with his life. 1 shot, but does get out. So what, he's got 1 in curb, 1 outside of curb.
Oh, he's going to get bad timing.
Doesn't check the corner. He does get away, though. He should be pinched in a moment, and down he goes. I'd be so flustered if I was Dens right now. And, I mean, just because you have literally every first blood.
And you're down 1-2.
Yeah.
Definitely infuriating again to reiterate the importance of this one map of Search and Destroy. Infused beat Lethal 6-1. If Infused beat Mindfreak, they will book their ticket into the championship bracket. From Mindfreak, they need to win here. Then they would also need to play Lethal, or they would need to beat Lethal as well.
Can we go to Dens just because, I mean, he's on.
Why watch anyone else?
He's on a streak right now when it comes to first bloods. And I apologize if he doesn't get it, but I want to see what he's doing to get in these positions.
He's absolutely not going to this round.
He's slowed down completely.
And I like this round from Mindfreak because they're still playing confident. You know, you still have to use your strategies in a round. Zerg takes down Nile. Not sure how that happened.
That's his second team kill as well.
Den's probably shot Nile a little bit.
Yeah, but that's the thing. When you get into intense situations in Search and Destroy, sometimes you sort of back off. You play a little slow. You know, but Mindfreak just not caring. They take that mid-map control.
We talk a lot about Den's playing well for Mindfreak. Look at Nelson right now. 6-1, Maeve. He's having a great start.
All started with that first round, and he has a chance for more kills. He has health here, too, on the backside. So Zerg at least able to trade one. There should be another weak player around. Back and forth we go. It's all Nolson at 1v2. Can't clutch up. 2-2.
And what's interesting is
Give me around 11.
I was just thinking about it. I'm pretty sure, to Joe's point, when Mindfreak and even some of the other Australians have been involved in these three-way tiebreakers, the Search and Destroys, I vaguely remember, I think, was it 2013 or was it 2014 when they were involved in one? I think they won both their S&Ds in round 11.
Well, it wasn't the 2014
no,
one because I won that one.
So it's 2013.
Yeah, could be.
You know, what's interesting about today, I'm pretty sure, you're allowed to correct me on Twitter if I'm wrong, but I think we've only had one 5-game series today. And these are basically all game 5s, right? Like
yeah, same intensity.
We have one all day, and then this kind of makes up for the lack of game 5s, right?
Shock's 0-4. He's going to want to step up. This for sure is Den's now. He has his FDL, Nile, some...
well, he just found the whole team. He was like, wow, I did not expect all of you to be running up the stairs.
They're going to go for this. They're going to try to charge into 3 pre-aiming players with FTL jump when they've got the bomb planted. Okay.
Yeah, that was a strange round. Oh, let him know.
Buzzo's getting hyped!
Okay, Buzzo.
I've never seen that
Mitchell!
from him in my entire life.
Buzzo's getting hyped!
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Neither have I.
I loved it. I absolutely loved it.
Well, yeah. He's usually a pretty calm guy.
He is.
He's only cool, calm, and collected right there.
I just saw more energy from Buzzo right there than in the 2 years I've known him.
And let's slow it down maybe for new viewers for a moment. Buzzo's the guy that's taken a ton of flack this year. For being past his prime, well past it, some would say.
He's almost a detriment.
To be fair, it isn't Search and Destroy, which has been his problem.
I know, I get that, but still, for him to come up big right now, I think is a great story for everybody.
Yep. He's one of those guys who's typically sort of in the backpack, but playing very well right now.
Extremely well indeed. Bomb goes down. Looking at Den's perspective, can he find the pick? Open the door for Mindfreak to retake the bomb site.
Bike side.
Den draws one. Buzzo should be able to find another one. He does get the kill. Little lucky, but we'll take it. Now it's a 1v2. It's all down to Nolson, who's 9-3. He falls. It's Buzzo with the pick. He's going to get the defuse as well. Mindfreak 2 rounds away from forcing a game versus Lethal, who, quite frankly, Search and Destroy has been abysmal.
His MV4 looks like a buzzsaw. He's just sliding forward, hip firing, and everything's dropping in front of him. Like, what? I'm assuming they're both pretty weak there, but still, a couple wild kills.
Look at the hits that came in. 2 from Dens, 1 from Shock. Buzzo sneezed on him.
Team shooting right there.
God bless him.
He hit him with some Vegemite. And to get that kill, now it's 4-2 Mindfreak.
That's stuff they eat in Australia.
That is. I'm keeping it regional for the
I thought
viewers. What time is it?
I thought that was a Pokemon.
You really are old.
Yes.
Well, Mindfreak.
Buzzo, close to Trinity, 1 kill.
Or a bomb
plant, right?
Yeah,
look at his health! Did you see Buzzo's health?
Yeah, it was a sniper rifle, Jack.
Oh my gosh. I thought he took fall damage too.
Turns out snipers don't tickle you.
Wow. I'll be honest, I thought he got hit by an NV4.
I did too.
Right?
I saw a scope. No, I just saw a scope, Jack.
4-2. Mindfreak.
He sees him.
Sees a little turtle.
Can Buzzo get... Oh, now there's a scarab in his face.
That's the turtle. Now 4v4. Nile trying to stay alive. Nolson just holding this entire lane with a sniper. Buzzo's still peeking towards this area.
And Buzzo...
You're brave considering how close the streaks you are.
He needs this plant, right? Yeah, the Trinity Rocket could just seal the game. And it's Buzzo. And it's Buzzo. What a snipe from Nolson. Stops the streak short. May put the round into their favor as well. 3v2 advantage here for Infused. Can Dens and Shots...
Look at the time. Look at how much time this took off the clock. They've got to make a move right now.
Going for the plant. They just spotted Shocks in the close corner.
Dens has picked up bomb. Just want to go for the plant instead. He forces the engagement. 13 seconds left. Shocks 1v3.
This round did not make sense to me. You know there's a sniper back there. Just go the other way.
Yeah, wrap and go plant it.
And not only that, everyone's already rotated at that point. There's 4 people there to help defend the site.
And from Nolson's perspective, that pick on Buzzo, Merc, you assume now they know that he isn't getting in those streaks.
Probably, yeah.
You would hope so.
Yeah, absolutely. So I believe Infused know that. Just not a good round from Mindfreak at all.
Very, very strangely played out, but for Infused,
maybe they thought they were invisible.
Yeah, maybe.
Nolson, man. Nolson has been incredible since round 1.
He's trying to make a statement. He got dropped.
Bear in mind, again, to reiterate here, if Infused do win this map, they are in the bracket play.
Think about it. Game 1, Nile, the guy dropped, goes big, right? Game 2, Nolson, the other guy dropped in the team, going huge. You think it doesn't help to have a chip on your shoulder? It does.
That's why I'm thinking about United, dude. Clay's got a big old chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
Back to the discussion about brackets earlier on.
Chip the size of a boulder.
Yeah, back to this though. Mindfreak still 4-3 advantage. Ooh. And for Infused again, 3 more rounds of search and destroy in this map.
This is such a weird round. They're both just. It's very similar to last round.
It's
very similar to last round. Nobody's rotating. They're both just like holding their ground.
Oh,
what a kill by Zerg.
Zerg, and now they're like, okay, time to rotate.
See you later.
Goodbye now.
All 4 red arrows making their way over.
Dens. He's got his hands full here. He's going to spot out.
Dens could get godlike timing.
Oh, he got bad timing, actually.
Missed his shots anyway, so it didn't really matter. 2v4. Bomb goes down as well. Buzzo stuck between a rock and a hard place. This is not looking good for Mindfreak. Infused should be good to tie this one up.
Yeah, like, I mean, from Infused, there's no one, like, kind of hunting by themselves, giving the 2 players here from Mindfreak a chance to really make a play. As I say that, Zerg gets the back and does get a kill, but they do bring it back, tied up at 4-4.
And if you're Mindfreak now, you know what Infused does on their offensive rounds. They just sit back in their base because people play so aggressive on retail defense. They just try to work that pick, and as soon as they do, they move to a bomb site together. So Mindfreak, on their defense, they have to play more patient.
You just saw right there as well. In a 1v4, Buzzo was already moving towards the site. That gave Nile another kill towards his camo. He's had a very slow map so far, so he's only halfway there. Again, if he can turn things up here, maybe if it goes to round 11, he might earn it just in time if he can begin to get more involved in the kills.
Of course, had a 4-2 advantage. Infused have tied it back up.
And like we mentioned, payload advantage big time.
Massively.
Buzzo as well. The only person close to their payload, his would just be Centurion.
Yep. So
thrilling.
Yeah, it's like, oh,
well,
all possibilities.
You know, it's a game that more than likely won't be decided by a camo.
Look at how passive this is, man. Is this going to be another free plant for Mindfreak? This is just like the first round.
Yeah, Infused has been doing this, like I said. So patient.
That should be a pick. Oh, not going to happen now. Not cleaning that kill up, so still a 4 versus 4. Problem is, for Infused, Mindfreak now know that they've retaken that bomb site. Is anyone on the bomb? I think someone might be.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
I think someone's defused.
Nope. They're in a gunfight.
I was going to say
I'm surprised they didn't have anybody hold, like, I don't know, get the crossfire and steps to some degree, but it's working out. Fida. Last one up, tags, but can't finish. They're on the bomb.
He's
at the end of the round.
He stuck that. Zerg had full confidence in his teammates. Mindfreak are collapsing in front of our eyes.
A 4-2 lead, just one away.
And can we check the payloads that we do have on Infused at the beginning? I assume one probably FDL, it was earned early. I just want to see if it's reactive. That's the main thing I'm curious about. See if maybe they can invest that and just close this game out right here, as you have nothing available on the other side. So FTL and Centurion, actually, they're very close to reactive. Okay, so
Mindfreak kind of catching up right there.
Yeah, you got to break that. Yeah, you have none of the payloads that are really going to just ice this game, right?
Yep.
Oh, look at this hit coming in. Is Nile going to be able to survive this? They're flying at him.
How does Nile get a kill?
Okay, it is traded out, though.
Oh, Shock's going for a double. So weak as well. Has he got anyone in support to help in case he needs to be traded? This is a 3v3 again. Infused win this round. They will be in bracket play.
And remember, this is not just pressure on these two teams. You got Lethal sitting and watching, just rooting for Mindfreak to come back in this.
As now, Shocks is inching on up. They should plant the bomb for Market.
Oh, Infused is on.
Well, Infused is on offense.
Yeah,
so that's completely wrong.
That's what I'm saying. That look at, like, Infused is so patient on offense.
I literally.
We've been here a long time, Jack.
Yeah.
And I do that frequently, so.
My fault. They won't plant the bomb at A.
Maybe next round.
But look, you know, if you do get a plan for Zerg, he's
I love this.
Oh my God!
Zerg! Are you kidding me?
And he's 25 off his Trinity now.
But they have Centurion on, so they'll know.
Yep.
He knows. Definitely knows.
He's just going to plant it and get the Trinity rocket.
Oh no. Oh. No.
7 kill streak
That's it?
for Zerg.
Oh. Infused is in!
For Infused.
Wow.
I believe there was a you choke yelled by Zerg.
Wow, I would be yelling
straight.
too. Buzzo after that 3-piece got real loud.
That's why you
it was real serious.
Wait till later in the game to start shouting, maybe.
Well, congratulations to Infuse. They have progressed through to bracket play. They comfortably beat Lethal 6-1 in the first Search and Destroy in the 3-way tiebreaker. And they beat Mindfreak 6-4. And for Mindfreak, that has to feel bad. Obviously, Mindfreak Black, they progressed through to bracket play. Mindfreak not able to do the same. You can see there.
Heartbreak.
Definite heartbreak. Of course, there is still the placement game that is going to be decided. So Mindfreak still have to play Lethal for that little bit extra change. That's going to be broadcasted on the Charlie stream. So if you do want to watch that exclusively, you can see that 3rd, 4th placement game. But that now, boys, completes our bracket. Rise Nation will play Infused in winners round 1. And what a championship bracket that is.
Wow.
We're going to the arena, baby.
Folks, the stage is set literally and figuratively. You've watched the stage get built behind us, and now our matches are set here. I cannot wait.
Oh, I believe we actually have Rich, who immediately grabbed an Infused player for an interview, wanted to get the immediate reaction to how it feels to qualify for that championship bracket. Rich, over to you.
I am with Niall, who has just qualified to play on the main stage. If I asked you if this was the way you were going to qualify, I assume you would say the answer no. Definitely a very interesting way to qualify. What exactly is the emotion like for the guys in the seed trying to go through this tiebreaker?
Well, I mean, it's a bit of a tough one because we played them both before, obviously, and we just lost to Mindfreak. So we did win. We did come back on the S&D 5-2. So we knew like we had the advantage in the S&D game mode. We just need to play our game, and it's a bit tough as well because we played Lethal on the same map before we played Mindfreak, and obviously they had the opportunity to watch and see where like our preferences were, like where we like to go and what we like to do on the rounds, like when we plant and stuff. So we just kind of had to like. We, against Lethal, they let us like play our own game, so we just kind of like reran the same few strats over and over again, and they weren't really like adapting to us. So after that, I felt pretty comfortable because again, like we came back 5-2 against Mindfreak last time we played him, so I was pretty confident.
Now, I could have picked anyone on your team to do the interview with. I picked you for a very particular reason. That reason, Red Reserve. That was the squad you were on. Get dropped from that lineup, but you're the last man standing. You are going on. Red Reserve is not. What is that like for you now headed into this next day?
I mean, it's a bit bittersweet. I don't exactly have like bad blood with those people. Like I like all 4 of them players. So I mean, it's good for me obviously because I'm doing well in this tournament, so I can still play tomorrow, and they obviously can't. But like they're the people like I know and speak to every day, like at home. So like they are my friends. So it's just like one of them ones. Like I'd like to see them play anyway because it's not like us qualifying stopped them from doing so. So it wasn't like my doing that stopped them from qualifying. So it's like unfortunate circumstances from them as well because I know they played well against FaZe. They ended up like winning 3-2, but in the end it didn't really matter. So like I feel bad for them personally. I don't feel like any like joy of being there and them not. So.
Now, before we actually jumped into the interview, you said, not going to show too much emotion right now because I got more games to play. That next one, it's going to be against Rise. What is going through your team's head right now, knowing that they are going to be playing against Rise?
I don't think anything really changes. Like any team we'd have played at our group, especially being second seed, it would have been tough. And I know they beat LG as well, so like they're feeling hot this tournament. And then obviously we've gone through the shaky. We had played the 2 best of ones. We were on that like we choked maps. We dropped games against people we feel like we should have beat anyway. So like we've took the rough road and they've took the easy one. So they're gonna feel confident. And then obviously we've just got to go into the game feeling confident as well. And then hope for the best. Like just play our game and see if we win.
Well, you heard it from Niall himself after a crazy tiebreaker. Now I'm gonna throw it back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Rich. Congratulations once again to Infuse because those 3-way tiebreakers, I mean, you know all too well, can be pretty stressful.
A little stressful? No, they're super stressful. I mean, they're just happy they're through. They can go, you know, just have a nice dinner, celebrate a little bit, but then tomorrow it's back to work.
It definitely is, of course. Once again, a look at our winners bracket. Bracket play commences tomorrow throughout the weekend where we're going to be down on the court here at the Amway Center. The stage is quite literally now fully built. Here's our schedule. Okay, that's a good one.
FaZe straight ripping to start?
At 10.
I like that. Oh yeah. Get Dashy on the main stage right away.
I like that one a lot. Not going to lie. OpTic Gaming versus Mindfreak Black at 11:30. At 1 p.m. Epsilon take on Team Envious. Then we have E United versus Luminosity at 2:30 p.m. But we'll be bringing you all of the matches from the studio tomorrow as well, making sure you don't miss a beat. And as I said earlier on, of course, if you are curious, in that third place matchup, you see there Mindfreak and Lethal. That game will be streamed on the Charlie stream for the hardcore fans out there that want to see the final placements of the group. But that concludes day 2 here at the 2017 CWL Championship. And more importantly, that concludes all of group play. We now know our top 16 teams that will be battling it out over the next 3 days throughout bracket play. Tune in tomorrow at 10 a.m. as the 2017 CWL Championship bracket play gets underway.